Introduction. He has transmigrated into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire as the twin brother of Prince Viserys, the brother of Daenerys. At the outset, Rhaegar has perished and the Lannisters are already at the gates. Death is imminent. Robert has vowed to hunt him down to the ends of the earth. His life hangs by a thread. The Night King declares that the wall need not fall, but that man must perish. Desolation looms. Jaehaerys pleads for salvation. Is this all there is? Chapter 1. Transmigration into A Song of Ice and Fire. The azure night was cool as water, with moonlight draping the hills like a delicate veil. Within the towering stone fortress, Hygieia rested his slender arms upon the window ledge, his violet eyes fixated on the shimmering Blackwater River beyond. Ah, the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. What a grand jest it plays. Before his transmigration, Hygieia was one of the few university students in his village, returning home after graduation to become a Taoist priest. His once favorite television series was indeed A Song of Ice and Fire. Yet he found the early episodes excessively torturous, initially believing Ned Stark was the protagonist, only to see him meet his untimely demise by the 10th episode. Then he thought Robb and Catelyn would take center stage, only to witness the Red Wedding claim them as well. At that moment, he felt utterly shattered, the torment driving him to abandon the series altogether, convinced that he had been toyed with by the scriptwriters and Mr. Martin. Years later, upon hearing of the prequel featuring the Targaryens, he hastily sought commentary videos to once again revel in the grandiosity of the A Song of Ice and Fire universe and the stunning visages of its actors. What? Why not read the original novels? Who in their right mind reads the original text? Is it the pale snowflakes that fail to captivate, or is it the inability to appreciate the allure of Western actors? He fondly recalled the moment when he saw Tyrion emerge from the embrace of a courtesan, and as a youth, he momentarily questioned if the actors were truly engaged in such acts among all the series he had watched. Only the first season of Spartacus could rival its vividness. This is rather lengthy. He once grappled with profound insecurities. Yet, as domestic productions began to rise, a surge of patriotic fervor surged within him. Ahem, I was referring to the length of the television series. To return to the point, one might wonder how a Taoist could also be a university graduate. Hygieia had pondered the same standing before the Grand University gates. He declared that he would never become a Taoist priest, even if it meant starving or freezing to death. Yet he underestimated the circumstances upon graduation. He found himself unemployed, unable to survive in the city, and reluctantly took up his father's mantle, becoming a rural Taoist priest. But do not underestimate the rural religious figures. The villagers are particular about feng shui and divination, whether it be constructing houses, laying foundations, performing rituals to ward off evil, or seeking fortune in love and wealth. None can do without a Taoist or monk. Thus, as long as he remained diligent and avoided certain unseemly habits, Hygieia could confidently proclaim, great wealth may elude him, but a modest prosperity is assured. Moreover, Hygieia's family was no charlatan. They possessed genuine Taoist credentials. An ancestor from over 18 generations ago was indeed a bona fide Taoist who had descended from the mountains, leaving behind a legacy for the family. Hygieia's father was quite open-minded, often saying, without education, one will suffer. Believe in science. Such sentiments were frequently on his lips. Despite the unusual glances from others, he resolutely insisted on sending his son to school. In his childhood, Hygieia faced ridicule from peers, frequently skipped classes, and struggled academically. His father, in his frustration, administered several stern beatings, only to follow up with earnest advice about the importance of studying, reflecting on his own regrets about not having studied diligently in his youth. The father envisioned a future where Hygieia would graduate from university and secure a teaching position in a big city, regardless of being formally employed, as he valued the respect that came from educating others. However, he soon realized that life in the city was far from easy. Witnessing his son grow increasingly gaunt from hunger, the father could not bear the thought of outliving his child. After a night of silent contemplation, he ultimately decided to pass on his knowledge of the Taoist traditions to Hygieia. Surprisingly, despite being a product of a 9-year compulsory education system, Hygieia spent his university years largely avoiding classes, engrossed in video games and novels. Nonetheless, he exhibited a remarkable aptitude for Taoist classics, spells, and rituals, an undeniable testament to his family's heritage. With a few years of dedicated practice, Hygieia was poised to become an exceptional village Taoist priest. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn. Hygieia, or rather, Jaehaerys Targaryen, found himself as the third son of the Mad King Aerys II. The narrative diverged from its original course here. In the established storyline, the Mad King Aerys II and Queen Rhaella had only 3 children. The eldest, Rhaegar II's son, Viserys, and the posthumous daughter, Daenerys. Although the queen had experienced multiple pregnancies, only these 3 survived, echoing the adage of a dragon having 3 heads. However, inexplicably, after 17 years following Rhaegar's birth, Queen Rhaella gave birth to twins in the year 276, an elder brother named Viserys and a younger brother named Jaehaerys, both named in honor of the 2 grandsons of Aegon I Targaryen, the second king of the Targaryen dynasty. The year following their birth, Aerys II faced the defiance of Duskendale, and upon returning to King's Landing, his demeanor grew increasingly cruel, resorting to burning people with wildfire and deteriorating relations with his subjects. In the aftermath of the False Spring, Rhaegar eloped with Lyanna Stark, prompting Brandon Stark, the heir of Winterfell, to confront Aerys in King's Landing, where he was imprisoned. Subsequently, Aerys summoned Rickard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, and burned him alive, while Brandon was also brutally executed in a desperate attempt to save his father. Thus commenced the War of the Usurper, as the Stark, Baratheon, and Arryn houses took up arms against the crown. After 2 years of conflict, they ultimately triumphed over Rhaegar at the Trident, laying the groundwork for their victory. Following this, the rebel forces amassed at the gates of King's Landing, while the Mad King arranged for the safe passage of Rhaella and Viserys to Dragonstone, the last bastion of the Targaryen family on the continent of Westeros. The eldest son, Rhaegar, along with his wife and children, did not escape to Dragonstone due to the Mad King's decree. Ultimately, after the betrayal by House Lannister, Rhaegar's wife, Elia Martell, and their 2 children met a tragic end at the hands of the Mountain. Months later, on a stormy day at Dragonstone, Queen Rhaella passed away shortly after giving birth to Daenerys. Stannis Baratheon, under Robert's command, continued his ruthless campaign, seizing Dragonstone. Viserys and Daenerys were taken to the continent of Essos by Ser Willem Darry. Following Ser Willem's demise, they were cast out by servants, leaving them utterly homeless. Though Viserys aspired to the Iron Throne, he found himself wandering among the free cities of Essos, driven by necessity to sell the crown bestowed upon him by Queen Rhaella, thus descending into the depths of a beggar king. Now, Jaehaerys had become Viserys' younger brother. According to the succession laws of the Iron Throne, he was the 3rd in line, following the infant Aegon Targaryen and his brother Viserys, with Rhaegar's daughter Rhaenys and mother of dragons Daenerys trailing behind. Regardless of his position in the line of succession, Jaehaerys harbored no ambitions of conquest. To him, the 7 kingdoms appeared to submit outwardly, yet engaged in countless covert schemes. Occupying the Iron Throne seemed neither warm nor inviting, but rather a precarious endeavor fraught with danger. Furthermore, having been an ordinary person before his arrival, he felt ill-equipped to navigate the treacherous games of power played by the cunning nobility. Jaehaerys simply desired to lie low, seeking a place to bide his time. He envisioned a future where Daenerys ascended the Iron Throne, at which point he could emerge and request the title of Prince of Dragonstone, leading a life of carefree indulgence as a decadent noble. Of course, he would also caution Daenerys to remain wary of Jon Snow, urging her not to fall victim, as in the original HBO storyline, where she was betrayed before the dawn of victory, leaving countless fans with a sense of unresolved discontent. Chapter 2. Spirit and Tao. Jaehaerys arrived in a timeline marked by Rhaegar's death at the Trident, with the fall of the Targaryen dynasty looming on the horizon. Dark Wings heralded grim tidings the news of Rhaegar's catastrophic defeat at what would later be known as Ruby Ford reached King's Landing, sending ripples of unease among the populace. Those with foresight prepared, while the rest trembled in fear, depicting Robert Baratheon as a monstrous giant, while northern cavalrymen were imagined riding ferocious dire wolves, preying upon the unsuspecting. Consequently, the court officials had no choice but to secure the gates of the city, bracing themselves for the impending storm. At this juncture, even the blind could sense that change was afoot. It must be noted that Jaehaerys, a voracious reader, initially remained unperturbed. Why, you may ask? In this era, who had not perused a few tales of transmigration? The notion of transmigration accompanied by a system was standard fare, from luxurious systems to those designed for arrogance, and even villainous systems. In short, systems abounded, captivating readers' imaginations and igniting a yearning to partake in such adventures. Now, the opportunity had arisen, it was merely the absence of a system that remained. Alas, where is my system? Jaehaerys, heedless of the astonished gazes around him, found himself under the watchful eyes of a beautiful young maiden, as he incessantly patted his chest, caressed his face, and posed with an alluring twist of his hips and hands on his waist. His demeanor was nothing short of enchanting. Subsequently, he conducted a thorough examination of his entire body. Even a man who had been single for 50 years would feel a twinge of envy at his dexterity as his hands moved like shadows. Yet, despite his intimate exploration, he failed to uncover any traces of the system. When his physical prowess proved futile, he resorted to incantations, attempting over 100 different spells. As a Taoist, he even employed Buddhist and Nestorian invocations, but still, there was no sign of the elusive system. The next day, the inhabitants of King's Landing were abuzz with gossip, claiming that His Royal Highness Jaehaerys reveled in striking poses before the fair maidens, attempting to capture their attention for some unutterable purpose. What was this purpose? Have you never seen a flamboyant male bird? Initially, Jaehaerys pondered how to activate the system, contemplating whether to leap from a height or crash into a wall. However, upon witnessing the mocking glances of the guards and the subtle flirtations from the maidens, he inquired further. Goodness, as a time traveler, it was one thing to be systemless, but now he found himself embroiled in this mess. This was utterly absurd. I am still but a child. Thus, he endeavored to convey that his seemingly indecorous actions were not deliberate, rather, they were the result of, a moment of desperation. Yes, just a moment of desperation. Understand? Yet, the onlookers displayed expressions of sympathy, asserting that he was merely a normal boy, albeit a tad precocious. In the end, even Queen Riella caught wind of the rumors. She approached him with weary steps, affectionately ruffled his hair, and earnestly advised him, "Do not rush. You are still young. In a few years, you shall choose a noble lady for yourself." With such fervent activity, the people of King's Landing exhibited amused smiles, even eagerly dubbing him the eager Jaehaerys. The tension of the impending war seemed to dissipate somewhat. Jaehaerys was at a loss, tears brimming in his eyes. He could not shake this reputation. His attempts at clarification were futile and exhausting. Let all come to ruin. Having reconciled with the reality of being without a system, he felt a flicker of anxiety, though not fear after all. In the original narrative, the Queen and his half-brother Viserys had already fled to Dragonstone before King's Landing fell. With him, the time traveler, present, could the storm still obliterate the royal fleet at Dragonstone? Preposterous. By then, House Targaryen would command 100 warships at sea, blockading Blackwater Bay and preventing King's Landing from launching any maritime ventures, while heavily fortifying Dragonstone to secure their stronghold. With 2 kings and 4 twos in hand, how could one possibly lose? Once his life was secure and his hunger-sated cough, this night proved to be quite arduous. How many nights before his journey had been accompanied by enchanting ladies with slender waists and long legs, soothing his lonely heart through the long hours of darkness. Yet now, in this new world, the decadent life of debauchery and opulence among the nobility eluded him entirely. The rebellion of the 4 families deer, wolf, eagle, and fishes persisted for 2 years. Previously, in a desperate attempt to gather military funds, the Iron Throne nearly stripped the noble houses to their very foundations, truly embodying the saying, "Heaven is 3 feet high, and the earth is but 7 parts thick." Following Rhaegar's defeat, King's Landing has lost contact with many minor nobles of the realm, forfeiting the sustenance provided by noble lands. How can they nourish the 500,000 hungry mouths of the city's populace? Currently, prices in King's Landing are soaring. 10 copper coins can procure merely a single pumpkin. 1 silver stag exchanges for 10 pounds of coarse rice, and a single gold dragon only purchases 10 pounds of beef. After his arrival in this world, he found no charming ladies to entertain him. Even the maids could have sufficed. However, Queen Riella, fearing he might err in his choices, replaced all his attendants. To his astonishment, each was a striking beauty, robust in form, capable of crushing an apple with her arm. Upon inquiry, he discovered they were formerly strong laundry women, recently promoted to maids. Such a life is unbearable. Jaehaerys languidly reclined on his bed, reminiscing about the joys he had lost, the films he once watched, and the morning lessons and practices he had engaged in. With time on his hands, he decided to sit cross-legged, allowing the curtain of silence to envelop him as he quietly practiced the ancestral teachings of his family. Surprisingly, he began to sense tiny luminous points, akin to fireflies, darting around him. As these points entered his body, a refreshing chill enveloped him, reminiscent of sipping chilled sour plum soup on a scorching day. As his awareness returned, those glimmers vanished like meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving no trace behind. After several experiments, he endeavored to actively draw them into himself. A surge of energy erupted from his dantian, continuously inhaling the luminous points through his mouth, nose, and skin until the pull from his dantian ceased, and he regained full consciousness. During this absorption, he felt as though he possessed the fabled inner sight. The lights spun around his dantian like brilliant stars in the night sky, orderly compressing until they coalesced into a dense nebula. At that moment, warmth enveloped his dantian, and all fatigue dissipated. Jaehaerys smacked his lips. This sensation resembled the spiritual energy described in cultivation novels. When he first encountered such fantastical tales, he had innocently asked his father if spiritual energy truly existed. His father, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and scolded him. "Are you sneaking novels during class again?" Subsequently, he was met with a stern disciplinary session that became a familial morality play. Those who have watched A Song of Ice and Fire know this world is, in fact, a realm of magic, filled with bizarre spells and creatures. When Daenerys' dragon eggs hatched, wizards and shadowbinders worldwide sensed the resurgence of magic. Thus, could it be that these tiny points of light are the very magic of this world? Upon this realization, Jaehaerys, adhering to his own inclinations, dubbed them spiritual energy, a name that carries a hint of the ethereal. Why not call it magical power or sorcery? My heavens, having traversed worlds, should I not indulge my own preferences? In truth, it all boils down to the influence of those fantastical novels. Returning to the ancestral teachings of the He family, these practices draw inspiration from the Daoist classics, transcending sectarian boundaries. They emphasize the dual cultivation of life and spirit, employing internal alchemy to attain immortality. However, compared to the orthodox Daoist canon, they remain largely unknown to outsiders. According to He's father, the illustrious ancestors of the He family were exceptionally gifted, having once excelled in examinations and been entrusted with the task of compiling Daoist classics. They assimilated the strengths of various schools, achieving a profound understanding of Daoist magical arts, which ultimately led to the creation of the He family's internal energy techniques. The ethereal beings of the sky are light, and the family's ancestral teachings display their formidable power. By drawing energy into the dantian, they transform into a sea of stars, rendering them fearless in the face of blades and weapons. Chapter 3. The Heart Tree. Throughout the ages, it has been passed down through generations that attaining the pinnacle of internal energy techniques could lead to becoming an earthly immortal, granting one a lifespan of 1,000 years. Yet, no one has truly accomplished this feat. Even the ancestors of the He family merely enjoyed a slight extension of life, with tales suggesting they lived to the ripe age of 90 before passing on. However, those of the He lineage who practiced the internal energy techniques possessed bodies that were somewhat more robust than the average person, engaging in ritualistic practices. Particularly in remote mountainous areas where travel was arduous, the members of the He family would dash about with a swiftness that rivaled the local youth. Over time, the He family became renowned far and wide as practitioners of authentic mystical arts. With a foundation of spiritual energy, Jaehaerys endeavored to experiment with the family's ancestral techniques, undertaking various rituals such as consecration and the igniting of talismans without fire, all of which he executed with a deft touch. However, when it came to the more advanced techniques, well, dear readers, you might not have heard of them. Do not be shy, be bold. Jaehaerys lamented. I have yet to learn those. Before he could even grasp the knowledge, his spirit had already transitioned. Where could he possibly acquire those higher-level spells? In hindsight, he should have diligently memorized the incantations. For now, with an abundance of spiritual energy yet no understanding of its application, he felt utterly stifled. The thought of mastering techniques like thunder control, wind manipulation, wall penetration, and the 5 elements escape made his mouth water. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the family's doctrines contained some spells, sufficient for a world of low magic. The most formidable being in this realm was undoubtedly the Night King. Whether the techniques for exorcism could vanquish his army of the undead remained uncertain. Amidst his excitement and trepidation, Jaehaerys gradually drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, a blood-curdling scream reverberated through the Red Keep, causing the soldiers to believe they were under siege, and they hastily rushed towards the source of the sound. However, the direction of the commotion seemed to lead towards the royal quarters. Before his arrival in this world, the twin heirs of House Targaryen were inseparable, sharing a close bond despite their tender age and residing together. Yet, upon Jaehaerys' arrival, he chose to occupy a separate chamber with an eastward-facing window, both to conceal his secret of usurping their place and to facilitate his own training. After consulting with Queen Riella, perhaps the castle's attendants and servants silently understood his choice, for throughout the nearly 3 centuries of the kingdom's history, many brotherly pairs among the lords had, at times, turned into strangers or even enemies due to disputes over inheritance. However, Viserys did not comprehend this. He viewed Jacaerys as a traitor to their twin bond. Thus, ever since Jacaerys' arrival, Viserys harbored a simmering rage whenever he laid eyes on him. On one occasion, seizing a moment when the adults were absent, he even attempted to strike him. Could Jacaerys indulge him? Though retaliating felt akin to striking oneself, he believed the urgent task of rescuing the unruly child could not be postponed. Although Jacaerys was but a child himself, he possessed ample experience in brawling from his past life, having bested every child in his village. Dealing with a mischievous child was certainly within his capabilities. That thorough thrashing nearly left the unruly boy questioning his very existence, as if he had glimpsed his great-grandmother beckoning to him from beyond. "Oh, my foolish brother. From this moment forth, let us each speak our own minds. In the presence of others, I shall address you as brother, but in solitude, you shall call me father. Do you hear me, brother? What are you searching for? Shall I assist you in your quest?" Thus, Viserys hobbled away, contemplating a retort, yet fearing the possibility of being pursued and struck by that formidable fist. The iron fist of a younger sibling. Even more infuriating was Jaehaerys, who taunted from behind, uttering phrases like relying on legs and the fury of the sleeping dragon. Although their meaning eluded him, it did not hinder Viserys from seeking an audience with Mother. For Queen Lena, who was once again with child, the death of her eldest son and the encroaching rebellion left little room for concern regarding the squabbles of her 2 sons. Her thoughts were consumed by the mischief of these 2 unruly boys, who seemed oblivious to the wisdom of unity in the face of adversity. Hence, she summoned the brothers and administered a sound thrashing to each. Viserys, upon witnessing the unkind grin on Jaehaerys' face, was reminded of the terror of being pinned to the ground, causing him to tremble with fear. After imparting her wisdom once more, Lena retreated to her chambers to rest. In her view, even during such tumultuous times, children must learn to mature. These 2 had been spoiled by her affection, and a little discipline would surely aid their growth. As for Viserys, battered and bruised, it seemed that such suffering was merely the price of maturation. As for the twins' father, well, we might momentarily overlook him. For a man who contemplated igniting a conflagration throughout King's Landing, intending to drag all its citizens into shared destruction amidst the rebellion, what did the trivial quarrels of his young sons matter? Thus, with no parental oversight and an elder brother too intimidated to intervene, Jaehaerys found himself a free spirit, unbothered and ready to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, preparing to establish his foundation. In the vast expanse of the starry sea, young Jaehaerys slept soundly, unaware that the very day his heart blossomed, his spiritual energy would be seized. Observing the guards outside, he wore a bitter expression, dismissing them with a wave of his hand, before collapsing onto his bed, devoid of hope. His eyes, vacant and pallid, suggested a loss of soul. Where had that brilliant mass of spiritual energy gone? Indeed, upon awakening, he intended to explore the celestial nebula of energy once more. After all, having acquired something precious, he would naturally wish to delve deeper. Yet, upon this introspective journey, disaster struck. The energy had vanished without a trace while he slumbered. Jaehaerys, fortunately, the effects of his inner sight remained intact. Thus, he employed his radiant, titanium-like eyes to scan his surroundings meticulously, inch by inch, determined to uncover the truth. After an exhaustive search, he identified the prime suspect within his heart's core. There, a small sapling, bathed in spiritual energy, unfurled its jade-like leaves, adorned with short, white fuzz. Its roots, delicate as silver threads, had burrowed into the energy pathways of his heart, drawing forth the brilliant spiritual energy into its trunk. The sapling seemed to sense Jaehaerys' gaze, its branches and leaves swiftly intertwining, enveloping the surrounding spiritual energy entirely. "What the hell?" Jaehaerys cursed vehemently. "Are you snatching my energy and denying me the view?" The sapling extended a branch, which, though resembling a palm, had only one leaf still unfurling, swaying as if making a universally recognized gesture. Jaehaerys was on the brink of exploding with rage. The spiritual energy was the very foundation of his existence in the realm of ice and fire, the bedrock of his repose, now usurped by this verdant creature. It even dared to mock him with a gesture of insolence. Was it taking advantage of his composure? How much can one endure? He fumed. "I truly cannot swallow this indignation. In my own body, you think you can bully me?" Chapter 4. The sealing of vital energy, will you return my spiritual energy? Jaehaerys has signaled to the sapling with his eyes. Don't question how he conveyed his gaze to the heart's core. It was all about inner perception, a marvel in itself. Fool, why are you still hurling insults? In a moment of urgency, Jaehaerys has failed to realize he and the sapling could converse directly. Once he finished speaking, the realization dawned upon him. A greenish glow emanated from his chest, gradually coalescing into a phantasmic image. The sapling's trunk, branches, and roots transformed into a torso, head, facial features, and limbs, with a few leaves adorning its form, the skin a light brown hue. Little Groot, is that you? My heavens! Jaehaerys gasped, covering his mouth, not out of shyness, but in fear of impulsively reaching out to tug at its leaves. After all, they were negotiating, and he needed to maintain decorum. Blind as a bat. I am not that unfortunate thing. Listen well. My name is Duo Bao Miaoshu. I am the sacred root of the ancestral tree of the Daoist court. And technically speaking, we are fellow countrymen. Fellow countrymen, you also traversed from Earth? Wait, how did you end up in my heart's core? And did you consume my spiritual energy? You refuse to let go, don't you? Well, actually, dear brother, you should be thanking me. Oh, so you're turning the tables. Are you? Well, I must express my displeasure. If it weren't for me, this body would have perished long ago. And you wouldn't have had the opportunity to borrow it for your resurrection. According to the sapling, it had crossed the world barrier 7 years prior. Although Queen Layla was pregnant with twins, one of the fetuses was frail and on the verge of being absorbed by the other. The sapling, in a moment of mercy, transformed into a seed and embedded itself in the heart of the weaker twin. Thanks to its spiritual essence, the twins were born safely and soundly. Of course, it had exhausted its celestial power in the process, succumbing to slumber until it was drawn back to consciousness by Jaehaerys' spiritual energy. Given all this, I truly ought to thank you. Don't mention it. Who asked this celestial root to be so compassionate? Oh, esteemed celestial root, now that you have awakened, will you not return to your celestial palace? Jaehaerys inquired eagerly. You mustn't linger with me. Hurry and depart. The little treeman shrugged its arms in exasperation, sensing the impending wrath of Jaehaerys. My dear brother, this cannot be attributed to me, it explained. After absorbing the spiritual energy refined by Jaehaerys, it had formed a symbiotic relationship with him. If it were to grow to a certain extent, it could eventually perform magic to sever this bond. However, at this moment, it had just sprouted, rendering it incredibly fragile and powerless, unable to dissolve such a symbiosis. Indeed, it was even weaker than when it was a seed. At least the seed coat was tough, impervious to blades and arrows. If it were outside, a mere beast could easily overpower it. Thus, it was not merely a lack of options. Even if it had them, it would not leave. Could you refrain from draining my spiritual energy in the future? I shall do my utmost. It's no matter if you don't leave. Draining a bit of spiritual energy is acceptable, but surely I deserve some compensation? As a celestial root, a 9-turn golden elixir would suffice. Well, it is only right to offer some recompense. Ahem, dear brother, you may not know this, but when I bear fruit, they are exceptional. I tell you, just wait. Surely you don't mean to suggest I must wait 100 or 80 years. Not that long. The duration is inconsequential. What matters is the potency. Consuming a longevity fruit grants 100 years of life, and the enlightenment fruit allows one to learn spells intuitively. Not to mention the magical artifact fruit and the divine power fruit, among others. Jaehaerys was incensed, exclaiming, the spiritual root of the Daoist court dares deceive me. A naive fool, openly in front of me like a thief. Such grandiose promises are utterly absurd. Do you not know who I am? Your performance lacks sincerity, and is exaggerated with a tinge of boastfulness, riddled with inconsistencies. This act deserves a mere 70 points, and your dialogue a paltry 30. The remaining 90 points? Do not even think about it. Humph. So, you not only refuse to pay rent, but also intend to consume my resources? He sneered. I shall halt your water and electricity, and observe how you fare. Brother, why must you be so obstinate? What are you planning? Wait, are you actually biting your finger? You are quite ruthless. Jaehaerys bit his middle finger, drawing a small bead of blood. His hands moved swiftly, passing over various acupoints, Zhong, Tianqi, Zhongting, Shinfeng, while he recited incantations. Oh, sovereign of the realm, the divine shall emerge. Essence of creation, wielded by the ethereal, command the energies, sealing the blood. In an instant, Jaehaerys' complexion turned ashen. A trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, which he hastily wiped away, his gaze sharp and fierce, resembling a cornered old cat. Meanwhile, the little treeman appeared as if it were a holographic projection with poor reception, its leaves drooping lifelessly. It could hardly comprehend. Was it truly necessary to risk everything over such a meager amount of spiritual energy? For it, having witnessed countless beings from the ancient to the modern, this was indeed a trifling sum, less than the point of a needle, yet it prompted such desperation. Brother, do not act rashly. Impulsiveness is the devil. You are still youthful and should not tread further down the perilous path. Just a fleeting moment passed, and Jaehaerys felt his lips turning an ominous shade of blue and purple. As darkness began to encroach upon his vision, this was the consequence of his heart ceasing to supply blood, resulting in his brain's deprivation of oxygen. Still, what a futile notion. I have already digested everything. How could I possibly repay? Yet, is it not merely a desire for some benefits? Fear not, for I, the illustrious treasure-rooted spirit, traverse the realm, embodying affluence. Were it not for my singular devotion to cultivation in years past, with my celestial prowess, I could have charmed celestial herbs and fairies from the southern heavenly gate to the eastern path of Punglai. Oh, dear brother, I do not seek your spiritual energy without recompense. Shall we not arrange something beneficial in return? How about this? Might you first release the restrictions? My breath grows shallow. No way, you must offer first. Jaehaerys too struggled for breath, as shadows danced before his eyes. Indeed, his gaze rolled back in desperation. Very well, very well. The ethereal silhouette of the sapling formed intricate gestures, revealing a slender branch within its heart that split open, from which emerged a radiant crimson pill. Originally no larger than a grain of rice, it swiftly expanded to the size of a longan. Come forth, the apparition commanded. As the blood-red pill defied the barriers of flesh, manifesting before Jaehaerys, he reached out, hastily grasping it, and stowing it away without a second glance. Immediately, he formed seals with trembling fingers, faltering twice in his haste, almost losing his breath entirely. After a considerable while, Jaehaerys finally regained his composure, only to find the apparition had vanished. Hey, where's that fellow? Gret? Come forth and explain. A voice resonated directly within Jaehaerys' mind. I am called the treasure-rooted divine tree. Oh, how wondrous. Such a fundamental means of spiritual communication. Truly, an untraveled mortal has never encountered such marvels. Might you refrain from employing that intonation for the last 3 words? I revel in my existence. Do I require your oversight? Just jesting. Can I not amend my speech? Jaehaerys retracted his poised hands, contemplating another seal. That was out of the question. The previous attempt nearly cost him his life. The chi blood sealing technique, a familial method, was originally devised to harness inner energy, preventing its dissipation. Subsequently, ancestors discovered its efficacy in halting blood flow. Thus it was perpetuated as a form of first aid, especially for cultivators traversing perilous terrains and gathering herbs, who often encountered injuries and bleeding. Upon hearing that the sapling sought not only to extract spiritual energy, but also offered no compensation, Jaehaerys' innate stubbornness flared, and he promptly recalled the chi blood sealing technique. Unbeknownst to him, the discomfort would be so profound. His initial thought was merely for mutual benefit, yet the outcome turned serendipitous. Pray tell, what purpose does this pill serve? Dear brother, this is a remarkable treasure. Allow me to elucidate. According to the treasure-rooted divine tree, this is the celestial herb, red pearl, which, upon maturation, is refined into a pill by celestial beings. When ingested by cultivators, it grants enlightenment and the fortification of their foundation. For a practitioner, what holds the utmost significance? Undoubtedly, it is the foundation. A solid foundation paves the way for a more profound journey in cultivation. Is this not reminiscent of the foundational elixir from novels? Jaehaerys picked up the elixir, examining it closely. The texture was somewhat firm, its surface smooth and semi-transparent, with an inner hue of deep crimson. A foundational elixir? Such a trinket is unworthy of even serving my treasured celestial elixir. This is crafted by celestial beings. The wondrous tree of treasures scoffed. Although the treasured elixir was merely a product of a spirit herb imbued with a hint of celestial essence, and merely a practice creation of a novice alchemist, it remained an extraordinary elixir with remarkable efficacy. Jaehaerys, somewhat skeptical, refrained from consuming it immediately, instead tucking it into his robe. Now, let us discuss the matter of spiritual energy moving forward. What was that elixir? My elixir. I did not claim it was not yours. Is one elixir insufficient to compensate for the spiritual energy I will absorb in the future? Do you not comprehend its value? Enough. Let us be clear. That elixir serves as compensation for my loss of spiritual energy, mental anguish, and image restoration fees. In a whirlwind of confusion, the wondrous tree of treasures became utterly bewildered. Wait, what is this image restoration fee? Simply because you stealthily appropriated my spiritual energy, causing me to appear disheveled and unkempt, drawing attention from onlookers. thereby diminishing my dignified and noble demeanor. Does this not fall upon you? Jaehaerys rolled his eyes. You make a valid point. Moving forward, the spiritual energy I absorb can be taken by you, and we shall split it evenly. After all, we are both on the path of cultivation. However, let us be clear, a brother must keep accounts. Your usage of energy must be calculated, along with various other charges. 1 elixir of the treasured herb per day, or an equivalent item, would not be excessive, would it? Jaehaerys produced a piece of parchment, seemingly torn from a book, adorned with various patterns on the reverse side. Meanwhile, he meticulously wielded a quill, drafting a fee schedule, paying little mind to the intricacies. Wait, you are also charging for dual access? What does this waste disposal fee entail? The wondrous tree of treasures was incredulous, having never encountered such meticulous accounting. The last time he saw anything comparable was during the 31st year of the underworld, with taxes due 60 years later. Indeed, you, a tree spirit, consume and excrete within my heart daily. Does not the exhaled waste contribute to the risk of thrombosis? Not to mention the excretion, which flows through my bloodstream. Just the thought of it is revolting. I am risking my life solely to facilitate your growth. I am a celestial root. How could I excrete? The spiritual energy enters my being. Should any foul air escape, you would grasp my head and use it as a ball. The wondrous tree of treasures, incensed, formed a face on its trunk, resembling a pouting child. However, due to its diminutive size, it instead appeared adorably fierce. If that is the case, I shall waive the waste disposal fee. However, the environmental management fee cannot be overlooked. Jaehaerys lamented dramatically, observing, you, a tree, growing within my heart, must surely require time to flourish. It is highly likely to disrupt the balance of the internal ecosystem, placing an increasingly heavier burden upon my heart. No, I am indeed a celestial root. I can firmly establish myself within your heart, can I? You have no idea. I am a celestial root of the Daoist lineage. Do you understand? The Daoist realm is ethereal and elusive, capable of both reality and illusion, straddling the line between the two. Let us speak amicably. Why the sudden irritation? I have not expressed any dissent. The precious tree of treasures has blossomed within my heart. It is not that I fear him. Rather, it is simply true. A jade stone does not contend with a tile. I am a celestial root and cannot stoop to the level of common mortals. Otherwise, I would diminish in value. 1 crimson pearl a day, do you agree? No, it must be 1 every 10 days. These are exceedingly precious, and I have limited stock. The precious tree of treasures appears quite aggrieved, although there is a blend of truth and falsehood in this statement. The falsehood is that it is not merely expensive, but rather quite affordable. Who in the heavens is unaware that crimson pearls are suited solely for foundational stage cultivators? They are as common as sand on earthly beaches, and many celestial maidens enjoy stringing them into pearl curtains due to their low cost, purchasing them by the bagful. Indeed, there is not much stock left. After all, few are willing to refine elixirs with crimson pearls, as it is a waste of time and spiritual energy, yielding little in return. During the age of silence, even the great heavens would not dare squander spiritual energy in such a manner. Moreover, even if the precious tree of treasures possesses a mustard seed-esque space to accommodate the vastness of Mount Sumeru, it does not gather useless items. The one it has offered was retained for its significant commemorative value from long ago. When it comes to negotiation, one must not set a rigid upper limit. You must be bold in your pricing, allowing your imagination to soar beyond the confines of mundane digits. Even if it is a moldy toothpick, you should claim it was once used by an esteemed elder. See, Jaehaerys has learned this lesson the hard way. Otherwise, even a casual grab would yield better than crimson pearls. A pearl every 3 days. I am truly sincere. 6 days. I genuinely have no more. A pearl every 5 days, and I cannot go lower. This is my bottom line. If you require less, please seek elsewhere. Very well. The precious tree of treasures looks quite forlorn and genuinely troubled. Upon calculating the inventory of crimson pearls, it is barely sufficient to last a fortnight. I would feel pained parting with them. As a celestial root of the Daoist lineage, I penetrate his being. Life is not easy, the little tree sighs. Chapter 6. The Celestial Realm Mystery Box. Having resolved the issues of rent and expenses, the remaining matters are trivial, such as mutual respect for privacy, refraining from uninvited visits, and maintaining tranquility to avoid disturbing others in the dead of night. Each person and tree, united in thought and effort, shall collaboratively create a harmonious and beautiful cohabitation. Simultaneously, in the event of unforeseen circumstances such as war, earthquakes, or volcanic eruptions, priority must be given to safeguarding Jaehaerys' life. And the tree shall provide all possible support within its capacity, without being stingy. Precious tree of treasures, why not just give me your name? Ultimately, the two recorded the pertinent matters on parchment, with the signature of Jaehaerys Tonglien and the imprint of a leaf at the bottom. Jaehaerys contentedly tucked the parchment away. Dear brother, is this really necessary? Are you not aware that a promise is as good as gold? By acting this way, do you not trust in my divine nature? In my era, we valued the spirit of contracts, did we not? We must progress with the times. Jaehaerys patiently elucidated. This matter can be managed by a gentleman, but not by a rogue. It is merely trifling details. If one cannot adhere to even this, then alternative means of balance must be devised. Once the contract was finalized, Duobao promptly entered seclusion. In that brief moment, his spiritual essence was significantly depleted. Before retreating, he instructed Jaehaerys to abide by the terms of the contract. Do not pry into his affairs without cause, and only seek him in dire circumstances. When the moment of life and death arrives, if he can save, he shall. If not, it is left to fate. The principle is to go with the flow. Jaehaerys rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had offended Duobao, akin to witnessing a resplendent golden leg departing into the distance. He contemplated calling upon the sapling but was hindered by his lack of skill and spiritual awareness and had forgotten to inquire further. Alas, a true fool. He found himself in a position of mutual charges, yet the other party engaged in one-sided communication. How miserly. He retrieved a jar of purple-black essence. Hesitating at the thought, would consuming this lead to his demise? He harbored reservations about the trustworthiness of his counterpart, who spoke with a coarse demeanor, treating everyone as kin, which did not inspire confidence. Never mind, there are still pathways to strengthen oneself. Although half of his spiritual essence would be siphoned daily, following the fleet to Dragonstone Island would grant him at least 8 to 9 months to cultivate. By then, he should be able to establish a solid foundation. The family's teachings on the levels of cultivation are rather straightforward, from the lowest to the highest: gathering energy, establishing a foundation, refining energy into spirit, and then returning to the void. As previously mentioned, the ancestors of the He family, across numerous generations, could at most sense energy and establish a foundation, while the subsequent realms remained mere figments of imagination, with so many generations having passed without success in true cultivation, let alone the notion of swallowing a golden elixir to seize one's destiny. It is best to diligently practice energy refinement, striving for an early foundation establishment. Then, certain spells and talismans may be within reach. Jaehaerys, under the radiant morning sun, commenced his day of cultivation. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. During this period, Jaehaerys had acquired 2 more jars of essence from Duobao. Initially, he suspected that Duobao would clandestinely appropriate additional spiritual essence, only to discover that Duobao was quite honest. The promised half was indeed half, leaving Jaehaerys' plans in vain. Today marked another day for rent collection. Jaehaerys silently called out, having previously inquired about the spiritual communication, which could only be employed post-foundation establishment. Otherwise, he would not require such measures. Once Duobao's response echoed in his mind, he ceased his calling. As per custom, 1 jar of essence. Dear brother, alas, the essence is truly depleted, but fret not. I possess items far superior to it. Jaehaerys had never consumed the essence, thus it held little significance for him. Upon hearing there were better treasures, his eyes began to gleam with anticipation. Brother, what other treasures do you possess to enlighten your younger sibling? The Daobao Miao tree, filled with a sense of pity, summoned forth a fruit. This fruit, with its green skin and red stem, bore a resemblance to a green apple. Yet it was adorned with an enigmatic luminescence that rendered it rather extraordinary, reminiscent to Jaehaerys of the apples elegantly packaged in exquisite boxes for Christmas Eve. It might be somewhat precious, if it were to be exchanged 1-to-1 for the precious Jiangzhu Dan. Who knows if it would suffice? My dear fellow, this fruit is riddled with wormholes and gnaw marks, its skin marred, and its appearance shabby, hardly worth a price. Hey, you rascal. Did you arrange for me the cut from the pawnshop? Do you even know what this is? This is the Dao fruit of my Daobao immortal root. Jaehaerys exclaimed in surprise. Its appearance indeed seemed rather ordinary, merely an exuberant green apple. Do you comprehend the significance of a Dao fruit? It is a genuine fruit of the immortals. How dare you regard it with such disdain? Fruit of the immortals? Peaches of immortality, Huangzhong plums? Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled. If that were the case, he would not be weary. Brother, if I were to consume this Dao fruit, would it grant me indestructibility? A mortal form transformed into an immortal? Well, not quite. That would be akin to the 9 transformations golden elixir of the Dao court. Then could it allow me to soar through the heavens, to traverse the earth, riding clouds and mist? Cough, cough, could you cease your fanciful musings? What nonsense are you spouting? If it possessed such effects, my immortal root would have already become the ancestral tree of the Dao court. How audacious of you to think so. Do you truly believe that achieving immortality and soaring into the skies is akin to munching on sunflower seeds? In the realm of the Hua family, over the millennia, how many have achieved ascension in physical form? Most have become corpse-escaping immortals, have they not? This cannot be. That cannot be. Do you still have the audacity to claim that your Dao fruit is remarkable? Humph. This Dao fruit can bestow upon you a random mastery of a skill. It may be a spell, or perhaps a divine ability. Of course, everything relies on fate. Viserys shook his head. What do you mean by relying on fate? Is it akin to the essence of Yuan? Why does it sound reminiscent of certain teachings? Am I to be compassionate, not to save the impoverished? Dao Bao Miao Tree felt a wave of disdain. With such a level of understanding, you dare to pursue immortality? The educational standards of practitioners during the age of silent Dharma must have been akin to prenatal education. To put it plainly, it is all based on probability. Do you understand? This is no deception. The Dao Bao Dao fruit is also known as the Immortal Realm Mystery Box. In colloquial terms, it is akin to a blind box. Beneath identical exteriors, even immortals cannot fathom the secrets concealed within. One might acquire immensely practical or powerful spells and divine abilities. Or perhaps learn the intricacies of postpartum care for sows, or 100 ways to prepare ducks, among other trivial skills. Thus, every time immortals purchase Dao Bao Dao fruits, it resembles the gamble of stone betting, giving rise to a new trade of betting on fruits, to see whose purchased Dao fruit yields greater value. However, the celestial court soon prohibited gambling to purify the atmosphere of the immortal realm. Subsequently, the Dao fruits that languished without interest could not be wasted. After all, they were the fruits of arduous labor. Hence, the Dao Bao Miao Tree began to collect them, preparing to sell them in the lower celestial domain, only to be met with the arrival of the age of silent Dharma, which saw the collapse of the lower celestial domain. It had accumulated these fruits over thousands of years. It occupied 1/10 of the mustard seed space. Jiangzhu Dan, Qing Dao fruit, if I deceive you twice, do not blame me. Let us speak of probability. Let us discuss fate. I shall delay as long as I can. Chapter 7. The edge of war. The Dao fruit presented now is certainly not entirely deceptive. For even the most rudimentary Dao fruit embodies skills and spells that correspond to the pinnacle of mortal achievement. Similarly, in the realm of probability, whether one's family ascends to wealth or faces ruin can only be discerned once the Dao fruit is consumed. What if he were to unlock a technique for the care of sows postpartum or a method for eradicating wild grasses? At the very least, he would undoubtedly become a leading figure in agriculture and animal husbandry across the continent. A spirited debate ensued between the two regarding the value of the Dao fruit, ultimately concluding that one Dao fruit would suffice for 10 days. Both parties felt their interests were duly served. Viserys accepted the Dao fruit, and their conversation for the day came to a close. Once his cultivation was complete, Viserys meandered through the Red Keep. Unlike the original owner, who had been raised to embody the grace and demeanor of nobility, he had roamed the mountains and valleys since childhood. After graduating, his time as a Daoist left him as a rough-hewn bachelor, unfamiliar with the ways of high society. It must be said that his affable nature and lack of pretension quickly endeared him to the guards and servants of the Red Keep. Some daring maids and robust women even attempted to coax him into inappropriate encounters, prompting his hasty retreat, for in these times, even young men must guard their virtue. During his exchanges with the others, he gleaned a wealth of useful information. For instance, it was noted that the grand scholar, Sir Seal, frequently brought young and beautiful maidens or skilled artisans to his chamber for prolonged tutoring in the arts of seduction and craftsmanship. Moreover, the information chief, Lord Viserys, despite his baldness above and emptiness below, too had his needs. It had been reported that a maid once witnessed a stranger entering and exiting his quarters under the cover of night. Even more outrageous were the whispers that a specter roamed the cellars of the Red Keep. He would swear to the gods that this was no mere tale. Having watched dramas, Viserys understood that Sir Seal was indeed a man whose heart remained youthful despite his age, a perfect leverage for him to exploit. As for Viserys, he was not merely a shadow. Rather, he skillfully donned the guise of a ghost in the underground of the Red Keep. In the original narrative, Arya had encountered him during a clandestine meeting with Governor Illyrio of Pentos. Another tidbit he acquired, through inquiries made of the Grand Scholar's servants, revealed that Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell had led 3,000 cavalry from the north to the vicinity of the Sow's Horn. Since Viserys' arrival in this realm had surpassed 10 days, He had absorbed the original owner's memories and possessed a fair understanding of the territories held by various lords and nobles. The South Horn, located adjacent to King's Road, was the domain of Sir Hogg, a knight of land, situated approximately 50 leagues, around 240 kilometers, from King's Landing. With the cavalry racing at full speed, they would reach the capital by tomorrow afternoon. Fortunately, Duke Stark would not be foolish enough to dismount his cavalry to assault the city without siege equipment. Such an act would not be valorous, but rather sheer folly. Eddard Stark, by nature, is prudent, standing in stark contrast to the radical Robert Baratheon. He cannot be regarded as a genius military commander or a leader, but rather, one might describe him as mediocre. A fortnight ago, during the Battle of the Trident, the forces of the rebels and the loyalists were not vastly disparate. In fact, Prince Rhaegar, leading an army of 40,000 soldiers, one-third of whom were newly recruited, alongside several thousand knights and 10,000 battle-hardened soldiers sent by Dorne, outnumbered the combined forces of the Starks, Baratheons, Arryns, and Tullys. Rhaegar engaged in a prolonged struggle with Robert. It was only when struck in the chest by Robert's warhammer that the Targaryen loyalists began to show signs of defeat. Following the battle, Robert himself sustained severe injuries, and his army required rest, resupply, and repair of their weapons. Thus, before the rebel infantry arrived, Jaehaerys was convinced they would not lay siege, focusing instead on vigilance and blockade, severing supplies and sustenance from the various regions to King's Landing. A sense of urgency began to stir within Jaehaerys. Thus far, Aerys too had shown no inclination to evacuate the women and children of House Targaryen, which was perilous. Clad in white armor, Jaime returned to the White Sword Tower, the abode of himself and his sworn brothers. Once, under the leadership of Captain Gerald Hightower, 6 Kingsguard had pledged their lives and loyalty to the members of House Targaryen, vowing never to marry or hold lands, dedicating themselves solely to the glory of the royal family. Until today, though he understood the king's appointment of his Kingsguard was not without ulterior motives, he remained indifferent. He even considered that had he not joined the Kingsguard, he would have been compelled to marry the second daughter of the Duke of Tully, which was intolerable. He recalled the first time he had spent with his sister, a memory that lingered sweetly, yet their encounters were far too scarce and clandestine, lest they be discovered by their father. Speaking of his father, today he received a letter, delivered through exceedingly covert channels, to the Red Keep. In such a tense atmosphere, the quiet arrival of a confidential message from his father was decidedly unusual. He maintained his composure while on duty, but upon returning to his chamber, he, under the dim candlelight, removed the golden seal. The handwriting of the Duke of Casterly Rock danced upon the yellowed parchment. The Duke's script mirrored his character, hardy and resolute, akin to the rugged cliffs battered by wind and waves along the western shore. Jaime scrutinized the letter gravely. Moments later, a frown etched itself upon his handsome face, his muscles taut and speechless. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys had also retreated to his quarters, pacing back and forth. Establishing a foundation is no trivial matter. The notes and insights left by ancestors invariably advise that one must choose a tranquil environment for such endeavors, ideally with a guardian present. 4. Establishing a foundation is the first significant trial for a practitioner, requiring the communication of their feeble magical essence with the heavens to gain celestial acknowledgement. To illustrate, cultivation is akin to constructing a building. The preparatory stage of gathering chi resembles stockpiling cement, steel, and other materials. At this juncture, the heavens remain indifferent. Establishing a foundation is the commencement of laying the groundwork. Without the requisite permits, one risks committing an illegal construction. Where fines are but a trifling concern, one stray cannonball could obliterate the very foundation. Due to the nascent stage of cultivation, the practitioner's spirit and body are exceedingly fragile. Thus, the foundational step of establishing one's foundation necessitates the mobilization of all available energy. At this juncture, disturbances are most to be avoided. Otherwise, one's vital energy may reverse, leading to minor injuries to the meridians or, in severe cases, catastrophic damage to the dantian. Establishing a foundation merely signifies the heavens' recognition of one's qualifications for cultivation. Yet this does not imply that the subsequent journey will be devoid of obstacles. After all, constructing a grand edifice requires financial oversight and progress assessments. Similarly, the heavens will, from time to time, impose trials. Cultivators refer to these as the 3 calamities and 5 difficulties. Originally, he intended to formally establish his foundation upon arriving at Dragonstone Island, in a relatively stable environment. However, the swiftness of the approaching enemy unsettled him. He feared unforeseen complications. especially since the narrative had already undergone subtle alterations since the auspicious birth of Jaehaerys. There, a butterfly flutters. Here, a tempest brews. The slightest deviation may lead to a 1,000-mile error. Chapter 8. The establishment of the foundation. Jaehaerys was filled with trepidation, pondering the precariousness of his fate. For he could not remain idle. He had contemplated that Aerys too would likely dispatch someone to ensure the safety of his wife and children. Yet with his own life and lineage now under threat, he could not place his entire hope in his father's sudden enlightenment. He harbored no ambition for conquest. But the identity of the second son of House Targaryen weighed heavily upon him. The usurper Robert Baratheon was not a magnanimous man. In the original tale, it was House Lannister that assisted him in dealing with Aerys, taking on the burden of regicide. However, Stannis Baratheon's failure to capture the fleeing Viserys and Daenerys on the continent of Essos incited his wrath, leading to the latter's exile to Dragonstone. At the onset of A Song of Ice and Fire, upon learning of Daenerys' marriage to Khal Drogo, he hastily convened a council, bribing assassins to eliminate her, thereby igniting a rift with Eddard Stark. Although he ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further, it was not out of compassion but rather an effort to mend the fracture with Eddard, allowing his old friend to wholeheartedly support his heir. Such a man, even on the brink of death, would not offer mercy. How much less likely would he be to do so when his power and might were at their zenith? Even if he were to preserve his reputation, it was no guarantee that he would not return with a cup of poison, for a scapegoat could easily be cast aside. Would this affect him? Yes, but only marginally. He would care little. Having contemplated the intricacies of these matters, Jaehaerys recognized that only through his own strength could he secure his salvation. He retrieved the crimson-tinged jewel from his pocket, initially intending to proceed methodically. Yet the unpredictable nature of fate intervened. Indeed, cultivation is an endeavor fraught with risks. How could one expect to evade all perils? More crucially, Jaehaerys believed that the wondrous treasure tree would not harm him at this juncture, for his demise would surely yield no advantage to it. Feigning bravado, he swallowed the jewel whole. Coughing, he remarked on the taste, likening it to burnt peanuts. The flavor was undeniably unpleasant, yet he dismissed it, immediately sitting cross-legged to commence the alchemical process of refining the elixir. The process of refining the elixir resembles dissolving rock candy in hot water, with the body's internal energy acting as the heated water, manifesting and absorbing the spiritual essence contained within the elixir. This action serves to enhance one's internal energy and fortify the foundation of one's being. Within his inner vision, Jaehaerys observed his internal energy flowing like a stream, gradually eroding the surface of the elixir. In no time, the crimson pearl transformed into a pool of ruby-hued syrup. The internal energy, akin to a bandit captivated by a woman, began to rally its companions, each gleaming point of light recklessly plunging into the syrup to roll about, emerging with their own matron of the bandit lair. Thus, couples returned to their homes together. Jaehaerys could feel these matrons integrating into his flesh and blood, rendering them more resilient, merging with his meridians to widen them, and intertwining with his internal energy, leading to a transformation of sorts. Though he could not precisely articulate the nature of this change, it was evident that his internal energy had matured, becoming more willing to shoulder greater responsibilities. Witnessing this favorable progression, he finally felt at ease, gathering his essence and spirit to commune with the celestial realm. Some may question why. Even in the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, he seeks to connect with the heavens and earth, as this place is not reminiscent of the blue planet. However, this notion is misguided. The principle of Tao operates naturally, irrespective of the realm one inhabits, each possessing its own path. Otherwise, the world would not be a world but rather chaos, and life could not proliferate. Establishing a foundation entails gaining the acknowledgement of this realm. Are there instances of non-recognition? Certainly, and they are quite numerous. How does one attain such acknowledgement? Our ancestors imparted wisdom. One must frequently cultivate a state of desirelessness to perceive the subtleties of existence. The heavens are indifferent, treating myriad beings as mere fodder. Thus, we must eliminate our desires, masquerading as emotionless tools, obediently following the divine will. O celestial being, am I not well behaved? Since I am so compliant, may I linger by your side for a moment, gazing at you with admiration? This is what it means to observe the marvels of existence. In contrast, those who harbor thoughts of superiority, regarding the heavens as the highest, the earth as second, and themselves as third, are unlikely to gain recognition unless they possess extraordinary fortune, with the divine ostensibly providing for them. Upon Jaehaerys arriving at the Naiwan Palace, akin to the fontanelle, serves as the celestial window to the upper Dantian, and is a portal for practitioners to communicate with the heavens and earth. As he reached the Naiwan, a resonant sound of the Tao reverberated through his soul, its force immense, its energy abundant, and its essence profound, evoking a sense of the mysterious within his heart. Jiheles opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy inadvertently flashing from the corners of his gaze. The foundation of his cultivation was established. What followed was a jubilant chorus from every cell within his body, as waves of internal energy coursed through the interstitial spaces, expelling any accumulated obstructions through the 36,000 pores. In that instant, Jiheles felt an unprecedented lightness, the previously stagnant and murky sensations dissipating entirely. The legends of foundation building indeed hold true, for they cleanse the marrow and purify the essence. Yet, the transformations within him were far from complete. A hunger emanated from every corner of his being. Jiheles remained seated, inhaling the essence of the air in great gulps, yet it was still insufficient. The ethereal energy in the air was far too sparse to satisfy his current needs. Reluctantly, he retrieved the last 2 crimson pearls and a Dao fruit from his pocket. Until now, he had not sensed anything amiss with these spiritual items, but after establishing his foundation, his perception of spiritual energy had ascended to a higher level, allowing him to discern the faint aura gradually emanating from their surfaces. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. If this continued, would these spiritual objects not become mundane after a few decades? Unbeknownst to him, this issue plagued all spiritual items. However, the cultivation realm possessed methods to mitigate or even halt the loss of spiritual energy, such as the blood sealing technique he had previously employed. Yet, at this moment, he was unaware of such advanced practices. Lacking profound cultivation heritage, he believed that if spiritual energy was continuously dissipating, it would be better to consume them now and replenish his energy. Wastefulness was indeed an undesirable habit. Thus, he pinched out a crimson pearl, examined it, and feeling it was insufficient, his gaze shifted to the Dao fruit. This green apple exuded a much more abundant spiritual power. Should he not give it a try? With a strong resolve, particularly when it came to indulging in food, Jiheles swiftly devoured the Dao fruit. To his surprise, its flavor was indistinguishable from that of a green apple. A surge of abundant spiritual energy erupted within him. He quickly focused his mind and commenced a new round of refinement. Who can attain the 9th level without the need to pile up earth? Establishing a foundation like the lofty peaks, a myriad of mountains stands in solemnity. Chapter 9. The sword technique of the ape god in the realm of cultivation. Time is often a fleeting concept. A millennium has passed in the blink of an eye. When immersed in practice, time seems to accelerate, and the addiction to cultivation surpasses that of tobacco or alcohol. Once experienced, it is inescapable. Before he knew it, half the day had elapsed. The sky outside gradually darkened as the sound of vigorous women knocking and calling at the door reached his ears. Jiheles opened his eyes, and fleeting images of sword-wielding figures danced across his hazy irises, vanishing in an instant. He murmured to himself, the sword technique of the ape god. Indeed, the multifarious tree had not deceived him. This Dao fruit was truly remarkable, as it had instantaneously imparted to him the profound sword technique known as the sword technique of the ape god. The ape god, also known as the white ape, was said to be an ancient ape who attained enlightenment during the spring and autumn period. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, having once battled the renowned female swordsman of Yu. Though he was ultimately bested, he managed to escape unscathed, earning his reputation as a master of swordplay. The sword technique of the ape god comprises 24 forms, simplifying complexity while embodying profound intent. Each technique is refined and devoid of superfluous movements, all being practical applications. At this moment, Jiheles comprehended the sword technique of the ape god thoroughly. He grasped the various maneuvers, but lacked practical experience to unify them. In essence, the finesse of swordplay is one aspect, but the ability to apply it effectively in real combat, maintaining composure to unleash one's true potential, is an entirely different matter. Veteran warriors may not possess elegant techniques, yet they survive and vanquish foes on the battlefield. In the realm of martial prowess, it is not uncommon for a master of swordsmanship to falter on the battlefield, a phenomenon observed throughout history. The urgent knocking at the door by a robust woman jolted Jiheles from his reverie. He was covered in grime, feeling as though he had emerged from a mire. Yet the odor was surprisingly tolerable. In this era, the average citizen bathed only a handful of times in their lifetime, and lice were rampant among the populace. Even the children of nobility, who practiced their martial skills daily, could not afford the luxury of daily baths. Thus, Jiheles' appearance was not particularly out of place. He hastily donned a fresh outfit and opened the door. "Oh, by the gods, Your Highness, Have you fallen into a pit of mud? The woman exclaimed, stifling a laugh, her swollen eyes surveying him unabashedly. Ah, do not mention it, Myes. I am utterly unfortunate, Jaehaerys replied, shrugging his shoulders. Well aware of his penchant for adventure and the inevitable accumulation of dirt and dust. As they conversed, Myes had come to summon him for dinner. As it was said that the king was hosting several esteemed officials that evening, necessitating the presence of the queen and the princes. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall, where silver candelabras adorned the walls and were scattered across the long dining table, illuminating the grand space with a warm glow. At the head of the table sat a gaunt, weary-looking elder, his tangled silver hair cascading over his shoulders, nails extending nearly a foot long, reminiscent of the malevolent Black Mountain demon from folklore. He wore an exquisite crown embellished with dragon motifs and a black velvet robe. However, such finery could not mask his decrepit aura. Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys occupied his right side, while a delicate young girl with hair like spun platinum sat between them. Whispering to the queen, a small black cat weaving in and out beneath her chair, its ebony tail flicking playfully. Next to Viserys lay an ornate place setting, complete with a silver plate bearing cutlery and a golden goblet inlaid with garnets. To the king's left sat a man in a brown fabric hat, a bald, greasy gentleman, and a strikingly handsome young man with silver hair. Jaehaerys did not recognize them, but based on Myes' description, they were likely the fire mage Rosart, the master of whispers Varys, and the maritime minister Larys Velaryon. All were influential figures, yet few were virtuous. Rosart was solely fixated on restoring the alchemist's honor, holding human life in contempt as he incessantly supplied King Aegon II with wildfire, thus complicit in his tyranny. Varys, a cunning and treacherous individual, lacked both honor and shame, treating betrayal as a mere commonplace. Larys, with his handsome exterior, was an empty vessel, devoid of substance. And were it not for House Velaryon's control over the royal fleet, he would hardly have held the position of maritime minister. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Jaehaerys strode into the hall, bowing graciously to his father and the esteemed lords. His gestures were impeccably formal, leading any observer to perceive him as a dashing young man, save for the grime marring his youthful visage and the exposed skin of his neck. What a masterful fade he crafted. Viserys harbored a sense of disdain. True nobility was not defined by superficial courtesies, but by formidable strength, handsome and fair features, and eloquent discourse, qualities that distinguished one from the rest. How unlike him, appearing as though he were a beggar. Jaehaerys, however, paid little heed to the opinions of others. With the twilight of their dynasty looming, what need was there for pretense? Had it not been for his ulterior motives, he would not have graced this gathering with his presence. Who decreed that royal members must attend? Aegon and his mother, Princess Elia, were absent after all. Once all were gathered, Queen Rhaella commanded the serving of dishes. Despite the soaring prices within King's Landing, the royal banquet demanded nothing less than perfection. 2 roasted suckling pigs adorned colossal wooden platters, accompanied by honey-glazed beef and succulent lamb chops. Alongside venison braised with carrots and barley, roasted buffalo legs with leeks, 5-spice duck, peppered wild boar, roasted goose, skewered chicken, and pigeon. The desserts included honey cakes, pears poached in spirits, berry tarts, and blueberry biscuits. The libations were equally abundant, featuring sweet red wine from Sweetport, summer red from Dorne, white wine from Liss, and pear brandy from Tyrosh, as well as barley beer and various other spirits unfamiliar to Jaehaerys. It was evident that the king placed great importance on this feast. Yet, curiously, the prime minister, the chancellor of justice, and the grand maester were notably absent. As the king raised his goblet, the sumptuous dinner commenced, with toasts exchanged and cups refilled. After several rounds of wine and a plethora of dishes, the attendees indulged heartily, their faces glistening with satisfaction. Jaehaerys, too, relished in the feast, savoring the unique flavors of this world for the first time. Although not on par with the culinary delights of Blue Star, it was, at least, meat, something he had not tasted in half a month. Post-training, though his physique still appeared slender, he possessed a strength rivaling that of a grown man, and his appetite had likewise expanded. Thus, he paid no mind to the astonished glances cast his way. After devouring a roasted goose, he seized a pig's head, eager to impress the assembly with his voraciousness. In the midst of this revelry, King Aegon II observed the ambience, noting that 3 lords were inebriated to a degree, while others brazenly measured the dimensions and allure of the court maidens. He seized the moment to address the gathering. In an instant, the revelers regained some lucidity. Varys' eyes sparkled with clarity as he leaned forward respectfully, while Count Velaryon, caught in a moment of longing, paused to inhale deeply before gradually returning to composure. Lord Rosart, however, bore the brunt of the drunken stupor, his advanced age and unattractive demeanor rendering him a figure of distaste. It is well known that my son Rhaegar, the heir to the Iron Throne, has perished in battle, and I, now advanced in years, find myself amidst perilous times. Should any misfortune befall me, it is imperative that a successor be determined forthwith. Those gathered here today are individuals of utmost trust. I implore you to speak freely. With the king dismissing those uninvolved, the atmosphere is charged, akin to a colossal stone cast into tranquil waters, creating ripples of unease among the courtiers. They exchanged glances, and it was Varys who broke the silence. Your Majesty, I believe the matter of succession is beyond debate. His familiarity with the king suggested a certain discontent regarding Rhaegar's son, Aegon, ascending the Iron Throne. As king, he possesses the prerogative to appoint an heir, as well as the authority to depose one. Following the demise of Prince Rhaegar, it is only fitting that the Iron Throne be inherited by Prince Aegon. Of course, you are the king, and your will supersedes all. As a royal advisor, Rosart has always aligned closely with the king's decisions, even providing the very flames that consume the enemy, relishing in the display of the alchemist's guild's might before the assembly. Your Majesty, he continued, Prince Aegon is but a child, frail and sickly. In these tumultuous times, we ought to select a wise ruler. Viserys, in particular, holds a personal animosity towards Rhaegar. While often merely speculating on the Mad King's thoughts, years of discord have bred a deep-seated resentment. Finally, with Rhaegar's death, is it wise to place his son upon the throne? What if he seeks to avenge his father's legacy? J. Harry's, indifferent, mused that regardless of the outcome, the throne would never be his. With his enlightenment, he has come to care little for worldly power. There is a certain ecstasy in the pursuit of spiritual growth that surpasses the allure of authority. After all, countless nobles and lords have succumbed to dust over millennia. How could such transient power compare to the bliss of eternal youth and longevity? There exists a saying, one may not ascend to celestial heights, yet can still rival the immortals. While this appears wise at first glance, life's tribulations extend far beyond mere financial woes. There is oppression, bullying, threats, love and hate, partings, and unfulfilled desires. The anguish of existence encompasses far more than a lack of wealth. The king cradled his chin in his hand, increasingly weary since Rhaegar's passing. He has come to realize that his previous suspicions, doubts, and envy towards Rhaegar were, in fact, manifestations of his own aging. This understanding gnawed at his remaining sanity, driving him to the brink of madness. Amidst the cacophony below, a throbbing headache began to form. In this moment of crisis, during the early years of his reign, he was a wise sovereign, able to perceive the shifting tides. Currently, the lords of the Riverlands besiege storms and with an army of 30,000. While 200 warships of House Redwyne blockade the seas, yet they delay in providing aid to King's Landing. How many defenders can Storm's End muster? At most, a mere handful, even if Maegor Targaryen is a fool. Count Lando Tarly is a seasoned veteran who understands the necessity of leaving a small contingent behind to hold the line while the main force rushes to aid King's Landing. Thus, it becomes evident that their inaction stems not from ignorance, but from malice. Watching as Rhaegar leads his hastily assembled army against the poised traitors, observing the imminent siege of King's Landing, they should all be consumed by flames. Varys has already informed us that the cavalry from the north has arrived at the Mother S slope, led by the fearsome Count of Harrenhal, Lothar Bolton, rather than the rumored Eddard Stark. Eddard Stark commands a formidable force from the Riverlands, the north, and Stormlands, advancing steadily from the rear. With only a day's ride separating the two armies, they could reach each other in an instant, even if the two forces were to become disjointed. King's Landing lacks the military capability to intervene. The city's remaining forces consist of merely 100 knights and 3,000 infantry. If civilians, merchants, and inner-dwellers were forcibly conscripted, the infantry numbers could potentially double, yet this remains a mere drop in the bucket for King's Landing. Since its inception, the city has primarily served as a town and capital rather than a military stronghold. It was merely the landing site of the conqueror Aegon upon his arrival in Westeros, gradually evolving into a settlement. The terrain is relatively flat, with only 3 modest hills that do not rise steeply. Following the conquest, the Targaryens, with their dragons, at their zenith numbering over a dozen, instilled fear in all who dared to defy them. Thus, the walls of King's Landing are not imposing, certainly not comparable to those of Storm's End or Casterly Rock. Additionally, there are an excessive number of gates, a total of 7, signifying 7 critical defensive points. The more points of defense there are, the more the strength is diluted. The walls, spanning approximately 10 miles, require safeguarding. Even if a soldier were stationed every 10 meters, a staggering 16,000 soldiers would be necessary to defend the walls. King Aerys has prepared to relinquish the outer city of King's Landing. He has discreetly instructed Rosart to lead the alchemists and sages in laying wildfire throughout the city. Should events take a turn for the worse, they would ignite the wildfire, reducing the outer city and the traitors to ash. The potency of the wildfire would surely instill terror in the hearts of the treacherous lords, while the Red Keep would remain standing, allowing House Targaryen to maintain its grip on the Iron Throne. The king's intentions are commendable, yet he has learned the perils of all-or-nothing gambles. The flames may reduce King's Landing to rubble without a doubt, but the rebels are not lifeless structures like houses or castles. They will not wait idly for the fire to reach them. They will flee. Thus, he must secure an escape route for House Targaryen, ascertain the heir to the Iron Throne, and ensure the safety of his family members outside of King's Landing. Even the impoverished denizens of Flea Bottom understand the wisdom of not placing all their eggs in one basket. His Majesty certainly would not jeopardize all members of House Targaryen within this powder keg. He may perish, but the bloodline of the Dragon King must not be extinguished. At present, the three chief advisors are his most trusted and relied upon, hence he seeks their counsel. Alas, each presents their own rationale, culminating in a singular conclusion. He must exercise unilateral authority. By the gods, what a waste of a lavish feast. The king seethes with anger, yet finds no viable solution. At this moment, he notices the ever-hungry Jaehaerys, who remains unflustered amidst the chaos, demonstrating remarkable composure under pressure. Jaehaerys, what is your perspective? The king inquires. What do you expect me to do? Of course, I shall observe while seated. Within the recesses of Jaehaerys' mind, he silently scoffed at the proceedings. While you deliberate amongst yourselves, I shall attend to my meal. Must we not coexist without interference? The army stands poised at the gates, the clouds of war loom ominously, and the hearts of men sway like a fragile balance, as dynasties rise and fall, a common tale in the annals of history. Who, then, holds dominion over the shifting tides of the realm? Chapter 11. The Wildfire Strategy. Indeed, while I may harbor my thoughts in silence, I cannot voice them aloud. For the individual at the head of the table is none other than my king and father. Given his inquiry, when it comes to a comprehensive understanding of the overarching narrative, who could surpass me? Ahem, allow me to present my thoughts. Father, I firmly believe that Aegon is the true dragon, and I present three compelling reasons. First, my brother Rhaegar is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, and his offspring should rightfully inherit that claim. Furthermore, as he perished valiantly for the realm, to strip Aegon of his inheritance at such a critical juncture would only serve to rally those who sympathize with and cherish him to the cause of rebellion. Second, according to the precedent established by the Grand Council of 101, neither women nor their offspring may inherit the Iron Throne. Thus, Rhaenys is barred from claiming it. Beyond her, only Aegon, Viserys, and I possess rights of succession, with Aegon standing as the primary heir, his claim beyond dispute. Third, as for Viserys and myself, it is well understood that our wisdom and strategy are merely average, far from commendable. Hence, I assert that Aegon is the most suitable candidate for succession. Given his greater potential for development, would you not agree? Viserys seethed in anger, muttering, You, sir, are the one of average stature. You harbor no hope of ascending to the Iron Throne, yet you seek to drag me down with you. You beardless rogue, you balding man. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. However, Jaehaerys' remarks prompted the king, queen, and three esteemed advisors to nod in silent agreement. They remained oblivious to the modest tone in Jaehaerys' voice, perceiving only his profound understanding of himself and his twin brother. After all, the previous actions of the two brothers had left much to be desired. Very well, Jaehaerys speaks wisely. Let it be decided thus. The king interjected, bringing an end to Lord Larrys' discourse with a decisive clap of his hands. Varys, with his perpetually enigmatic smile, cast a sidelong glance at Jaehaerys. With the matter of succession resolved, the banquet neared its conclusion. The king dismissed several children early, retaining the remaining advisors for further deliberation. Rhaenys followed Queen Rhaella, cradling the small black cat, Balerion, as she joyfully vanished from sight. Viserys, his face flushed and fists clenched, sought to confront Jaehaerys. But a mere glance from Jaehaerys struck him with the dread of past humiliations, rendering his complexion pale and his demeanor awkward. Just as he attempted to clarify his stance, Jaehaerys was already out of reach. Silently, he resolved to diligently train under Master Willem from the morrow, vowing that once he bested Jaehaerys, he would see how brazen the latter could remain. Jaehaerys awaited in the hall, anticipating the departure of the three lords. After approximately an hour, the three ministers emerged, their steps devoid of any sign of inebriation. He promptly pursued the direction of the fire mage, Lord Rosart. Lord Rosart, might I request your attention? Rosat is a stubborn and obstinate elder who, like most of the sages in the Alchemist Guild, has dedicated his life to restoring the glory of the guild. Unfortunately, the alchemy, magic, and arcane secrets they profess have proven to be mere illusions. The sole function of the pyromancers now is to produce wildfire, which is precisely the objective of Jaehaerys. From the very beginning of his journey, Jaehaerys pondered the possibility of inventing gunpowder. He was aware of the formula for black powder, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, and had conducted several experiments. However, whether due to insufficient purity or operational errors, the black powder he created lacked explosive power and resembled more of an accelerant. Admittedly, he acknowledged his inability to refine saltpeter and sulfur, as these substances were primarily utilized by chemical enterprises, far removed from the common man's reach before his crossing. Thus, settling for wildfire, which possesses a far greater potency than his half-baked black powder, seemed prudent. With its low ignition point, ability to ignite upon impact, and capacity to burn upon steel and water, it offered numerous advantages. Although not entirely stable, if he could resolve that issue, its utility would be immense. After all, following his departure from King's Landing, Dragonstone would soon face a conflagration. In an age devoid of dragons, what weapon could rival wildfire in naval warfare? The ships of Stannis, consumed by flames during the Battle of Blackwater, would surely attest to this. Jaehaerys was resolutely determined to acquire the technique for manufacturing wildfire. Rosat, as the chief alchemist, was reputed for his prowess in this regard, with reports suggesting that his production of wildfire alone constituted a third of the entire Alchemist Guild's output. Truly, a commendable figure in the realm of magical research. Rosat, advanced in years and having indulged in considerable libations, had somewhat impaired hearing. It was only when Jaehaerys approached him from a few paces behind that he became aware of someone trailing him. He halted, leaning on his cane as he turned slowly. "Are you His Highness Jaehaerys?" Rosat had previously struggled to distinguish between the twins. Yet the calm and approachable demeanor of Jaehaerys at tonight's feast made it easy to differentiate him from his brother. It was not that Viserys was lacking, rather. His noble arrogance and frivolous tendencies made it difficult for the old sorcerer, a commoner by birth, to feel genuine respect. In contrast, he preferred Jaehaerys' grounded nobility. Regrettably, he was not the elder brother, or else he would have readily endorsed Jaehaerys as the heir to the Iron Throne. Considering this, a hint of sympathy and regret flickered in his gaze towards Jaehaerys. "What is your command, your majesty?" "You misunderstand, my lord," Jaehaerys clarified, contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. After all, seeking treasures from the Alchemist Guild was somewhat awkward. "You are the most learned sage across the Seven Kingdoms. My admiration for you flows like the relentless currents of the Blackwater. Meeting you today feels like a long-awaited encounter." He lavished praise in an attempt to lower the elder's defenses. However, for someone of Rosat's experience, having encountered countless individuals throughout his life, the adage that those who flatter others must have some ulterior motive rang true. Though he may not explicitly voice it, the principle is universally understood. "Your Highness, what do you desire? Allow me to guess. Do you seek wildfire?" Jaehaerys appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing his intentions were rather transparent. "Your Highness, this substance is exceedingly perilous. Your ancestor, King Aegon V, met his demise due to it. Furthermore, the tale of Prince Aemon Targaryen serves as a cautionary reminder. Excessive curiosity may lead to grave dangers for one so young." Rosart understood that the inclination to toy with fire was deeply ingrained in Targaryen lineage. In their youth, Aerys, old King Jaehaerys, and Aegon V all exhibited a profound fascination with wildfire. Hence Jaehaerys' current demeanor was quite typical. "My lord, you misunderstand. I seek the knowledge of wildfire creation." Jaehaerys did not conceal his desire, acknowledging that if he were to be denied, it would not be the end of the world. The Alchemist Guild was not solely reliant on Rosart for the creation of wildfire. "May I inquire, your Highness, as to why you wish to possess this knowledge?" A flicker of confusion crossed Rosart's murky gaze. For centuries, this substance had been shrouded in secrecy by the Alchemist Guild, with the only previous instance being the visit of the Red Priests from Essos, who learned but a fraction of its mysteries. "Do you believe King's Landing can withstand the impending storm?" Jaehaerys countered with a question. Of course, Rosart hesitated for a moment before responding. Jaehaerys inwardly rolled his eyes. How could one deceive a child with such words? If there were genuine confidence in the defense of King's Landing, Why would the Mad King have ordered the placement of wildfire throughout the city? Was it not a plan to drag the entire populace into destruction? Truly, it was beneath contempt. The orders originate from my father? Jaehaerys pondered. It was not that he was unaware of right and wrong, or of familial loyalty over justice. He sought Rosart for two reasons: to acquire the technique for wildfire production and to thwart Aerys II's plan to incinerate the city. This approach bore several advantages. Firstly, it ensured the advancement of their military preparedness. Had Stannis possessed wildfire, the outcome of the Battle of Blackwater might have been vastly different. Secondly, it would salvage the Targaryen reputation among the populace, especially the nobility. In the narrative, Daenerys faced betrayal from Tyrion and Jon Snow, driven by their selfishness. But the fear that she might inherit the Mad King's madness also played a significant role. Lastly, it would prevent Jaime and the Lannister family from gaining undue prestige. Despite being a kinslayer, Jaime had been pardoned by Robert and continued as a member of the Kingsguard, largely due to his actions in saving King's Landing from the pyromancers. My lord, I firmly believe that King's Landing will undoubtedly fall. Jaehaerys declared with unyielding conviction, his tone as resolute as if he had witnessed the tragic events firsthand. You must be aware that certain members of the Targaryen family possess the extraordinary ability to foresee the future in their dreams, most notably Jaehaerys. Thank the heavens for this magical realm. Dreamwalker Daenerys Targaryen, the old man exclaimed. Indeed, it was she who foresaw the cataclysmic downfall of Valyria's freehold, prompting my ancestors to journey to Dragonstone with dragons in tow. I too possessed this gift of foresight, Jaehaerys declared, although he had never truly experienced a dragon dream. It did not hinder his grandiose claims. More importantly, the elderly man before him was a staunch believer in magic. Your Highness, could you share what visions have graced your dreams? Rosart would not be swayed by mere words. Substantial evidence was necessary. I dreamt of golden waves engulfing the entirety of King's Landing. I dreamt my father commanded the city be reduced to charred bones and roasted flesh. I dreamt of him collapsing in a pool of blood, a golden sword severing his throat. Such revelations could not be too overt. Prophecies are often cryptic and obscure. Lacking the air of mystery may render them subject to skepticism. Then why do you not share this with His Majesty? He is your father. Rosart was taken aback by the gravity of his dreams. If such visions were indeed witnessed, surely they could be averted. My lord, my father's nature is one of suspicion. Even if I were to share, he may not believe me and could very well lay blame upon me, punishing me instead. I dare not. Jaehaerys replied in a pitiful tone befitting a 7-year-old boy. How could a child, fearful of his father, confide in the manner expected? Rosart understood, had he such a father, he too would likely refrain from voicing his innermost thoughts. With this realization, he cast aside his doubts. Your Highness, I can teach you how to create wildfire. But you must swear an oath to the gods that you shall not disclose this knowledge, not even to those closest to you, be they parents, siblings, or children. Very well, I swear by the gods of the heavens that I shall not reveal it. Should I do so, let wildfire consume my flesh. And may my soul find no rest. Jaehaerys took the oath as Rosart required, having no intention of revealing the secret, for to him, wildfire was merely a transitional tool to ensure his furtive growth. Once his skills were honed, the world would be his to command. Do not question the reasons. Simply possess confidence. As Rosart noted the waning daylight, he instructed Jaehaerys to return the following morning. After speaking, he gradually exited the Red Keep, aided by attendants, and boarded a carriage descending the Aegon Hill. The next morning, Jaehaerys, unusually, did not attend morning lessons. While the dawn had yet to break, he quietly departed the Red Keep's northern gate, accompanied by 2 guards, making his way along the main road to the Alchemists' Guild located on Silent Sister Street. Upon arrival, the Grand Hall of the Guild was constructed of cold, imposing black stone, its entrance adorned with carvings of burning green flames. As a repository for the perilous wildfire, the establishment was heavily fortified. The golden-robed guards instinctively obstructed the entrance, but upon recognizing the visitors, they promptly granted passage. Do not make a fuss. Jacaerys instructed softly as he donned his hood while passing by Rosat, before stepping into the dimly lit hall, where he found Rosat and 2 other fire sorcerers awaiting him. Your Highness, the creation of this substance requires enigmatic magic. Oh, forgive me for neglecting to introduce. These are the esteemed Wise Gorgos and Wise Berries. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Jacaerys bowed respectfully. Gorgos was a middle-aged man with dark, curly hair, while Berries appeared even older than Rosat, his frail demeanor suggesting that a mere gust of wind could topple him. Subsequently, Rosat invited Jacaerys to accompany him to the wildfire manufacturing workshop. As the workshop lay deep underground, They had to traverse a dark and profound passageway, the stone walls damp and the atmosphere chilling. Jacaerys, having already established his foundation, possessed a greater resilience to temperature extremes than most. Thus he felt no discomfort from the cold. However, the continuous descent instilled within him a sensation akin to entering a tomb. "My lord, how many individuals in the guild are still capable of creating this substance?" Jacaerys inquired idly, seeking conversation. "Not many," Rosat replied with a hint of exasperation. "Only the 3 of us wise ones are proficient in its manufacture, though some assistants are learning alongside us. Yet their command of the arcane arts still requires refinement. This spell is exceedingly subtle and intricate, yet undeniably essential. It seems that the magic of the world has waned, leading to a decline in fire sorcerers." "I see," Jacaerys mused, well aware of the reasons behind the vanishing magic. Perhaps it had not truly disappeared, but rather transformed into something less perceivable. In the era when the dragon of magic roamed, power was like fireflies at night, easily captured. Now, those fireflies had morphed into bats in the darkness. Some could sense them, yet none could seize them. After approximately 5 minutes of descent, he beheld stone chambers illuminated by faint lights spilling through the cracks of their doors, reminiscent of white sand glimmering under a dreamy moonlight. Rosat entered his chamber and emerged holding a scroll. "Your Highness, this is the scroll detailing the techniques of creation. You may study it here as I prepare to craft this substance. You can observe my process closely." Chapter 13. The prodigy Jacaerys was eager not to miss the opportunity for practical observation, so he began to peruse the scroll with keen interest. The incantation for creating wildfire consisted of hundreds of syllables, a tongue-twisting challenge. After silently reading it through, under Rosat's encouraging gaze, he stumbled through the recitation. Rosat corrected his errors and indicated the precise moments to utter the incantation. Upon completing the incantation flawlessly, Jacaerys suddenly perceived a surge of searing spiritual energy coalescing in the air. Distinct from the inhalable aura, it was wild and ferocious, akin to a beast, untouchable. "There is indeed something extraordinary here," Jacaerys contemplated within his mind. Rosart appeared oblivious to any abnormalities, yet he was astounded by Jacaerys' ability to swiftly master spells. If the assistants and apprentices within the guild could emulate Jacaerys, there would be no reason to doubt the guild's potential for greatness. Talents are rare, at times. Finding a distinguished mentor is challenging, but it is equally difficult for a mentor to encounter a promising prodigy, particularly in this era. The mere ability to read and write excludes the vast majority from opportunities. The old sorcerer, elated at the prospect of discovering such talent, devoted himself even more diligently to teaching. With one eager to learn and the other committed to imparting knowledge, by the end of the morning, Jacaerys had already mastered the spell and inscribed the magical array. The swiftness of his progress left the old sorcerer questioning his own existence. Initially, he boasted about his own youthful learning speed, but soon found himself unable to maintain such bravado. How could he compare? To illustrate, Jacaerys' pace of comprehension was akin to a dragon soaring through the skies, while his own past experience resembled a tortoise's crawl. This was not merely a difference in dimension. The old sorcerer began to suspect that Jacaerys had garnered the favor of the King of Light, as it was unfathomable how he could grasp fire magic with such fluency, drawing connections and even proposing improvements. Merely in the realm of inscribing the magical array, he suggested 3 modifications. Rosart initially thought him to be speaking nonsense, but when he tested Jacaerys' proposed adjustments, he was unexpectedly met with seamless execution. The sensation akin to the finest silk flowing through his fingertips in a bustling free trade city, remarkably smooth, without the need for practical rehearsal. He already understood that Jacaerys' enhancements were indeed correct. This young man possessed an extraordinary aptitude for fire magic. Unbeknownst to Jacaerys, the old man's thoughts were far from his mind. Even if he were aware, he would merely smile faintly. His hands were simply well practiced. During the time spent learning to draw talismans from his father, he had endured the stern discipline of a strict parent. To an outsider, Daoist talismans may appear as mere scribbles, yet to an expert, a true talisman must comprise the talisman head, the governing spirit, the talisman body, the talisman foot, and the talisman essence. All are indispensable. The techniques for drawing talismans are divided into curved and straight methods. The most representative of the curved technique is found in the Cloud Seal Sutra, which seems like celestial writing to the untrained eye. The straight method emphasizes precise, angular lines, exuding an air of solemn authority, requiring an unbroken flow from the initial stroke to the final flourish. Thus the difficulty is readily apparent. Furthermore, with foundational training, His comprehension of spiritual energy allowed him to effortlessly discern the stagnation within the magical array's energy flow. After all, compared to talismans, this magical array represented merely an introductory level in the communication of spiritual energy. Rosart sensed an intuition stirring within him. The opportunity for the Alchemist Guild to flourish lay before this young prince. Consequently, he fervently guided Jaehaerys towards the workshop. The workshop, adjacent to the fire sorcerer's quarters, was separated by a greater distance and was filled with barrels, sand, and jars. The materials for wildfires were quite costly, which also accounted for their consistently low yield. "We require fish oil and some minerals," the old man explained. Jaehaerys observed a barrel filled with semi-solid grease, exuding a pungent fishy aroma, undoubtedly indicating the presence of fish oil. Inside the container lay a pale, waxy substance that emitted an acrid scent. "Your Highness, that mineral we refer to as green flashstone is one of the most crucial ingredients for producing this substance. However, exercise caution. It is toxic and highly flammable, necessitating its confinement within the barrel, securely sealed." As a humanities scholar, Jaehaerys was not well versed in the minerals and chemical substances of Earth, let alone in the realm of a song of ice and fire. Alas, it was a source of embarrassment for a time traveler. Subsequently, Rosat demonstrated the process of creating wildfire, carefully extracting an appropriate amount of green flashstone and using a wooden pestle to grind it into a fine powder. He then mixed it with the semi-solid fish oil, blending the concoction thoroughly before placing it in a rough, fruit-shaped ceramic jar. This jar was then positioned upon a pre-carved magical circle, and an incantation was uttered. Jaehaerys attentively observed each step, simultaneously extending his consciousness to explore the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Indeed, since establishing his foundation, he had been able to sense his consciousness, and now he could project it outward, albeit only to a range of approximately 3 meters from his body. Under the gaze of his consciousness, the space around him transformed as if set to infrared mode. The red, tumultuous spiritual energy gradually became controllable through the interplay of the magical circle and the incantation, slowly merging with the mixture of fish oil and mineral powder. The fish oil and mineral powder began to dissolve, ultimately forming a shimmering green liquid that resembled melted green bean ice. After a single observation, Jaehaerys comprehended the entire process. With Rosat's consent, he embarked on the endeavor to create wildfire himself. He adhered strictly to the proportions prescribed by the old sorcerer, recognizing the expertise of the professional. The steps to concoct wildfire were not particularly complex. They bore resemblance to the chemistry experiments of his previous life. The distinction lay in the necessity to personally handle the raw materials, which significantly increased both the difficulty and duration of the process. However, for Jaehaerys, this was hardly a concern. Before long, he independently completed a jar of wildfire. Even though the old sorcerer had prepared himself for this eventuality, he remained astounded by Jaehaerys' progress. The old sorcerer then imparted to him the incantation to suppress the explosive ignition and uncontrollable nature of wildfire, a method to prevent accidental combustion during storage. He generously shared the appropriate methods for preserving the finished product of wildfire. As Jaehaerys departed the guild hall with the guards, en route to the Red Keep, a young man clad in assistant's attire approached and whispered something in the old sorcerer's ear. The old sorcerer waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such trifles were not worth concern. Should King's Landing fall, the alchemists must ensure that a seed remains. The underground realm, devoid of light, dulled the passage of time. Upon exiting the Alchemist Guild, Jaehaerys discovered the sun at its zenith, with the streets sparsely populated. The few passers-by hurried by, their appearances gaunt and threadbare. Occasionally, he encountered a few carriages adorned with family crests, making their way towards the Great September of Baelor at the far end of the intersection. Chapter 14. Spring thunder. On his return to the Red Keep, he faced no peril, but was met with a handful of emaciated souls, resembling withered trees, who attempted to beg. However, upon being rebuffed by the guards, they quickly dispersed, realizing that their intended targets were not easily swayed. During wartime, the scarcity of food and warm clothing had led to skyrocketing prices in King's Landing. The common folk could scarcely afford moldy bread mixed with tree bark and husks, while the flea-infested nests still provided a meager supply of brown broth, albeit dwindling both in quantity and frequency. With a population of 500,000, King's Landing stood as the most densely populated city on the continent of Westeros, a figure that included farmers and fishermen from surrounding villages. In truth, the number of residents within the city limits was far less substantial. The low level of education during this era meant that only the gods truly knew the precise population count. even if King's Landing boasted 200,000 inhabitants. The current agricultural production capabilities rendered sustaining such a large number a considerable burden in times of peace, let alone during war. Once conflict ignited, the chaos within King's Landing would be inevitable and foreseeable. Yet, it seemed the court ministers had never expressed concern over this, as if ignorance could render the issue non-existent. However, those neglected and forgotten souls also required sustenance. They could not survive solely on roots and rodents during a prolonged siege. Once driven by hunger, they would forsake all beliefs, ethics, and laws, mercilessly attacking merchants and wealthy individuals, ultimately turning their wrath upon the affluent, minor nobles, and lords, culminating in an assault on the Red Keep. They would behave like marching ants, consuming everything within their grasp. Jaehaerys had never experienced hunger himself, yet his parents had recounted their childhood hardships of starvation, and he had witnessed such scenes in films, the daytime filled with specters, and twilight casting suspicions upon the living. In television dramas, the lives of the common folk were seldom depicted. The narratives predominantly focused on grand tales and the treacherous power struggles among the nobility. Yet, reality was far more complex. While the commoners remained unseen, should someone manage to rally them, they could become a force capable of upending all forms of governance. For instance, during the Dance of the Dragons, the citizens of King's Landing stormed the dragon's lair and slayed 4 colossal dragons. Similarly, during the War of the Five Kings, a riot in King's Landing led to the deaths of the High Septon and 2 Kingsguard. Thus, Jaehaerys' venture this time was discreet, yet fraught with danger. Should he attract the attention of those with ill intent, the repercussions could be dire. Upon returning to his chamber in the Red Keep, he swiftly secured the doors and windows, drawing the curtains with great care as he cautiously retrieved a small jar from beneath his cloak. Within the vessel lies a mixture of jadeite and fish oil. Having emerged from the damp, subterranean environment, the fish oil has partially melted, and even through the ceramic jar, Jaehaerys can almost sense the heat accumulating. He dares not delay, promptly translating the thoughts in his mind into action. While in the underground hall of the guild, he had a vague notion that the substance known as wildfire was endowed with fluidity and persistence by the fish oil, a low ignition point by the jadeite, and a ferocity in combustion by the elemental fire energy. The magical array serves to combine these 3 elements, as if they were framed within a protective boundary. Each of the 4 elements is indispensable, yet stability remains elusive. Thus, he ponders whether it is possible to transform the ferocious elemental fire energy into a tranquil and harmonious personal aura, or perhaps to enhance the magical array to fortify this boundary. With this thought in mind, he discreetly absconds with some materials, intending to conduct experiments in the privacy of his chamber. The fireplace is spacious, the firewood within now extinguished, and given the limited quantity of materials he pilfered, even if it were to ignite, it would burn for only a short while. While improvements can be made to the magical array, such enhancements would require significant time and a deeper understanding of the fundamental forces of this world, which would necessitate further advancement in his own cultivation. For now, he decides to experiment with replacing the elemental fire energy with his own aura to observe the outcome. He swiftly clears the ashes from the hearth, revealing the dark stone slab beneath, and with a blade as his pen, he meticulously carves the magical array in one fluid motion. He then places the ceramic jar upon it, channeling his aura into the vessel. Soon, under the influence of the aura and the magical array, the mixture of fish oil and mineral transforms into a clear substance. Success. Elated, Jaehaerys probes the interior of his wildfire with his spiritual consciousness. Were it the wildfire concocted by fire sorcerers, he would not dare to do so. Spiritual consciousness, in essence, is a form of mental energy that transforms into a divine essence. Traditional wildfires are exceedingly unstable. Who can say whether it might ignite explosively upon the entry of his consciousness? He is merely at the foundational stage of cultivation, not immune to fire and water. However, this particular wildfire is different. It possesses his own aura, which does not reject his spiritual power. Under the influence of his consciousness, the inner workings of the wildfire are laid bare. His spiritual energy connects with the other 3 elements, centering them around himself, thus forming a relatively stable configuration. To illustrate, a buffer layer emerges between the 3 elements. Only if this layer is breached, or if the aura suddenly loses its harmonious state, would an instantaneous explosion occur. Currently, the color of the wildfire has also undergone a slight transformation. No longer does it appear as a dark green. Instead, within the black ceramic jar, it radiates a vibrant spring green. This hue is quite appealing, reminiscent of tender sprouts in spring, making the term wildfire seem somewhat diminished. As the saying goes, After the rain, the sky clears, and this color heralds the future. It shall henceforth be named Spring Thunder. Heh, I am truly a genius at naming. As for the potency, that shall require further experimentation. He arrived at the sacred forest of the Red Keep, carrying a ceramic pot. This forest, steeped in the traditions of the ancestors, serves as a sanctuary for those who revere the old gods, a place of prayer and worship. Since the arrival of the Undulls across the sea, the custom of visiting this sacred grove has persisted, though for the Undulls, who worship the Seven, the sacred forest has become merely a site for leisurely strolls and quiet reading. Each sacred grove houses a heart tree. Some castles feature the fishleaf tree, depicted in the series as a colossal pale tree representing the human visage, while the heart tree of the Red Keep's sacred forest is a grand oak. Its branches entwined with creeping vines of smokeberry, and beneath it lies a plant known as dragon beard grass. Jaehaerys surveyed his surroundings, noting the serene silence of the grove. At this hour, the servants were busy preparing meals, and the noble women gathered in the small chapel of the Red Keep to offer their prayers to the divine. This place had long fallen into disuse. He found a flat, vacant spot, where a large stone jutted from the ground, reminiscent of an old cow's back, smooth and polished, its edges nearly worn to a sheen, suggesting it was often used for resting. "Behold my palm lightning," Jaehaerys exclaimed, envisioning himself as the king of thunder in a game. He tossed the ball of lightning from his palm, envisioning it striking down his foes. Yet, the reality was slightly askew. The weight of the ceramic pot proved cumbersome, and due to his technique, the throw aimed at the bull's head veered towards its rear. With a resounding pop, a surge of green light erupted, cascading down the stone wall. From a distance, it appeared as if the stone bull had sprung to life, albeit in a vibrant green hue. Chapter 15. Unresolved Emotions. The spring thunder blazed upon the stone for an extended duration. Wherever it flowed, it transformed into a bright green flame. Unlike the warm hues of orange and red firewood, this flame bore no warmth. It resembled a diminutive green sprite, frolicking on the branches, celebrating and leaping across stones and water, leaving behind a trail of blackened footprints. Only upon closer inspection did one realize that fire, in essence, is fire, a beacon guiding humanity away from the savage era of raw flesh and blood. A divine gift of compassion and bounty. As the flames gradually subsided, Jaehaerys approached, observing that the tail of the bull had begun to melt slightly. Cautiously, he stirred the remnants with a stick, which quickly charred at its tip due to the intense heat. With a vigorous pull, it formed a spiraled horn, reminiscent of glass-blowing techniques he had once witnessed. However, a clumsy craftsman lacks finesse, merely poking and prodding with a stick. In no time, the once smooth stone sprouted a cluster of stone stalagmites, pillars, and coral, all sharp and jagged. The ground bore the scars of charred remains, the sparse grass, struggling to survive in the crevices, had turned to ash, a pitiful sight indeed. Jaehaerys gazed with compassion, unwilling to let his own transgressions extinguish the lives of these inconspicuous beings. Thus, he gathered dried grass from elsewhere and spread it upon the ground and rocks. The dried grass already scattered with seeds. To enhance its nourishment, he even procured a vial of young urine, confident that come the spring rains, this place would burst forth with vitality. Satisfied, he departed, elated by the results of the thunder experiment. Though it demanded considerable energy, it resolved the issue of stability, proving to be a formidable weapon. However, it was not yet prudent to reveal it. Simply put, regardless of the era, a few instruments of war cannot alter the tide of time, unless quantitative changes lead to qualitative ones. Otherwise, they merely add a bit of trouble. He resolved to wait until he reached Dragonstone Island, settled in, and advanced his cultivation before improving the magical array, employing talismanic thinking to address structural issues. After all, what good would it do to draw upon his essence if it merely allowed him to create a few more canisters of thunder? You indulge in ginseng and deer antler, while I savor ginseng like wine. What is the harm in nurturing a fierce dragon in my pocket, or loving a pear-shaped lock? Even his senior sister had become more fiery. Humming a peculiar tune, Jaehaerys returned to his chamber. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. Upon reflection, by the gods, he had been so caught up in the joy of creating wildfires that he had neglected to remind the old sorcerer not to burn the city. Oh, but did the city truly burn down in the end? That is not a grave concern. Time to retire for the night. My lord, why do we linger? In Robert's grand tent, a group of commanders surrounded a pale man with indifferent eyes. A tall, impatient one-eyed brute tugged at the man's cloak and inquired, "Sir Amber, should you continue to display such discourtesy, I would not hesitate to relieve you of your other eye as well." The man spoke softly, his stature neither robust nor towering, resembling a slender hound compared to the one-eyed giant. Yet, when he spoke, all fell silent, drawn to his words. Every female human reaches a certain age and experiences a monthly cycle of bleeding, lasting a week and repeating ad infinitum. Yet this male individual was remarkable. He was due to bleed in just a few days. This man was Lucius Bolton, the current Count of Terror Fortress, of noble lineage, whose ancestors were infamous for their skinning practices, leading to the prohibition of such ancestral skills across the land. However, this did not deter him. He had other interests. If he couldn't skin others, why not draw blood from himself? Thus, he often placed leeches upon his body, allowing them to siphon his blood. Feeling the rush of vitality as toxins coursed out with the impure blood, leaving him invigorated, as if his soul ascended to the heavens, and his inner joy was immeasurable. Truth be told, he was a perfect match for a certain vampire count from the Blue Star, one who loved to bleed, and another who adored the taste of blood. A flawless pairing. Alas, this world lacked vampires, or else he would certainly have sought to become one. Duke Rob has issued an edict, commanding all lords, both great and small, to heed the directives of the Duke of the North. Our Stark Duke, in stark contrast to his elder brother, the Earl of Bolton, took a sip of spiced hot wine, remarking on the inferior quality of the wine from the Riverlands, which bore an unmistakable sourness. Perhaps it was due to its distance from the south. Otherwise, how could the wine from the Isle of Summer exude such a sweet essence reminiscent of summer? Nonetheless, there are advantages to this place. His little darlings are notably robust, even featuring exquisite white beauties rarely seen in the north. At that moment, a messenger, escorted by guards, entered through the tent's entrance. "My Lord Bolton, the Duke commands." Due to the absence of scholars and ravens among the troops, communication with the main forces relied solely on the messengers. Fortunately, their position was not overly advanced, allowing the messengers to relay the latest military orders swiftly. Lord Roose Bolton unrolled a parchment sealed with wax, adorned with the sigil of a dire wolf, and before the assembly, broke the seal, smoothing the parchment with both hands. "Oh, esteemed lords, we have adversaries," proclaimed the Earl of Bolton in his customary tone. "The Lannisters have mobilized from Casterly Rock. Duke Tywin is leading 10,000 soldiers from the Westerlands, accompanied by 2,000 knights and retainers, making their way along the Gold Road to King's Landing. Their intentions remain ambiguous. The Duke surmises they may be reinforcements for the crown and has ordered us to prepare for reconnaissance, ensuring our own safety. A Northman can fell 10 of them. Those Westerland lords, clad in their flamboyant attire, are not but a band of summer knights, easily vanquished. Indeed, let us shatter their helmets with our war hammers." In an instant, fervor swept through the assembly. They had lingered at the Pig's Horn for several days, yearning for the thrill of battle to satiate their bloodlust. A series of victories had intoxicated their minds. Perhaps they had always looked down upon the knights of the South, brimming with the pride and ruggedness of winter. Lord Bolton raised a hand, and the clamor subsided. "Earl Serwyn, Lord Dustin, I require you to dispatch your finest knights to scout for enemy movements along the route. Report immediately if any developments arise, and refrain from engaging the enemy unless absolutely necessary. My lords, sharpen your blades and be ever ready for battle." 2 men clad in chainmail, lined with black wool and leather vests, turned to heed the command, while others busied themselves with preparations. Such tranquil moments are fleeting. Soon, the air around King's Landing buzzed with excitement. Jaehaerys learned that Duke Tywin was on the march to aid the city and would soon arrive at its gates. The entirety of King's Landing buzzed with talk of Duke Tywin as its savior. He had set aside his quarrels with the king, fulfilling his duty to the crown. A glory as precious as gold. Jaehaerys scoffed, for Tywin had yet to arrive, yet the city sang his praises. Were it not for his knowledge of the unfolding tale, he would find it difficult to believe Tywin had committed any sordid deeds. What honor could he claim, being naught but a cruel and unyielding executioner? Certain matters must be arranged in advance, not for the Targaryens, but for the turmoil within one's heart, the unquenchable anger, and the unresolved hatred. Chapter 16. The Meteoric Blade. During the King's Council, a cacophony erupted among the attendees, primarily revolving around the contentious issue of whether to permit the entry of reinforcements, if indeed they were reinforcements. If Jaehaerys were to learn of the discord at the council, he would likely exclaim in relief that there are still those with discernment. From the west, the esteemed Lord Tywin Lannister's younger brother, Ser Kevan Lannister, had led 1,000 knights and an equal number of attendants to the outskirts of the Lion's Gate by afternoon. This location marked the commencement of the Golden Road, along which an additional 10,000 infantry and cavalry hastened towards King's Landing at an astonishing pace, a testament to Tywin's prowess as a seasoned general. well versed in the art of swift military maneuvers. Before dusk, Ser Kevin dispatched a messenger to the Red Keep, requesting entry into the city to coordinate defenses. Upon receiving the missive, the king promptly convened the council, where the lords were divided regarding the Lannister reinforcements. One faction, led by Grand Maester Pycelle, advocated for the entry of the Lannister forces, while the opposing faction, represented by the king's advisor Rosart and the master of Whisperers Varys, suspected the Lannisters of ulterior motives, deeming them duplicitous and potentially in league with the rebels. As the factions clashed, other prominent lords remained quietly aloof, choosing to observe, for it was clear that both sides possessed valid arguments. The king, exercising his unilateral authority, interjected, "My lords, ponder this. If Lord Tywin truly intended to render aid, why did he not rally his forces at the moment your majesty summoned him? Why did he not strike at the rebels' rear while the crown prince valiantly battled them? Why did he remain silent until reaching King's Landing before notifying your majesty?" At this juncture, Varys could no longer maintain his customary smile. The spider's visage twisted into a snarl, as though he were gazing upon a gaggle of foolish swine rather than esteemed colleagues. Pycelle's face bore faint wrinkles. His beard, reaching down to his chest, a mix of gray and white, and the weighty chain of his office shimmered with an abundance of precious metals, far surpassing that of his peers. "Lord Varys, you must not let jealousy and wrath cloud your judgment. We all know of Lord Tywin's unwavering loyalty to your majesty. And in this perilous hour, who else, if not Lord Tywin, could possibly avert catastrophe and support the crumbling edifice of the realm? Your majesty, it is well known that although Lord Tywin and you have had your share of disagreements, he has consistently stood unwaveringly by your side in matters of national significance. Had you not opposed it, his beloved daughter and the crown prince would undoubtedly have already become a pair of celestial lovers. Of course, I do not imply that your decision was misguided. Indeed, your foresight and strategic acumen are qualities that both Tywin and I, along with other ministers, hold in high regard. King Aerys too yearned throughout his life for the validation and applause of others. Regrettably, he accomplished little worthy of such acclaim, leaving behind a legacy marked by brutality and capriciousness, which ultimately tarnished the achievements of many of his descendants. Seated upon the Iron Throne, which occupies the highest point in the throne room, the king finds himself on a chair adorned with sharp spikes, jagged edges, and twisted metal. The backrest is similarly perilous, offering no comfort, compelling those who sit upon it to remain vigilant against the danger of injury from its menacing protrusions. The Iron Throne has claimed the lives of the cruel Maegor, and the young King Viserys succumbed to a grievous infection from a wound inflicted by its cruel design. Though the Iron Throne often inflicts wounds upon Aerys too, the consequences are rarely severe. Nonetheless, the psychological impact is considerable, as the popular superstition claims that the throne cuts those unworthy of kingship. Despite Aerys too executing several who dared to spread such rumors, it proved impossible to silence the voices of the common folk. If anyone truly understands Tywin, it is undoubtedly Aerys too, for they have engaged in a tumultuous dance of love and enmity for many years, growing intimately familiar with one another. Given the opportunity, Aerys would undoubtedly wish to eliminate Tywin, yet he has been unable to find the means to do so throughout the years. Aerys is indeed capricious, yet he does not resort to indiscriminate killings. The execution of Rickard Stark and his heir, Brandon Stark, was framed as treason and a conspiracy to assassinate the crown prince, albeit carried out with extreme cruelty. He had previously made several verbal advances toward the beautiful Lady Joanna Lannister, seeking to provoke Tywin into an irrational response that would justify eliminating him. Alas, Tywin, as a man, managed to endure even this. Aerys cannot believe that Tywin harbors no animosity towards him. He is convinced that Tywin is seething with resentment. Yet, what difference does it make? He knows Tywin all too well. The latter would gladly eradicate his entire bloodline, yet his most cherished heir remains in Aerys' grasp. Is that little lion behaving today? Aerys too inquired of his attendant. Your Majesty, Ser Jaime has remained dutiful and composed throughout the day. He returned to the White Sword Tower after his shift and has yet to emerge, replied the attendant, Dowrick, a clever young man with keen perception, who had previously served as the cupbearer to the late King Jaehaerys II and now serves Aerys II. By all accounts, he should have been knighted by King Illyris too long ago. Yet he has languished in the role of a mere attendant for over a decade in pursuit of this noble endeavor. Go rouse him. We must not allow the cunning little lion to slip away unnoticed. King Illyris II resolved to inspect his hostage before making a final decision. During the waiting period, the hand of the king, Earl Colton Chester, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have heard that you have instructed the pyromancers to lay wildfires throughout the city. This is utterly inadvisable. Illyris, resting his chin on his hand, cast a sidelong glance at Rosat, filled with vexation at how the Prime Minister had come to know of this plan. Your Majesty, Lord Rosat and his circle of sages are constantly in and out. If one pays attention, who could possibly remain oblivious? Not just I, but all present are equally aware of the situation. In my humble opinion, wildfires are exceedingly dangerous. Should they spiral out of control, the entire city and its populace would be consumed by hellfire. The Prime Minister need not worry. Advisor Rosat and his companions will ensure that the wildfires ignite only when absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, countered Colton, even if they are temporarily safe. This act is akin to placing a noose around the necks of the entire citizenry. I see no justification for such a course. You, a mere minor noble. I have elevated you to the esteemed position of Prime Minister not to hear your incessant prattle. You possess neither a strategy to withdraw our forces nor the capability to govern effectively. All you do is chatter endlessly. What use are you to me? Your Majesty, I am grateful for your misplaced favor, but regarding the matter of burning the city, I find it impossible to comply. Should you insist on proceeding, I shall have no choice but to betray your trust. The Prime Minister removed the necklace symbolizing the hand of the king. Very well, then. Guards, take this man away and burn him alive. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys sought out the chief blacksmith at the Red Keep, wishing to forge a weapon of his own. Having learned the art of the monkey sword technique, although he had yet to engage in actual combat, it was imperative that he choose a long sword that suited him well. The chief blacksmith, named Ainwok, was reputed to have mastered the technique of forging Valyrian steel either in Kohor or another free trade city, thus becoming the prime target for Jaehaerys' ambition. Jaehaerys lacked the strength to wield a great sword, so he commissioned Ainwok to craft for him a slender hand-and-a-half sword. This weapon, a hybrid between a great sword and a one-handed sword, featured a guard and hilt made of soft steel and dragon bone, with a blade merely 2 fingers wide. All forged from Valyrian steel. Influenced by tales and dramatizations, Jaehaerys had long believed that weapons made of Valyrian steel were exceedingly rare, such as the ancestral black fire dark sisters of House Targaryen, the greatsword ice of House Stark, the heartsbane of House Tarly, and the long claw of House Mormont, each a treasure steeped in centuries, if not millennia, of history. However, upon opening the royal treasury, his beliefs crumbled. Who could have imagined? There were indeed dozens of weapons crafted from Valyrian steel. He beheld slender daggers with dragonbone hilts and greatswords nearly as tall as a man, all forged from Valyrian steel. Indeed, according to incomplete statistics, the entire continent of Westeros boasts nearly 200 weapons forged from Valyrian steel. Given that the royal family has held dominion for 3 centuries, a mere handful of weapons is hardly significant. Chapter 17, alas, recounts how Jaehaerys' hand-and-a-half sword was crafted from a dusty Valyrian short sword retrieved from the royal treasury. One might wonder, with such an abundance of divine armaments, why not utilize what is readily available? The art of warfare is steeped in cunning. One must be vigilant. Those swords, whether broadswords or daggers, were either too long and cumbersome or too short and light to fully harness his prowess. Thus, it was more prudent to commission a master craftsman to forge a bespoke weapon for him. Upon completion, the sword measured 3 feet in length, slender and delicate, with an overall weight not exceeding 1 kilogram. It was slightly narrower than the standard hand-and-a-half sword of the Red Keep, yet its blade was intentionally forged into a triangular cross-section, ideal for penetrating armor. Its resilience and strength rivaled that of renowned swords. Its blade dark yet adorned with a faint white pattern, reminiscent of a shooting star in the night sky. Consequently, Jaehaerys named it Meteor. The renown of a great sword is not solely derived from its material and craftsmanship. The wielder's prowess is equally critical. For instance, Blackfire is the sword of Aegon the Conqueror, while Brytror belongs to House Aegon. Though Meteor lacks fame at present, it shall undoubtedly be regarded as one of the great blades of the age when Jaehaerys achieves renown. Meanwhile, Jaime rubbed his bleary eyes and stifled a yawn, as a servant dispatched by the king roused him from slumber, compelling him to accompany Dowry to report to the monarch. To his surprise, he discovered that the esteemed lords were gathered in the hall. Ah, another meeting, he thought. However, the absence of the Prime Minister was palpable, and the air was thick with an acrid stench that made Jaime shudder. Look, the young lion is unharmed, proclaimed Aerys II to the assembled ministers. The opposition fell silent. None believed Tywin Lannister would disregard his eldest son, even if his heart were as cold as stone. After all, he could not permit that dwarf boy to inherit the title of Duke, could he? Aerys II offered no explanation to Jaime, merely gesturing for him to return to rest, while simultaneously assigning personnel to closely monitor his every move. Jaime scratched his head, bemused by the Mad King's actions, yet he had grown accustomed to such eccentricities. As he made his way back to the White Sword Tower, he suddenly recalled a letter penned by his father, and a jolt of panic surged through him. What if Mother has overslept? A day's ride from King's Landing, Duke Tywin sat astride a majestic warhorse, clad in resplendent red steel armor that gleamed like fire. It was adorned with golden spiral motifs, and atop his head, a lion's helm embellished with a circlet of sunburst diamonds. Its eyes fashioned from 2 grand rubies of pigeon blood hue. 2 golden lionesses clasped a lengthy and heavy golden cloak at his shoulders, while his horse's armor was also gilded, accented with crimson silk, proudly displaying the Lannister lion crest. The opulence of his armor rivaled that of Rhaegar's ruby-encrusted 3-headed dragon plate. He reminisced about the handwritten letter he had secretly sent to his eldest son, hoping that, following his guidance, Jaime had already found a place of safety. After serving as the Prime Minister to the Mad King for 2 decades, he was intimately familiar with the Red Keep, particularly the Prime Minister's Tower. Since he had relinquished his position, 3 Prime Ministers, Owen, Mary Weiss, John Clinton, and Colton Chester, had come and gone in a mere 2 years. However, they were all ineffectual figures. And given the tumultuous circumstances of the time, they had little interest in exploring the secrets of the Prime Minister's Tower. Varys might be privy to some information. That insufferable spider often utilized the tunnels of the Red Keep to eavesdrop on secrets. Yet, with so many hidden passages, the likelihood of Jaime escaping unnoticed was quite high. Time was of the essence. There could be no further delay. Dispatch my orders, hasten our advance, and ensure we arrive in King's Landing by tomorrow afternoon, Tywin commanded, spurring his horse forward, prompting the well-trained soldiers of the Westerlands to spring into action. Jaehaerys patiently awaited the conclusion of the council meeting. Earlier, he had witnessed the Prime Minister being dragged away to be burned, an utterly terrifying sight. Far more dreadful than the spectacle of Daenerys riding her dragon and incinerating foes on screen. He concealed himself in the shadows, scanning the crowd until his eyes brightened at the sight of Rosart leading the procession, adorned with a glaring hand-shaped necklace. Rosart, noticing Jaehaerys, would be perceived by other dignitaries as merely a frivolous prince seeking to join the commotion, but he did not regard the third prince as someone lacking purpose. His pursuit of wildfire production techniques and his extraordinary talents were undeniable proof of his true potential. Alas, 2 obstacles lay ahead, otherwise under his guidance. The Alchemist's Guild would surely flourish, rather than exist in this deceptive fade of prosperity rife with slander. But what if they were all to perish? Gods forgive me. Such malice should not cross my mind. Yet, his thoughts slithered like toxic vines, entwining and constricting. My prince, do you encounter any issues with wildfire production? Rosart inquired amiably, having distanced himself from the crowd. I have yet to congratulate you on becoming the hand of the king. I indeed have some ideas that require your assistance. Or that of your guild, Jaehaerys replied, not contesting the notion, for he had come prepared to recruit allies. The Lannister forces had not yet breached the city, therefore, he still had maneuvering room. The individuals within the Alchemist's Guild were all remarkably talented and eloquent, and after the city fell, how many would remain? Naturally, the principal rationale was that rather than allowing them to aid the enemy, it would be wiser to employ them for his own purposes. Had wildfire not already been buried throughout King's Landing, he would have considered igniting it all, a strategic weapon too valuable to leave in the hands of foes. I do not fully grasp your intent, my prince. Very well, I propose relocating the Alchemist's Guild to Dragonstone. That is utterly out of the question, Rosart exclaimed, both astonished and irate. This prince possessed many admirable qualities, yet his impulsiveness often seemed otherworldly. The Alchemist's Guild has remained in King's Landing for centuries. Do you know why? It is due to the vast population and unparalleled trading conditions that this place offers. The production of wildfire requires the royal family's utmost effort to ensure its availability. Your Highness, forgive my candor, but aside from obsidian and castles, how much assistance can Dragonstone truly provide us? Jaehaerys had not pondered these matters deeply. To him, the principal materials for wildfire were merely fish oil and wildfire stone. Fish oil is plentiful, as the sea is abundant. It is not difficult to procure in such proximity to the ocean. As for wildfire stone, although he was uncertain of its sources, its limited applications suggested it could not be exceedingly costly. In truth, he erred in his empiricism. This realm is not one of bountiful resources and thriving trade. Large trawlers capable of hauling thousands of tons are commonplace, with some even exceeding 10,000 tons in displacement. A single haul can yield dozens, if not hundreds, of tons of fish. Beyond oceanic fishing, coastal aquaculture thrives, and even inland regions engage in seafood farming. Can you believe it? He resided in a city rich in mineral resources, where private mining flourished years ago, yielding a steady stream of minerals from the earth. Thus, he lacked a sufficient understanding of the era's limited production capabilities. Chapter 18. The Five Elements. Jaehaerys paused momentarily before his eyes brightened with urgency. My lord, I do not seek personal gain. I aim to preserve the legacy of the Alchemist Guild, which has endured for centuries. Rosart, now aged, struggled to comprehend. He was accustomed to following orders without questioning their validity, a reflection of the mindset prevalent among most individuals in this world. What do you mean? Rosart inquired anxiously. Did my father instruct you to ignite wildfires across King's Landing when necessary? Indeed, this was true. Rosart silently berated the king for demanding secrecy, while simultaneously divulging such information to his kin. At this moment, King Aegon II had not made a public declaration. His arrangements for the hidden fires throughout King's Landing occurred post the Battle of the Trident, conducted discreetly under the cover of night. Known only to the immediate advisors and responsible officials. He understood that if this information were to leak, panic would ensue, leading to the collapse of the city. Thus, he mandated that those privy to the knowledge must not reveal a word. However, the old sorcerer was unaware and presumed the king had shared the information with the royal family. Otherwise, how could Prince Jaehaerys have learned of it? Furthermore, the prince had previously mentioned his dreams of dragons. With this realization, he ceased to conceal his thoughts and nodded in acknowledgement. But do you understand? If you proceed with such actions, the entire guild will be plunged into irreparable ruin. Pray elaborate. Consider this. If the nobility and common folk of the city were to discover that the Alchemist Guild had set fire to their homes, claiming the lives of their loved ones, how would they respond? Jaehaerys did not wait for the elder's response. Instead, he posed a question to himself and answered. They would seize any weapon, swords, scythes, hoes, clubs, stones, and charge fearlessly towards the hills of Visigna. The enraged populace would overthrow the gates of the guild, storming in to smash everything in their path. All the sages, aides, and servants would be reduced to pulp by the bloodthirsty mob. At that moment, the knowledge you have preserved through the ages, the secrets buried deep underground, would be consigned to flames. In the early years, perhaps some would still gnash their teeth at your actions, but decades later, once the elders have perished, no one would remember your names or your glory. The alchemists, once celebrated among the people, would merely become synonymous with madness and ghosts. The old sorcerer stared blankly. His face pale, he understood well that Jaehaerys spoke the truth. Wildfires might claim many lives, yet people are not mere wooden stones. They will flee in the face of such a blaze. Once someone escapes, upon their return, they will undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon the arsonists. The gods above. He dared not contemplate further along the prince's line of thought. Your Highness, do you believe relocating the guild to Dragonstone will avert all this? The old sorcerer let out a bitter laugh. The guild is a coalition of like-minded sages, united under the king's guidance, acting in his name, obeying his commands, responding to his call. Without his majesty's directive, how could we act independently? Jaehaerys pondered for a moment before suggesting, if we cannot move everyone, could we perhaps send a portion away first? Given the current chaos in King's Landing, the absence of a few reclusive pyromancers might not attract undue attention. Rosart gazed deeply at the young prince. As the chief pyromancer of the Alchemist Guild, he could not allow centuries of tradition to end with him. Thus, even aware of the prince's cunning, he could not dismiss the latter's reasoning. Very well. In either case, we serve House Targaryen. What difference is there between King's Landing and Dragonstone? With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. The pyromancers, akin to the wildfires they conjured. As long as a spark is preserved, there will inevitably come a day of raging flames. He resolved to arrange for some young sages and aides to depart by ship under the cover of night. However, before that, he needed to contact his old friend, Sir Triton, the captain of the King's Landing Maritime Guard, a seasoned veteran under the command of Lord Viserys Valerion. He commanded the patrol fleet from the upper reaches of the Blackwater River to the shores of Blackwater Bay. And his favorite pastime was to hang water bandits and smugglers from the prow of his warships, half submerged in the water, feeding them to sharks. During his tenure, he instilled fear in countless water bandits and smugglers. At the sound of the heavy drums, the billowing sails, and the creaking of wooden oars, they would flee 1,000 miles, not daring to confront him. With this in mind, he summoned his attendants, instructing them to ask Sir Triton to visit the Alchemists Guild later. Upon witnessing the situation, Jaehaerys quickly realized that the objective had been achieved. However, his visit today was not solely for this matter, so he promptly assisted the elderly gentleman, recognizing the significant role he would play moving forward. One must possess keen insight to prevent any mishap. Your Highness, I have another matter to request. Rosat reveled in the prince's respect and flattery. Although he appeared apprehensive, inwardly he was thoroughly pleased, having resolved the existential crisis of the Alchemist Guild, which deepened his gratitude towards Jaehaerys. Your Highness, please feel free to speak candidly. Do you recall the dragon dream I previously shared with you? The golden tide swept across the entirety of King's Landing. Jaehaerys gently coaxed. Rosat, a man of integrity and a devout believer in mysticism, was profoundly impacted by the dragon dream he had encountered for the first time in his life. After all, it had only been a few days. The old man was not senile. Indeed, but what does this signify? He pondered. Prophecies are seldom straightforward. They resemble the incoherent mutterings of a drunken dream or the ephemeral mists that gather above the sanctuary, requiring interpretation and speculation. It is only in the final moments that one might suddenly realize the truth. I surmise this is the divine revealing to me that the true threat to King's Landing does not stem from your wildfire, but from another source. I have heard tales of wondrous magic in the distant east, beyond the Essos Bone Mountains, where some wield the 5 elements of nature to symbolize the transformations of the world. Are you referring to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Rosat could not help but inquire. In his youth, he had traversed the lands across the narrow sea, well aware of the vastness of the world. However, due to financial constraints, he could only reach the free trade city, where he had heard many secretive legends. Indeed, Jaehaerys marveled at the old man's perceptiveness. Having such a witty companion felt as refreshing as sipping chilled plum juice on a sweltering summer day. In the doctrine of the 5 elements, metal represents the West, hence the abundance of gold in that region. Coincidentally, at this very moment, the Duke of Casterly Rock had arrived at King's Landing with his troops. Are you suggesting that Duke Tywin poses a threat to King's Landing? Precisely. I believe they are not the beacon of hope for King's Landing, but rather a deluge poised to obliterate it. Your Highness, if Lord Tywin truly intends to rebel, it would be illogical not to arrange for the escape of his eldest son, Ser Jaime. You must be aware that His Majesty has commanded strict surveillance over Ser Jaime. This perplexed Jaehaerys. In the original narrative, the death of Aerys II and the fall of King's Landing were merely glossed over. With Tywin's cunning, he could not possibly be unaware that should he dare to rebel, Jaime would be sacrificed. So, what did Tywin rely upon? What cards did he hold? Was it the Grand Maester Pycelle or someone else? Unable to fathom this, Jaehaerys shook his head, dismissing the thought. Is the truth essential? At times it is. Yet more often than not, it is not. A ruler merely needs to provide the populace with a superficially reasonable explanation. In their eyes, the common people are merely a signboard, a statistic, a source of tax revenue, and beasts of burden. Anything but human. Moreover, Jaehaerys is not in pursuit of truth. For him, the paramount concern is to ensure his own safety. As for altering the narrative or establishing a harem, please, I am a practitioner of the Tao. A Daoist follows the natural order, for every realm possesses its foundational logic. The great tides of fate are immutable. To defy them would result in chaos within the heavenly order, potentially drawing divine calamities upon oneself. Does he wish to jeopardize his existence? The currents of the world flow like a river downstream, beyond human control. Yet, these currents may diverge into smaller streams, akin to the links on the anchor chain of a colossal vessel. Occasionally adjusting the direction of the smaller currents is feasible without contravening the overarching flow. It is said in the folklore of Blue Star that in ancient times, King Wen invited Jiang Taigong, who requested the king to carry his sedan chair. The king took 873 steps, leading Taigong to proclaim that the Zhou dynasty would endure for 873 years. Upon learning this, King Wen wished to take a few more steps, but by then, it was too late. Jiang Zia's assistance to King Wu in overthrowing the Shang was an example of the grand design. Yet the duration of the dynasty was uncertain. This illustrates the notion that minor currents may be altered, while great tides are not to be resisted. One must follow the natural flow and not impose one's will. Jaehaerys does not engage in reckless endeavors. He prefers to be the one who stirs the waters and fans the flames. Causality? What causality? Interfering in mundane affairs and altering others' destinies carries grave consequences. Pray, let me reiterate, the Taoism I practice embraces the natural course, and I steer clear of meddling like a bald monk avoiding a tiger. I cannot articulate everything clearly at this moment, but I am certain that Duke Tywin harbors no benevolence. Lord Rosart, I hope that after the Lannister army enters the city, you and the wise ones will. Jaehaerys whispered to the old sorcerer. Upon hearing this, Rosart nodded, expressing his approval. After finalizing the details, Jaehaerys left with a sense of satisfaction. Instead of returning directly to his chamber, he sought out Queen Layla. In her youth, Queen Layla was indeed a beauty. However, the long-standing tension in her relationship with the king had aged her considerably. In his previous life on Blue Star, many at her age would proclaim themselves as young fairies. Yet she resembled an old crone. Even in Blue Star, advanced maternal age can pose significant risks during childbirth, let alone in this era with poor hygiene and inadequate maternal care. The fact that she successfully bore Daenerys can only be attributed to her relatively good health, coupled with divine mercy and the aid of an experienced midwife, each factor essential. Observing Queen Layla's waning spirit, Viserys discreetly imparted a surge of spiritual energy. Suddenly revitalized, Layla beheld her youngest son and joyfully embraced him. It must be said that she indeed cares deeply for her children. Throughout the years, she has tirelessly protected them from their father's harm. After all, Viserys is not a true 7-year-old child. Feeling the softness above him, his cheeks flushed red. May the heavenly Lord bless us abundantly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I have never experienced such treatment. In my previous existence, my mother and father were both reserved individuals, incapable of expressing maternal love so overtly. Viserys struggled to escape the embrace of tenderness, while Queen Rhaella felt a tinge of disappointment. Her child had grown up. Mother, I had a dream. Viserys reiterated his earlier words. Remarkably, after his rehearsal with the old sorcerer, his performance here had significantly improved, almost convincing Queen Rhaella of its authenticity. But why almost? A mother knows her child best. The original host's eyes would unconsciously wander, and his fingers would fidget with his hair whenever he lied, habits that had become instinctual over time. Although Viserys had traversed realms, these subtle habits remained intact. Others might remain oblivious, but Rhaella saw through him immediately. Little Jay, do not play tricks on me. Tell me what you truly intend to do. Queen Rhaella confronted him directly. How can I act now? Viserys quickly recognized the predicament he was in, feeling a twinge of headache. He could hardly reveal that he was a soul from another world. Despite the exterior being the same, the essence had undeniably changed. Very well, Mother, I am somewhat frightened. Viserys cleverly seized the moment, diving back into the realm of tenderness, his voice trembling slightly, enhancing his credibility. In truth, Queen Rhaella was equally unsettled. She could not fathom how their situation had deteriorated so drastically. Though ensconced within the depths of the palace, she had her own sources of information. With impending threats looming, how could she not worry for her children and grandchildren? Mother, why do we not go to Dragonstone? At least the rebels lack warships. We would be safe there, Viserys implored. However, the movement of warships requires your father's orders. Rhaella hesitated. She and the king had significant disagreements and rifts, and certain events had rendered her unwilling to confront him, unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps we do not need the escort of warships. The port of King's Landing is filled with countless merchant vessels, from Crab Island, from Driftmark, and even from across the narrow sea. If we bring more guards, I shall consider it. In these extraordinary times, safety must take precedence. Queen Rhaella felt a flicker of hope. She decided to meet the king that evening. For her children, she could endure. Viserys felt a pang of guilt, realizing he was exploiting this benevolent mother's heartfelt love for her children. Although he was aware that in the original narrative, Queen Rhaella and Viserys ultimately fled to Dragonstone before the fall of King's Landing, upon absorbing the original host's memories. He understood that the last wish of the original was for their family to live a better life, free from suffering. Since Viserys had inherited this body, fulfilling the original's final wish seemed only natural. Moreover, as someone who had watched the A Song of Ice and Fire series, how could he overlook the fates of Daenerys and the other Targaryen women and children? Moreover, although Viserys currently possesses limited abilities, his understanding of the general trajectory of events allows him to ensure their safety and peace throughout their lives without worry. Chapter 20. The so-called realm. Queen Rhaella exhibited remarkable decisiveness, meeting with the king that very evening. Perhaps this was where she differed from her husband. King Aegon often spoke at great length yet accomplished little, resulting in nearly a decade and a half of stagnation. The nature of their discourse remained a mystery to outsiders. However, a day later, when the Lannister infantry appeared on the outskirts of King's Landing, the king finally arranged for the royal fleet docked at the harbor to escort Queen Rhaella and the twins to Dragonstone. What of my sister-in-law and her children? Viserys inquired. Having arrived at the dock late at night, only to find Princess Elia Martell and her offspring absent. Your father refuses to let them leave, Rhaella replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. He insists that young Aegon, as the kingdom's heir, must remain close to the realm's affairs. Your sister has been kept at the Red Keep to prevent Dorne from taking further military action. Little Rhaenys has been inconsolable, weeping and insisting that her father come for her, unwilling to depart from Rhaegar's chamber. Jaehaerys felt a pang of unease. Rhaenys was merely 4 years old. A charming little girl. In the memories of the original owner, this niece was quite close to the twins, separated by only 3 years. She constantly trailed after them, serving as their little shadow, often accompanied by a small black cat named Balerion. In the original narrative, after the fall of Maegor's Holdfast, Tywin, in a display of loyalty and sincerity, sought to eliminate all members of House Targaryen. Rhaenys was dragged from beneath Rhaegar's bed by Ser Amory Lorch. Her small frame stabbed multiple times. Young Aegon was thrown against a wall by the mountain, resulting in a fatal head injury, while Princess Elia met a tragic fate at the hands of the mountain, who violated her before ending her life. Queen Rhaella, despite being pregnant and not showing, soon felt weary from attending to matters of state and retreated to her chamber to rest. "This is not what I desire," Jaehaerys murmured to himself. "Hey, little Jay, I've been diligently studying swordsmanship with Ser Willem lately. The last time you struck me was quite delightful, wasn't it? Today, I shall return the humiliation in full. Draw your sword, brother," Viserys exclaimed, unsheathing a practice sword, crafted of wood with a hollow center filled with metal for weight. This was a training sword commonly used by young squires. As they grew older, they would graduate to using blunt swords without sharp edges. However, Jaehaerys, consumed by agitation, had no inclination to indulge him. Thus, without a backward glance, he drew his sword, performed a swift kata, and sheathed it, leaving Viserys holding the severed sword, dumbfounded. "Wow!" Viserys gasped, staring at the smooth, severed edge of the wooden sword, the metal core cleaved cleanly in two. Shocked, he burst into tears and sought out the Red Keep's swordmaster, Ser Willem, believing himself to possess considerable talent in swordsmanship. Jaehaerys has sought to find Queen Layla, pondering how she might consent to his request. Even the queen must obey the king's command. Thus, faced with the impossibility of direct appeal, he resolved to act decisively. He summoned Count Lucius Valerian, who soon arrived aboard a small vessel to the Conqueror, the grandest ship in the fleet, boasting 300 oars, gliding steadily through the turbulent waters of the Black River. "Lord Lucius, are you Prince Jaehaerys?" Lucius Valerian inquired, recognizing him and bowing respectfully. At the recent royal banquet, Prince Jaehaerys had left a profound impression on several high officials with his astute intellect and articulate speech, displaying no trace of timidity in the presence of court dignitaries, a remarkable feat for any lord's son, particularly a second-born. In this realm, lords and nobles typically favored their firstborns, grooming them from an early age to inherit the family legacy and partake in governance alongside their fathers. In contrast, second sons often found their destinies shaped differently. Most were raised to become knights, tasked with defending their families and honoring the chivalric ideals of valor and duty, yet seldom taught the nuances of adaptability, relying instead on their own insights. In families with an abundance of male heirs, some agile-minded second sons were compelled to seek their fortunes elsewhere. In the north, many second sons and bastards, driven by glory, joined the Night's Watch. In the south, they turned to the church or the citadels of learning. This was not due to families' inability to support them, but rather because all resources were devoted to the Lord. "What command do you have for me, your highness?" Lord Lucius inquired politely. "My lord, I require a ship and a sufficient crew to operate it," Jaehaerys declared. "I need them to follow my orders completely and to be ready for action at a moment's notice." "Ready for whom?" Lucius asked. Jaehaerys shot him a glance and replied, "Of course, to assist the royal family." He then descended the rope to the small boat that had brought the Minister of Maritime Affairs, adding, "Tell my mother that I shall soon accompany my sister-in-law and others to Dragonstone to meet her." "My prince, do not leave," Lucius exclaimed, marveling at the prince's nimbleness, akin to that of a monkey, while raising his voice in concern. "I have yet to make proper arrangements. What will you do if you cannot find them?" "At that time, let them fly the Valerian family's seahorse banner. We shall rely on our motto, blood and fire share a common source. The path is truly simple. Blood and fire share a common source. The path is indeed simple. The courageous know righteousness, and the wise harbor compassion. Young man, are you preparing to return and play the hero? Do you think I shall need to rescue you?" A voice echoed in Jaehaerys' mind. It was the spirit of the treasure root. "Did we not agree to respect each other's privacy? We signed a contract," he protested. "Mutual respect for privacy does not grant you the liberty to endanger us both." "Endanger? I have already achieved a modest foundation. With my spirit, I can sense danger and am well acquainted with the unfolding narrative of this world. How could peril possibly arise?" Jaehaerys scoffed, questioning how he would dare to take risks if he were not holding 2 kings and 4 twos. Duo Bao Ling Jin slapped his forehead, bewildered by how this child, after establishing his foundation, had developed a syndrome of unwarranted arrogance. Did he truly believe that reaching the foundational stage rendered him invincible? Alas, this world is far from the simplicity he imagines. Without delving into ancient times, even during my years of slumber, I have sensed the presence of celestial beings on numerous occasions. Celestial beings? What level do they represent? You should now comprehend that the realms of cultivation are divided into chi training and foundation establishment, correct? Indeed. Foundation establishment corresponds to what you refer to as the alchemical transformation of chi into spirit. Yet, the name of this stage is of little consequence. What truly matters is that there lie many realms beyond the foundational stage. In the celestial realm, there exist beings such as human immortals, ghost immortals, earth immortals, celestial immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, and many more. This world is but a small world, one of countless realms where spiritual energy has yet to dissipate. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The critical point is that you are merely at the foundational level. While celestial beings may not have been worthy of my attention in the past, it does not prevent them from reigning supreme in this world. A mere sneeze from a celestial being could easily annihilate you, a tiny ant. Do you understand? Yet, in the original narrative, the celestial beings you mentioned have not made an appearance. Chapter 21 presents a different hue. Narrative? You should not overly rely on the plot. Though I am unaware of the original storyline, I know that celestial beings in this world are free to act as they please. Their absence may largely be due to the constraints of the Silent Law era, yet this does not imply they are incapable of intervening, merely that it may not be worthwhile. Duo Bao Ling Jin silently added in his heart. They may not be able to intervene directly, but sending a mere lackey of the human immortal realm could easily resolve matters concerning you. Human immortals? What precisely are they? Human immortals epitomize the pinnacle of humanity. After establishing their foundation, they must condense the 3 flowers and return the 5 chi. Achieving what is known as the convergence of the 3 flowers at the summit and the 5 chi converging towards origin. Accomplishing this signifies the emergence of a human immortal. Should a human immortal fail to cultivate their yang spirit, upon the arrival of their lifespan, they can only undergo corpse dissolution, thus becoming a ghost immortal, also referred to as a corpse immortal. After achieving the yang spirit, and enduring the 3 tribulations and 5 calamities, one may ascend to the status of an earth immortal. Only after overcoming the heavenly thunder calamity can one be recognized as a celestial immortal. Should one falter at any step, all prior efforts would be rendered futile, necessitating reincarnation and recultivation. Is it still possible for me to return to the ship now? Ahem, that would be far too embarrassing. I can afford to lose face. But can you? No need to worry excessively. I have previously discerned that the overwhelming majority of spiritual energy in this world appears to be sealed. Thus, the cultivators traversing this realm are unlikely to possess high levels of cultivation. How high then? As tall as 3 or 4 stories. Nonsense. What a ridiculous notion. As long as they are not celestial beings, their levels are likely suppressed to a lower tier. Former human immortals would at most equate to the current foundational stage. Then, does that mean earth immortals correspond to human immortals? Would they be dispatched to deal with me? How could you entertain such thoughts? Are there many earth immortals? They are significant figures in this realm. How could they be reduced to mere lackeys of celestial beings? To them, what do you amount to? Since the celestial beings do not emerge, shall I not walk boldly, merely seeking defeat? Pray tell, are you pretentious or merely foolish? Though both are at the foundational level, can their combat prowess truly be compared? Their experience far surpasses yours, their treasures more formidable. How then do you expect to prevail? Do you possess experience? Do you wield treasures? You are bereft of even a single strand, yet you walk boldly, merely seeking defeat. You might as well await rescue. Oh, esteemed master of celestial roots, I cannot acquiesce to your words. Indeed, I am devoid of everything. I lack treasures and experience, but I possess my own path. Jekarus's countenance grew serious. If the strong can trample the weak at will, if justice must yield to brute force, then how are humans different from beasts? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Since you venerate tyranny, in the face of the celestial path, what distinguishes you from mere grass or straw? If, within the realms of celestial beings, or among myriad worlds, practitioners adhere to the principle of the strong oppressing the weak, they have strayed onto a treacherous path, suppressing righteousness with wickedness. Thus, tranquility and righteousness are the greatest gifts bestowed upon sentient beings, embodying true equality for all. The Master of Treasures fell silent, recalling that many eras ago, similar sentiments were echoed, yet ultimately, did it not lead to demise? His interest waned, and he tossed forth a yellow Dao fruit. Consider it an advance payment for the rent due at month's end. Be cautious, lest you meet your end. A spark ignited within Viserys. The colors, blue and yellow, seemed to suggest differing levels. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the sailors, he thrust the yellow Dao fruit into his mouth, swallowing it in several quick bites. A surge of abundant spiritual energy emanated from the fruit, compelling him to swiftly meditate and absorb this overwhelming essence. After a brief moment, amidst a haze, a clear image began to form, and his heart leapt with joy as he hastened his absorption. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as Viserys recalled the skill he had just acquired. What? Techniques for breeding bone snail species and extracting glandular fluids? Viserys had anticipated a powerful skill, perhaps even a divine ability. Yet what was this? It was not that the skill lacked utility, but at this moment, it bore no relevance to him. This child's luck is rather poor, he mused. It seems reminiscent of the sacred teachings of the merfolk as saints from over 3,000 years past. Countless souls have ascended to the celestial realm over millennia, many achieving divinity through merit, with the merfolk saintess standing as one of the illustrious representatives. She wielded this technique to benefit countless citizens, ultimately accruing great merit. The Master of Treasures cataloged an abundance of knowledge from those who ascended to immortality, a resource deemed too precious to discard, yet too impractical to retain. Thus it was all entrusted to the Master of Treasures. However, it remained uncertain which tome of knowledge his Dao fruit would encompass. Yet, the accumulated wisdom of countless millennia suggested that deeper hues would yield superior effects compared to their paler counterparts. Much like the yellow Dao fruit, which bears fruit once every decade, the blue Dao fruit produces its yield annually, and each harvest can yield tens of thousands of fruits. However, there exist even more advanced Dao fruits. The primary issue lies in Viserys' insufficient cultivation level. As a mere foundation establishment novice, a single karami would be of no use to him, even if given the opportunity. It is not that I am unwilling to provide. The multifarious spiritual roots have sealed their spiritual awareness exploration, entering a state of seclusion. So be it, let others do as they wish. Brother, could you possibly spare me another one? Grandfather. In a fit of frustration, Viserys ended the one-sided conversation, tempted to smash his phone. No phone. Then let it be. Nonetheless, it must be noted that the spiritual energy within the yellow Dao fruit surpasses that of the blue Dao fruit. If one considers the pinnacle of foundation establishment to be the cultivation of the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies within the chest, then the energy provided by this solitary Dao fruit equates to a petal upon one of those flowers. It may not seem insignificant, yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this flower is a 1,000-petaled golden lotus. Therefore, one must rely on oneself for cultivation. A Daoist, or thief in a sense, who is the object of their thievery. It is the heavenly Dao, the great Dao. Relying on external objects is akin to using a sieve to fetch water. I cannot fathom why, back in the day, I was so enthralled by tales of cultivators who, upon acquiring rare celestial treasures, could instantly dominate the realms. Now, as Viserys embarks on his path of cultivation, he understands why some alchemists and Daoists fail to attain their Dao. Primarily, it is because they have wandered astray. As the rhythmic sound of paddles and splashes filled the air, Viserys' small boat swiftly returned to the dock, with the guards having already boarded alongside Her Highness. He found himself alone, armed only with a sword. The Muddy Gate, formerly known as Lannisters Gate, is situated on the northern bank of the Blackwater River. Outside, a fish market bustles, and beyond the grand entrance lies the Fisherman's Square. To return from the Muddy Gate to the Red Fortress, one must traverse the muddy path and hook alley, fraught with peril. Imagine, if you will, the youngest scion of a wealthy family, backpack in tow, finishing a hot pot meal while singing cheerfully, all alone without a bodyguard, attempting to navigate back to his sprawling 10-acre estate, needing to traverse a lengthy slum devoid of streetlights or surveillance. In the eyes of a bandit, what would that signify? To pass him by, without robbing him, would be an insult to both his character and intelligence. Let us not speak of how splendid the security in Junlin may be. It is hardly superior to the slums of Blue Star in the later years. Viserys glanced at the few rowers, who, strictly speaking, were not soldiers of the royal fleet, but rather akin to hired help or laborers. He instructed them to row, refraining from further discussion, for they were only obliged to provide their service for the price they were paid, unless additional remuneration was offered. Chapter 22. Testing the waters, leveraging his princely title. Viserys saw the drawbridge lowered and the iron gates opened. He procured a stallion from the golden-robed guards at the city's ramparts and, under the protection of several rowers, set forth towards the Red Fortress. As for why he did not enlist the city's soldiers, Jaehaerys reasoned that if a few unarmed rowers were to cause trouble, he stood a fair chance of escaping on his swift steed with his sharp sword. However, facing fully armed soldiers would be a different matter altogether. Fortunately, these rowers were steadied by a single gold dragon each, a sum substantial enough to see their families through these trying times. Even those who had not yet settled down found solace in the promise of indulgence. A solitary gold dragon was ample to enjoy a lavish evening at the seafood merchant's establishment, where beauties from across the globe awaited. One could delight in a different companion each day, savoring the finest offerings from the Seven Kingdoms and the Isles of Summer. Jaehaerys rode at the center, his awareness keenly scanning the surroundings. As night had fallen, the streets were scarcely populated, save for a few pickpockets and thieves. The guards, uneasy with the tense atmosphere, had taken their posts atop the city walls, rendered powerless against the shadows lurking below. Some hid within the dimness, observing furtively, while others peeked through partially ajar doorways, yet wisely refrained from obstructing this formidable procession. Though the seemingly weakest among them were, in fact, the most formidable, the townsfolk instinctively gauged strength by physical appearance, attributing prowess to the robust rowers in Jaehaerys' entourage, dispelling any ominous thoughts harbored by those in the shadows. Upon reaching the Red Keep, Jaehaerys promptly compensated the rowers with a gold dragon each, eliciting joyous exclamations and heartfelt praises for the prince's generosity. The guards of the Red Keep, intrigued by the prince's comings and goings, nonetheless welcomed him back into the city with warmth. Some jested if he could not bear to part from the enchanting ladies of the royal residence. Their familiarity allowed for a more relaxed demeanor towards him, as Jaehaerys was not merely a prince, but one with whom they could share jest and banter, akin to the legendary roguish Prince Demon. It was a curious thing that this young lad could weave ribald humor with more finesse than the seasoned guards themselves. Had it not been for the wretched rebellion, perhaps Jaehaerys would one day command the city guard, just as Prince Demon did. Jaehaerys took the light-hearted teasing in stride. It was, after all, part of his intent. In the Grand Empire, familiarity breeds ease, and his own disposition contributed to this rapport. Sir Bronn, do keep a close eye on your mare. My steed is quite a firebrand, he quipped. Old heart, caught you sneaking a drink, have I? Well, I shall remember that. Sir Sorn, I hear your wife has blessed you with a bouncing baby boy? Congratulations. I shall bring a grand gift for the naming day, he continued. Ah, dear Jaime Ray, do toss aside that rusted breastplate, will you? Next we meet, I shall present you with a splendid embossed cuirass. Throughout the journey, Jaehaerys engaged in lively conversation with the night guards, swiftly making his way to Maegor's Holdfast. This evening, the watchful knight was Ser Jaime Lannister, who had been on duty for several consecutive nights, lamenting the toll of sleeplessness that rendered him a weary wretch by day. However, there exists an insurmountable predicament. Among the Seven Kingsguard, Ser Yoredane and Ser Lewin Martell have already met their demise, while the valiant Robert Baratheon lies gravely injured and captured, leaving the fate of his life unknown to the realm. The commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Barristan Selmy, along with Ser Arthur Dayne and Ser Oswell Went, have mysteriously vanished. Some speculate they have followed Prince Rhaegar, yet they made no appearance at the Battle of the Trident or in the Siege of Storm's End. The only remaining member of the white-cloaked Kingsguard in King's Landing is himself, rendering any rotation of duty impossible. Your Grace, Prince Jaehaerys. Jaime bowed respectfully. At present, Jaime appeared quite youthful, merely 17 years of age, having served in the Kingsguard for just over a year. Ser Jaime, I have heard you are the younger twin. Jaehaerys seized the opportunity to engage Jaime in conversation. The infamous regicide of later years bore no trace of the arrogance displayed in the television adaptation, nor did he exhibit the madness and cruelty of casting Bran Stark from the tower, clad in white enameled armor adorned with golden lions. His white cloak was fastened at the shoulders by brooches in the shape of lion heads. Jaehaerys never quite grasped why the people of this world so favored cloaks and capes, which, though undeniably cumbersome, seemed to hinder movement in battle. Nevertheless, he wisely refrained from questioning the matter, attributing it to tradition and custom. After all, he too possessed a black and red velvet cloak emblazoned with a three-headed dragon motif. Yet, when the time for conflict arose, a mere tug at the clasp would allow him to shed it with ease. Indeed, Your Grace. Jaime's expression betrayed a hint of complexity. Despite being twins, the relationship he shared with his sister was, a matter better left unspoken. I have heard your sister is far more beautiful than Lyanna Stark. Naturally, Jaime replied. The comparison between Lyanna and my sister is akin to the contest of a firefly against the full moon. He took immense pride in extolling his sister's virtues, harboring some undisclosed, dark thoughts, akin to a child who, having indulged in honey, feigns modesty while secretly reveling in the outrage it provokes in others. Oh, I see. It seems my brother's choice to overlook your sister was indeed a grievous error, Jaehaerys remarked with nonchalance. Jaime fell momentarily silent, acutely aware that his sister harbored deep affections for Prince Rhaegar. Had King Aerys consented to their union, his sister would undoubtedly have never confided in him. Ultimately, he felt he had lost in this regard. Sir Jaime, I have heard your father has arrived outside the gates of King's Landing today? Jaehaerys suddenly inquired. Is that so? I have been asleep throughout the day and am not quite aware of this matter. Jaime, who had been mired in despondency moments prior, now betrayed a flicker of panic in his gaze at the mention of his father, recalling his father's missives. Damn it, Jaehaerys silently nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that Jaime was aware of his father's treasonous intentions. Merely employing a few strategic words and a slight manipulation of his consciousness had caused Jaime to falter, indicating that he and Tywin had established some form of communication. This was hardly surprising, as spies from various factions had long infiltrated King's Landing, turning it into a veritable sieve brimming with eyes. Given Tywin's methods and the Lannister family's wealth, it would have been more peculiar if Jaime had remained oblivious. Chapter 23. The art of deception. Your esteemed father is truly a savior of King's Landing, Jaehaerys remarked with a hint of mockery, reminiscent of the Mad King's derision. A clear inheritance of his lineage. Your status as a savior of King's Landing will soon be revealed, Jaime retorted, straightening his posture. Secretly contemplating the moment he would force Jaehaerys to kneel before his father and hoped that he would still speak with insolence. Sir Jaime, I have recently been studying swordsmanship under Sir William. Might there be an opportunity tomorrow to seek guidance from the Kingsguard? Jaehaerys inquired, patting the lengthy sword on his back. He was still rather short, standing just over 4 feet. Among children his age, he was considered tall, yet the meteoric sword, including its hilt and sheath, measured 3.5 feet, causing its hilt to brush against his chin when worn at his waist. Hence, for ease of carrying, Jaehaerys slung it diagonally across his back. What an honor, my prince, Jaime replied, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. The prospect of compelling the Targaryen prince to kneel and beg for mercy from a Lannister was indeed a source of amusement for him. As for Jaehaerys' swordsmanship, did it truly matter? At best, it would be mere posturing. He would need to temper his approach to avoid breaking the child's spirit. After all, he was a knight. Perhaps he would allow him 3 chances. As Jaehaerys hummed a whimsical tune, he departed, opting not to seek out Aerys too, as such an endeavor would be futile. He was not so presumptuous as to believe that his opinions held sway after the king had solicited his thoughts at the recent banquet. In essence, he was merely a second son, nothing more. As night fell, Maegor's holdfast appeared to slumber, shrouded in darkness. Jaehaerys leapt from the parapet, retrieving a torch for illumination. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the layout of Maegor's holdfast, having spent 7 years of his life there, a residence for royal family members. His own chamber had already been packed and dispatched to Dragonstone. Rhaegar, as the crown prince, occupied the largest room apart from the king, nearly encompassing the entire second floor, making it relatively easy to locate. All that remained was to enter, convey the stakes to his sister-in-law, and quietly depart with her and the children. Jaehaerys reassured himself, believing that complex matters often have straightforward solutions. Simplicity is the essence of truth. He knocked on the door, a series of firm raps echoing in the stillness. A muffled sound reverberated through the desolate corridor, akin to the breath of shadows. Who? A young woman's voice emerged from beyond the door, declaring, If you dare to disturb us again, I shall castrate you. What a fiery woman. Jaehaerys murmured, Sister-in-law. It's me, open the door. This jest has grown tiresome. For heaven's sake, do you beasts not fear the wrath of his majesty? Ahem, Olenna, it seems this time it is not them. You should take a look. A frail voice replied from within, almost inaudible, but Jaehaerys, with his keen senses, discerned it. Olenna, the woman, mumbled something, her accent thick, rendering it indecipherable to Jaehaerys. Though it was surely not kind. A narrow gap in the door opened, revealing a slightly darker-skinned head peering out, her obsidian eyes darting about. Upon seeing Jaehaerys, she swiftly retreated, the door closing once more. Your Highness, it is truly Prince Jaehaerys. Olenna's voice brimmed with delight. Soon, the heavy door was opened again, and the young maid curtsied, inviting Jaehaerys into the chamber. Rhaegar's quarters were expansive, flanked by several doors on either side, with a modest hall in the center. A long table, not particularly large, occupied the space, flanked by a row of chairs. A sliver of light emanated from the left door, while the other doors were firmly shut. The room bore no decorations. However, the varying shades of the walls suggested that items once adorned them, now removed. Ahem, Your Highness. Please forgive my rudeness. A delicate voice emanated from within, reminiscent of a newly born kitten, soft and gentle. Under the lamp's glow, a woman with long, raven-black hair lay propped against several pillows on the bed, her complexion pale, to prevent her from toppling over. Sister-in-law. Jaehaerys bowed in greeting. The original memories of this Dornish sister-in-law were not particularly warm. The age gap between them was vast, and in this era of early marriage and childbearing, the twins were 17 years younger than their brother Rhaegar, almost akin to a generational divide. Rhaegar was indifferent towards his younger brothers. He became a knight at 17, famed for his unparalleled prowess, yet he never imparted a single lesson in martial skills to them until his untimely demise at 24. His passion for literature consumed him, leaving no room to educate his brothers in knowledge either. The Targaryen twins bore no trace of the glory he brought, yet they were ensnared by the burdens of their bloodline. People revered him more than the king, and formidable figures like Baratheon, the Bold, and the Sword of the Dawn were among his friends and subordinates. A royal flush squandered in the game of fate. Jaehaerys harbored a few grievances. Rhaegar had already paid for his actions, yet his wife and children should not suffer such consequences, much like the Targaryen lineage itself. In the original narrative, Viserys raised his arms and legs in agreement. The massacre of women and children serves only to vent anger, to obliterate the bloodline of the Dragon King, and to deliver a declaration of allegiance. These so-called knights are merely beasts clad in iron, who, upon wielding their weapons, unleash the demons within, penning a history that glorifies the victors, filled with righteous yet deceitful proclamations. Sister-in-law, I trust you are aware of our current predicament. I am preparing to take you to Dragonstone, where a small vessel awaits. Jaehaerys spoke swiftly. Elia and the girl named Olenna exchanged glances, as though they had heard a tale from a fantastical realm. Yet, the king will not allow us to depart, Elia murmured, her voice so faint that Jaehaerys had to strain to catch even a hint of sound. At this juncture, do the king's words still hold such weight? Do you not consider that if the city falls, your lives and those of the children may be in imminent peril? Aegon has already left, Elia whispered, tears slowly streaming from her strikingly distinct eyes. Your Highness, Aegon has been taken by His Majesty. He sent Lord Varys with a child of white hair to replace Olenna. Came the explanation. Jaehaerys was somewhat bewildered. What? Did not the series proclaim he was thrown to his death? How could he be taken away? This series is deceiving me. His ignorance stemmed from not having read the original novel. Otherwise, he would have been aware of this plotline. However, due to the prolonged absence of updates to the original work, the legitimacy of the child claimed by Varys as Aegon VI, purportedly Rhaegar's son, was in doubt. In this age, there were no means of verification. One could not ascertain lineage solely by appearance. As many descendants of Valyria with silver hair and violet eyes resided in Essos. Does the spider possess any evidence? Jaehaerys promptly inquired. He holds the king's handwritten letter. Bearing His Majesty's seal, Jaehaerys contemplated. In this world, due to the intricacies of craftsmanship, it is exceedingly difficult to forge an identical seal. Moreover, the wax is melted and poured on the spot, eliminating the possibility of pre-prepared impressions. Since Varys was bold enough to present the royal seal, he must not fear scrutiny. Thus, the authenticity of this matter should be indisputable. Publicly sending the Targaryen twins to Dragonstone to draw fire, while covertly ensuring the safety of the true heir, regardless of whether Robert kills or captures, is indeed a masterstroke. Truly remarkable. Yet, Jaehaerys mused, it was not a question of doubting the intellect of Aegon II. Could it be that the so-called sages, despite their extensive deliberations, may err, while the foolish, in their folly, may sometimes stumble upon truth? Chapter 24. The lamp burns low. Moreover, did Aegon place such unwavering trust in the spider, to the extent of relinquishing the future of the kingdom? It is incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. If the child cast from the Dragonstone was not the rightful heir to the Seven Kingdoms, then should this child not be saved? A flash of realization struck Jaehaerys. Of course, the child must be rescued. If Aegon Targaryen is innocent, then the child who pays the price is even more so. What of Rhaenys? Did she also leave with Varys? Princess Rhaenys was unwilling to depart, claiming she had dreamt that Prince Rhaegar had come to fetch her, resolutely refusing to emerge from his chamber. Olenna, ever forthright, echoed the sentiments of Queen Rhaella. Foolish child, if you do not leave now, there may be no opportunity left. Your father has long since passed, and does anyone know if this dreadful news has reached her? Perhaps I could exploit this situation? Thus, Jaehaerys sought permission from Princess Elia to persuade his little niece. Elia appeared quite troubled, yet could not conceive a suitable solution. Under the guidance of a young maid, he arrived at Rhaegar's door. Little shadow, come out. It is your uncle Jaehaerys. No, I want to wait for father. The young girl seemed not to be asleep, her voice tinged with tears. Uncle is here to take you to find father. You are lying. Father said he would take me to the summer hall, where dragons soar in the azure sky, weaving between the towering spires. Rhaenys, do you know your father's title? He is the Prince of Dragonstone. How could he possibly be at the summer hall? Surely, you have misunderstood your dream. Now, uncle, your mother and brother are going to Dragonstone to find father. Will you come with us? Jaehaerys spoke in a light-hearted tone. Really? Rhaenys quickly darted from her room, for the door had not been bolted from within. By the benevolence of the celestial lord, I too, as a humble priest, have spun a kind-hearted falsehood to save an innocent name. A small act of compassion that aligns with the greater good. Yes, truly. Jaehaerys nodded. Olenna gazed at Jaehaerys in astonishment. Rhaenys, this little ancestor, had remained in her room for 2 days, impervious to persuasion. If forcibly taken, she would scream and bite, having already injured several guards. It was assumed Jaehaerys would achieve nothing, yet it proved so simple. This was because others lacked clarity on where to take her. Jaehaerys, however, possessed a precise objective. Additionally, Rhaenys had spent some time on Dragonstone with her parents during her early years, and though she was but a child then, she retained some semblance of memory, thus readily accepted Jaehaerys' words. Oh, we are going to find father, Rhaenys exclaimed with joy, her face still glistening with tears. Jaehaerys took her small hand and approached Princess Elia. Sister-in-law, you must prepare swiftly. We must depart without delay. Elia shook her head, and Olenna explained, Your Highness, we have already packed, but Our Lady's health. Since giving birth to Aegon, Elia's condition had deteriorated severely. She had been confined to her bed, and the maesters could offer little remedy, merely advising against exertion. Jaehaerys surmised that her frail constitution had been further depleted by 2 childbirths. Observing her pallor, he sensed her aura and attempted to channel a surge of vitality, but to no avail. Child, there is no need for your futile efforts. This woman has already reached her end. Her vitality extinguished, came the telepathic message from the wondrous tree of treasures. Jaehaerys sighed inwardly, realizing that the Dark Mountain was merely the final straw that broke his sister-in-law's spirit. Even if the Lannisters treated her with courtesy, her fate was ultimately sealed. Elia was no longer able to walk, and aside from her devoted handmaiden, Olenna, she had only a wet nurse and 2 elderly caretakers. The wet nurse, having grown too familiar with Prince Aegon, had been taken away by Varys, leaving the 2 elderly women to reside among the servants. Thus, finding someone to carry Elia away proved arduous, especially with the king's decree forbidding her departure from Maegor's holdfast. Olenna, my dear sister, cough. Take Rhaenys and the child and leave. Had I known this day would come, I would have never allowed my little Aegon to depart. And what of you? The queen commands us to protect your safety at all costs. If you do not leave, then I cannot leave. The young handmaiden cried. The queen referred to as undoubtedly the current queen of Dorne, since the year 187 Aegon. When the wise King Daeron II reached a peace agreement with the Prince of Dorne, Dorne retained considerable privileges, including the right to maintain the titles of prince or princess. Technically, they should be referred to as prince or princess, but translations often use the term prince, hence the continued usage in this context. The other 6 kingdoms, however, did not enjoy such status, having all been downgraded to mere lords. This was akin to the common saying among human farmers in the game of Warcraft. The titles of Duke, Marquis, Count, and Baron were merely variations of Lord, though the power among them was distinctly unequal, prompting adjustments in the translated titles. To set aside idle chatter, after a prolonged tug-of-war, Jaehaerys grew anxious. At last, the reluctant Olenna produced a bundle. Clearly, they had long harbored intentions to escape. The exquisite tapestries adorning the walls had vanished, and Jaehaerys recalled that within Rhaegar's chambers hung a magnificent tapestry depicting the history of Aegon's conquest, a royal heirloom of immeasurable value. Yet, the spot where it once hung was now bare. However, akin to the dozens of Valyrian steel weapons and countless golden dragons left behind in the royal treasury, Jaehaerys lacked the means to transport everything, ultimately relinquishing it all to Robert. Money is but a trivial matter. Jaehaerys reassured himself. I am a practitioner on a journey. What use have I for mere riches? Yet, a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. If only he possessed the ability to conceal treasures within his sleeves, he would ensure not a single coin remained for Robert. He had heard that the wondrous tree of treasures possessed a spatial domain, but it was likely that such wealth would not tempt them. Jaehaerys, with tear-filled eyes, led Rhaenys and the young handmaiden Olenna out of the chamber, while the child slept soundly in Olenna's arms. Elia gazed at the silhouettes of their departing figures, her heart heavy with the thought of her son and family now separated from her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked back a prayer for the Virgin Mary's mercy, beseeching her to bless her son with a healthy upbringing. Indeed, it was a profound sorrow. The severance of flesh and bone brings boundless anguish, as sharp as the blades of wind and frost, with the moon resembling a scythe. A journey fraught with tempest stretches before me, all due to the ruin of the nation and familial vendettas. Chapter 25. Departure from King's Landing. As they exited the Maegor's holdfast, a guard emerged from the shadows to intercept them. Jaehaerys recognized the newcomer. Cersone, still awake. I see. Your Highness, surely you are not suggesting that you are out for a midnight stroll with a lady? Why not? At such a tender age. You already have 2 children. Curse that fellow. Jaehaerys mused, struggling to recall Cersone's full name. Was it Aelys, or perhaps Alicia? However, he discerned that this man was in his 30s, robustly built, with thick, dark hair and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. He hailed from the esteemed Sohn family of the Crownlands, his armor adorned with silver flail motifs. Cersone was adept at reading the room and currying favor, possessing keen insight. Fortunately, he rarely practiced archery. Otherwise, the title of Master Archer would surely have been his. Jaehaerys pondered briefly, then retrieved a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg from his waist, discreetly offering it. I heard your son's naming day is fast approaching. I had promised you a grand gift. Please accept this for now. Oh dear, why is the moon absent tonight? It seems I misjudged the hour. Might His Highness be retrieving something he has inadvertently left behind? Cersone remarked without alarming the other guards. It seems rather heavy. Allow me to assist you. Currently, the Red Keep was lax within its walls, with few guards patrolling beneath the battlements. Most were stationed atop the walls. Along the way, they encountered a few familiar guards, and aside from Old Hart, who was thoroughly intoxicated, the others lent assistance to varying degrees. Some provided a large cloak to the young maid, concealing the child cradled in her arms, while others brought forth 2 horses, allowing Jaehaerys to ride with the young princess, appearing beneath the black cloak like a portly dwarf. The maid, Olenna, mounted another horse. With the protection of the numerous guards, they successfully departed the Red Keep. Thank you, brothers. Jaehaerys clasped his fists together from atop his horse, genuinely grateful for their aid today. Otherwise, merely exiting the Red Keep would have posed a significant challenge. His gaze swept over Cyril, the heir of House Starkweather, the earnest Bronn, the cunning Cersone, the timid Lord Dallinton, the perpetually morose brothers of the Vischer family, and the diminutive knight from House Lake, Jeremy. Remember them well. Jaehaerys admonished himself, committing their faces and families to memory, even if they were to fall or be maimed. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would ensure to repay them or their kin. The Lannisters pay their debts. I, Jaehaerys, shall reward kindness and avenge grievances. The 2 horses and 4 riders descended from Aegon's Hill along the Hook Alley, where they encountered a group of similarly hooded figures, numbering at least a dozen. The leader appeared familiar, and through the flickering light of the torches, Jaehaerys discerned Lord Hightower. The individual before them was indeed one of the esteemed sages of the Alchemist Guild, renowned for their mastery in crafting wildfires, whom they had encountered merely days prior. Following Rosat's ascension to the position of Prime Minister, his wielding of power had significantly amplified, thus hastening the progress of transporting the Alchemist Guild's flames to Dragonstone Island. With ample manpower and resources at their disposal, a contingent of delivery teams led by Galgus was swiftly organized. Each member was an elite from the guild, with the least experienced being assistants. Those remaining were primarily the aged, frail, or those unwilling to traverse the vast ocean. The king. Galgus had not anticipated an encounter with Jaehaerys at this precise moment and location. Prule. Indeed, my lord, it is I, Prule. Jaehaerys interjected, asserting that this was not the moment for recognition. The large hood concealed his hair and violet eyes, yet it could not mask his voice. Indeed, Lord Prule. Why not accompany us? Galgus, now realizing the situation, extended a warm invitation, and the 2 parties joined forces. The young maid was now overwhelmed with delight and curiosity. Her previous sadness dissipated. She had often heard tales of the royal twins, who were said to indulge in debauchery and deceit, engaging in all manner of mischief. Yet, the reality seemed to starkly contrast these rumors. Could it be that society's expectations of the princes were set too high, rendering such a graceful youth maligned in public perception? Soon, they arrived at the riverside gate. With Galgus holding the Prime Minister's order, none dared to obstruct them, thereby saving Jaehaerys considerable effort. At the dock, 2 vessels were anchored. One bore the seahorse emblem of House Velaryon, while the other was a merchant ship of dual masts, significantly larger than the former. Jaehaerys and the young maid detached from the group, riding directly towards the Velaryon warship, where an elderly man stood at the bow. "Stop. This is the royal vessel. The sea wind. Please proceed elsewhere." The elder barked. "Are you not Sir Tridimon?" Galgus, overseeing the boarding of the alchemists onto the merchant ship, inquired upon hearing a familiar voice. "Indeed, it is I." Jaehaerys interrupted the pleasantries, exclaiming, "Blood and fire share the same origin." Tridimon understood he had found the right individuals and replied, "Simplicity is the essence of the Great Way." Just the night before, he had secured the merchant ship for an old friend, unaware that Lord Luthras had dispatched him to fetch someone, only providing a cryptic rendezvous signal. Once aboard, Jaehaerys removed his cloak, revealing his silver gold hair and violet eyes, simultaneously loosening the grip of Rennies that had firmly bound him. "I have met His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess." Old Tridimon finally grasped why Luthras had entrusted him with such a seemingly trivial task. Who could better understand the waters of Blackwater Bay than himself? Jaehaerys assured him that formalities were unnecessary, for nighttime navigation was perilous, and with such a renowned veteran aboard, their safety was considerably enhanced. After all, the elder had spent the majority of his life navigating the Blackwater River, able to discern hidden reefs and whirlpools even with his eyes closed. Jaehaerys gazed as the sailors lowered the oars. The sea breeze resembled a nimble centipede, its oars moving in unison, propelling the vessel swiftly forward. As he looked back at the receding King's Landing and the towering Red Keep, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally departed from the inferno of King's Landing, with most of his arrangements now complete. Only one task remained. The cold moon hung like a tooth, glimmering on the water's surface. Aside from the sound of oars striking the water and the whisper of the wind, it seemed as though the world had fallen into a deep slumber. Jaehaerys stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed toward the direction of King's Landing. Beyond the West City, where tournaments were frequently held, it was likely that the lights were ablaze and banners were fluttering this very night. At that moment, with the tide in their favor and after a change of rowers, the sea breeze finally reached the Blackwater River mouth, where they could harness the wind. The cool breeze from the sea brought with it a distinctive scent of brine and wetness. "Your Highness, why do you not take some rest?" inquired the young maid, Olenna, her voice bright and clear. "Sir Trystane mentioned it will be several hours until we reach Dragonstone." He observed the girl before him, who appeared to be of similar age to a middle school student in his previous life. Her skin bore a sun-kissed hue, quite common in Dorne, and she moved with confidence, navigating the swaying ship with ease. "Olenna, do you know when the darkest hour of the day occurs? Is it at midnight?" She replied, "In truth, it is at dawn that darkness prevails. During that time, the stars retreat, and the sun is yet to rise. As if an invisible hand has erased all light from the world. Just like now," he remarked. "Precisely, but in just a few moments. As the sun pierces through the clouds, the world will awaken, and light shall once again reign supreme." Jaehaerys turned to the young maid. At that instant, the first ray of sunlight sliced through the darkness like a sword, a sun's silhouette leaping above the horizon, casting golden radiance that enveloped Jaehaerys in a divine glow. Pure and mysterious, the sun, newly risen, shone resplendently, illuminating mountains and rivers as if they were ablaze, swiftly dispelling the stars and the waning moon. Chapter 26. The new succession law Dragonstone is so diminutive that during the era of the freehold of Valyria, Aegon Targaryen and his family, along with their dragons, viewed their journey to Dragonstone as a self-imposed exile from the contest for the Iron Throne. Moreover, the island's geographical location is crucial, positioned at the entrance of Blackwater Bay, effectively controlling the passage. Each year, the Blackwater River brings an abundance of silt and nutrients, while the warm currents of the summer sea converge here, creating a vast fishing ground extending from Cape Marseille to the Fingers Peninsula. Dragonstone lies at the heart of this bountiful area, as the fief of the heir apparent. The inhabitants of Dragonstone were spared from the exploitation of the great lords and the heavy taxes imposed on mainland peasants, allowing them to lead remarkably stable lives. They had settled here since the time of Aegon Targaryen, originally comprised largely of slaves who accompanied the Targaryen family, yet through generations of procreation, they had become the most loyal supporters of the Targaryen lineage. However, this reality could not alter the fact that Dragonstone's terrain was steep and arable land was scarce. Although the fertile volcanic ash nourishes the soil, the frequent volcanic eruptions have resulted in most areas being cloaked in a thick layer of volcanic rock, rendering them utterly unsuitable for agricultural cultivation and planting. The limited arable land has constrained the population growth on Dragonstone, which has fluctuated around 5,000 for centuries. Excluding the elderly, infirm, and women and children, the number of able-bodied men available for military mobilization is fewer than 1 2,000. However, if compelled, one could muster a makeshift force of approximately 2,000 men. The arrival of the royal fleet, with its 3,000 soldiers and 300 cavalry, not only bolstered the defensive strength of Dragonstone, but also intensified the governance challenges. The pressing issue was not food or weaponry, but rather the alarming scarcity of women. The military discipline of this era was not as stringent as that of future armies. It was merely marginally better than that of bandits. On the very first day of their arrival, a troubling incident involving the assault of local women occurred, leading to a confrontation between fishermen and soldiers, resulting in several fatalities. Consequently, Queen Layla had no choice but to appoint Count Adrian Saitiga as the Minister of Justice to oversee law and order on the island. Meanwhile, Luthras Valerian continued to serve as the Minister of Naval Affairs, tasked with regulating and restraining the royal fleet sailors. A garrison was established on Dragonstone, with Sir William Derry appointed as its inaugural commander, responsible for leading the land forces to safeguard the island and maintain daily order. A few days later, Master Tree, a scholar from Dragonstone, received a raven from King's Landing. "Your Majesty, please accept my condolences." As a prince, J. Harries immediately grasped the contents of the message. King's Landing had fallen. Jaime Lannister had committed regicide, and upon Tywin's army entering the city, widespread pillaging and destruction ensued. The Meagle Tower was captured, with most defenders killed during the fierce battles in the tower, hall, and basement, while a few were taken captive. Gregor Clegane violated and murdered Princess Elia, while Lord Barrys of the Alchemist Guild was slain by Jaime. Subsequently, the majority of the Alchemist Guild members surrendered. When Tywin entered the Red Keep, he was ambushed by Prime Minister Rosart using wildfire, resulting in the loss of several knights from the Lannister ranks, with Tywin himself sustaining injuries. His brother, Tygat, suffered severe burns and later succumbed to his wounds. In the ensuing chaos, Rosart attempted to flee but was killed by the arriving Amory Lorch. Subsequently, the Duke of the North led troops into the city, creating a standoff but not escalating into large-scale conflict. Tywin Lannister advocated for an assault on Dragonstone, offering hundreds of thousands of gold dragons as military funding. Regrettably, the entirety of House Baratheon's fleet has been transported to Dragonstone, rendering civilian fishing and merchant vessels utterly incapable of engaging in maritime combat. Meanwhile, the fleet stationed at Chingtang Island remains besieged at Windwhisper Fortress and has yet to surrender to Robert, although it is an inevitability that looms on the horizon. In this tumultuous moment, Tywin finds himself consumed by an anger without an outlet, directing his wrath upon those loyal to the Targaryen family. Initially resorting to pillaging, he soon escalates to acts of murder and arson, and such behavior quickly becomes a contagion among the ranks. The opulent residences of the nobility and affluent merchants in King's Landing are breached by chaotic soldiers, resulting in widespread plunder of immense wealth and the destruction of countless structures. The first to engage in the looting fill their coffers with gold dragons and jewels, while those arriving later are left to scavenge the remnants. Ultimately, those who arrive last are forced to cast their greedy eyes upon the common folk. The unrest persists for a full 3 days, until Robert issues a decree forbidding the lords from allowing their men to pillage, commit acts of sexual violence, or engage in murder and arson. To enforce this, he executes dozens of the unruly soldiers, which gradually brings the chaos to a halt. However, the citizens of King's Landing, having endured this catastrophe, face unimaginable loss. Entire families are wiped out, and the able-bodied men and women are taken, leaving behind only the elderly and the infirm. Those who dared to resist have been murdered before their loved ones, resulting in an atmosphere thick with cries of despair and mourning, amidst the pervasive presence of the dead and the remnants of shattered walls. The Silent Sisters find themselves overwhelmed, unable to tend to the countless corpses, too numerous to honor even in death. Ultimately, they are left with no choice but to gather the bodies and ignite several large pyres outside the city. This is our failure towards the people of King's Landing. Upon reading the letter, Layla remains silent for a long moment, and when she finally raises her head, tears stream down her face. "Your Majesty, how can this be blamed on you? If blame must be assigned, let it rest upon the Lannisters and Baratheons. It is the White Walkers who should have taken them." A maid comforts her. Viserys' eyes burn with rage as he grits his teeth, while Rhaenys has already fainted in the embrace of her young maid, Olenna, who has come to understand that her mother will never return to her. Jaehaerys is filled with sorrow. Although he anticipated the fall of King's Landing, he did not foresee that his plans would not only fail to incinerate Tywin, but would instead incite the lion's brutal heart, unleashing vengeance upon the citizens of King's Landing. Indeed, He had left behind a final instruction, requesting Rosart not to burn the city. If the Lannisters were not en route to rescue the crown, they were to lay a trap with wildfire along Tywin's inevitable path into the Red Keep, seizing the opportunity to eliminate him should he appear. It is evident that Rosart attempted to execute this plan, albeit with a stroke of ill fortune. Tywin, though injured, survives and, fueled by the loss of a brother, unleashes a merciless rampage. Viserys, Jaehaerys, Rhaenys, follow me. Queen Layla, supported by her maid, makes her way towards the shrine on Dragonstone, where a high altar stands, honoring a maiden carved from a mast alongside the Virgin, a warrior, and a smith. An old woman with pearl-like eyes, the father with a golden beard, and an almost beastly figure of a stranger. For centuries, these figures have been adorned with layers of vibrant paint, gold, silver, and inlaid jewels. The stained glass shards sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent and radiant. Your father was slain by the usurper Jaime Lannister, and countless innocent lives perished at the hands of the Lannister army. Queen Rhaela turned to her 2 sons and granddaughter, her heart heavy with sorrow. Regrettably, the prince who ought to be here today is lost to the winds of fate. She is acutely aware that the true Aegon has been dispatched to another location. Now, our Targaryen family has been driven to this remote isle by rebels who regard us as thorns in their side, relentless in their pursuit. It is only a matter of time before the hounds are upon us. I, Rhaela Targaryen, in the name of blood and fire, demand that you swear before the warriors and strangers alike, that henceforth, wherever you may be, as long as you draw breath, you shall ensure that the Lannisters and their traitorous ilk pay dearly for their deeds. To assuage the spirits of your father and the countless innocents who have met their tragic fates, I implore you to vow before the father and the mother that among the heirs of House Targaryen, regardless of age or gender, whoever can vanquish the Lannisters and bring peace to the realm shall be the rightful ruler of the 7 kingdoms, the legitimate sovereign of the Iron Throne. Chapter 27. The coronation of the new king. The tender voices of 3 young ones reverberated within the sacred hall, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Some grievances should not be forgotten. They can only be passed down through the bloodline, and even a vendetta spanning 10 generations can be avenged. In this moment, Queen Rhaela bestowed equal rights of inheritance upon all legitimate heirs of House Targaryen, not based on birth order, but on capability and the fire of vengeance, to repay their enemies with blood and fire. Though Jaehaerys initially held no interest in the Iron Throne, the atmosphere swelled to such an extent that he felt compelled to pledge an oath, only to sense an invisible shackle descending upon him, a binding force from his own bloodline and the will of the heavens. I should not have altered the narrative. This is troubling. The heavens have acknowledged his vow, and should he betray it, the consequences remain a mystery. Family, who can comprehend? I merely wish to pursue a tranquil path to enlightenment, yet I am forced onto the relentless road of vengeance. Alas, alas, the sins I have wrought. I shall bear the burden alone. Meanwhile, in the city of King S. Landing, Robert, I believe it is imperative to impose severe punishment upon Duke Tywin, Ser Jaime, and those who have committed egregious offenses, such as Gregor and Ser Amory. They have forsaken their knightly oaths and honor, murdering the king they vowed to protect, violating women, and executing surrendered soldiers. Arson and pillaging have become their crimes. To spare them would be to incite the wrath of the common folk, Eddard Stark proclaimed, standing beneath the throne and addressing the lofty Robert Baratheon. Young wolf, what crimes have the Lannisters committed? The Lannisters repay their debts. My brother's tragic demise was merely a release of frustration upon some surrendered soldiers. My nephew, though he slew the Mad King, did so to save the lives of the townsfolk and your own. Kevin Lannister, bandaged in linen, glared defiantly. He had been struck by a stone during the assault on Maegor's holdfast, necessitating a similar binding as his elder brother. Your Majesty Robert, I believe the immediate priority is your coronation. Other matters can be resolved once you ascend to the throne. Tywin suppressed his anguish and spoke with a measured tone, while yellowish pus seeped from the bandage on his left hand. On that fateful day, he was mounted upon a grand steed, surrounded by a phalanx of armored soldiers, when suddenly a green light erupted from either side of the road. In a moment of desperation, he threw himself in front of the majority of the wildfire. But his left hand was caught in the conflagration, liquid seeping into the crevices of steel. To this day, the memory evokes a cold sweat. After more than 20 years on the battlefield, he had never faced such a peril, nearly becoming an accomplice to the Mad King. As for my own acts of pillaging, let His Majesty Robert punish the likes of Bolton, Amber, Glover, Fry, Karstark, Hornwood, Manderley, Locke, Dustin, and the various lords of the north, as their soldiers also took part in the plunder. Tywin declared, kneeling on one knee. Haha, you exaggerate, Lord Tywin, Robert replied, descending from the lofty iron throne, his attendants rushing to support him. He grasped Tywin's uninjured right hand. Old man, you are the pillar of the realm. Were it not for your protection, the Mad King's kingdom would have long been seized by the Black Fire. How could I punish you now, when the realm remains unsettled? Once I am crowned, I shall pardon your son's regicide, and he will still serve as a member of the King's Guard. What say you? Eddard, a man of stone-like stubbornness, was consumed by notions of honor and lacked the flexibility to adapt, so you need not take offense at him. Eddard, come here and apologize to Lord Tywin. No need for apologies. Lord Eddard is but a man of principle, Tywin remarked, his eyes narrowed. However, your majesty, in your prime, you cannot be without a queen for even a day. It is imperative to marry a noble lady soon. I have a daughter, youthful and beautiful, well-versed in etiquette, a suitable match. Allow me to ponder this, Robert thought, inwardly cursing. Indeed, Tywin was a cunning old fox. Yet, considering the old man's astuteness and his willingness to accept the blame for regicide, Robert decided to overlook the matter. The kingdom required balance and stability. The West must not descend into chaos. If Lyanna truly could not be retrieved, what harm would it be to marry a young lion as mere decoration? After all, no other suitable candidates emerged from the great houses. One could only say that what is unattainable forever stirs the heart, while what is gained becomes nothing more than a speck of rice on a garment, and the beloved becomes a mere smear of mosquito blood on the wall. Lyanna had long discerned Robert's fickleness and proclivity for infidelity. Did Eddard remain oblivious? He certainly knew, yet he was powerless to intervene or resolve anything, merely forced to watch as his sister tumbled into the abyss. Little did they anticipate that a tournament at Harrenhal would alter the trajectory of the kingdom, plunging it toward the precipice. Now, in the Riverlands, the Stormlands, and the lands of the lords, industries lay in ruin, and the populace was displaced, with not a crow to be heard for 1,000 miles, and bones scattered across the fields. The once prosperous capital of King's Landing had devolved into a landscape of shattered rooftops and broken walls. Robert may not be the ideal king, yet he is resolutely unwilling to witness the chaos that envelopes his realm. From the very moment he took up arms, he was determined to seize the Iron Throne. He yearned to restore order, to prove himself superior to the Mad King, Aerys II, and to ensure that his name echoed through the verses of every bard. Akin to Aegon the Conqueror, now, the Iron Throne lay beneath him, granting him the opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. However, who could have anticipated that the first strike upon entering the city would be directed at his own? Outside the Red Keep, the iron spikes bore the gruesome sight of several heads, including that of one of his own vassals. How are the preparations for the coronation, Lord John? Robert diverted the topic. The old lion had spoken wisely. The immediate priority was his crowning. A kingdom cannot endure a day without a monarch. Only when the High Septon personally anointed him with the 7 sacred oils and placed the crown upon his head would the throne be rightfully his. As for whether he could maintain his seat, Robert declared that the blood of Rhaegar still stained the Stormbreaker. Who would dare challenge him? Messages from Varys indicated that some secretly referred to him as a usurper, mere vermin and rats lurking in the shadows. Who would truly care? The Targaryen family had not always been the sovereigns of the 7 kingdoms. Your Majesty, preparations for the coronation ceremony are underway. However, the grand tournament you requested following the coronation may encounter financial constraints, reported Alan candidly. After 2 years of war, whose granaries and cellars were not empty. Thus, the coffers were indeed bare. Fear not, for we have seized millions of golden dragons from the Red Keep's treasury. Besides rewarding the loyal, there will be ample resources to host countless tournaments. Robert waved his hand grandly, unperturbed by the expense. After all, what care is there for the lands of one's ancestors? The Targaryen family had hoarded wealth here for centuries, yet had not considered relocating. Moreover, ensure that these bones are disposed of in the cellar. Their presence is unsettling. Robert gestured towards the dragon skulls that loomed around, relics of a bygone era. Would it not be frightful to display such remnants in the hall? Were it not for the lingering value of dragon bones, he would have long since cast them into the moat as mere refuse. Chapter 28. I am Little J, 7 years old, soon to be 8. Originally residing in the Red Keep of King's Landing, I was relocated to Dragonstone due to the uprising. I have neither a little aunt nor a cousin, but I do have a beautiful niece and an impending sister. J. Harry's recalled a scene from a story he once witnessed. A small figure clad in a woolen tunic adorned with gleaming bronze plates practiced thrusts with a wooden sword in the garden. Nearby stood a man of imposing presence, his hair a mix of gray and white, tall and robust, donned in polished silver armor over a black leather tunic. reinforced with copper studs. A sword belt crossed from shoulder to waist, supporting a long sword whose pommel was a deep yellow stone, while the leather scabbard bore the marks of age and wear. Princess Rhaenys, you are performing admirably, but remember, during your thrusts, your power must remain concentrated, the man instructed. Yes, Sir William. Rhaenys gasped for breath, exhibiting a maturity and composure that belied her mere 4 years of age. Upon receiving the devastating news of her parents' demise and her younger brother's mysterious disappearance, it seemed as though Rhaenys had matured overnight. No longer did she wail for her mother and father. Instead, she clung to Sir Willem Darry, the commander of the Dragonstone garrison, seeking lessons in swordsmanship and horsemanship. Since relocating to Dragonstone, Dorne had dispatched envoys, even sending her a magnificent sandy warhorse, perfectly suited for a childess riding. Her uncles had once considered bringing her to Dorne, but how could Queen Rhaela ever consent to such a thing? The Targaryens held a proud legacy of true dragons. For now, at least, they could find solace on Dragonstone, avoiding the frantic chaos of a terrified wildcat. Consequently, as a compromise, Dorne sent over a contingent of over a dozen warriors to serve as Princess Rhaenys' guards, a clear indication of their mistrust towards Dragonstone. However, Queen Rhaela took no offense. Recognizing that the garrison's defenses were severely lacking, having a few elite soldiers could only be beneficial. During this period, Jaehaerys had collected rent twice. Yet aside from gaining a modicum of vitality, he had acquired no skills whatsoever. It felt akin to finding the thank you note under a bottle cap, where the only distinction was the occasional unique pattern, yet still followed by the same insipid sentiment of gratitude. Prince Jaehaerys, would you care to join me for some practice? The former Red Keep instructor inquired, noting that this youngest scion of House Targaryen was particularly indolent. Even his twin brother, Viserys, though not as earnest as Princess Rhaenys, occasionally sought him out for swordplay, yet Jaehaerys had never approached him for guidance. Sure, Jaehaerys replied, acknowledging that what he truly lacked was practical combat experience. No matter how proficient one became in swordplay, the chaos of battle could leave one bewildered. In truth, the Red Keep had few peers his age, and during their time in King's Landing, matters were too pressing to dedicate time to honing skills gradually. Thus, while his swordsmanship was of a high caliber, his experience bar remained at 0. Sir Willem, I wish to practice combat. May I request your instruction? Jaehaerys declared, seizing a wooden sword from the rack and swinging it with a whoosh that cut through the air. Your Highness, I believe it is essential to master the fundamentals, Sir Willem remarked, perceiving that this child was even more ambitious than Viserys. Alas, why was there not a single child among the Targaryens who possessed the humility of Prince Rhaegar? You make a valid point, but what if I am a prodigy? Surely, one must extend certain privileges to a genius. Jaehaerys pondered his words carefully. Sir Willem found himself speechless. Why did every child of House Targaryen exude such unfounded confidence? The procedure had already been repeated twice. Must it be done yet again? Well, whether herding a single sheep or a flock, the task remained the same. With that thought, he drew a wooden sword. While practicing swordplay felt somewhat beneath him, it sufficed to discipline the pupils. Jaehaerys launched the first attack. His diminutive stature and short reach necessitated close combat to leverage his agility. The monkey sword style was not merely about technique. It also encompassed footwork and body movement. It was well understood that simian creatures possess shorter hind legs, unlike humans with their muscular thighs. Thus the monkey sword style emphasized nimble footwork and body maneuvering, allowing one to dart about as swiftly as a fish navigating through crevices. In the realm of swordsmanship, the synergy of footwork and body movement is paramount, emphasizing the reduction of unnecessary transitions during technique shifts, akin to the graceful manipulation of flowers. This is largely due to the distinct anatomical structure of a monkey's wrist, which allows for swifter and more fluid transitions between strikes. Consequently, in close-quarter combat, the swordplay of the monkey man manifests a rapidity and potency unmatched. As Jaehaerys circled around the cumbersome Sir William, he occasionally lunged with a thrust or unexpectedly altered his technique, catching his opponent off guard. It wasn't long before Sir William found himself struggling to respond effectively. However, seasoned in the art of combat, he quickly recognized the need to shift his offensive and defensive strategies. After executing a powerful block with his wooden sword against a descending strike, he swiftly followed with an upward slash, then gripped his sword with both hands to deliver a formidable downward cleave. Though Jaehaerys perceived numerous openings in Sir William's technique, they were fleeting, insufficient for a counterattack. Moreover, the sheer momentum of his forceful strikes rendered any successful penetration of defenses a perilous endeavor, as it would invariably lead to a trade of injuries, his wound for the opponent's demise. At that moment, He also discerned the limitations of the monkey man's swordplay, its short leverage and weak armor-piercing capability. In an era where knights donned generally 2, if not 3 layers of armor, the protection afforded to vital areas of the torso was substantial. Only a few vulnerable spots, such as the gaps in the helmet, the throat, and the lower body, were susceptible to a lethal strike. Elsewhere, even enduring several blows would prove inconsequential. Against lightly armored or unarmored soldiers, the monkey man's swordplay was undoubtedly a harvester of heads. Yet it became somewhat ineffectual when facing heavily armored knights. Mounted, they were the heavy cavalry. Dismounted, they transformed into heavily armored infantry, clad in slightly curved plate armor. Enhanced by a surface carbonization technique, they resembled the tanks of their era. Indeed, this surface carbonization was not a marvel of high technology. Rather, it was a process mastered by experienced armorers, who would place completed plate components into containers filled with charcoal and then heat them, resulting in armor of greater hardness and enhanced defensive capabilities. However, if only he possessed his meteoric sword, even plate armor could be pierced. This led him to ponder why Rhaegar did not wield a Valyrian steel sword during battle. Perhaps the outcome of the Battle of the Trident would have been drastically different. In response to this contemplation, Illyrio claimed, "I possess the most authority on this matter, not from a lack of will, but from circumstance. Were it not for Rhaegar's untimely death, would you have had the liberty to enter my treasury so freely? Or to forge a short sword? To take even a single golden dragon would have been a mere fantasy." With this in mind, he executed a flourish with his sword and stepped out of the fray. Defeat is merely a state of being. There is no shame in acknowledging it. Thus, he conceded with grace. Sir William, too, exhaled a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a significant embarrassment. Yet, he recognized that his victory was somewhat hollow. After all, Prince Jaehaerys was still but a child, with virtually no real combat experience. And he had treated him as an equal adult warrior. "Your Highness is indeed a prodigious talent in martial arts," Sir William remarked earnestly. He had once believed Rhaegar to be the unrivaled master of the sword, yet he was astonished to find his younger brother, not yet 8 years of age, exhibiting such valor. Though somewhat immature at present, with proper guidance and upon reaching physical maturity, he will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable knight akin to Aemon the Dragon Knight. Sir William seemed to envision a brilliant star of military prowess slowly ascending. Chapter 29. The South is secured thereafter. Sir William concentrated on instructing the 2 princes. As for Viserys, he was deemed unworthy of attention. Lacking both the innate talent of Jaehaerys and the resilience of Rhaenys, he was, at best, merely a delicate lace ornament, visually appealing yet devoid of practicality. Unnoticed by Sir William, Viserys lay in bed, lost in a deep slumber, dreaming of striking Jaehaerys and kicking Rhaenys. His dreams so vivid that they elicited bubbles of drool. Beyond the walls of King's Landing, a grand tournament was fervently underway. "Long live King Robert!" echoed through the air as throngs of spectators cheered. Thousands of knights had gathered, with hundreds participating in the competition, which featured lance contests, team events, and archery. The total prize purse amounted to 20,000 golden dragons, with 10,000 awarded to the champion of the lance competition, 6,000 for the team event, and 4,000 for archery, a bounty so enticing that it stirred the ambitions of all present. In addition to the generous rewards, rumors circulated that the victors of this tournament would be chosen to serve His Majesty Robert as new members of the Kingsguard, inciting a frenzy among the participants. Some even drew parallels between this tournament and the historic struggle for the White Cloaks that occurred over 230 years prior, following the coronation of Jaehaerys I, when 5 vacancies in the Kingsguard were filled through a similar contest. At that moment, 5 members of the Kingsguard were still alive. Following Robert's coronation, he granted clemency to the fearless Barristan and the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, while the whereabouts of their 3 sworn brothers remained a mystery. Lord Eddard had already dispatched cavalry to lift the siege of Wind's Rest, but according to his messages, the White Cloaks were nowhere to be found in the Stormlands. Robert believed they had abducted his betrothed, Lyanna, and thus commanded the lords to search far and wide, yet no news had arrived. Initially, Robert planned to pardon the knights involved in the defense of the Red Keep, but Tywin vehemently opposed this, insisting that they were staunch supporters of House Targaryen and deserved death. Ultimately, at the suggestion of Lord Jon Arryn, a choice was presented: death or donning black cloaks. The majority opted for the latter, subsequently exiled to the Wall after Robert's coronation, with only a select few receiving Robert's clemency. The jubilant tournament lasted 3 days, during which Robert selected 2 knights, Boros Blunt and a knight named Viechwys Austin, to serve as his Kingsguard. As for the remaining 3 vacancies, He hoped that the likes of the White Bull and Dawn's sword would take the initiative to retrieve his betrothed and pledge their loyalty to him. I, Robert, have become king through valor and the art of friendship. Do you not see how many foes have been swayed by my formidable charisma, ultimately transforming enemies into allies? Yet those dragon spawn must still be dealt with. Otherwise, there will always be those with treacherous intentions who will conspire with Dragonstone. After the conclusion of the tournament, Robert swiftly commanded the Grand Maester to dispatch a raven to Storm's End, instructing Stannis to recruit sailors and construct warships. Upon their completion, he was to immediately set sail for Dragonstone, escorting the Targaryen woman and her offspring back to King's Landing, ensuring not a single one was overlooked. The women and girls could remain as hostages, but it would be preferable if the three princes were to fall from their warships en route. As the Raven arrived at Storm's End, Eddard Stark had just led his forces to the scene. Duke Melisandre and his vassals, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, promptly surrendered to Eddard and pledged their loyalty to King Robert. Meanwhile, the wandering Count of Pikes, Redwine, was summoned to send his twins, Horus and Habur, born of Mina Targaryen, to King's Landing as hostages. The Count of Greenhaven understood this as a call to serve Robert diligently. With the Targaryen royal fleet anchored at Dragonstone and the defenses of Blackwater Bay laid bare, King's Landing and the Crownlands remained vulnerable to potential attack. Among the three great fleets of the realm, the Ironborn were not the type to remain passive. Aside from their longship fleet, the only other force capable of contending with the Dragonstone fleet was the fleet of Greenhaven. Robert would not overlook this opportunity, and he found solace in the thought that his own children would remain safe. However, the prospect of being manipulated incensed him. He needed to secure some advantages, lest he suffer a tremendous loss. Thus, after pledging fealty before Eddard Stark, he sent his twin sons to King's Landing while dispatching emissaries to demand a 10-year exemption from tariffs for Greenhaven. Negotiations, after all, required one to aim high. Greenhaven and Tarth were comparable in size, yet the former's wealth was tenfold that of the latter. Could it sustain the mightiest fleet in the continent? Could it boast a full complement of 200 warships? Was it not due to Greenhaven's exceptional production of the finest wine that garnered global acclaim? With the tariffs lifted, the Redwine family's wealth would flourish over the next decade, elevating them to the most affluent and influential lordship in the Riverlands, even surpassing the Hightower family of Old Town. Old Redwine was indeed a man with aspirations. Sir Pollux, please select no fewer than 3,000 sailors and command the lordly families near the Rainwood to expedite the felling of trees. We must forge a sufficiently powerful fleet before the autumn storms arrive next year. Stannis Baratheon received a letter from his brother, the now king, from Maester Cresson. No, it was now to be called a royal edict. He could hardly believe that his brother had ascended to the throne. As he stood before the magnificent castle, Stannis was filled with anticipation. This was his rightful due. Had it not been for him, his soldiers would have surrendered long ago. Had it not been for him, the 30,000 Riverland soldiers and the 200-strong fleet of Greenhaven would have already surged toward King's Landing. In recognition of his merits, he believed it was only just that he be named Duke of Storm's End. I am aware that I do not enjoy the affection of the nobility, nevertheless. I shall prove to be a commendable lord. Although I possess a strong and unwavering disposition, and my demeanor may seem austere and lacking in mirth, I remain committed to being a just and fair ruler to my subjects. However, prior to this, I must fulfill the orders of my royal brother, who will undoubtedly grant me Wind's Rest Fortress in due course. And what of Lisa, my unfortunate brother? You ought to beseech our kingly brother for the gift of Dragonstone. Eddard did not retrieve his sister beneath Wind's Rest, leaving him in a state of confusion. Presently, apart from Dorne and the undecided fate of Dragonstone, Varys' intelligence from Dragonstone indicates no sightings of the White Cloaks, while Dorne remains distant and has yet to respond. The southern lands now consist solely of the Riverlands and the borders of Dorne, which have not been meticulously explored. He has dispersed his 3,000 cavalry like seeds in the wind, hoping for any tidings. He dares not entertain more dreadful scenarios. Lyanna bears the blood of wolves, and wolves never yield. Chapter 30. Will you come? Jaehaerys perseveres in his martial training amidst the biting winds. As autumn wanes into winter, the seasonal transitions of this era appear peculiar, predominantly oscillating between winter and summer, while spring and autumn seem to serve merely as fleeting interludes. When he first arrived at Dragonstone, it was still summer. However, autumn swiftly followed, and before long, fine snowflakes began to fall. Although Dragonstone lies in the south, it is evidently not sufficiently southern. Even the warm, moist currents of the south cannot conquer the cold fronts from the north during winter. Instead, they are compelled to rise under the pressure of the cold fronts, ultimately resulting in the formation of snowflakes or freezing rain. The scholars of the Citadel released white ravens across the continent to herald the changing of the seasons. These birds, distant relatives of crows and black ravens, are larger in stature and exceptionally intelligent. Under the influence of abundant nourishment and spiritual vitality, Jaehaerys experienced rapid growth, rising from a mere 4.5 feet to 5 feet in the span of just 6 months. The year 283, a harrowing chapter, had long concluded. Having recognized the deficiencies in his swordsmanship months prior, he diligently engaged in systematic training with Sir William. At this juncture, he had become adept at wielding a blunted iron sword, clad in a small-sized chainmail, exchanging blows with the latter in a spirited manner. The old knight, having lived a long life, had never witnessed such swordplay in any knight before. Cunning, deceitful, unexpected, and preemptive. Though he might consider such techniques lacking in chivalric honor during combat, greater leniency ought to be afforded to an 8-year-old boy. Prince Jaehaerys possesses a natural aptitude for swordsmanship that far surpasses that of Rhaegar, coupled with an unwavering self-discipline and an extraordinary patience and perseverance that exceeds that of ordinary individuals. He swiftly elevated his swordsmanship to a level beyond common comprehension. Frankly, before he embarked on his first military campaign from Dragonstone, I had already exhausted my ability to teach him further. As later remarked by Sir William Dane in a letter to his brother, the Earl of Dorne. Upon the dissemination of this news, a wave of astonishment rippled through the populace. However, many believed that Sir William had overly embellished the prowess of the blood of the dragon. As physical stature and cultivation grow, strength increases correspondingly. Do not be deceived by Jaehaerys' modest height. His might rivals that of any adult. Upon arriving on Dragonstone, he dedicates half of his time each day to the creation of spring thunder, managing to produce a maximum of 3 canisters daily. This limitation is not due to a lack of capability, but rather because the available materials can only sustain such output. High Goss, accompanied by a multitude of assistants, now expends their entire energy in the arduous task of supplying him with raw materials, from the refinement of fish oil to the procurement and grinding of green flash stone. Their efforts have been exhaustive. The alchemists have not been without dissent. Many yearn for the days spent in King's Landing. However, upon hearing that most of the wise members of the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing were hanged, they promptly reassessed their grievances and deemed their current tasks trivial. Moreover, after witnessing spring thunder, High Goss was utterly convinced. A storage dilemma that had plagued alchemists for millennia was resolved by an 8-year-old child. Wise Rosart, you were indeed correct. With Prince Jaehaerys present, our Alchemist Guild shall inevitably reclaim its former glory. Thus, any further complaints were swiftly quelled by High Goss. If one possesses the ability, let them step forth. A group of little Karami excels at nothing but grumbling. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, productivity remains stagnant, a clear reflection of inadequate resources and manpower. Jaehaerys had discussed the possibility of augmenting the workforce with Queen Rhaella, yet she found herself equally constrained. The finances of Dragonstone are currently strained. The Targaryen family had not amassed considerable wealth during their time on the island. Although the armory contains some weaponry, it is outdated and barely sufficient after repairs. The docks are in disrepair, with silt accumulation making it impossible to berth 3-masted warships, which can only be accommodated during high tide. Last autumn, a fierce wind severed the masts of several warships, rendering them beyond repair to this day. These issues pale in comparison to the soldiers' wages, which are of paramount concern. Given the constant threat of Robb dispatching troops to assault Dragonstone, patrol boats are deployed daily in the straits. And those soldiers who accompanied the Targaryen family to Dragonstone cannot be dismissed, although some lords and knights from the surrounding areas have returned to their fiefs. Significantly reducing military expenses, the 3,000 sailors cannot be sent back. Their wages must be borne solely by Dragonstone. Currently, each ordinary sailor receives a monthly stipend of 20 silver stags, while lower-ranking officers earn 50 silver stags. Mid-level officers, such as flag bearers and oarsmen, receive 100 silver stags. And higher-ranking officers, such as ship captains and first mates, earn even more. The royal fleet comprises 10 large warships, 2 masts, over 150 oars, and nearly 100 various medium and small vessels, accumulating military wage expenses of 1,000 golden dragons monthly. Should there be patrols or combat missions, military expenditures will double. The costs associated with infantry and knights are negligible in comparison to the substantial expenses incurred by the fleet. Qingting Island thrives due to its lucrative wine trade, while the Iron Fleet sustains itself through plunder, thriving on a system where the more one toils, the more one reaps, with virtually no military payroll expenses. In earlier times, the royal fleet managed to survive on the taxes imposed by the crown and its lords. Yet now, trapped on this diminutive Dragonstone island, devoid of production and unable to engage in piracy, life has become exceedingly arduous. The newly appointed Minister of Finance for Dragonstone, the pious Count Gunter Sangra, finds himself unable to remedy the island's fiscal predicament despite his devout faith. His sole solution lies in taxation, levying burdens upon fishermen and farmers alike. This, it must be said, is a lamentable strategy, at least in the eyes of Jaehaerys. Not only would the increased taxes fail to cover even a month's military expenses, but the resultant loss of public goodwill poses an unbearable burden for the Targaryen family at this juncture. Beyond their legitimate claim to the Iron Throne and the surrounding islands of Dragonstone, what territory remains to them? Once public support is lost, reclaiming it may prove an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Jaehaerys, unable to conceal his disdain, steps forth to contest this notion. Count Sangra, raising his hands in resignation, suggests that perhaps this financial minister ought to defer to Prince Jaehaerys himself. Infuriated, Jaehaerys asserts his readiness to take on the challenge. Declaring himself a modern university student of the Blue Star New Century, and while not an economics major, he has certainly perused a few episodes of Great Powers Rising. In this era, opportunities for wealth abound, and a mere disparity in trade could yield a family vast fortunes. However, would Jaehaerys pursue such a path? Certainly not. At least not now, for time is of the essence. The known world is characterized by vibrant trade between its two continents, with maritime commerce long monopolized by the 9 free trade city-states. The 3 major guilds of Kyrils alone conservatively possess around 3,000 large merchant vessels, while Braavos stands as a colossus, not merely in size, but in economic strength. Chapter 31. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Braavos boasts over 1,000 warships and an innumerable fleet of merchant vessels adorned with their distinctive purple sails, dominating global trade. Renowned for its Iron Bank, it extends its lending operations as far as the continent of Westeros, with even the Iron Throne prioritizing debts to the Iron Bank, fully aware that repayment is non-negotiable. For these bankers wield the power to manipulate the entire kingdom's economy. A well-known adage in Braavos states that debts to the Iron Bank cannot be deferred, a proclamation made with the utmost confidence. Within the annals of Targaryen royal history, it is recounted that during the reign of the venerable Jaehaerys I, his sister's intimate friend, Miss Alyssa Farman, clandestinely pilfered 3 dragon eggs from the dragon pit on Dragonstone, subsequently selling them to the Sea Lord of Braavos. King Jaehaerys dispatched his prime minister to negotiate. However, the dragon eggs did not return, and Braavos relieved the royal family of their debts at that time. The Iron Throne then was adorned with formidable dragons such as Balerion, the Black Dread, Vhagar, the Bronze Fury Vhagar, Silverwing, and the Red Queen Melisandre. Yet, even with such might, it still faced defeat against the Sea King of Braavos. This clearly illustrates the depths of Braavos' waters. My Lord Sanjaris, I wish to ascertain the current treasury of Dragonstone. Jaehaerys inquired after thoroughly reviewing the relevant documents, adopting an air of authority. Lord Sanjaris glanced at Queen Layla, who nodded in affirmation, and stated that the treasury of Dragonstone currently held merely 10,000 gold dragons and over 300,000 silver stags, with the total value of iron, charcoal, wool, leather, and other resources not exceeding 50,000 gold dragons. After a moment of contemplation, Jaehaerys realized that the iron and other materials must remain untouched, as they constituted their military reserves. The humid air of Dragonstone severely deteriorated iron weaponry, and the island itself did not produce iron or timber. Should Robert impose a blockade on trade with Dragonstone, their forces would regress to the Stone Age in no time. Thus, only the 10,000 gold dragons remained operable. A meager sum indeed, equivalent to 155 tons of gold, while the prize for the champion of Robert's tournament was also 10,000 gold dragons. In light of this, it became painfully apparent that Dragonstone was truly impoverished. Nevertheless, limited funds could still be utilized effectively, as substantial capital was not immediately necessary. Mother, I require your authorization to mobilize the royal fleet and all rights pertaining to foreign trade. Jaehaerys declared with determination. Queen Layla, heavily pregnant and noticeably frail as winter approached, bore a gaunt appearance with sunken cheeks. Jaehaerys, troubled by her condition, recognized that if this trend persisted, the birth of Daenerys might lead to a tragic outcome. Thus, he occasionally employed his mystical energy to restore her health, even dissolving the remaining essence of a precious elixir into her water, allowing her to unknowingly consume it. After these efforts, her health significantly improved, her complexion visibly brightened, and her physique became more robust. Despite her still fragile state, the midwives remarked they had never encountered such a vigorous advanced age expectant mother. Rest assured, my son, go forth and fulfill your duties. Queen Layla, crowned yet ruling as regent in the absence of a king due to the Lannister survival, took charge in the name of Aerys II. The previously designated replacement child for young Aegon was now cared for by a wet nurse, publicly proclaimed as the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. Thus, the world believed young Aegon had been taken to Dragonstone. Although it was night, many were observant. Jaehaerys' clandestine departure with 2 children did not go unnoticed. Furthermore, this maneuver served to create a fade, diverting the attention of Robert and Tywin towards Dragonstone. With the authorization of Layla, Jaehaerys summoned Sir Creighton, the current commander of the royal fleet, instructing him to divide the fleet into 3 distinct forces. One, led by Sir Creighton, would head towards the Stepstone Islands. Another, under Jaehaerys himself, would advance towards White Harbor, and the remaining force would guard their home, patrolling the strait between the Neck and Blackwater Bay. Simultaneously, all external communication channels from the islands would be sealed, preventing outsiders from discerning the fleet's movements. A meticulous record would be kept of the number of crows in each fleet heading north and south, overseen by an assistant appointed by Maester Tyria from Dragonstone. The objectives of the 2 detachments were known only to Jaehaerys and Sir Creighton. The captains and crew would be informed only after departing Dragonstone. Jaehaerys intended to operate within the utmost secrecy, aiming to reap immediate gains, leaving the presence of any discerning minds under Robert's command to fate. At dawn, the 2 detachments quietly departed from the docks of Dragonstone. Jaehaerys had already brought along all the spring thunder he had crafted over the past 6 months, equipping each vessel with several modified Scorpion crossbows, large siege engines measuring 23 meters in length, featuring a wooden rotating frame below and a supporting structure at the rear, resembling a scorpion's tail, hence the name. Each crossbow was fitted with a windlass. When fully drawn, it could launch a bolt of up to 2 meters in length to a distance of 300 meters. Remarkably, each Scorpion crossbow required only 23 men to operate. With slight modifications to the bolts, a wooden cage was added at the front to accommodate the spring thunder. However, this increase in weight and wind resistance reduced the effective range of the modified crossbows. Jaehaerys observed the soldiers' test firings, which indicated a reliable precision within a fixed target range of approximately 200 meters. Yet, on the rolling sea, accuracy was only commendable. Only when the distance was reduced to 100 to 150 meters, targeting larger vessels, could the hit rate improve. Thus, Jaehaerys mandated that each fleet must deploy the most experienced and accurate archers, who were to conduct trial firings with ordinary bolts beforehand. After all, with fewer than 200 spring thunders at their disposal, waste was simply intolerable. With around 30 warships harnessing the winds, they finally reached the waters outside White Harbor after 3 days. Once again, I emphasize, rapid maneuvering task forces, your mission is to engage the defending fleet, drawing them away from the estuary. The Manderley family possesses few large vessels, and it is imperative to keep them entangled. I have faith in your capabilities. The initial landing troops, your role is crucial. Conceal yourselves in the outskirts west of White Harbor, and once the defending fleet is lured away, swiftly approach the city gates under the cover of darkness. The Tactical Deception Fleet, your task is to fly the Manderley family's banner, feigning pursuit of a returning fleet. Adhere strictly to the plan devised days ago, without deviation, to create an opportunity for the landing troops to seize the gates. Should you fail, utilize catapults to launch spring thunders, providing cover fire. I intend for not a single soul to remain upon their ramparts. The rest of you, after seizing the city gates, they surged forward, swiftly acting according to their respective objectives, striking and retreating. I hereby announce that the Operation Fishing in Troubled Waters officially commences. The plan was meticulously devised by Jaehaerys, who, through repeated analysis of the topography and urban functional zones of White Harbor, enlisted experienced commanders and soldiers to validate the feasibility of the operation. Ultimately, this Fishing in Troubled Waters plan was formulated, with the primary motive for the long-distance assault on White Harbor being the presence of a royal mint. Chapter 32, Royal Charter of Coinage in this realm. The authority to mint coinage is a royal privilege. Anyone daring to produce currency illicitly must invoke the god's protection, lest they be discovered by the tax officials dispatched from the Iron Throne. These officials do not concern themselves with human rights. Once caught, one faces immediate execution. with no opportunity for a trial or appeal, a clear case of brutal enforcement of royal prerogative. During this era, minting was not akin to the modern methods employed on Blue Star, which utilized rolling mills and stamping machines. Prior to Aegon's conquest, the Seven Kingdoms minted their own currencies, primarily through the manual craftsmanship of goldsmiths and silversmiths, or via casting techniques. This resulted in difficulties in currency circulation and a lack of uniformity in coinage across the kingdoms. Following Aegon's conquest of the Six Kingdoms and the unification of Dorne under the wise King Daeron II, the coinage privileges of the Seven Kingdoms were abolished, leading to the establishment of 3 royal mints, overseen by the Chancellor of Finance. One such mint was established in White Harbor. In contrast to the manual processes of goldsmiths and silversmiths, the royal mint utilized molds and large animal-powered hammers to produce coins, ensuring uniform specifications and consistent quality. Legislative measures were enacted to solidify the royal mint's unassailable status, combat illicit coinage, and reclaim worn currency. Consequently, the royal mint became synonymous with lawful currency, even being accepted in the distant regions of the Stepstone Islands and disputed territories. At the royal mint, the most crucial tools of coinage are the molds and the large animal-powered hammers, with the molds being the most vital and confidential aspect of the minting process, nearly impossible to replicate elsewhere. Whenever a new king ascends the throne, the Chancellor of Finance commissions the royal chief blacksmith to create new molds, carving the likeness of the new monarch and incorporating anti-counterfeiting measures, while the molds of the former king are typically secured in the treasury for destruction. However, this process requires time. Following Robert's ascension, due to a shortage of capable personnel, the role of Chancellor of Finance was also assumed by Prime Minister Jon Arryn. Yet, the elder statesman had little energy to spare, managing the welfare of the citizens of King's Landing, placating the nobility, arranging the coronation ceremony, and organizing the tournament left him utterly exhausted. In the south, Dorne was further inflamed by the death of Princess Elia, with troops amassing at Boneway and Prince's Pass, and any misstep could ignite the flames of war once more. At such a critical juncture, there was little time to attend to trivial matters. Moreover, White Harbor, located far in the north at the mouth of the White Knife, remained distant from King's Landing, the political center of the Seven Kingdoms, and continued to produce the gold dragons and silver stags from the reign of the late King Aegon II. This presented Jaehaerys with a golden opportunity. As the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, is it not excessive to forge golden dragons from the era of the late King Aegon IV? The assault proceeded with remarkable ease. The Manderley family of White Harbor was utterly unprepared, resulting in the swift capture of the city gates. Subsequently, 1,000 fully armed soldiers dispersed, taking hostage the overseer of the royal mint along with a multitude of craftsmen, meticulously packing all tools and equipment. By sheer fortune, they even stumbled upon a cache of gold and silver ingots. These were raw materials from the royal mint, now fortuitously acquired by Jaehaerys. The endeavor incurred minimal losses. Only a small warship suffered damage to its sails during an engagement with the White Harbor Defense Fleet, resulting in the demise of 2 sailors. The landing party encountered virtually no resistance, aside from 2 individuals who twisted their ankles on the slippery ground after nightfall. Once the equipment and precious metals were loaded onto the ships, they beheld, from a distance, the torches of the Manderley castle flickering ominously, with a rotund figure beneath them cursing and gesticulating in frustration. This was the most corpulent individual Jaehaerys had ever encountered in this world, and he lamented the fate of the fine steed beneath him. Truly a magnificent horse. What brings you here, old man? On the southern seas, 2 fleets faced each other, one of which could scarcely be deemed a fleet at all. The vessels were in disrepair, their sails, upon closer inspection, revealed to be patched with fabric scraps of various hues, a rather audacious fashion choice that exceeded the aesthetic sensibilities of mankind by a millennium. Sir Tristram, a stalwart knight of the Old Guard, scoffed at the sight. Were it not for Prince Jaehaerys' express orders, he would prefer to lead his own assault on White Harbor rather than engage with this rabble of gutter snipes and vermin. Yet, unable to withstand the relentless persuasion of His Highness, who extolled him as the cornerstone of the realm, he reluctantly acquiesced. The old warrior, not one for jest, nevertheless relished the prospect of his contributions being recognized by those in power, dreaming of acquiring a fiefdom in due course. Alas, his family remained in the Lord's domain. He could only hope they would not be ensnared in the ensuing chaos. Is that a half-visible face across the way? If your eyesight is intact, you should discern that I come under the banner of peace. Thanks to your esteemed presence, my vision remains quite sound, replied the pirate captain from Bloodstone Isle. And what, pray tell, is that draconic matron up to? Does she seek to enlist us as suitors? Laughter erupted from the opposing vessel. Silence your foul mouth. Should you dare insult Her Majesty, I would not hesitate to dispose of you on the spot were it not for my current mission. The old general's ire remained undiminished. I serve at the behest of the Queen of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, King Aegon II, to negotiate a deal worth millions in golden dragons with you. Is that truly the case? It seems improbable that they possess such wealth. Surely, it must be a ruse. The treasury of the Iron Throne has been usurped. Yet, what if it were genuine? Sir Credaman was quite pleased with their reaction. His Highness Jaehaerys was correct. It was essential to seize the initiative. Although we do not possess millions of golden dragons, it does not hinder us from crafting an enticing vision for the future. While the notion of painting a picture is easily comprehensible, what does it truly entail? Sir Credaman, though somewhat perplexed, discerned from the mischievous smile on Prince Jaehaerys' face that it was certainly not a benign term. My lord, why should we place our trust in you? Half-Face exclaimed, astonished yet elated. Deep down, he struggled to accept the reality. Yet who could guarantee its falsehood? After all, the Targaryen family had ruled the Seven Kingdoms for 3 centuries, and their name alone could indeed command millions of golden dragons. Could it be that you have discovered a trove of dragon eggs and dragonstone? Half-Face inquired, as he genuinely could not fathom what other treasures could be worth such a fortune. Let me ask you this. Do you possess a substantial quantity of gold and silver? Credaman replied nonchalantly. And what of it? What concern is it of yours? Is it difficult to dispose of? Currently, Dragonstone is willing to purchase your spoils or illicit goods at a premium. Sir Credaman stated, confident that they would not refuse. The Stepstones, nestled between the Summer Sea and Essos, were rife with countless smugglers, pirates, and criminals across their myriad islands. These notorious pirates operated independently, each with a complex background, often selling their ill-gotten gains to free cities like Myr and Dorne. However, the majority of smaller pirates, such as Half-Face, lacked such connections and were often at the mercy of the larger pirates. For a pound of gold, they typically received only 1 golden dragon or an equivalent in the currency of free trade cities. Even though a pound of pure gold could yield at least 29 golden dragons, did these smaller pirates harbor resentment? Certainly, but what could they do? The free trade cities of Westeros and Essos did not accept currency from other nations or regions, let alone unrefined gold. This situation exemplifies the concept of currency taxation. In normal circumstances, the gold and silver they plundered could not be minted into coins, as they lacked the necessary skills and channels. Thus, unusable gold and silver were no different from mere bricks. Yet, they needed to distribute genuine golden dragons and silver stags among their pirate crews, which meant these minor leaders had to take their share. With immense demand but a significant supply gap, a reform on the supply side created an opportunity for profit. Jaehaerys' plan was straightforward. Since they had a demand for exchanging golden dragons, and he could facilitate that exchange, why not bypass the middlemen and profit from the difference himself? We can purchase your gold and silver using golden dragons. What say you? And how shall we determine the price? 12 golden dragons for a pound of gold. I desire pure gold. Anything of lesser quality must be adjusted. Half-Face and his subordinates murmured for a moment, contemplating the potential of this lucrative trade. In the past, the exchange rate for 1 pound of pure gold was typically 1 golden dragon, a standard practice of the trade. However, with Dragonstone Island's decision to raise their prices by 20, they have disrupted this customary norm. Yet, what concern is it of ours? Surely, we can relish this unexpected gain of 20. However, in the realm of commerce, negotiation is essential. Such an offer is far too meager. We require at least 15. You, with half a face, should be aptly named Faceless. Our proposed price is already exceedingly generous. Let us not forget, aside from you, numerous others on the Steppes Islands are eager to engage in this transaction with us. Furthermore, if you consent, you could become our exclusive strategic partner in these waters of the Steppes Islands. Why not consider acquiring gold from others as well? Sir Triton smiles slyly, resembling a cunning fox. Indeed, Chief, we can procure from others without offering the full 12. We can entice them with 11 or even 10 and 5 gold dragons, and they would eagerly come forth. The subordinates grew impatient, insisting that this deal must be secured. If the half-faced one dares to refuse, his men are capable of tossing him into the sea as fish fodder. Even as the leader, Half-a-Face would not risk incurring the wrath of his followers, and thus he promptly acquiesced. It was then that Sir Triton proposed, given this is the inaugural transaction between both parties and sufficient trust has yet to be established, that they commence with an exchange of 10,000 gold dragons. Once the partnership solidifies, they could expand the scale of their dealings. The pirates felt a sense of warmth. They had not anticipated that the sea stranger, Sir Triton, could exhibit such thoughtfulness, and they felt they had misjudged him in the past. They immediately dispatched individuals back to their lair to retrieve their long-accumulated gold, all of impeccable purity. Both parties were exceedingly satisfied. Triton successfully acquired over 8,300 pounds of gold, while the pirates finally had funds to distribute their spoils. And this was merely the beginning. As long as they continued to procure gold from other pirates, the profitability of this venture would only increase. Dragonstone Island stood to gain even more. For this single shipment of over 8,000 pounds of gold was sufficient to mint 240,000 golden dragons. After deducting the expenses for the fleet's operations and armaments, they would still realize an astonishing profit of 130. Although it may appear straightforward, the execution is anything but easy. We owe our gratitude to the world's gold standard and the coinage authority being centralized under the Iron Throne. Had it been otherwise, anyone could effortlessly mint their gold into coins at any time. In such a scenario, Jaehaerys would have lost his arbitrage opportunities. However, the architects of this policy were the Iron Throne. The ancestors could not have foreseen that future generations would be ousted from King's Landing. And in their fervent protection of their interests, they inadvertently alleviated a significant dilemma for Jaehaerys. The current Iron Throne, of course, would not remain passive. For the substantial coinage tax, they would undoubtedly devise methods to obstruct this. The solution is straightforward. Accelerate the minting of coins under Robert I, gradually replacing the old king's coins, and subsequently legislate against the circulation of the old currency. As previously stated, this will require time. Old King Aerys II ruled for over 20 years, during which he minted millions of coins. It would be impossible to reforge them all in a short span. There exists another method, which involves controlling the raw materials of the Westerland's gold mines, ensuring that none flows abroad, and subsequently joining forces with Dragonstone to procure gold from the pirates. Regrettably, they lack ships. If only they possessed vessels. Would it not be far more efficient to simply eradicate Dragonstone? Thus, the stratagem employed by Jaehaerys is indeed a masterstroke. Even Robert and his council of ministers find themselves at a loss, compelled to adhere to his line of thought. After Sir Trystane and the pirates agreed upon the next trading time and location, they returned to Dragonstone with satisfaction. Upon the return of the two fleets to Dragonstone, Jaehaerys was astonished to discover that, combined with the gold plundered from White Harbor, they possessed enough to mint 50,000 gold dragons, far exceeding expectations. The gold from White Harbor alone amounted to 10,000 pounds. While this sounds considerable, it is indeed substantial. Of course, gold is dense. A ton of it occupies roughly the volume of a desktop computer case, and a larger suitcase can accommodate 2 tons of gold. When converted, over 18,000 pounds equates to just over 8 tons, akin to 4 larger suitcases. Such depictions in period dramas are utterly implausible. 2 robust men effortlessly lifting a massive chest of gold is simply ludicrous. This efficiency remains insufficient. Jaehaerys directed that the construction of the Royal Mint on Dragonstone be expedited, particularly addressing the shortage of laborers, ordering the conscription of fishermen and farmers, offering an enticing daily wage of 1 silver stag. Consequently, over 1,000 strong men were recruited in a single day. Naturally, merely having a large workforce does not suffice for the factory's construction. Under the discerning selection of the coinage artisans from White Harbor, a portion of qualified workers was soon identified. The rest were not dismissed on the spot. Their willingness to come, motivated not solely by money but also by their faith in the Targaryen family, must not be disheartened. Thus, under Jaehaerys' guidance, others began to dig pits on the rocky shores to the south of Dragonstone. While their wages were not as high, they were undoubtedly fair. He intended to establish an unprecedented breeding ground for conch snails. During his time in King's Landing, he had developed a technique for breeding conch snails and extracting salivary gland fluid using the only yellow fruit he had encountered. Upon learning that Braavosi merchants adored extracting a natural purple dye from a particular sea snail, he immediately made the connection. This sea snail must be the conch. Albeit in Braavosi Valyrian, any shelled mollusk is referred to as a snail. Over the past 6 months, he had diligently sought fishermen for experimentation and finally identified several suitable species of conch, one known as the spiny conch, another referred to as the mermaid's comb, and yet another called the stormhammer. These conchs possess the highest aquaculture value, being non-fussy eaters, growing rapidly, and yielding substantial salivary fluid. Moreover, their meat is delectable. Chapter 34. Crimson Purple. 10 days later, the mint was successfully completed, and 20 days afterward, a breeding pond for conch snails, spanning over 10 acres, was successfully filled with seawater. The 10 acres have been divided into 3 distinct zones, each dedicated to the cultivation of 3 species of conch. The primary rationale behind this arrangement lies in the carnivorous nature of these conchs. In times of scarcity, they are prone to violent conflicts amongst themselves, a spectacle that Jaehaerys is keen to avoid. Thus, physical separation has been implemented to the best of his ability. The cultivation pools are situated slightly below sea level, with iron nets and fences at the entrance to prevent natural predators from indulging in a feast, while also thwarting the mischievous adult conchs from making a bid for freedom during high tide. Obtaining the adult conchs is relatively straightforward. Fishermen venturing out to sea can easily procure a substantial number daily. Previously overlooked, these conchs were often discarded back into the ocean after being caught. However, Jaehaerys has now offered a copper coin for each one, transforming what was once considered refuse into a coveted catch. Within a few days, he has amassed over 10,000 conchs, which he has introduced into the carefully simulated underwater environment of the cultivation pools. He anticipates a bountiful harvest of conch dye next year, a pigment referred to by the Braavosians as Tyrian purple, to avoid confusion with the nomenclature used on Blue Planet, despite them being the same substance. A pound of fabric dyed with Tyrian purple holds a value equivalent to gold, and Jaehaerys, astute as he is, will not be foolish enough to sell the dye outright. Instead, he plans to procure undyed silk and woolen textiles from the north or the free cities, immersing them delicately in the dye to create further value through processing, thus generating greater profit. While this venture may not yield instant wealth akin to minting coins, it promises sustainable development, akin to a hen laying golden eggs beneath dragonstone. My lord, under the tireless efforts of the artisans, 50,000 gold dragons have been successfully minted. The overseer of the original White Harbor Mint, appointed by Aegon II, was named Robert Grayson, a cousin of the Earl of Grayson from Seagull Town. Following the conquest of Seagull Town by Robb, the staunchly royalist Earl of Grayson was slain, and upon Robb's coronation, the Earl's heirs were stripped of their rights to inheritance. Upon hearing of his kin's demise, Robert was consumed by anxiety, fearing for his own safety. When the Targaryen forces approached, he was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of relief and promptly rallying his troops to sweep the area. Under his guidance, equipment, materials, and craftsmen were swiftly gathered and transported away. Had it not been for his presence, Jaehaerys' minting plans would have faced a significant delay of at least 10 days. Naturally, Jaehaerys would not neglect his loyal supporter, promptly seeking Queen Rhaella to grant him the title of Earl. The fief would be established in the Grayson lands of Seagull Town, which, though currently under enemy control, would still serve to secure his title. Robert presented several newly minted gold dragons to Jaehaerys as a token of his success. Jaehaerys took one in hand, examining it closely. Each gold dragon measures 2 inches, 5.08 centimeters, in diameter and has a thickness of 0.55 centimeters, slightly larger than a certain brand of chocolate coins from Blue Planet. It felt substantial in his grasp, weighing 5 troy ounces, equivalent to 155.52 grams, a size that is neither excessive nor insufficient. The surface of the gold coins was distinctly patterned, with sharp edges, showing no signs of wear. Jaehaerys contemplated and instructed Robert to roll the newly minted coins in a barrel of sand, allowing for natural abrasion between the coins and the sand, thus disguising their newness. This was not an attempt to shortchange anyone. Rather, it was merely a method of aging the coins. The later the news of Dragonstone's ability to mint gold dragons spread, the better, especially among his trading counterparts. Those pirates were no trifling adversaries, and they possessed ships. The efficiency of producing 50,000 gold dragons was still too sluggish. Jaehaerys sighed, recognizing the predicament. The mint was waiting for resources, and without the pirates' gold, they could not produce more gold dragons, and without more gold dragons, they could not acquire additional gold. The snowball effect could only generate astonishing scale if it rolled far enough. Jaehaerys had no time to wait for the scale to gradually expand. Once Robert caught on, the entire kingdom's operational efficiency would far surpass that of a single mint. Your Majesty, in fact, there are still many gold dragons on Driftmark and Crab Isle. Robert, now the foremost aide of House Targaryen, understood that as long as Dragonstone could endure, his own safety would be assured. He eagerly offered his counsel, truly a wake-up call. By the gods, you truly are a genius, Jaehaerys exclaimed, realizing he had fallen into a mental trap. Having never owned a home in his past life, he had always spent within his means, devoid of the concept of debt. However, for the nobles of this world, borrowing was as commonplace as taking out a mortgage in his previous existence. Many lordly houses lacked surplus grain, giving rise to numerous lending families and usurers, often comprising the same individuals. The wealthiest factions in the Seven Kingdoms, such as the Lannisters, Tyrells, and the Church, were also the largest moneylenders. The practice of borrowing and returning with exorbitant interest was common. Borrowing for a year could yield interest 5 times the principal. Of course, most temporary loans among lords did not carry such high rates. Typically, the monthly interest was 1/10 of the principal. Immediately invite Count Valerion and Lord Celtigar for me. Jaehaerys commanded his servants, eager to provide them with an opportunity for profit. The islands of Dragonstone were in close proximity, with Crab all being the most distant, on Driftmark. The sails had barely caught the wind before the ships arrived. Soon, the 2 esteemed counts arrived at the Stone Drum Tower, the main fortress of Dragonstone. Whenever a storm approached, the ancient walls would resonate with a thunderous echo, reminiscent of a giant striking a stone drum, hence its name. Jaehaerys wasted no time, expressing his desire to borrow money. How much? At least 500,000 gold dragons. But the interest cannot be too high. While the 2 were not adept in warfare, they were shrewd in business. Even a slight reduction in interest rates would be tolerable for such a substantial loan. 3 individuals engaged in a cordial discussion regarding interest rates, ultimately agreeing on a 1-month term with an interest rate equivalent to 5% of the principal. Everyone was pleased. In a profitable scenario, merchants exhibit remarkable efficiency. That very night, the 2 of them each brought 250,000 gold dragons to Dragonstone Island. They informed our pirate friends to prepare additional gold, as the scale of their transaction had significantly increased. After the departure of Jaehaerys and his companion, they relayed their intentions to Sir Tritterman. Your Highness, such actions are exceedingly perilous. Pirates are notoriously unreliable, Tritterman expressed with concern. Fear not, sir. I shall personally oversee this venture, bringing along all the spring thunder. If they possess any sense, all will be well for everyone involved. Should any ill intentions arise, I will ensure they experience the taste of plunder. Jaehaerys was no naive fledgling. He was a young dragon swiftly adapting to the art of flight. In recent days, with ample resources at hand, he dedicated over half a year to refining the magical array, and with the modest assistance of the treasure root, he successfully enhanced the magic circle. The autonomous operation of the 20th version of the magic array now enabled the mass production of spring thunder. With sufficient raw materials, they could now produce over 100 canisters daily, marking a 30-fold increase in efficiency. Presently, there were already over 1,000 canisters of spring thunder stored. Chapter 35. Malicious intent indeed. When half of the Stone Steps archipelago learned that trade was commencing once more, the majority succumbed to revelry. Yet, a small faction harbored sinister thoughts of betrayal. They were well aware that the current Targaryen fleet comprised merely 100 warships and over 3,000 soldiers, and that Dragonstone Island could not dispatch all its vessels for trade. However, the pirates of the entire Stone Steps archipelago could muster 1,000 warships. The number of seasoned pirates exceeded 50,000, while those merely beating drums and gongs were a staggering 35 times that number. Fools, I instructed you to maintain discretion. Have you all failed to keep your mouth shut? The remaining half of the visage bore an icy glare. Brother, I only told my wife. A slender, short-haired pirate cautiously raised his hand, revealing blackened teeth, one of which was missing, and a black dragon crystal embedded in his left eye. You imbecile. If that harlot from Lys knows, it is tantamount to everyone being informed. The stout, balding first mate could no longer restrain his ire. Bah, shorty, our camaraderie is strong. But if you speak thus, I shall accuse you of slander. The lean pirate retorted, irked. What? Are you envious because I wed a beautiful and alluring wife? Indeed. She originally hailed from a place in Lys that is best left unspoken, but she has long since reformed. Last time I was unwell, she tenderly cared for me and insisted I take my medicine. Come, my dear, drink your medicine. Her affectionate words still linger in my mind. Just as they once vowed before the moonlit sea, promising eternal devotion to one another, many rumors arise from envy. Thus, they relentlessly tarnish the reputation of one's spouse. Have you lost your senses? Half of his face burned with indignation. Today, over a dozen leaders have come seeking their share. Yet you still claim it was not you who disclosed this. It may not necessarily be my wife, the tall figure murmured. Indeed, were it not for my father's dying wish for me to care for you, I would have been the first to cast you into the depths. Half of his face, filled with frustration, revealed that they were indeed brothers. No wonder the tall figure dared to retort against the first mate. Those favored by fortune are emboldened. The short fellow remained humbly subservient. Brother, please calm your anger. Firstly, it certainly was not my wife's doing. Secondly, if everyone knows, then they know. At worst, we could engage in a black market deal and make our escape afterward, The tall figure hastily conceded upon witnessing the anger of his superior. Damn it, are you all so short-sighted? You only focus on the meager gains before you. Half of his face scolded. What do you mean by that? The tall figure and the many pirates sharing similar sentiments inquired eagerly. The Targaryen family has indeed been ousted from King's Landing, yet they remain a legitimate royal family. Without a doubt. Of course, they would not foolishly relinquish their rightful claim to the throne. Precisely. Even if the Targaryens are down on their luck. As long as they maintain their claim to the Iron Throne, they possess ample means to continuously acquire gold dragons through legitimate channels. Do you comprehend the immense wealth of the Lord of Tides and the Red Crab? Not at all. What a bunch of fools. The Valyrian family, masters of the tide, was once as wealthy as the Lannisters a century ago, and the Red Crab, the Valyrian family, is equally rich, having amassed wealth over centuries. Consider this. If we merely taste a morsel of fortune and sever the outstretched tendrils of their influence, what might we gain? Gold dragons, the tall figure exclaimed. Silence. Half of his face retorted fiercely, his injured visage turning crimson. If we strike now, we could acquire at most several 100,000 gold dragons. That is still quite decent. The tall figure mused silently, a thought echoed by many who dared not voice their agreement. Their gold dragons are undoubtedly limited, like the ocean's tides. There are peaks and troughs. When they spend lavishly, exchanging more and more each time, it indicates they still possess considerable wealth. Therefore, we must not act rashly, lest we alarm them. However, when they begin to be miserly, it signals their dwindling gold. At that time, not only will we seize their ships, but we can also utilize the trust built from numerous transactions, holding a small fleet at bay while our main force swiftly strikes at Dragonstone and Tide's Head, reclaiming all the gold previously traded away. Brother, that strategy is truly cunning. The slender pirate boasted, asserting that ruthlessness was a term of endearment for their band of marauders. In these tumultuous and chaotic waters, to be fierce is to stand firm, and to be venomous is to endure. Those benevolent souls, filled with compassion, had long since been devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Brother, when the time comes, you shall wed that she-dragon, he chuckled, and you will ascend to the throne. The first mate, playfully inciting the crew, had his bald head glowing with excitement. The subordinates, as if invigorated by some elixir, joined in the raucous cheer. One pirate, half his face illuminated by greed, appeared entranced, clearly envisioning that Dragonstone Island was already within their grasp. Enough, enough. The she-dragon has sent word of further negotiations. We must not yet reveal our ambitions. Half-face urged, calming the raucous crowd. How goes the collection of gold? Our captain, one of the crew replied, recently visited a host of merchants, including the likes of One-Eared, Big Nostrils, and Redbeard. We have amassed 200,000 pounds of gold, as per your instructions, at 105 golden dragons per pound, plus our own 20,000 pounds, totaling 220,000 pounds. What profit can we expect from this venture? The first mate looked toward a small, slender pirate nearby. We stand to net 40,000 golden dragons. The small pirate murmured, glancing at Half-Face. Damn it. After all this toil, we barely earn a runner's fee. Half-Face spat indignantly, yet he failed to consider his own contribution. If reliant solely on his 20,000 pounds, he would earn a mere 4,000 golden dragons. Now, with a risk-free yield of 360,000 golden dragons, he found it insufficient. Let it be. If it's less, we shall reach out to more merchants and aim for a larger haul next time. Indeed, brother, convey our intentions to Her Majesty the She-Dragon, stating that we wish to trade 300,000 pounds of gold, and she must prepare the golden dragons. Half-Face declared. After all, the gold would ultimately return to their possession. He felt no qualms about the initial investment being substantial, as the funds for acquiring the gold from other pirates had come from their own coffers, with ships pledged as collateral. Should the counterpart fail to bring sufficient golden dragons, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Chapter 36. A Mother's Guidance. Will you rage again? Jaehaerys pressed a wooden sword against Viserys' throat. Tell me, do you still wish to wander aimlessly? I do not. I shall never dare again. Viserys lamented, feeling utterly defeated. He simply could not compete. This younger brother, having ballooned in stature over the past 6 months, now towered half a head above him. Meanwhile, he had hardly practiced swordplay, indulging instead in a cycle of feasting and slumber. It was no wonder he found himself utterly outmatched. Jaehaerys had reason to chastise Viserys, for the latter had ventured out to the seafood market in the village beyond the fortress with the guards the previous evening. The seafood market was hardly a rarity. Where there is demand, a market will arise. With so many soldiers and their families absent from the island, such desires were perfectly reasonable. It was the prolonged suppression of these needs that would lead to greater troubles. Jaehaerys is not the callous Stannis Baratheon. He believes in following the natural order, yet insists that seafood markets undergo regular sanitation and that fishmongers receive periodic health inspections to prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases. Consequently, numerous seafood markets sprang up like mushrooms after a reign within a mere 6 months, spurring the rapid development of Dragonstone's chicken industry. Remarkably, even before the legitimate cultivation of conch yielded any profits, a substantial tax revenue had already been collected from the seafood markets, a sum that Jaehaerys deemed considerable, certainly exceeding 10,000 gold dragons. One might wonder, isn't the monthly military salary merely 1,000 gold dragons? Over a span of 6 months, that totals only 6,000. How could the aquatic tax alone surpass 10,000? My dear friends, such calculations are overly simplistic. To illustrate, we are all aware that a brick-and-mortar store generally allocates no more than 20% of its total expenditure to employee wages. As the size of the establishment increases, the proportion of labor costs diminishes. Conversely, operational expenses, advertising, and rent occupy a more substantial portion of the budget. This is quite understandable, is it not? Similarly, Dragonstone presently resembles a colossal corporation. Its greatest expenditures are not military salaries, but rather the maintenance and upkeep of its fleet. From oiling and painting to removing barnacles and making repairs, the monthly costs run into tens of thousands of gold dragons. Without such an investment, could Dragonstone's foundation endure for 6 months? This also explains why, when the second stag employed the fleet of Salador San, he was required to pay over 20,000 gold dragons each month. Notably, that fleet comprised only about 30 medium to large vessels, and not all were warships. Of course, hiring comes with a premium, otherwise it would be implausible, yet it underscores the exorbitant costs of naval maintenance. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Jaehaerys would have converted the warships into merchant vessels, as maintaining a purely combat fleet is simply not feasible. More than half of the royal fleet of Dragonstone consists of aging ships that have been in service for decades. The maintenance costs incurred over the years could have sufficed to construct an equivalent number of new vessels. Based on depreciation, these ships hold a residual value close to zero and should have long been relegated to the scrap heap. Yet, they continue to toil diligently at the front lines, their dedication deeply moving Jaehaerys. Thus, he was inspired to commission a redesign of the vessel types, seeking those that could excel in both combat and speed. Boasting unparalleled firepower in wartime and cargo capacities rivaling merchant ships in peacetime, all while maintaining swift maneuverability when fully loaded. The artisans of the Navy Department could hardly believe their ears. Indeed, with the traditional council reduced to merely the Minister of Finance, the Minister of the Navy, and the Minister of Justice, unable even to gather a full table for mahjong, this was intolerable. Consequently, Jaehaerys boldly proposed sweeping reforms, establishing departments for the Navy, Army, Justice, Finance, Foreign Affairs, Internal Affairs, and Fisheries. Among these, the Finance and Navy departments stand out as paramount for Count Viserys Valerion and Count Adrian Selmy. The transition from minister to department head altered little in terms of authority, thus rendering any opposition moot. However, the reality is quite different, and that seems to lead us astray. Presently, Jaehaerys is tasked with educating the mischievous child under the orders of his mother. Had it not been for a swift report, it is likely that Viserys would have already tasted the sea for himself. As for the individual responsible, it is, of course, the Kingsguard. The official title of the Kingsguard is the Department of Internal Affairs, ostensibly akin to the Royal Guards of Dragonstone, but in truth, it serves as an intelligence agency. With recent funding secured, it will soon commence its official duties. Queen Rhaella demands their complete obedience to Prince Jaehaerys, not out of favoritism, but rather due to the inadequacies of other royal family members. Viserys is indolent and lacks cunning, while Rhaenys, though resilient, is far too young. A 5-year-old child lacks the ability to command respect. Jaehaerys, however, is different. At the tender age of 7, he has already created a spring thunder and single-handedly rescued Rhaenys from King's Landing. Subsequently, even Ser Daenerys acknowledged that his swordsmanship had reached a level of independence, shining brilliantly during the ensuing financial crisis. Even the legendary Rhaegar, at the same age, could not have achieved such feats. This has heightened Queen Rhaella's expectations for him. The Forest Witch who accompanied Jaime from Harrenhal to the court foretold to King Jaehaerys II that the prophesied prince would be born of the lineage of Rhaella and Aerys. Hence, Jaehaerys II recognized the lukewarm relationship between the siblings but still arranged their marriage. Initially, she believed that the prophesied prince would be Rhaegar, but following his demise in battle, She now observes Jaehaerys' performance with increasing certainty that he is indeed the prophesied one. There is simply no other explanation for how Jaehaerys could transform from a mere child into a wise prince adept in governance and martial prowess. Not merely a character from a fantastical tale. After chastising the mischievous child with a wooden sword, Jaehaerys felt a slight elevation in his spiritual realm. It is no wonder that people revel in the role of a teacher, for I am not deceived. The feeling of standing atop a moral high ground and critiquing others is indeed delightful. Very well, upon my return, I shall personally instruct you in swordsmanship. Otherwise, how could you ever be worthy of being my brother? How could you harbor such terrifying thoughts? How could you possess such amiable sentiments? I truly adore you. Viserys was at a loss for words, praying to the gods to have this little demon taken away by the others. I promise I shall no longer indulge in the Blue Moon seafood market. Is that not sufficient? Oh, by the way, the Blue Moon you visited yesterday was raided by my men. Many seafood merchants inside had not undergone health inspections for 2 months, and I feared the spread of disease. Thus, should you experience any itching or unusual odors, do remember to consult the maester. Jaehaerys remarked nonchalantly. It was better left unsaid. The moment he mentioned it, Viserys felt an overwhelming itch all over, particularly in certain areas. Seeing Jaehaerys had left, he hurriedly dashed towards the maester's tower beneath the crow's nest, for should he indeed have that affliction, it could not be delayed. Master Tyria, I beseech you for assistance. Your Highness, we have received word from Half-Face that he has amassed a considerable quantity of gold and inquires whether we can accommodate it. An internal guard responsible for gathering external trade intelligence has raised the question. How much? The letter states it to be 300,000 pounds, yet according to our intelligence, the actual amount shall not exceed 250,000 pounds. This fellow possesses some skill. By the way, how did you uncover this? Your Highness, it is still your instruction that has guided us. You said the best method is to leverage the whispers of the pillow, so we sought out someone of substantial influence. A talent indeed. When you return to the Ministry of Finance, authorize an additional month's salary, and in addition, increase the future remuneration for the entire Internal Affairs Guard, including attendance bonuses, and attribute it to my wishes. Thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 37. Incense and Introspection. Your Highness, it is time to embark, Sir Crediman proclaimed loudly. Feeling quite satisfied with his previous trade endeavors, yet he was unprepared for the efficiency of the operations at White Harbor, drawing the tiger away from its lair, disguising their exit, and employing bluster, akin to an old sow donned in a cap. Such a sequence of maneuvers. As for His Royal Highness Jaehaerys, he could no longer afford to regard him lightly. This time, the prince himself was present at the transaction site to ensure the princess' safety. Sir Crediman had solicited the services of an armorer days in advance to craft a suit of plate armor and a leather undergarment for the prince. Simultaneously, he requested 500 spring thunderbolts from the Alchemist Guild and hastily modified the crossbows overnight. At this moment, the 30 warships en route to the transaction had undergone maintenance and were in prime condition. Oh, my thoughts have wandered. Jaehaerys waved his hand dismissively. Although the Navy had made comprehensive preparations, a lingering sense of unease pervaded him. According to the descriptions of the treasures of the mysterious tree, practitioners may have sudden intuitions about certain events. Thus, this subtle oddity heightened Jaehaerys' vigilance. He commanded all ships to bolster their watchfulness, ensuring that personnel were constantly stationed in lookout towers, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest indication of movement. As they traversed the throat of the sea, the waters opened up to reveal a vast expanse, the sky clear and bright, unmarred by clouds. The northern winds billowed their cloaks. The three-headed dragon atop the mast unfurled its wings, flames as crimson as blood. Your Highness, we are but a day's sail from the trading location. I recommend you retire to your cabin for some rest. Captain Georgie has arranged the finest quarters for you, Sir Crediman advised Jaehaerys. Sir, I wish to behold the sea with mine own eyes. You see, I once read a book that contained a phrase, do not underestimate the sea as you do the mountains, which implies that one must maintain a sense of reverence for the ocean. The author of such a statement must surely have been a learned scholar, for only they can transform simple truths into elaborate expressions. No, it was penned by a storyteller. You might consider him akin to a bard. Sir Crediman was left speechless. I jest with you. Lately, I have been pondering how Dragonstone might seek a glimmer of hope beneath the military might of the Iron Throne. Our population is scarcely 1% of the Lord's domain. Our army is woefully inadequate, and Robert's desire for my demise remains unquenched. Your Highness, your efforts have not gone unnoticed by the gods. They shall surely bless you. The gods? If such clay and wooden idols were effective, the world would be ruled by the church. We must not place our hopes in the nebulous whims of deities. Your Highness, one must not defame the divine. It would be wise to refrain from such statements in the future. While Lord Cratimon may not be a devout worshipper, he is aware that the faith in the seven gods is a prevailing belief in Westeros. Even the coronation of a king requires the church's endorsement. If the clergy were to overhear Prince Jaehaerys' words, it would undoubtedly stir unrest. Should the ocean not be governed by the seven? Jaehaerys mused softly. Well, this is merely idle chatter between us. The people are free to believe in whichever deity they choose. Our duty is to protect that freedom, not to impose our will upon them. Let us leave this topic be. Jaehaerys chose to cease the conversation, leaving Cratimon somewhat bewildered. However, he found himself ruminating over the prince's words, sensing a profound meaning that eluded him, and for the moment, he could only let it go. Jaehaerys did not speak aimlessly. He had discovered something, a method for gathering the faith of the masses, known as the celestial and terrestrial ritual of universal devotion. The efficacy of this practice was uncertain, yet its name seemed rather irreverent. Through the establishment of temples, the drawing of followers, and the occasional display of miracles, one could harness the prayers of the faithful for personal gain. However, such methods were often seen as manipulative, not the path of the enlightened. Moreover, the greatest flaw lay in the fact that to absorb the faith of the people was to be bound by it, thus forfeiting true freedom. In comparison to this primary drawback, there were numerous minor issues, such as a low ceiling for success and an exceedingly high floor for failure, lacking grand ambition. Those of great resolve would struggle to endure. According to Dwabao's description, this practice had its merits, likely born from a small world of practitioners seeking transcendence during the era of silent laws. Yet, to be recognized by its fruits, the practitioner must have already ascended successfully. Able to pursue this path only in dire circumstances, Jaehaerys did not return to the cabin. Instead, he observed the sailors bustling about, the sails billowing in the wind like the belly of Layla. The time for her delivery was drawing near, and with it would come an unprecedented storm. He could not predict the exact moment, or rather, by the time Layla went into labor, it would be too late. The storm is born, Jaehaerys murmured to himself, then sat cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes to meditate. Sir Cratimon had grown accustomed to his behavior. For Prince Jaehaerys often visited the highest point of the stone drum tower at dawn, adopting such peculiar postures. At one point, it led to speculation that he was conducting some malevolent magical rite, but as others attempted to imitate him, they found only discomfort and cramping, ultimately concluding it was merely the prince's unique quirk. Full sails, full speed ahead. Sir Cratimon instructed the flag officer to signal, and the entire fleet began to accelerate. The broad bows cleaving through the waves, sending up frothy white spray. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Jaehaerys gradually sensed the vessel's deceleration. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer illuminating his gaze, and exhaled a cloud of white vapor, particularly conspicuous in the crisp winter morning. Your Highness, you are awake. Would you care for some breakfast? The presence beside him had changed. Old Ser Timon, despite his age, had endured the company for most of the day but could no longer withstand it and retreated to his cabin to rest. Before leaving, he arranged for his attendant to stay by Jaehaerys' side, ready to assist him at any moment. Jaehaerys nodded and inquired about their current location. The attendant replied that they had passed Hearth Island an hour ago and would reach the Stepstones in a few hours' time. Breakfast consisted of dried cod, hard bread, and a small dish of sour dates. Jaehaerys did not disdain the simplicity of the meal. For ordinary sailors, this was quite a feast. The scarcity of resources on Dragonstone necessitated the procurement of food, vegetables, and fresh water from surrounding areas. Fortunately, they had recently earned some coin. Otherwise, the residents of Dragonstone would have faced starvation. Land and populace, two formidable obstacles hindering the progress of Dragonstone. At times, Jaehaerys pondered whether he could simply follow the original plot's course, disregarding the Targaryens' enmities with the Seven Kingdoms. Why invite trouble upon himself? He had repeatedly questioned within his mind. With such vastness in the Seven Kingdoms, could he not find a secluded place to hide and survive? At worst, a decade later, when Viserys intended to sell the Mother of Dragons, he could simply appear before her during her deception by Melisandre, relying on the striking resemblance to Viserys to earn her trust. If he were unable to cultivate his abilities, if he had not received the boon of the Daobao immortal root, perhaps that would be the best course of action. Yet, there are no ifs. With the acquisition of power came an insatiable yearning that grew ever more pronounced alongside his cultivation. Since fate had bestowed upon him such capabilities and opportunities, why could he not alter the Targaryen legacy? Why could he not champion justice for the people of the realm? Why could he not uphold righteousness among mortals? He possessed the ability, after all, to remain ignorant, to see no change. What difference would it make between him and a mere statue of clay or wood in a temple? Chapter 38. Further transactions and setbacks. A cacophony of roaring waves resounded in his consciousness, accompanied by the voice of the Tao, heralded by auspicious clouds, as a golden lotus flower slowly ascended from the sea of awareness. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, intoned the voice of the Tao Bao immortal root, surprisingly imbued with a solemn gravitas. Is this the divine flower, one of the three flowers? Harrys inquired with curiosity. The divine flower, also known as the golden flower or celestial flower, symbolizes the yang spirit within the essence, representing the heavens among the three talents of heaven, earth, and man, and signifying gold among the three treasures of gold, silver, and lead. I had presumed you would first condense the human flower or the essence flower, yet you have unexpectedly comprehended the Tao. At this moment, we may address each other as fellow cultivators. So, you never regarded me with any seriousness before? Harrys expressed his dissatisfaction. Naturally. How could one who is yet to grasp the Tao be worthy of being called my fellow cultivator? Duo Bao Xianzhen, with an air of pride, elaborated on his thoughts, which seemed quite reasonable. Can billionaires truly befriend beggars? Even if they outwardly refrain from discrimination, they would never genuinely regard the latter as their equals. Do you not perceive that there exists a hierarchy, even among the Tao? Duo Bao inquired. I would be delighted to hear more, came the response. The great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, the supreme virtue of non-action, the highest goodness akin to water, the intermediate goodness that embraces benevolence, and the lower goodness that upholds righteousness. Your path may well align with the intermediate goodness. The supreme virtue is embodied solely by the Tao ancestor. The highest goodness is represented by the three purities and four sovereigns. The intermediate goodness is as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, while the lower goodness is but a grain within the vast ocean. Upon hearing this, Harrys expressed his dissent. The Tao is simply the Tao, the great Tao. The heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao are merely names we ascribe. What distinction is there between high and low? You possess your Tao, and I possess mine. Furthermore, the Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao. Even the term Tao is but a human construct. It can signify the Tao or the non-Tao. It can be named or unnamed. It can have a beginning or no beginning. It can have an end or no end. Enough, enough. What audacity do we possess to discuss the Tao? He continued. Are we not akin to the cicada and the great rock, inviting ridicule? Indeed, indeed. They agreed. What transpired remained unknown to outsiders. To others, Prince Harrys appeared even more distinguished, akin to gazing into the profound night sky, inadvertently captivating all attention. With his cultivation having advanced further, Harrys could now wield certain spells and talismans from his family's ancestral teachings, such as exorcism incantations, purification talismans, and dazzling light techniques. However, such skills were merely trifles, utilized at his discretion. As their fleet approached the Shiji Islands, halting 5 miles away, sailors atop the towering masts peered through telescopes, shouting down that they had spotted their trading partners. Moments later, they recognized the weathered vessel, albeit this time their fleet had significantly expanded, boasting around 20 ships of various sizes. The sailors remained vigilant in their lookout, while the other soldiers executed their duties, adjusting the scorpion crossbows and preparing the bolts at their sides. The entire fleet resembled a cobra poised to strike, ready for action. With the appearance of Cretus and the weathered vessel, negotiations commenced in the central waters. 220,000 pounds of gold exchanged for 2.64 million gold dragons, adhering to the previously agreed price. Half-face, did you not claim to possess 300,000 pounds? Sir Cretus expressed his discontent, as they were indeed trading on borrowed funds. 300,000 pounds could yield 870,000 gold dragons, whereas 220,000 pounds would produce only 640,000 gold dragons. The disparity is significant. As the stakes escalated, old Cretus broadened his perspective. Hundreds of thousands of gold dragons began to seem trivial. You are unaware. Our modest enterprise cannot compare to your grand establishment on Lannisters Island. This gold represents the accumulated savings of several generations in my family. Half-face explained, half in jest. Considering the magnitude of this transaction, who knows when the next opportunity will arise? Should we not negotiate a higher price for our next engagement? Cretus was indifferent to the means by which he procured gold. If it were solely his ambition, how could its value ascend? However, Jaehaerys had previously stated the need to provide them with a modicum of incentive. Was a mere sum of money truly significant? Very well. Our esteemed Queen and Prince Jaehaerys have conferred, and should you manage to procure 1 million pounds of gold next time, we shall grant you an additional 10%. Fail to do so, and the original terms shall prevail. Is that a promise? More genuine than the gold you have brought. Excellent, it is settled. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and the parties agreed upon a subsequent meeting point before preparing to set sail once more. Suddenly, the lookout tower's sailors sounded an alarm, announcing the approach of numerous vessels. The flag indicated it was a pirate banner. How audacious, daring to challenge your grandfather. Sir Credaman was both astonished and enraged. Ha ha ha. Old fellow, do not speak so hastily. Behold clearly, that is the banner of the Prince of the Narrow Sea. Jaehaerys also recognized it. Adorned sails and painted hulls, flying a monkey's flag on the largest and most imposing ship at the forefront. In the distance, a man clad in a resplendent silver coat could be seen, his white hair secured beneath a hat. Jaehaerys scrutinized further. Indeed, it was green. Salladhor. He has come in person. Sir, who is this individual? Jaehaerys inquired. Your Highness, he is a descendant of the Valyrian lineage, the current head of the San family, whose history of piracy is nearly as ancient as your forebears' conquest of the continent of Westeros. Thus, they style themselves the Prince of the Narrow Sea, though they are pirates. Their might should not be underestimated. Ah, so he is the pirate employed by the second stag, yet in the television series, he appeared as a mere commoner. Why does he seem merely sun-kissed? Jaehaerys commanded the flag officer to signal. The scorpion crossbows were readied. Although the intentions of the newcomers were uncertain, caution was paramount. Esteemed Sir Credaman, it is an absolute pleasure to see you. I regretted missing our previous encounter, and lo and behold, we almost missed each other again. Salladhor ostentatiously declared from the bow of his ship, named the Valyrian, a grand vessel boasting 300 oars. He unfurled a flag of peace, signaling his benign intentions. However, pirates were notoriously cunning and devoid of honor. A solitary flag could signify little, as deceit often served as their guiding principle. Sir Credaman had dealt with such ruses for decades, and was well aware of their subtleties. Moreover, with Prince Jaehaerys aboard, he would not let his guard down. With a gesture concealed behind his back, he instructed a servant to depart immediately and alert the fleet to prepare for battle. The anchor chain was reeled in, sails adjusted. The oar ports of the warship opened, and the oarsmen took their positions, their oars extending out like a centipede's legs, poised to spring into action at the command of the oar officer. My dear sir, you have truly saddened me. I arrived with the utmost sincerity, yet you afford me no time to share a few words. Salladhor feigned dismay, having only recently entered the waters a few months prior. She now stands as his flagship. In this vast expanse of ocean, no vessel possesses combat capabilities that can rival hers. Not to mention the few modest karamis of the Dragonstone Royal Fleet. Salado brims with confidence. Chapter 39. The thunder of spring strikes Mr. San. Prince Jaehaerys, clad in plate armor and bereft of a helmet, allowed his silvery golden hair to dance in the wind, revealing a visage that could make women gasp in admiration. Sir Credaman was reluctant to have him appear before the pirates, primarily out of fear that they would kidnap the prince upon discovering his true identity. History bears witness to such precedents. During the tumultuous Blood Dragon dance, Prince Viserys, the son of Queen Rhaenyra of the Black Party, was captured by the fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters while returning to Dragonstone, subsequently sold multiple times before his brother, Aegon III, paid a hefty ransom and acquiesced to a series of harsh conditions, including a marriage to the daughter of Governor Larys, to secure his return to King's Landing. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your obstruction, Mr. San? By the gods, it is indeed His Royal Highness. My sincerest apologies. The current situation truly took Salado by surprise. He initially sought to catch a large fish, only to discover he had ensnared a young dragon instead. Countless thoughts raced through his mind regarding the potential for lucrative exchanges. Your Highness has traveled a great distance. If you were to refuse even a cup of fruit wine, the world would surely mock my lack of hospitality. Pray, join me aboard my ship, where I shall provide exquisite food and drink. What say you, Your Highness? That is quite unnecessary. We are here for business, not revelry. Now that our dealings are concluded, it is time to return home. I kindly request that you grant us a passageway, for we shall meet again in the future. Is it to be that you intend to offer me no semblance of face? Mr. San's eyes narrowed as he prepared to beckon his men closer. If they could charge forward and execute a surprise attack from above, victory would be his. Face. Such a concept is not granted merely by your desire. Allow me to demonstrate to you what face truly is, shall we? Fire. Jaehaerys bellowed. and the 3 scorpions positioned at the bow of the ship simultaneously unleashed 3 2-meter-long bolts. Due to the proximity, the bolts embedded themselves deeply into the wooden hull of the Valyrian ship, their rear ends trembling as if attempting to dig deeper, but the wood's density proved too formidable. And after a brief shudder, they fell short. Haha, foolish child. My Valyrian ship boasts a bow armor thickness of 2 feet. Not even a stone projectile would avail you here, let alone your paltry bolts. Oh, is that so? I intend for your new vessel to witness some action today. Jaehaerys replied with a smile. Prepare the spring thunder. Fire. Several bolts, now equipped with spring thunder, shot forth with an accelerated velocity. The preceding test shots had allowed the crossbowmen to ascertain their firing parameters, and with a target so large and close, even a blind man could strike true. If Sarn had a slow-motion perspective, he would see several peculiar crossbow bolts leisurely soaring toward his flagship. At the instant the arrowheads collided with the wooden bow of the ship, the ceramic jars contained within the wooden cages at the rear of the arrows shattered explosively under tremendous force, releasing a vibrant liquid reminiscent of spring, which then ignited into a searing blaze, enveloping the bow in emerald flames. Quick, douse it with buckets of water. Sarn mournfully gazed at his bride, the vessel he cherished dearly since its launch, always treating it with utmost tenderness, never before subjected to such brutal treatment. Captain, something is amiss with this fire. What is it? Water will not extinguish it. Look, his subordinate hastily demonstrated, to their dismay, when a bucket of water was poured over. The green flames spread along the water's path, generating a dense white mist. In mere moments, Sarn could hear the wood crackling and popping as it succumbed to the flames. Fools, use sand. Sarn seethed with frustration. He had previously encountered enemies utilizing incendiary oils and tar, and it was clear that these crew members were utterly inept. He would have to replace them with a cadre of seasoned sea wolves to tend to his beloved vessel. But even if we cover it with sand, it will still burn beneath. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even hellfire cannot be this fierce. Sarn, disregarding his dignity, grabbed a bag of sand and poured it over the flames, only to find the result identical to what his subordinate had warned. Fortunately, such bolts were limited, and after setting a considerable hole ablaze in his deck, they ceased their assault, leaving behind a gaping wound that mocked him like a cruel grin. Then he beheld the opposing ship bristling with crossbow bolts, each adorned with a round, glistening egg. Cease fire, cease fire. Sarn shouted in terror. This weapon was too fearsome. Just a few had left the crew of the Valyrian ship drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. What if a few more were to come? They could easily find themselves residing at the bottom of the sea, enjoying a leisurely afterlife. Mr. Sarn, shall we discuss matters now? Jaehaerys spoke languidly, his tone reminiscent of a sunlit afternoon spent leisurely sipping tea in a garden with friends. Ah, your highness, you flatter me. Simply call me Sarn, for I cannot bear the title of Mr. Salador. Sarn was thoroughly shaken, relieved that the opposing side did not seem intent on escalating hostilities, or else the fleet he had brought would fare poorly. The human fear of the unknown is deeply rooted in our genetic makeup, a primordial instinct of self-preservation. Thus, it is not surprising that Salador, having never witnessed such phenomena, was startled. Even the soldiers of the royal fleet, encountering the power of spring thunder for the first time, were taken aback. No wonder they had been repeatedly cautioned to safeguard those round, glass vessels filled with fine sand and straw, handling them with utmost care. A few soldiers recalled having once sat carelessly on wooden crates, suddenly feeling a tightening in their lower regions, cold sweat trickling down. Had those vessels ignited then, their entire village would have been obliterated in an instant, with no ceremony required, merely a cloud of ashes left in its wake. Salado, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Since you have proclaimed yourself the Prince of the Narrow Sea, you must be aware that Jaehaerys has openly discussed his dealings with individuals such as Halfface. If you can procure 1 million pounds of gold, I shall offer you a price of 13. For 2 million pounds, I would give you 14. And for 5 million pounds, I would provide you with 15. In essence, a prosperous arrangement benefits us all. Wealth shared is wealth multiplied. Jaehaerys is quite generous. And this price, I assure you, is far from insubstantial. While Salado maintains several channels within Lys, he is not among the elite. The bankers and affluent merchants of the city are not individuals he can afford to offend. The title of Prince of the Narrow Sea is merely self-aggrandizement. Even the Stepstone Isles harbor numerous pirates who show him little respect. In this era, the distinction between pirates and traders has blurred significantly. They can seamlessly transition between identities, negotiating business one moment and drawing blades the next, driven by capriciousness and an insatiable greed. The Sane family has been engaged in maritime endeavors for 3 centuries. Yet they have never ascended to the governorship of Lys, not even once. Is it due to their lineage being too insignificant? Ultimately, it is a matter of inadequate strength. Chapter 40. The tidings of the Horn of Fury to dispose of stolen goods. Salado must contend with the avarice of Lys's wealthy merchants and bankers, which led him to contemplate establishing his own bank. Regrettably, the bankers of Lys are notoriously exclusionary. Many with insufficient foundations are often driven to bankruptcy. Long before his grandfather, Cimaros Sane, joined the Nine, the Sane family had sought to penetrate the power structures of the free trade city-states. Their most recent attempt involved collaborating with the Blackfire family during the tragic events of the Summer Hall, instigating a war to conquer Tyrosh and the Stepstone Isles, with intentions to invade Westeros. Unfortunately, they were thwarted by the forces dispatched by Jaehaerys II, the king, in what became known as the War of the 9 Copper Coins. The brutal Maris of the Blackfire family was slain by the fearless Balistan Selmy, resulting in the extinction of the male heirs of the Blackfire lineage. Samuro was compelled to retreat to the old stronghold of Lys, akin to a lion that, having failed to seize the throne, resumes its wandering existence. Facing challenges from hyenas and leopards, Your Highness, Salado was taken aback by such lucrative terms. The exchange rate he received from the bankers and currency exchangers of Lys was a mere 11 gold dragons per pound, or its equivalent in Lysini coins. A quick mental calculation revealed that 1 million pounds of gold would yield a staggering 130,000 gold dragons, a windfall of 20,000 dragons. 5 million pounds would translate to a remarkable 750,000 gold dragons, netting him a profit of 200,000 dragons. Furthermore, he had acquaintances in the Stepstone Isles, Lys, and Meereen. Even a slight increase in the purchase price to 12 would allow him to amass over 10 million pounds of gold, albeit time-consuming. But it would net him a pure profit of 300,000 gold dragons. Goodness, this is far more promising than mere robbery. One might wonder, how could these pirates be so wealthy? 10 million pounds of gold is a staggering 453 tons. Pray do tell. The world of A Song of Ice and Fire is grand and expansive. The continent of Westeros alone is comparable in size to South America, while Essos is several times larger. The 9 free trade city-states have engaged in commerce across the entirety of the known world. What significance does a mere 453 tons of gold hold? In a previous life, Jaehaerys had heard tales of a gold mine in South Essos that historically produced over 1,000 tons of gold annually. This figure represents only a single mine's output for 1 year. Considering the passage of time and the potential yields from both continents in this world, it is impossible to quantify the total. Given their immense wealth, why do they not mint their own currency? Surely, a profit margin of 100 would incentivize them to overcome all technical challenges associated with establishing a mint. However, as previously mentioned, surmounting such technological hurdles is no simple feat. The mints within the nations or city-states of this realm can be considered the lifeblood of their economies, with the techniques of coinage remaining closely guarded secrets. Even commonplace skills are often treated as proprietary knowledge, leading to a transmission of techniques that is largely familial and rarely shared with outsiders. For example, the lace of Myr, a fabric familiar to the denizens of Earth, has remained a principal commodity of Myr for centuries, with its production methods never divulged. This has allowed lace manufacturing to become a pillar of Myr's economy. Can you believe it? Due to the secrecy surrounding these techniques, pirates are utterly incapable of forging currency. Even if someone attempts to mint coins illicitly, they are easily recognizable as fakes. Historically, there have indeed been instances of large-scale counterfeiting of golden dragons on the Stepstone Islands, notably by Demon Blackfire. However, the Iron Throne subsequently declared possession of the Blackfire family's counterfeit coins to be an act of treason. Thus, during that time, individuals dared not accept such currency, especially the nobles, for their families and lands were their very lifelines. Even the act of receiving or storing a Blackfire gold coin constituted a treasonous crime, sufficient to strip them of all noble rights. Who would dare defy such orders? Many commoners are illiterate, and 9,999 out of 10,000 will never encounter a gold dragon in their lifetimes. Only lords, knights, and merchants have access to such currency. Should they inadvertently receive a counterfeit gold dragon, they would immediately melt it down into gold, subsequently exchanging it for legitimate gold dragons and silver stags at the money changers, often at a heartbreaking exchange rate. This experience would undoubtedly ingrain a lesson in vigilance against counterfeit coins, driven by the tantalizing prospect of immense profits. The pirates cried out in fervor, "Long live the Targaryens! Your generosity astounds me, your grace." Consequently, I must inform you of an unfavorable piece of news, even for the sake of those 3 million gold dragons. Ser Salladhor must ensure the safety of Dragonstone until the gold dragons are secured. I wish to hear more. Jaehaerys listened intently as he recounted. Recently, my men observed the royal fleet's primary defensive focus on Blackwater Bay and the Narrow Sea. They truly lack the resources to attend to the far-off Shipbreaker Bay. To his astonishment, the two stags managed to construct a large shipyard and a massive warship with 400 oars without drawing attention. Fortunately, their naval vessels are relatively few in number, which currently prevents them from forming a significant threat. However, should they wait a while longer for various conventional and auxiliary ships to be launched, it would pose a tremendous danger to Dragonstone. Although Jaehaerys possesses the formidable naval weapon, Spring Thunder, once the enemy becomes aware of it, they could employ large crossbows and catapults for long-range suppression. The range of Spring Thunder would not suffice against them. And with the enemy's superior fleet numbers and speed, Jaehaerys could find himself in a dire situation, subjected to relentless assault. Gratitude flowed from Jaehaerys towards Mr. Son, who assured him that the Targaryen family would not be remiss in their obligations to friends. A royal family, even if exiled, still retains considerable financial might, rendering its promises immensely valuable. Should the Targaryen family reclaim the Iron Throne, the Son family's 3-century vision might find realization through Ser Salladhor's endeavors. After exchanging pleasantries, Son took his leave, intent on gathering gold before word spread, for time is indeed money. Jaehaerys pondered for a moment before instructing Ser Titor to dispatch a small vessel to Storm's End on their return journey, tasked with scouting the exact location of the shipyard. He would not tolerate such a significant malignant threat to the safety of Dragonstone. With arrangements complete, the fleet set sail. Though this transaction was devoid of peril, Jaehaerys emerged with a bittersweet profit of 380,000 golden dragons. The practical efficacy of Spring Thunder left him quite satisfied, yet it also exposed certain shortcomings. Primarily, the issue of range arose. As the weight of the bolts increased, their range diminished. While catapults could reach further, their accuracy left much to be desired, relying solely on fortune to strike moving vessels. Alas, how splendid it would be to possess the artillery of a former life. Regrettably, he lacked the knowledge to construct such weaponry. Moreover, as a practitioner, would he not be ridiculed for wielding cannons? It would be prudent to remain grounded within the limits of contemporary technology and devise a strategy accordingly. Chapter 41. The Onion Knight. Recently, the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, has found himself in a most contented state. He was knighted by Stannis Baratheon, who, although punishing Davos for his past smuggling transgressions by amputating the first joint of all fingers on his left hand, save the thumb, proved to be a ruler of remarkable integrity amidst a sea of corrupt lords. Serving under such a monarch instilled in him a profound sense of security. In celebration, he had his wife sew a small pouch to hold the severed bones, which he wore around his neck as a talisman. Furthermore, his lord had granted him land and a modest castle at Storm's End, allowing his wife and children to live with dignity and pride. When his wife, Maria, joyfully proclaimed him my lord while riding atop him for the first time, he felt that life had reached its zenith, a notion once unfathomable to the exiled Davos. The very next day, he named his family Seaworth, signifying a lineage suited for the seas. The family crest is adorned with a small black ship emblazoned on a gray background, its sails intricately inlaid with an onion motif, commemorating the illustrious vessel known as the Black Beth and its bountiful cargo of onions. Last year, King Robert decreed that Stannis should construct the royal fleet, a monumental task which he undertook upon himself, also assuming the responsibility of training the sailors. Thus, he ascended to fame throughout the Stormlands. He was acutely aware, however, that the command of the royal fleet would likely not be entrusted to him. Yet regardless of who would eventually lead the fleet, none could overlook him as its founder. The Cape of Wrath boasts fertile lands, and its rainforests are replete with timber ideal for shipbuilding, featuring colossal cedar, fir, maple, oak, redwood, sentinel trees, and soldier pines that could be embraced by several men. Prominent lordly families in the rainforest, such as the Metland family of Mistwood, the Morgan family of Crow's Nest, and the Clinton family of Eagle's Nest, are renowned for their trade in shipbuilding timber and amber gemstones. It is well known that freshly felled trees cannot be immediately utilized for shipbuilding. They must undergo a meticulous process of seasoning, drying, shaping, and pest and moisture treatment. The most critical component of the vessel is the keel. For medium to large warships and merchant vessels, a single-piece keel is preferable, large and robust. It withstands the tumultuous seas with ease. The ribs of the ship, constructed using mortise and tenon joints atop the keel, must balance strength and rigidity, while the hull, albeit simpler, requires a thorough drying period of over a year to ensure waterproofing. Prior to launching, the seams and the hull below the waterline must be coated with pitch. Evidently, gathering these materials cannot be achieved swiftly through mere tree felling. Fortunately, the rainforest families provided immense support, swiftly transporting a stockpile of shipbuilding supplies to the expansive shipyard at Cape of Wrath. To enhance efficiency, Lord Stannis excavated 3 large and 5 medium-sized dry docks, allowing for the simultaneous construction of 3 large warships with over 200 oars and 5 smaller vessels. However, King Robert deemed that a 200-oar warship could not compete with the former royal fleet of Ares II, thus allocating substantial funds for Stannis to construct colossal ships with over 300 oars. Ultimately, after consulting numerous shipbuilding artisans, Lord Stannis resolved to embark upon the unprecedented construction of a 400-oar behemoth warship, transmitting the blueprints and plans via Raven to King's Landing. King Robert, upon reviewing them, was elated, promptly naming the ship Robert's Hammer, envisioning it as a maritime force that would shatter all enemies at sea, much like he crushed Rhaegar's armor on land with his warhammer. As the keel of this maritime colossus was laid and its ribs meticulously affixed, the excitement of Ser Davos Seaworth reached an unparalleled height. Yet, due to the sheer magnitude of this shipbuilding endeavor and a shortage of craftsmen, the overall progress of the fleet was severely hindered. Half a year has passed, and Lord Stannis' expectation of at least 80 warships has dwindled to fewer than 30, with the masts and sails yet to be installed. Should the Targaryen fleet launch an assault, the consequences would be dire indeed. However, observing the gradual completion of the hull of the King Robert's Hammer, with the manufacturing of masts and sails progressing at a brisk pace, he finds some solace. The Targaryen family has yet to show any sign of their presence outside the bay, allowing his anxious heart to finally ease. It is reasonable. The Targaryens are likely focused on defending Blackwater Bay and the Kingsguard, and they would never suspect that His Majesty Robert has covertly assigned the shipbuilding task to Storm's End. It is widely known that the waters of Shipbreaker Bay are treacherous, with high winds and turbulent waves even in calm conditions. When Lord Stannis unexpectedly leads the towering King Robert's Hammer and nearly 100 of the latest warships to the surface of Dragonstone, he is eager to see how Lord Loras and Ser Tytos will respond. Recently, a few small skiffs have appeared on the sea, leading him to believe they were Targaryen reconnaissance vessels. Yet, upon approaching aboard the Black Beth, he discovers they are merely smuggling ships from the old friends, the Son family. After this false alarm, he considers for a moment and decides to spare Ser Allardson the trouble of confiscation. After ensuring the crew swears an oath of silence about their encounter, he allows them to depart. With just 1 more month to go, the Wind-S Fury will soon possess the means of self-defense. In 3 months, even if the fleet from Dragonstone were to set sail, they would find themselves in a position of helplessness. Out of caution, he resolves to expedite the installation of sails and rigging on those 30 smaller warships, ensuring that even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, they will possess a degree of maneuverability rather than remaining stationary targets at the dock. Without delay, he acts decisively. The former smuggler's execution is commendable. Within a matter of days, arrangements are made, and he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, returning his focus to the construction of King Robert's Hammer. Yet, unbeknownst to him, much like when he stealthily lowered the sails of the Black Beth under the cover of night to deliver a shipment of onions and pickled fish to Wind's Rest, a dark little boat silently approaches the illuminated dock, where the enormous warship is tirelessly having its masts installed. Carefully observing the terrain and swiftly mapping the waters, the captain instructs his crew. Should they be captured, they must claim to be pirates from the Stone Steps Isles, vowing to reveal nothing of their true identities. Clearly, there is some defense in place, but as night falls, most guards are too drowsy to stay alert, clutching their horns and crossbows like chickens pecking at grain. That will suffice. Let us return to report to His Highness the Prince. The small boat gently rows away, slowly retreating from the bay. Chapter 42. Bonds of interest as the Black Boat returns to the Dragonstone fleet with the first rays of morning sunlight. Jaehaerys has just completed a training bout with Ser Tytos and several knights. The experience of engaging in combat aboard a vessel adrift at sea is indeed a true test of one's sense of balance. In his previous life, Jaehaerys had not been entirely unfamiliar with sailing, albeit primarily on small ferries along rivers. At that time, he could only recall gripping the railing tightly, with little thought to wander about. A solitary skiff on the vast ocean resembles a drifting leaf, and many knights found themselves unsteady, compelled to shed their heavy armor to practice with the prince. Although he had already expended a significant portion of his skills, Jaehaerys did not seek to showcase his prowess, but rather relied on a solid foundation in swordsmanship. He began with one-on-one duels, advancing to 2, then 3 opponents. Extending his awareness to a radius of 10 feet around him, he ensured that there were no blind spots in his defense, leaving no weaknesses behind him. However, when the sparring escalated to 4 opponents, while his awareness could respond, his physical speed could not keep pace. When the first blunted sword came at him from an unavoidable angle, he could only brace himself with his well-muscled back to withstand the blow before conceding defeat. The prince's commendable performance garnered unanimous cheers from the soldiers. Knights and soldiers naturally aspire to strength, respect the formidable, and yearn to serve under the powerful. This is the most fundamental logic of their world. In this era, an exceptional leader must also be well-versed in archery and martial prowess. Whether the sons of knights or lords, they begin as pages at the tender age of 5, later becoming squires. They serve knights, learning the ways of the longsword, lance, and the skills of mounted archery. Once their masters deem them capable of upholding the honor of knighthood, they are duly knighted, a privilege bestowed by any lord or knight. In terms of foot combat skills, Jaehaerys was not inferior to the knights. However, engaging in mounted warfare presented a different challenge. Currently, aside from his training, martial practice, and administrative duties, he spent considerable time honing his skills with the lance and practicing mounted archery, albeit with gradual progress. This slow progress was relative. A month of his training equated to 2 months for others. Broken Ship Cove, with its fierce winds and turbulent waves, poses a navigational challenge, primarily due to the lurking underwater hazards. From the perspectives of shipbuilding and navigation, both Broken Ship Cove and Fury Point are far from ideal locations, characterized by strong winds and treacherous waters filled with hidden reefs. Years ago, the Mad King sent Duke Stephen Baratheon, the father of the Robert brothers, to Essos in search of a suitable Valyrian bride for Rhaegar. Tragically, on their return journey, the inhabitants of Storm's End witnessed the Stormbreaker, carrying the Duke and his wife, being swept onto the reefs and sinking amidst a storm. Robert's intentions were to feign a straightforward approach while secretly maneuvering. In truth, even without the intelligence from Saradosin, he would have dispatched scouting ships soon enough. He would not forget that it was the royal fleet, devastated by a storm, that led to the arrival of the fleet under the command of the Second Stag, which forced a landing at Dragonstone, resulting in the flight of Viserys and Daenerys to the continent of Essos in the original narrative. The captain and crew of the small black ship swiftly reported their findings to Jaehaerys. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan and arranged for their return to Dragonstone. Whether to engage in combat was one matter, the strategy of engagement was another entirely. Given the modest resources of Dragonstone, a decisive victory was imperative. To achieve results akin to the last covert operation at White Harbor, a more meticulous plan must be devised, along with a deeper understanding of the enemy's deployment. Setting sail, the sound of horns echoes across the sea as over 30 warships form a colossal dragon, stretching and shaking its wings as it heads towards Dragonstone Island. 2 days later, they return to Dragonstone. It is imperative to summon Lord Valerian and Count Setigab, the 2 most significant allies of Dragonstone, to discuss matters. Even if their capabilities may be lacking, they must project an air of importance. As the fleet returns, the mint at the foot of Dragon Mountain rises once more in a plume of smoke, diligently transforming the pure gold acquired through trade into coins, which are then exchanged for more gold, in an endless cycle that has grown to a remarkable scale. Robert is compelled to request additional craftsmen. Queen Layla graciously allocates 300, yet this is the utmost limit for Dragonstone. While one may savor the bounty alone, I have resolved to share this lucrative opportunity with the 2 lords. I wonder if they possess the fortitude to follow suit. Jaehaerys invited Lord Valerian and Count Setigab to the map chamber, located at the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower. After Conqueror Aegon rode his dragon across the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, he commissioned a grand map depicting the geography of the entire continent on a massive wooden table, known as the map table. Now, nearly 3 centuries later, the table exudes the scent of wood and varnish. Sitting at the chair designated for Dragonstone, he can almost feel the ambition of Aegon I, who sought to dismantle the barriers between nations that had persisted for millennia and unify the 7 kingdoms. However, even with dragons at his command, his accomplishments remained incomplete, leaving a seemingly unified yet internally fractured vast kingdom for future generations. The position of the crown was not particularly advantageous. Its small size could not sustain a large army. Furthermore, he should have wholly accepted the lands of the Blackheart Huron and the Gardner family's heirless territories, rather than parceling them out to vassals. His insistence on maintaining the archaic notion of the Seven Kingdoms seemed an exercise in futility, perpetually fostering a sense of isolation. This superficial unity left much to be desired. Perhaps he believed that possessing dragons rendered the multitude of soldiers mere inconsequential pawns. Jaehaerys recognized the folly of viewing issues from a godlike perspective. Yet he often succumbed to such errors, a manifestation of youthful arrogance. Valerian and Count Setigab exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons. With Robert now seated upon the Iron Throne, crowned by the Church and commanding a formidable army, both were acutely aware of the precarious situation at Dragonstone. While Jaehaerys excelled in fiscal matters and military leadership, their resources were limited. Robert could afford to lose countless times, but a single defeat for Dragonstone would spell disaster. They understood the significant profits to be gained from minting coins, yet even when faced with the prospect of a golden mountain ahead, they hesitated to take the risk. Jaehaerys found it not overly difficult for them. Let us consider this. While it may be somewhat challenging to involve you in the minting process, facilitating connections with familiar lords and nobles should pose no issue for your involvement in legitimate commerce, correct? As you are well aware, Dragonstone is lacking in many resources, yet it is not deficient in gold. Surely, I can procure fabrics and grain with gold? Do not attempt to bamboozle me with nonsense. Originally, I intended for you to profit alongside the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. If you remain ungrateful, do you truly believe the Bravosi lack the means? Upon hearing this, the two men's eyes gleamed with interest. Such a venture was indeed feasible. At present, the Iron Throne has not imposed any prohibition on trade with Dragonstone, has it? They promptly agreed, with Saitiga declaring he would immediately send someone to the Crab's Claw Peninsula and the Vale for procurement, while Valerian pledged to liaise with the lords of the Stormlands and the Riverlands. Jaehaerys produced a lengthy list from his pocket, encompassing everything from medicinal herbs, timber, and steel to charcoal, stone, grain, textiles, wool, horses, and piglets. Anything available on the continent was to be purchased. Chapter 43. The Technique of Dazzling Light and Moonlight, my lords. Jaehaerys continued, you are well aware that the territory of Dragonstone is limited. I wish to lease a substantial expanse of barren land on your island to serve as a conch farming pool. And I would like to employ your people to work for me. A delightful surprise. A sudden stroke of good fortune. His Highness the Prince is indeed a benevolent soul, bringing us wealth. The two men, of course, agreed in unison. Jaehaerys' proposal to lease all the coastal wasteland for the purpose of transforming it into a farming pool for conch mollusks brought them even greater joy, turning waste into treasure. The three convened to discuss the terms of the lease, ultimately settling on an annual fee of 10,000 golden dragons for the barren land on the two islands, which included hiring workers from their island for the construction of the pools, maintenance, and cultivation, with additional compensation based on actual production outcomes. The two lords departed, thoroughly satisfied. Conducting business with Prince Jaehaerys was indeed a pleasure. Jaehaerys promptly summoned the head of his personal guard, a nondescript man resembling an old fisherman, codenamed Dragon One. The prince commanded him to devise a means to infiltrate the two islands. Although these two appeared to be allies, they were cunning and shrewd, even with such generous offers. He dared not let his guard down. The combined fleets of these two entities exceeded half the size of the royal fleet of Dragonstone. Such power, while unnecessary for my use, must be prevented from serving the enemy. As the ties between Dragonstone and them grow tighter and their interests become increasingly intertwined, the cost of subverting them rises correspondingly. Were it not for Jaehaerys' reluctance to use people as pawns, he might have considered betrothing Princess Rhaenys to Lucerys' son, Redwine, establishing a familial bond, and subsequently arranging for Viserys or Griffin to wed the daughter of Adrian Saitiga, ensuring an impregnable alliance. Griffin, the scapegoat child of young Aegon Targaryen, was the nominal heir to the kingdom. Queen Layla insisted on bestowing a name, thus he was named Griffin, yet due to the uncertainty of his surname, that matter remains unresolved for the time being. Jaehaerys vaguely recalled having seen on a forum that the true identity of Euron was actually a pseudonym for Griffin. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the two would finally meet. Such an encounter would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Now that the business matters had been resolved, it was time to contemplate how to launch an assault on the Storm's End. His gaze fell upon the map table. Since the watch ships dared not approach the docks too closely, merely surveying the nearby waters, they were uninformed about the garrison situation, and there was simply no time to deploy the inner guards. The fleet from Dragonstone could not recklessly charge in. If it were a trap, they would be utterly confounded. It mattered not that spies could not infiltrate. After all, he was a sorcerer, skilled in the arcane arts. That evening, under the luminous full moon, he ascended alone to the Dragonstone Tower. The castle's architecture was peculiar, adorned with various gargoyles and griffins replacing ordinary battlements, while the towers were shaped like fantastical dragons. The Dragonstone Tower stood as the tallest edifice of the castle, typically undisturbed. Dressed in a yellow robe emblazoned with a taiji symbol, he found that an altar had already been prepared with incense, candles, and offerings. He recalled the astonished expressions of the maidservants as they prepared these items. They must have thought he intended to indulge in a grand feast that night. After bathing and cleansing his hands, Jaehaerys lit the incense and paid homage to the three pure ones. Beneath the altar lay a silver basin filled with clear water. He began to chant in a tongue unknown to this world, a remnant of his mother tongue from before his journey across realms. The moon is the mirror of the Yao Terrace. Light is the blade that breaks the veil. Enter my eyes. Reveal your divine form across the vast expanse. Swiftly, as the law commands, he formed a sword gesture with his hand, conjuring a beam of moonlight that danced across the dark floor, ultimately being drawn into the silver basin. In an instant, the basin reflected a bright moon. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, yet it remained undisturbed. Jaehaerys swiftly positioned himself before the basin, sitting cross-legged. Upon reopening his eyes, he found them veiled in a white sheen, feeling as though he had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 miles. Here, an endless darkness enveloped him, with a colossal planet illuminating the space above, casting an ethereal glow. He felt utterly alone, suspended in the distant cosmos. No, to be precise, it was as if he were gazing at the earth from the moon. Indeed, the brilliance of the moon is formidable, Jaehaerys mused, hastening to act. This spell was extraordinary but excessively draining. In just a brief moment, he sensed his magical energy waning. Quickly, he sought out the continent of Westeros, directing his gaze towards Storm's End, magnifying his vision as he traversed layers of clouds in search. The first sight that greeted him was a cluster of small docks, no larger than matchboxes, followed by a diminutive castle behind them, likely capable of housing no more than 1,000 souls. Beyond the castle, in an open area behind a small hill, a multitude of tents resembling burial mounds dotted the landscape, adorned with the sigil of the Baratheon crowned stag and various other indistinguishable emblems. Jaehaerys surveyed the scene before him, estimating that there were over 300 tents, alongside an expansive stable surrounded by a fence, which, based on its size, could accommodate over 1,000 warhorses. Additionally, along the coastline, several large catapults and rows of formidable scorpion crossbows were concealed beneath foliage. A plan began to take shape in Jaehaerys' mind as he sensed the rapid consumption of his spiritual energy. A hurried glance at the dock revealed an especially colossal warship, its sails being hoisted by workers who resembled ants in the glow of the lights. He silently commanded a gathering of his thoughts, and in an instant, his vision blurred, only to clear again after a blink, the white film dissipating, leaving his violet eyes somewhat dimmed, indicative of considerable exhaustion. The entirety of Wind Fury Cape had transformed into an elaborate trap. Who could have orchestrated such a formidable array? Was it Robert or Deer? It appeared they had long anticipated a move from Dragonstone, were it not for the divine flower he had condensed, granting him the ability to cast the spell of dazzling light to seize the moon. He might have fallen into their snare. Jaehaerys mused to himself, yet now, with the enemy in the light and himself shrouded in darkness, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist to deal with them. He hastily took parchment and quill to sketch the scenes he had just witnessed: the castle, the hills, the encampment, the stable, and most importantly, the hidden catapults and scorpion crossbows. Jaehaerys never presumed his intellect surpassed that of others, especially not the seasoned veterans who had fought countless battles. Often, he contemplated establishing a council of advisors to ensure these aging generals had a venue to contribute, rather than squandering their wisdom on the battlefield against youthful knights, an immense waste indeed. However, the formation of such a council could be deferred for now. Appointing a few advisors would suffice, as the role of an advisor has long been accepted by society. For instance, the late Rosart, the old alchemist who taught him the art of wildfire, served as an advisor before being appointed as the last prime minister under Alyris II. After securing the altar and tidying up the sacrificial offerings and incense, Jaehaerys descended from the Dragon Tower. This place, nestled in the winds and harmonizing with the celestial energies, stood above the other towers and was in perfect alignment with the natural order, making it the ideal setting for his rituals. He resolved to use this location as his altar, ensuring it remained pristine and well-maintained. As a practitioner of the Tao, it was only fitting to have a dedicated altar, was it not? Chapter 44, The Scheme. The following day, after a restful night, Jaehaerys felt rejuvenated. He summoned all the seasoned captains and knights, laying out various models on the map table. Once the captains and knights had gathered in the hall, he commanded the doors to be shut. "My lords, the moment of life and death for Dragonstone has arrived," he proclaimed, startling everyone present with his bold declaration. Could it be that the usurper had constructed sufficient warships? Or had the Redwine family allied themselves in battle? A cacophony of speculation filled the air, yet Jaehaerys remained unperturbed, his demeanor steady, which in turn calmed the minds of those around him. Had they not observed how even the youngest among them, an 8-year-old child, remained unflustered? The situation, it seems, has not yet deteriorated to that extent. Silence fell upon the bustling hall as Sir Credaman and Sir William, having received their orders, called for order amid the clamor. Only the mournful whispers of the wind through the narrow windows of the drum tower and the thunderous crash of waves against the rocky shore broke the stillness. The usurper's ambition remains unquenched, with secret directives for Stannis Baratheon to construct warships at Dragonstone. Through the inner guard, intelligence has revealed the enemy's forces to be approximately 3,000 strong, including between 300 to 500 knights. Along the coast, roughly 50 catapults and around 200 scorpions are concealed, while 8 warships are under construction at the docks, one of which is a colossal vessel equipped with 400 oars. Additionally, 30 small to medium-sized warships lie anchored at the pier, armed only with sails and lacking any true combat capability, though the possibility of them quickly arming themselves with scorpions and rams cannot be dismissed. This is the entirety of the intelligence gathered by the inner guard. Next, I invite Sir Credaman and Sir William to enlighten us about our troop strength. Jaehaerys, having pressed Stannis' intelligence upon the inner guard, remained cautious about boasting of his own capabilities, mindful of potential complications with the church, the Red Priests, and the gods. Sir Credaman began by elucidating the status of our naval forces, which all present were already aware of, while Sir William relayed the situation regarding our infantry and cavalry. Our navy possesses the might to crush the enemy. However, on land, it is another matter entirely. A charge from just 50 heavily armored knights could send our pikemen, archers, and crossbowmen fleeing to the sea. Our supply of Thunderstorm has reached 3,000 canisters, increasing by 100 canisters daily. Those who have witnessed its power can attest to its status as our trump card, rendering us virtually invincible at sea. Yet, we face a significant issue with range. Before we even reach the docks, we will likely be subjected to an initial barrage from the enemy's catapults, followed by assaults from their scorpions. Is it possible to reduce the weight of each canister of Thunderstorm to enhance its range? Someone inquired. That is indeed a pertinent question, but I must inform you that Thunderstorm is a singularly formed magical alchemical product, and any alteration must occur prior to its creation by reducing the volume of the container or the quantity of materials, which requires time. Jaehaerys, as the innovator of Thunderstorm, holds a degree of authority in this matter. The intricate magic array can infuse the semi-finished mixtures of fish oil and green flash stone with stabilizing energy, reconstructing the external framework. However, this is not solely his achievement. It largely derives from the simplification of a divine energy bomb's design by the wondrous tree of treasures. Moreover, precise measurements are essential for mass production. This array lacks a sufficient level of automation. Should the quantity of materials be altered indiscriminately, complications are inevitable. Unless Jaehaerys is willing to resume the painstaking process of crafting Thunderstorm by hand, which would yield a lamentably low output, we could certainly deploy Thunderstorm from our catapults onto the enemy's siege engines and archer formations, suggested a young captain. He grew increasingly animated as he spoke, even suggesting that we could launch several spring thunders simultaneously to enhance our coverage area. Once the enemy's catapults and crossbows were incapacitated, we could approach the docks and rain down crossbow bolts to set their shipyards and vessels ablaze. What significance would their infantry hold then? Everyone smacked their foreheads in realization. How could such a straightforward concept have escaped their minds? Many warships were equipped with small catapults for naval battles or for assaulting the gates of coastal fortresses. Yet no one had ever considered engaging in a bombardment with land-based catapults. The primary reason being that the range and projectile weight of the smaller catapults were inadequate compared to the formidable land-based giants. However, it had not occurred to them that the weight of the spring thunder would be a burden for the scorpion crossbow, yet negligible for the catapult. Provided the weight was appropriate, it could indeed be launched towards the enemy's catapults, while they would be unable to strike our vessels. As this young captain proposed his idea, the minds of the assembly expanded in a flurry of creativity, focusing on leveraging their strengths against the enemy's weaknesses. Some even suggested employing crossbow bolts equipped with spring thunders to assault the enemy's infantry and cavalry formations. Listening to the discussions, Jaehaerys was suddenly struck by the concept of a multi-dimensional assault akin to modern warfare. "What is your name, sir?" Jaehaerys inquired of the young captain. "Your Highness, I am Jones from Flea's Nest," he replied. "Excellent, Jones. Your idea is commendable. What position do you hold?" "I serve as the acting captain of the Royal Fleet's 2nd Squadron, the Swordfish." "Good. You may drop the acting title. Now, let us delve into the specifics of troop deployment." After an entire day of deliberation, they ultimately crafted a comprehensive offensive strategy. This consultative approach was relatively novel for the captains of the Royal Fleet. Everyone felt a strong sense of involvement, and the collision of various inspirations ignited fervent discussions and repeated validations. In the end, they selected the most suitable and robust tactics, maximizing enemy casualties while ensuring their own preservation. Previously, orders were issued solely by the fleet's supreme commander, with each ship operating independently, rendering the outcome largely dependent on the commander's personal decision-making skills, the relative strengths of both sides, and the capricious nature of luck. The same applied to infantry and cavalry. Even the collective wisdom of the assembled minds was generally confined to a handful of lords and noblemen. Now, however, an ordinary captain, not of noble birth, could boldly contribute ideas. After reaching a consensus, Jaehaerys instructed everyone to rest in the guest quarters of Dragonstone, reminding them that they would only return to their ships when it was time to set sail, and announced the specific combat missions. The primary concern was that the internal spies were still too few to effectively monitor all vessels, and this operation was of paramount importance. He could not afford to let his guard down, fearing someone might attempt to defect. He believed Robert would certainly be willing to trade a title and lands for such intelligence, for loyalty was merely a function of the stakes involved in betrayal. In this world, what could possibly be more enticing than titles and lands? And these were precisely what Dragonstone lacked. Ultimately, it boils down to having too few cards to play. Alas, one cannot perpetually dwell in the realms of dreams and honor. Perhaps it would be prudent for Queen Layla to ascend the throne first. Otherwise, her standing in relation to the Iron Throne may appear somewhat disproportionate. As for the absence of the High Septon to confer the coronation, it is of little consequence. Dragonstone possesses its own clergy, capable of anointing with holy oil. However, until the issue of fiefdoms is resolved, the title remains merely nominal, and it pales in comparison to that of Robert. Truly, the path to resolution is arduous. Jaehaerys rubbed his throbbing temples and resolved to temporarily set aside these burdensome thoughts to instruct the unruly children. He had declared before his departure that upon his return, he would personally train Viserys, for integrity is paramount in human conduct. Jaehaerys was certainly not motivated by disdain for Viserys' frivolous demeanor. Chapter 45. Onward, Your Majesty. Lord Eddard has sent a letter for your perusal. Scholar Seville has found a drunken Robert in the megalith tower. Since ascending the throne, his pursuits have been limited to hosting tournaments, hunting in the Kingswood, or frolicking amidst the blooms. The seafood market was the first to recover within King's Landing. The devastation from war left many homeless. Under the heavy snow, countless perished from hunger and exposure. Despite the Iron Throne and Lord Elend's efforts to distribute aid, the realm itself was also suffering, rendering it incapable of providing for King's Landing. Attempts to procure supplies from the lords of the Riverlands led to price gouging by unscrupulous merchants. Nevertheless, with a wave of his hand, Robert, backed by the royal treasury, plunged into a shopping frenzy, initiating a buying spree. As a result, with a substantial influx of provisions into the city, the royal family continued its charitable efforts, and the prices in King's Landing finally began to stabilize. Yet, many women were compelled to resort to the perilous trade of seafood selling to sustain themselves. Meanwhile, our King Robert indulged heartily, spending his days amidst the taverns, sowing warmth and seeds of affection among the seafood merchants. In truth, within those humble taverns, he delighted in unearthing treasures, bidding 998 for a maiden and discovering a matron accompanied by her 2 children. Though the scholar, despite his advancing years, marveled at Robert's industrious spirit, exclaiming how robust the young man appeared. Oh, what news from Eddard! Robert, who had already been of considerable stature, had only grown more formidable. Or rather, plumper, his belly resembling a wine barrel from the vineyards of Greenhaven. What did Eddard convey in his letter? Robert struggled to rise, his disheveled beard a testament to his indulgence, his body reeking of wine and perfume. With his plump hands, he massaged his temples. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard writes that he has located his sister, Lyanna Stark, at the Pleasure Tower, where 3 of the King's Guard, White Bull, Dawn's Blade, and Ser Harwin, were ordered to abduct her. However, by the time Eddard found her, she was on the brink of death. The scholar, reading the letter with trepidation, stuttered, fearful that Robert, in a fit of rage, might strike him down with his hammer. He cast furtive glances, relieved that the worst did not come to pass. Rob's hammer should have been placed on the weapon rack. Nowadays, whispers suggest that His Majesty Rob delights in using his hammer to strike down foes, much like the Mad King relished in incinerating victims with wildfire. However, the learned Chancellor knows this to be mere gossip. Rob is far too occupied to wield such a weapon himself. To appease the Guardian of the West, the esteemed Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock, he has appointed Sir Ilan Payne, the captain of the latter's guard, as the royal executioner, a man burdened with a massive two-handed sword. This individual, once silenced for a mere complaint, had his tongue severed by the Mad King's decree. What? Rob's heart shattered. Ah, my Lyanna. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his eyes. How dare they? How dare they disregard my commands? Surely, Rhaegar seeks to force Lyanna into submission. My beloved Lyanna would not yield. Thus they have imprisoned her in the Tower of Joy, subjecting her to daily humiliation and torment. After such a lengthy ordeal, even her iron will must wane. It is all Rhaegar's fault. It is all Targaryen's fault. With reddened eyes, he gazed towards the Blackwater Bay, never forgetting that a mother dragon, accompanied by her hatchlings, frolicked upon the island in carefree splendor. Send a message to Stannis. Why has the fleet not yet been completed? I demand to see the heads of his men. Immediately. As commanded, Your Majesty. The eager Pycelle nodded fervently as he took his leave, fearful of the wrath that might befall him should his response be tardy, lest Rob's massive fists descend upon him. Without delay, he retrieved parchment and quill, and under the immense pressure, crafted a stern letter with fluidity and precision. Upon reviewing the missive, Rob deemed the threats insufficient, insisting that if he did not receive what he desired within a month, Stannis could forget about inheriting the title of Lord of Storm's End. Pycelle hastily appended this ultimatum, sealing it with the king's sigil before dispatching it via Raven. Simultaneously, he relayed this news to Casterly Rock. Lord Tywin, Lyanna is now deceased. Your precious can be offered to our king. Pycelle stroked his lengthy beard, his inner regrets somewhat alleviated. He had initially believed that upon the arrival of the Lannister forces, Duke Tywin would ascend the Iron Throne, but unfortunately, Eddard and the northern soldiers arrived shortly thereafter, allowing Eddard and numerous knights to witness Jaime slay the Mad King. Alas, although Duke Tywin professed that his ambitions did not lie with the Iron Throne, one could clearly sense his disappointment. As the foremost admirer of Duke Tywin, how could he bear to witness his idol's dismay? Such a thing must not come to pass. Therefore, Pycelle remained vigilant, promptly conveying any whispers of intrigue from the court, his speed surpassing even that of Tywin's spies in King's Landing. This time, I shall ensure that Tywin's daughter ascends to the Queen's throne. Recently, alchemists and their aides have been laboring tirelessly, delivering barrels of semi-finished products to the magical array, transforming them into casks of thunderous spring, which were then packaged and sent aboard the ships. As everyone is aware, war is imminent, and the captains have been invited by Jaehaerys to rest in the Stone Drum Tower and its surrounding turrets, where they are lavishly entertained. Rumors abound. Some adamantly assert that they are surely preparing to assault King's Landing, claiming that Her Majesty the Queen can no longer tolerate the usurper's audacity upon the Iron Throne. Others argue that this is merely routine, recalling past expeditions to the Stepstones that also involved bringing along such clay pots. The discourse is rife with speculation, while Jaehaerys, after considering the reports from his inner guards, shows no inclination to clarify. After all, the ordinary soldiers are only tasked with following orders, and he cannot fathom that among the multitude of residents in Dragonstone, there are no small spiders or little birds from Varys among the troops. Thus, he not only refrains from providing explanations, but also instructs his inner guards to weave a web of confusion across the Grand Oyster houses. One moment declaring an attack on Seagull Town, the next suggesting an offensive on the contested lands, ensuring a safe retreat for House Targaryen. Although some speculate an assault on Storm's End, amidst the plethora of misinformation, such thoughts are dismissed as mere rumors. As the departure approaches, he dispatches individuals to escort the captains to their ships, and with a resounding blast of horns signaling the command, approximately 60 warships set sail from the docks, heading towards Cape Wrath. The remaining 40 vessels from Dragonstone engage in harassment around Blackwater Bay, serving as a feint. Of course, once the Grand Army has departed, maintaining secrecy becomes increasingly challenging. Thus, Jaehaerys commands the fleet to proceed at full speed, aiming to catch Stannis off guard before he receives accurate intelligence. Chapter 46. The Flames of Wildfire on the Sea. My Lord Varys. Urgent news has arrived from Dragonstone. By the time Varys received the message from the little bird, a day had already passed. The inner guards are no ordinary individuals. They were meticulously selected during the 6 months following Jaehaerys' arrival at Dragonstone, ensuring they had no ties to King's Landing and had undergone thorough assessments. While it may be an exaggeration to call them espionage elites, each is certainly astute. During the selection process, aside from Layla and Jaehaerys, the others believed they were merely choosing servants, guards, and sturdy laborers. The spies from various houses paid little heed. By the time the inner guard was officially established, it was too late for them to infiltrate without exposing their own identities. Therefore, while one cannot assert that the inner guard is entirely pure, it can be confidently stated that 70 to 80% of their ranks are trustworthy. Moreover, the tasks assigned to the inner guard are only accountable to their direct superior, and each superior manages only one subordinate. Coupled with the methods Jaehaerys has gleaned from various espionage narratives, should a single mission be compromised, it becomes relatively easy to trace where the fault occurred. A large fleet departs from the docks, destination unknown. Varys furrows his brow. This is not a typical occurrence. He is somewhat familiar with the previous actions of Dragonstone, and to ensure its sustainability, he refrained from reporting pertinent information to Robert and Aaron. However, he is aware of a relatively safe form of wildfire that Dragonstone possesses, rumored to have been personally refined by Prince Jaehaerys, which has proven significantly effective in past endeavors. He certainly yearned for such a formidable weapon. Unfortunately, the Alchemist Guild on Dragonstone was under the watchful eye of the so-called internal guards, rendering it almost impenetrable. His small spies exerted tremendous effort, only to ascertain that it was related to magic, yet the specifics remained shrouded in ambiguity, even to the alchemists. Thus, in the short term, he had to relent. He must swiftly gather intelligence from various regions. I must ascertain their true direction of attack at the earliest opportunity. Varys, shedding his previously soft demeanor, spoke with a tone that was no longer syrupy, but rather as chilling as the winds that swept through King's Landing. 2 days later, Jaehaerys led his fleet in a wide arc, circumventing Storm's End and the islands of Tarth and Imans, instead steering towards the Stepstones and the coast of Dorne, heading directly towards Cape Wrath from the southeast. Upon reaching Cape Wrath, he disregarded all fishing vessels encountered along the way. Good heavens, something monumental is about to transpire. Seasoned fishermen recognized that this fleet, flying the vibrant red banner of the Targaryens, was undoubtedly aimed at the shipyard. Many rowed desperately, striving to convey this intelligence to their lords, but they were too late. At that moment, Davos Seaworth suddenly felt a pang of trepidation, reminiscent of the time he was pursued by Ser Tytos, the smuggler. This instinct had previously spared him from numerous surprise inspections and ambushes by the maritime guards, as well as several treacherous encounters among fellow smugglers. He referred to this intuition as a divine warning, and today it was particularly pronounced. He hurriedly sent word to Lord Vedhade of the Weeping Tower. Any assault would inevitably traverse past the Weeping Tower. However, before his raven could take flight, the mournful sound of a horn echoed. His face drained of color. His instincts had indeed proven accurate, but this time it felt rather belated. The first wave. As per the plan, they were to launch indiscriminate attacks on the coastal woods and embankments. The signal officer conveyed Jaehaerys' orders through flag signals. Soon, 10 large warships, each equipped with 200 oars, positioned their catapults towards the designated targets. While it appeared to pose no immediate threat, the soldiers operating the catapults dutifully executed their commands. The loaders placed canisters of spring thunder into the leather pouch of the catapults, while the massive wooden boxes for counterweights were drawn to the preset positions by the winches. The gunners swung their hammers forcefully, striking the firing hooks. With a whoosh, the clay pots soared skyward, but the pouches and throwing arms were abruptly halted by the crossbeams, causing the pots to rain down like pellets upon their intended targets. With a cacophony of explosions, the 10 warships unleashed at least 100 canisters of spring thunder. Instantly, flames erupted along the coastline, licking the wooden frames and igniting several large catapults on the shore, while those on the opposite side rapidly mobilized, loading stones and raising their voices in a fervent call to counterattack. The initial wave of outcomes did not meet Jaehaerys' expectations. However, this was inconsequential, as it was merely a preliminary test of strength. He had meticulously prepared 4,000 barrels of spring thunder for this conflict. Naturally, he also brought along various traditional incendiary devices, such as barrels of pitch and an assortment of flammable oils. The second and third rounds of assault were swiftly launched, with the loading speed of the small catapults vastly surpassing that of the giants on land. Yet, as 10 warships hurled nearly 300 clay pots, the giants began to roar in response, unleashing massive boulders from the heavens that crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. However, it was evident that their range was insufficient. As they were still too far away, orders were dispatched for the ships to adopt a dispersed formation for their attack. Jaehaerys commanded that the medium and small vessels, while the land-based catapults were being loaded, swiftly approached the dock from both flanks. At that moment, chaos reigned at the dock. Daenerys was doing his utmost to direct the crew onto the vessels. Yet the ships were so densely packed that many sailors could not locate their own vessels and were swept away by the throng. It was over. Daenerys sighed inwardly. Without further directing the sailors, he commanded that the scorpions, concealed along the embankment, be brought forth. The scorpions could not be exposed to rain, as moisture would ruin the bowstrings, and the coastal humidity was substantial. Thus, they had been tightly wrapped in oil paper and leather. While this protected them from dampness, the installation of bowstrings in haste was perilous. Not everyone dared to face the incoming fiery projectiles, resulting in only about 50 scorpions successfully strung. At this juncture, the enemy's warships had advanced to within 200 meters. Seeing that the enemy vessels were within range, the over 50 scorpions unleashed their projectiles with piercing shrieks. Unfortunately, the volley of arrows had minimal deterrent effect, as the towering prows of the ships blocked most of the assault, with only a few arrows striking the sails and masts, resulting in negligible casualties. Jaehaerys was not one to passively endure blows. He firmly believed in the principle of reciprocity. Hundreds of arrows, now equipped with spring thunder, were launched towards their respective targets. "Take cover," Daenerys shouted, immediately dropping to the ground beneath the embankment. Under ordinary circumstances, this would pose no issue. However, Jaehaerys' arrows were designed for damage, not mere piercing attacks. As a result, the initial volley obliterated most of the scorpions along the embankment, with those 50 being particularly targeted. As several arrows converged upon a single objective, in an instant, flames roared along the embankment, and the surviving individuals hastily fled. Such intense heat could easily turn them into charred remnants. It was indeed a scene of wildfires raging upon the embankment, signaling the tardiness of the coastal defenses. "Execute the second phase of the plan," Jaehaerys commanded, and the flag officer relayed his orders. In a moment, the once orderly formation of the royal fleet broke apart, allowing the ships to commence independent maneuvers. In the scheme devised by Jaehaerys, the operation unfolds in 3 distinct phases. The first phase entails disarmament, a sudden and unexpected maneuver to circumvent the enemy's coastline, akin to a searing iron rod penetrating their clandestine stronghold. The objective is to neutralize their long-range capabilities by incapacitating their advantageous positions. The second phase involves close-quarters combat, where the seasoned soldiers of the royal fleet exploit their battle-hardened experience to engage in brutal melee with the enemy's inexperienced sailors, thereby marking the enemy's sanctuaries with their own insignia. The third phase is characterized by a swift withdrawal. After the initial and subsequent assaults, the enemy, disoriented and in disarray, becomes vulnerable. At this juncture, any spoils should be seized, and if that proves impossible, they shall be set ablaze, leaving nothing behind but ashes as the royal fleet makes its exit. The entire offensive strategy emphasizes a principle of opportunism. The soldiers of the royal fleet, clad in reinforced leather armor adorned with iron nails, brandish spears, shields, and long swords. In stark contrast, their adversaries appear ill-prepared, many donning mere undergarments of armor humorously dubbed the gambler's son. Does such attire offer protection? To a degree, but its efficacy is minimal. Can one venture into battle wearing it? Yes, yet most can only afford one chance, with survival hinging on mere fortune. Donning such garb for combat is akin to gambling one's life in a casino, hence the moniker. The fleet of Stannis, in a state of panic, furiously weighed anchor, hoisted sails, and paddled as if ants scurrying on a hot griddle. The ships of Dragonstone, equipped with ram bows, encircled from all directions, unleashing a barrage of crossbow bolts and arrows, ensuring that any sailor daring to show themselves was swiftly dispatched. This provided remote support for the soldiers tasked with boarding enemy vessels. Hooks and ladders were deployed against the targeted ships, creating a scene reminiscent of a binding art form in its execution. Amidst this chaos, valiant warriors emerged, wielding long swords and axes to sever ropes. Yet they were quickly subdued one by one. Jaehaerys observed the modest losses incurred on his side, which remained within acceptable limits. Conversely, the opposing commander, witnessing portions of his fleet being captured, grew frantic and resorted to adjusting the remaining catapults to indiscriminately bombard the dock, where friend and foe were entangled in close proximity. In such tumultuous circumstances, even the most adept military leaders could only rely on the courage, equipment, and skill of their troops. And it was evident that the royal fleet of Dragonstone was far more prepared and buoyed by higher morale. As banners depicting the crowned stag were cast aside, the three-headed dragon flag was raised, signaling that a significant portion of the ship seizure plan had been accomplished. Let our catapults and scorpions eliminate those troublesome siege engines. Jaehaerys commanded, witnessing firsthand the enemy's ships yet to be captured shatter under the assault of boulders. Fortunately, the first phase had successfully incinerated the majority of enemy catapults. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The mission of the 10 large warships was not merely to capture vessels, but primarily to monitor the land-based catapults, ensuring they posed no threat to their own fleet. Thus, a series of spring thunders were unleashed upon the shores of Shanghai, flames cascading relentlessly, as a vast expanse of damp forest was scorched dry and subsequently joined the inferno. No catapult or scorpion crossbow remained capable of launching another projectile. They were all reduced to ashes amidst the vibrant green flames. The combat aboard the ships gradually subsided, with most soldiers perishing and a few survivors kneeling in surrender alongside the rowers and steersmen. Only the colossal warships still docked in the shipyard lay quietly at rest. "Your Highness, we have no means to navigate it away," they lamented. The timing of their assault was impeccable. Had this massive warship been fully equipped, it would have united the entire fleet under its command, potentially thwarting the ground troops' reinforcements and jeopardizing the ship-seizing operation. At this juncture, we certainly cannot allow it to fall into Stannis' hands. Conserve the spring thunders. Deploy the barrels of pitch and oil. Yes, Your Highness. Upon the issuance of orders, the flaming barrels of pitch and oil were finally put to use. Once deemed trifles in naval warfare, they had now transformed into formidable tools of destruction following the advent of spring thunders. Cumbersome and requiring prior ignition, their only redeeming qualities were their low cost and ample supply. Dozens of burning pitch barrels were hurled into the shipyard and warehouses along the shore, igniting flames 100-fold more intense than the initial assaults, the heat palpable even a mile away. Even the vessels moored at the docks hastily departed, lest the sparks swirling about ignited their sails. At this moment, the third phase was completed. Jaehaerys ordered the battlefield to be cleared, the wounded to be treated, and the losses to be assessed. Soon, reports on the condition of each vessel were compiled. A total of 20 enemy warships were captured, with over 1,800 prisoners taken, the vast majority being construction workers and rowers, while only around 100 were soldiers. Our side suffered the loss of 3 large warships, 2 of which had damaged decks and masts, rendering them incapable of navigation. One sustained a significant breach above the waterline, but could still set sail independently. With urgent repairs, it could return to Dragonstone without much difficulty. We also lost 5 small warships, primarily due to stone projectiles from the enemy's catapults as we approached the coast. Even the 5 warships that had been seized were ultimately destroyed. Fortunately, casualties among soldiers were minimal. Most of those who fell overboard clung to floating debris and were rescued post-battle. Throughout the operation, approximately 50 soldiers were reported dead or missing, over 70 severely wounded, and around 200 sustained minor injuries. At this point, the casualty rate of the Dragonstone fleet hovered near 10. But given that the enemy had nearly suffered total losses of their large equipment and vessels, the morale of the Dragonstone fleet soared, with many expressing gratitude to Robert for acting as a transport captain. The greatest prize was undoubtedly the 20 captured warships, comprising 5 large galleys with 200 oars, 10 warships with 100 oars, and 5 auxiliary vessels, amounting to an impressive total of 550,000 golden dragons in value. The crux of the matter at this juncture is that even if one possessed 1,000,000 golden dragons, acquiring the necessary shipbuilding materials would remain an impossibility. Here at Dragonstone, we can swiftly replenish our naval forces through seasoned veterans guiding new recruits, and with merely a modicum of training, these 20 warships will immediately exhibit their rightful combat prowess. Indeed, we are in a bountiful position. Due to the billowing smoke along the coast, the specific circumstances have become obscured, prompting Jaehaerys to command the sounding of the horn for retreat. It is aptly stated, "The wind stirs the great flames, and the masts ascend like arrows of smoke. The valiant are reduced to ashes, while the brave embrace the flames in death." Chapter 48. A street rat seeking redemption? Your Majesty, I have just received word that Viserys, in this frigid winter, is sporting a pair of oversized leather slippers, perhaps reflecting an unusual fondness for such footwear. Eunuchs often capture public attention, typically adorned in purple silken garments or woolen attire, paired with an array of slippers. Summer brings cool sandals, while winter favors leather slippers. Regardless, he remains the least esteemed high-ranking official in the cobbler's square. What nobleman does not don shoes crafted from sheepskin or deer hide, with uppers and soles exquisitely inlaid with gold, silver, or precious gemstones. Lords often commission bespoke footwear emblazoned with their family crests, suitable for both equestrian pursuits and everyday attire. Such endeavors are indeed lucrative. It is not to say that slippers are undesirable, but they do lack in profitability. Is Stannis' mind clouded with folly? How could he entrust command of the royal fleet and its soldiers to a smuggler? Robert seethes with rage. This filthy trafficker, a gutter rat beneath the very nose of the kingdom's tax officials, has audaciously ascended to the rank of landed knight. No wonder my fleet has yet to be completed after half a year. Is that wretched rat indulging in corruption? Your Majesty, temper your thunderous wrath for a moment. I have also received intelligence indicating that the majority of the Targaryen fleet is unaccounted for. Reports from locations such as Sharp Point, the Vale of Tears, Rosby, and Blackwater Bay have noted sightings of vessels bearing the three-headed dragon banner. However, they have yet to initiate any assaults. And it has been confirmed that the attack on White Harbor over a month ago was indeed orchestrated by Dragonstone. It is rumored that their raid on White Harbor was aimed at plundering the royal mint, thereby enabling the mass production of golden dragons. Damn it, these furtive, scurrying wretches. How infuriating. Why can't they meet their fate like their men and sons? Robert, in a fit of fury, finds no respite even after being driven to Dragonstone. This is a provocation to force his hand. He had originally intended to grant noble treatment to the women of House Targaryen, but their lack of awareness has thwarted his plans. They shall await their fate. Once my fleet is complete, it will herald the end for Dragonstone. Urgent military news has arrived from Lord Stannis. Such grim tidings. After reading the missive, fearing that he might face the wrath of His Majesty Robert I, Pycelle hastily dispatched an assistant to deliver the letter to the king. After all, the youth are often thick-skinned and unscathed by the harsh realities of life. Is it truly the case that the youth have consumed your rice? Must they be driven to such extremes? Robert opened the letter, scanning its contents with great speed, and was left speechless for an extended period. Stannis, that fool. Varys cast a fleeting glance at the letter discarded by the king, where a few words caught his attention. Dragonstone ambush, wildfire, total annihilation, over 3,000 casualties. Was this truly aimed at the royal fleet? What a remarkably clever maneuver. Varys possessed far more knowledge than Robert, as one engaged in intelligence gathering is adept at piecing together the narrative from fragmented snippets. While many speculated that this was the work of Riella or Trystane, or perhaps even Larys and Adrian, he had already deduced that it must have originated from Prince Jaehaerys himself. An intriguing adversary indeed, and a shrewd one at that. Before the fall of King's Landing, he was well aware that Jaehaerys had garnered support from the Alchemists' Guild. Even the seemingly clandestine movements of the likes of Gorgos could not escape his notice. Yet, at that time, he had merely facilitated the diversion to draw sufficient firepower towards Dragonstone. Little did he anticipate that the modest would truly stir such turbulence, toppling Stannis' Storm's End. To be candid, Stannis' arrangements were flawless. What he failed to foresee was the sheer might of wildfire. It appears that confronting the fleet of Dragonstone head-on without wildfire is futile, as only magic can vanquish magic. Your Majesty, I propose we summon the alchemists at once. Providing them with additional funds to address the wildfire issue, Varys suggested. Those pyromancers? They were not executed? Robert inquired, recalling the massacre of the Alchemists' Guild at the onset of King's Landing's fall. It was a time when death was rampant, making any demise seem ordinary. Who leads the Alchemists' Guild now? He pressed. It appears to be a young sorcerer named Harlan. Shall I summon him? Robert, seated upon the Iron Throne, nodded wearily. The Iron Throne had never harmed him, a fact that brought him solace, for it had often inflicted pain upon the Mad King, earning him the moniker of the King of Blood. This indicated the throne's acceptance of him. It belonged to him. However, Stannis' defeat stirred a deep-seated fear within him. The Targaryens still had 3 male heirs at large. As long as they lived, the North, Dorne, and the Riverlands would never wholly recognize him. Even among certain lords of the Stormlands and the Riverlands, he remained a usurper, even if crowned king. To conquer the realm swiftly, how could one govern effectively in such haste? Some victories are secured through blades and arrows, while others rely on wealth and intrigue. Robert preferred the former, but was willing to resort to the latter when necessary, depending on the worth of the endeavor. He recalled rumors he had heard. With a sufficient price, the faceless men of Bravos could eliminate anyone, even a king. Yet, he wondered, what would be the price for a mother dragon and her 3 dragonlings? Soon, Varys returned with a sycophantic young man in tow. Upon seeing Robert, the youth immediately knelt and proclaimed, Your Majesty, I am guilty of participating. You are Harlan? Robert inquired. Robb favored robust and boisterous men, holding a disdain for sycophants. However, As a king, he compelled himself to understand the strengths of each individual to assign them to suitable positions, thereby alleviating his own burdens. "Your Majesty," spoke the cautious Harlan with a careful smile. He had not always appeared in such a manner. Yet 6 months had sufficed for him and the alchemists to experience the vicissitudes of life. Alchemists, in these times, truly struggled to make ends meet. Under King Iris, the Alchemist Guild held a respectable standing, allowing them to hold their heads high. Yet, after Robb ascended the throne, the royal family's support ceased, leaving the guild bereft of income. They were now on the brink of starvation, barely surviving due to the charitable donations circulating in King's Landing. Moreover, they had to conceal their identities when venturing outside, for being recognized as alchemists could lead to scorn and abuse, with many having perished in the flames of wildfires in recent years. Once, people dared not voice grievances against the Mad King. Now, their ire was directed at the alchemists, leading many to flee in secrecy, while those who remained resented Lord Gorgos for not taking them along to Dragonstone. "So it's all my fault," Gorgos retorted. "At that time, I offered you the chance to leave, yet you were unwilling. How can you blame me?" Chapter 49. The Truly Diligent King Robb. Imagine, in this age devoid of democratic liberties, traversing the world felt akin to wandering through a dark forest. Revealing one's identity as an alchemist could very well spell doom, rendering the prospect of witnessing the dawn of another day bleak. Thus, Harlan had no choice but to adopt a subservient demeanor. Before him stood a lord and knight, to whom he would gladly bow as low as possible, forever adorned with a sycophantic smile, even if it appeared somewhat nauseating, solely to avoid further beatings. The most effective expression of goodwill among humans is a smile. The adage "one does not strike a smiling face" rings true. Ever since he mastered the art of maintaining a smile, Harlan became the least beaten and least scorned member of the guild. While others returned from their outings resembling those who had rolled in dung, he occasionally brought back a few rotten eggs or spoiled vegetables to enhance their meager meals. This garnered him immense admiration among the alchemists. Given his reputation for enduring the least punishment, he was deemed responsible for more duties, thereby earning the title of Chief Alchemist, which culminated in today's meeting with the esteemed King Robb. Harlan was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Serving as an assistant to the wise Rosat, he had learned the entire process of wildfire creation. This knowledge was precisely what the Alchemist Guild possessed that was most valuable and sought after by those in power. On his way here, he had begun to contemplate the king's intentions behind the summons and how best to employ his eloquence to persuade the king to continue investing in the guild. The most compelling aspect remains the demonstration of wildfire's value, not merely its capacity to incinerate, but its profound strategic significance in the realm of warfare, transforming it into an indispensable national asset. The outcomes of such applications are hardly comparable. Lord Varys, relay the updates from the Battle of Storm's End. At this moment, Robert felt a dull ache in his head. The lingering effects of his prolonged revelry had rendered him somewhat incapacitated, and even a seasoned connoisseur of seafood found it difficult to cope. Varys briefly outlined the situation, and after careful contemplation, Perrin decisively remarked, "It appears they have indeed resolved the challenges associated with the volatile storage of wildfire. However, it is my humble conjecture that this could not possibly be the work of Lord Highgarden." "Oh, and why is that?" Varys inquired with a syrupy tone. "Based on my understanding of Lord Highgarden's magical prowess, he lacks the capacity to tackle the age-old conundrums surrounding wildfire storage," Perrin asserted earnestly. "Oh, then who do you suspect it might be, among your companions at Dragonstone, who possesses such capabilities?" Robert's interest was piqued. Wildfire, a substance familiar to the aristocracy and lords, had once been derided as mere alchemical refuse. Yet, in the present day, this former refuse had been transmuted into gold. A single battle at Storm's End had sufficed to alter the world's perception of it. Perrin cautiously raised his gaze to gauge Robert's expression. Although the latter bore an unmistakable frown, he appeared not to be in a fit of rage, which gave Perrin a measure of comfort. "I speculate it could be none other than Prince Jaehaerys Targaryen, the esteemed pupil of the wise Master Rosart." "You mean Jaehaerys? That insufferable brat?" Robert exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face. "Indeed, I witnessed firsthand as he mastered the art of wildfire production in a mere morning, earning accolades from even the wise master himself, who hailed him as a prodigy in the magical arts. Subsequently, it is rumored that Highgarden and the other sages journeyed to Dragonstone at the behest of Prince Jaehaerys. Given his talents, he should possess the ability to innovate," Robert retorted with a derisive smirk. "You are all a bunch of fools, no matter how gifted he may be. He is but an 8-year-old child, hardly more competent than an infant. Utterly useless. Tell me, If you were to devote all your resources and manpower, could you replicate wildfire? Your Majesty, our guild has not received funding in 6 months, and the experimentation of such substances necessitates royal patronage, Harren thought with a twinge of delight. Precisely. Press on. Your Majesty, concerning finances, do not fret. I shall allocate a substantial sum from the royal treasury, but I expect to see results. Do you understand? Robert gestured grandly. He had never been one to worry about monetary matters. Surely, with sufficient funds, we can indeed produce an improved variant of wildfire, Your Majesty. Your will shall be done. Your Majesty, may the gods bless you. Harren had secured what he desired, and as for whether they could achieve the enhancement, ridiculous. This endeavor was a matter of life and death. With gold, he could procure whatever was necessary. Now that Harren had the full backing of the Iron Throne, he would never concede to the king that it was unattainable before the other sages had drained their last drop of blood. Once Harren departed, Robert turned his gaze towards Viserys. Please inquire about the price offered by the faceless men of Bravos. I wish to know the cost in golden dragons for the assassination of all Targaryen family members on Dragonstone. As you command, Your Majesty. Robb sat upon the Iron Throne, his plump hand gently patting his thigh. Initially, he had presumed that Dragonstone would soon wither away like a grasshopper in autumn. However, the emergence of a certain weapon breathed new life into it. In pursuit of the philosophy that what the enemy possesses must be matched and surpassed, he resolutely decided to lend substantial support to the Alchemist Guild. As for the inevitable slander that might follow, did he truly care? Once the Targaryen family was eradicated, he would diligently attend to state affairs. History has shown that a true hero once declared that the majority of success stems from diligent effort. Thus, today and tomorrow, he could afford to rest and revel in merriment. Is this truly your interpretation of effort? Indeed, today, tomorrow, the day after, such wisdom is known even to children. The king toiled day and night, managing countless affairs, which was indeed laborious. Moreover, Robb had been enduring this for many years. If his subjects remained in poverty, they ought to reflect on whether they had exerted sufficient effort for their king, whether their lands had expanded, and if their wages had increased. The burdens of kingship are indeed heavy. Furthermore, there was no hope for Stannis. The narrow sea was effectively under the control of the Dragonstone fleet. The recent skirmish at Storm's End had been conducted with the utmost discretion. One could only wonder when Dragonstone might ignite it anew. External assistance was imperative. With this thought, he commanded Master Pycelle to send word to Driftmark, urging Lord Valerion to promptly assume the role of Admiral of the Navy. Of course, if he declined, it mattered not. The Driftmark fleet must set sail northward. Currently, the only fleet he could command was that of Driftmark. Once the wildfire issue was resolved, the fleet would be employed. At that point, Driftmark would far surpass Dragonstone's meager vessels in both scale and armament. How, then, would this insignificant territory respond? Chapter 50. What concern is it of Dragonstone if the Iron Throne seeks alone? How shall we respond? Naturally, with courtesy. Jaehaerys found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly the fate of honest men to be overburdened in these times? Had honest men wronged him? As a leisurely prince, he had been coerced into the positions of Chancellor of Finances and Minister of War. Did they still have the audacity to expect him to continue as Minister of Foreign Affairs? Must he maintain such duplicity? The kingdom was hardly affluent. His invitation was not extended for the sake of idleness. As an 8-year-old child, he was unceremoniously thrust into multiple roles. How could they be so callous? It had been over half a month since the surprise attack on Storm's End. Jaehaerys had finally managed to carve out some time to instruct his rebellious brother and was contemplating a moment of respite to cultivate his spirit. Suddenly, an inner guard reported that an envoy from Bravos had arrived at Dragonstone, explicitly seeking the person in charge of the island. A most formidable presence approaches. The envoy, whose words were most ungracious, provoked a moment of ire among my subordinates, resulting in an unfortunate altercation, stammered the leader of the inner guard, Percy Whiteley. Indeed, I have always known that you, the armed guards, are a source of constant concern. Jaehaerys' countenance darkened. If the envoy were acting solely on his own behalf, I would not mind if you were to incapacitate him, but he arrives under the banner of the Bravos envoy, and how could you possibly commit such an act? If all else fails, a discreet dose of laxatives would suffice. After all, it is not uncommon in this era for travelers to suffer from local maladies. The armed guards were an expression of Jaehaerys' peculiar whims, as he undertook a sweeping reform of the once stagnant Dragonstone guards, replacing the old and weak with the young and vigorous, enhancing their nutrition, improving their compensation, intensifying military training, and selecting esteemed instructors to cultivate martial prowess, thereby establishing a new standard of excellence in discipline and training for the Royal Guard. Ahem, of course, in terms of esteemed instructors. There are currently only myself and William Derry from the Dragonstone garrison. However, this is of little consequence, as the loyalty and combat prowess of the guards have visibly improved. In just over half a month, they have been well fed and cared for. The armed guards are now adequately nourished, and their salaries are sufficient to support their families. Now, let us proceed to inspect the situation. Jaehaerys commanded. This way, Your Highness. Percy Whiteley had initially thought that a few reprimands would suffice, for it was well known that Prince Jaehaerys was affable and generous, beloved by his comrades. Should the prince deem a mistake to have been made, the brothers would willingly accept their punishment, but what is most intolerable is when he chastises while simultaneously inquiring if you understand your error. This is absurd. How am I to know where I went wrong? Of course, if a brother truly does not comprehend his fault, the prince will patiently elucidate, his words flowing in a manner that could leave one questioning their very existence. My greatest mistake was being chosen for this duty. Yet, this is merely a complaint. There is no question of departing. Oh, what manner of guerrilla is this? Jaehaerys, under the guidance of the armed guards, soon encountered the so-called Bravo's envoy. The Reverend Prince Jaehaerys, I must protest. Your guards have assaulted us Bravo's emissaries, leaving us battered and bruised, lamented Nuku Apu, a striking young man who insisted on being respected wherever he roamed. Yet here, in this diminutive land, I have been beaten to the point that even my mother would not recognize me. Throughout my life, I have traversed the world and never endured such an unjust treatment. The Targaryen family shall not extract a single copper from me. Furthermore, they must repay, with interest, the loans owed to my iron bank. Otherwise, where shall I place my dignity? You lot, hasten to apologize to Lord Blackfish. Jaehaerys instructed the guards who had engaged in the fray. Lord Blackfish. Apua was taken aback. Is he referring to me? Indeed. Does not your name in Valyrian denote a small black fish of the sea? Jaehaerys retorted, unapologetically. In High Valyrian, there exists a species of gregarious fish inhabiting the summer seas, known as Humhum Nukanuku Apua, which translates to the black-striped pufferfish. Astonishingly, Apua had never before heard the origin of her name. She was merely aware that it was bestowed upon her by her late great-grandmother, who had claimed it was a name befitting a formidable beast of the ocean. Indeed, it was formidable, as these diminutive fish seemed inexhaustible. But let us set aside the matter of names for the moment. Apua soon realized that His Royal Highness, Prince Jaehaerys, the son of King Aegon II, had not repaid the substantial debts owed to their treasury in half a year. Debts are inherited. Ought we not to settle accounts today? She inquired. What proof do you possess of this debt? Jaehaerys retorted skeptically, recalling that upon his departure from King's Landing, he had observed a veritable mountain of gold dragons within the royal treasury. With such wealth, how could there be any debt? Behold, this is the loan agreement. Apua produced a stack of parchment inscribed in both the common tongue of Westeros and Valyrian, detailing the terms of the loan. The documents bore the seal of the Iron Throne and the personal insignia of the Sea Lord of Bravos, indicating that the principal amount borrowed exceeded 2 million gold dragons. The total, including interest, had now surpassed 5 million gold dragons. Will you be paying in cash or pledging collateral? The little black fish, resembling a cashier from the realm of the Blue Planet, casually inquired whether the payment would be made via card or cash. Surely, my lord, this cannot be, Jaehaerys exclaimed, sifting through the stack of loan contracts. All these debts were incurred by the Iron Throne. What does it have to do with Dragonstone? Perhaps you do not fully comprehend. Apua replied. Though it was indeed the Iron Throne that borrowed the funds, it was your father and Tywin Lannister who advocated for the loans. And so, Jaehaerys maintained his composure. What business do you have demanding payment in my private domain? This is preposterous. Now that Robert sits upon the Iron Throne, crowned before the gods, he has rightfully inherited its debts. Would you not agree? But the Iron Throne belongs to House Targaryen. You cannot evade your obligations. Apua exclaimed, a thought striking her. Go inquire throughout Westeros. Ascertain whether the Iron Throne still belongs to House Targaryen or if it has passed to House Baratheon. Once you clarify this matter, we may continue our discussion. Jaehaerys, having lost patience with this both foolish and malicious individual, turned to leave, even dispatching servants to reclaim the refreshments that had been offered. If you wish to consume, you must pay for it. My lord, what shall we do now? Apua's attendant murmured. What else is there to do but seek the Iron Throne? Apua lamented. This is truly vexing. The Iron Throne owes the money, and naturally, it is the Iron Throne that must repay it. Had House Targaryen still held the Iron Throne, even if only a remnant of the Red Keep remained, they would have had to assume responsibility for the debts. Yet they have been driven to Dragonstone, and the usurper has ascended the throne. inheriting not only the rights to the Iron Throne but also its obligations. Just as acquiring a company on the Blue Planet entails accounting for both debts and assets, one cannot expect to purchase a company devoid of its assets while still being liable for the original owner's debts. Initially, Apua intended to take advantage of the defenseless women and children of Dragonstone. Yet to his astonishment, they were entirely unyielding, causing his fraudulent commercial scheme to collapse. He even suffered a beating for his troubles. J. Harry's remarked that a mere thrashing was too lenient. He could not punish his loyal subordinates, but instead would reward them generously. How dare an underdeveloped guerrilla wreak havoc in my territory, emboldened by past indulgences? Let us proceed to King's Landing to demand funds. Chapter 51. Robert's compliant demands for money? Again with the requests for funds. Jon Arryn exclaimed, supporting his forehead with his hand. How many times has the king reached into the treasury? Is the royal treasury of several 100,000 golden dragons insufficient for his needs? The royal treasury is managed by the royal steward, whereas the national treasury falls under the purview of the chancellor of the exchequer. One is akin to the personal account of the company owner, while the other serves as the company's settlement account. Should not one's personal expenditures be drawn from their private account? Why must they be siphoned from the company's account? The expenses of the national military, large-scale constructions, and the bulk of tax revenues are primarily drawn from the national treasury. In times of significant natural disasters requiring relief efforts, funding typically originates from this treasury. In recent years, frequent conflicts have resulted in widespread displacement of the populace, with substantial damage to infrastructure and tax revenues plummeting due to the turmoil, leading the national treasury to face a deficit. And now, Your Majesty, you wish to extend your hand once more. Meanwhile, the royal treasury, sourced from the royal family's enterprises and dedicated to royal expenditures, is a guaranteed revenue stream. This cannot be permitted. Not only must the king refrain from drawing funds, but he must also allocate money from the royal treasury to replenish the national treasury. At the very least, expenses for your coronation and the tournament must be settled through the national treasury. Here's what you should do. Convey to His Majesty that it is I who prohibits you from taking any money. Go now. Jon Arryn, aging and weary, has found the burdens of his role as prime minister exhausting, leaving little time to comfort his cherished wife at home. Initially, he had vehemently opposed the Duke of Tully's proposal to wed his youngest daughter, Lisa, to him. However, circumstances changed when his heir, his nephew, Dennis Arryn, was slain by the then Prime Minister, John Clinton of Griffin's Roost, during the Battle of the Bells. With the heir lost, chaos loomed. A slight misstep could plunge the Vale into turmoil. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced, marrying both Lisa and his adopted son Eddard Stark on the same day, uniting with the two daughters of House Tully. How poetic it is, the juxtaposition of youthful brides and elderly grooms, with silver hair and vibrant red veils. In the embrace of the night, couples entwined, like pear blossoms weighed down by the beauty of crab apples. Reflecting on these events, he feels a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, his intentions in marrying were not for indulgence, but to secure an heir. Now, Lisa is with child, and the maester predicts with great certainty that it shall be a boy. After court today, he planned to visit Silk Street to procure fine jewelry and silks, hoping to reveal to his young wife that he possesses a romantic spirit. Alas, he was detained until the end of the day. The throne room was brilliantly illuminated, and this grand hall mirrored the character of its master. During the reign of King Aerys II, the atmosphere was dim and shadowy, with the walls cast in eerie silhouettes reminiscent of clawing phantoms. However, with Robert now ascended to the throne, the space transformed into a radiant spectacle, filled with oil lamps brimming with whale oil and massive candles as thick as a child's arm, dispelling the shadows that once haunted the lofty throne room. My esteemed Prime Minister has arrived. On the Iron Throne, Robert stirred from his drowsy slumber, listening to the incessant chatter of the envoy below, the drowsiness creeping upon him. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have succumbed to sleep, oblivious to the world around him. Respected envoy, I am Lord Huamlaquapua, one of the keepers of the Iron Vault from Bravos, and I extend my most gracious greetings, he declared with an air of dignity. This was not Dragonstone, but the legitimate hall of the Red Keep. Look around. Where have those lavish tapestries gone? What happened to the promised grand feasts filled with merriment and camaraderie? Have they all vanished? Is this how you treat the god of wealth in Westeros? I, Lord Huamlaquapua, how dare you? After journeying from Bravos, you first dealt me a severe blow, then banished me like a dog, and now leave me in this cold reception. Are you underestimating my capacity to retaliate? Esteemed envoy, we are grateful for your arduous journey. Your arrival was quite unexpected. Therefore, We have prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for you this evening. What do you think? Jon Arryn, seasoned and wise, though perplexed by the envoy's disheveled appearance, understood that the Iron Vault was the kingdom's greatest creditor. Despite looking battered and resembling a great black gorilla, the envoy nonetheless represented a golden opportunity. A feast? Spare me your trivialities. I am not your king or prince. So why should I attend your frivolous gathering? Lord Huomlu scoffed, finally finding a glimmer of familiarity in the situation. I come on behalf of His Majesty. King Ferrago Antarian of the Sea, dispatched by the keepers of the Iron Vault to demand the debts owed for the Iron Throne. Jon Arryn's mind reeled. The treasury was in disarray, where even the thieves left with tears in their eyes, and there was no money to repay debts. Esteemed envoy, after such a taxing journey, perhaps you would prefer to rest first, and we can discuss matters in detail tomorrow? The Prime Minister suggested, hoping to placate him. He was unsure who had offended the envoy, as he seemed as volatile as wildfire, igniting at the slightest provocation. Was it that he had grown older, having seen so few envoys from Bravos, or was this formal demeanor truly their original nature? Lord Huomlu did not decline, after drifting at sea for 2 days. With no particular culinary delights to savor on the ship, he longed for a soft bed adorned with velvet sheets, accompanied by delightful little companions. As soon as the messenger departed, Jon Arryn immediately expressed his grievances to Robert, lamenting that the country was too decrepit to govern and urging him to seek more capable leadership. Father, Robert protested vehemently, when I arrived alone in the unfamiliar area. It was you who comforted me with your wise and seasoned words, assuring me that fear was unwarranted. After the passing of my parents, when I faced adversities, it was you who declared that I would be your child. Even though I may sometimes exhibit a boorish and petulant demeanor, you have consistently provided me with my allowance. In my heart, you are my true father. Father, I cannot leave you. Jon Arryn had only 2 adopted sons in his lifetime, Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon. The former was as unyielding as stone and rather unlikable, while the latter was eloquent and charming, despite his penchant for drinking, brawling, and frequenting nightclubs, occasionally resulting in tragic outcomes. Even now, towering at 6 feet 5 inches and weighing over 260 pounds, he still perceived himself as that lively boy trailing behind. Alas, the royal treasury was truly depleted, and with the Iron Bank demanding repayment, there was no choice but to comply. Arryn sighed, suggesting, "Let us allocate 1 million golden dragons from the royal treasury." Robert grimaced at the thought. The royal treasury had long been viewed as a source of personal indulgence. Even within the royal household, there is little surplus. What then shall we do? An official reported that the accumulated loans and interest amounted to nearly 5 million golden dragons. If we cannot manage, we may have to incur new debts to settle the old ones. I've heard that Lord Tywin's excrement is made of gold. Robert mused despondently. If it comes to that, I shall have to endure my own hardships. Farewell, my Lyanna. Chapter 52. Do not bow your head, or the green cap will fall. My lord, you have returned. Lisa hurried over, her abdomen slightly rounded, her complexion radiant. Duke Arryn, having returned to the Prime Minister's tower, was now 60 years old, an impressive age in a world where the average lifespan hovered around 30. Yet even so, his seed still possessed the vigor to take root and flourish in fertile soil. What a heartening thought. My lady, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have been quite busy with state affairs. The old Duke affectionately patted her hand. Lisa's expression momentarily stiffened but quickly regained its composure. My lord, you say that as if I should be surprised. You are the esteemed Prime Minister, preoccupied with countless responsibilities. I am proud of you. How is the child today? Indeed, the little one is quite lively in my womb. That is wonderful news. It seems you are carrying a robust child. Jon Arryn felt a wave of relief. This child represented his profound hopes. Yes, indeed, Lisa replied absently. Oh, by the way, my lord, today I received a letter from my father's adopted son. The son of Lord Baelish from the Fingers, Lisa said cautiously. Oh, is he the boy you grew up with in the Riverlands? Jon Arryn inquired with a furrowed brow. Having heard of the lad. In those years, when Lisa's sister was betrothed to Ed's brother, Brandon, a certain impudent boy dared to challenge Brandon, narrowly escaping death, thanks to Catelyn Tully's intercession on his behalf. Unbeknownst to him, it was this very challenge that prompted his young bride to volunteer to care for the boy, thereby sowing the seeds of turmoil that would engulf the kingdom over a decade later. Peter was an endearing child, intelligent, yet the Baelish family's territory was exceedingly modest, prompting his father to send him to the capital for experience, with Lisa endeavoring to speak highly of him. The Baelish family, the Duke of Arryn could vaguely recall, had been granted their lands during the War of the Nine Penny Kings, seemingly the smallest of the fingers on the Fingers Peninsula. As a dutiful lord, he was expected to remember the myriad nobles of the Vale, even being well-versed in their histories, crests, and house words. However, he found little impression left by the Baelish family. They were rather inconspicuous, having been mere hired knights decades prior. Their lands a modest village with barely a few dozen households, truly the least of the lesser nobility. Had it not been for the current Lord Baelish forging a deep friendship with Duke House Targaryen during the War of the Nine Penny Kings, how would he have come to adopt that boy? It was precisely this friendship that granted the Baelish family a modicum of recognition from Jon Arryn. That boy, Jon pondered, is named Peter. Lyssa interjected eagerly. Well then, since he grew up alongside you, we cannot let him wander the streets of King's Landing, Jon mused. Currently, Silk Street is undergoing reconstruction. The king has granted me some shops. Have him serve as a steward for now. What? Just a steward? Lyssa pouted, her playful demeanor endearing. Jon Arryn admitted that his young wife was indeed a beauty. He longed to embrace her, yet, upon feeling his own back and glancing at her pronounced belly, he ultimately relinquished the thought. In his old age, he pondered if the Archmaester possessed any remedies. That old man was a decade his senior, yet remained an avid teacher, delighting in instructing young maidens in eloquence and craft, a truly enviable position. However, he mused, even if he desired to teach his own lady, she might not prove to be the most diligent student. As Lyssa, burdened with child, gracefully retreated to her chamber. They had chosen to reside apart primarily because Jon Arryn's thunderous snoring might disturb the unborn child's rest. Upon entering her room, she noticed a slight movement behind the door's screen, revealing a short, slender man with cropped hair. Though not tall, he possessed a striking visage, his gray-green eyes seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure. At a mere glance, Lyssa felt a chill run down her spine, nearly collapsing. Wouldn't he come in, would he? The diminutive man whispered. No, I won't, Lyssa replied, her cheeks flushed. He rarely comes to my room, unless he desires something. But you are quite audacious. How could you dare to? The diminutive man inhaled deeply the scent of Lyssa's chestnut hair, then buried his head between her slender neck and bosom, greedily extending his tongue. Oh no, Peter. Lyssa softly muffled a moan. If he discovers us, we shall both be done for. My lady. Do you not find this exhilarating? The man's deep voice was like the siren's call of a devil. And I am not only bold in spirit. I possess other considerable attributes as well. As he shed his trousers, Lyssa gazed at him with a look of infatuation, letting out a dreamy giggle as she obediently knelt down. It became evident that Lyssa was a diligent pupil. Indeed, her eagerness to learn allowed her to grasp the most profound and ancient wisdom of the world, even in moments of physical restraint. Before long, when the two had redressed, Lyssa conveyed her husband's arrangements to Peter, who appeared distinctly disheartened. With my abilities, even if I cannot become a courtier, surely serving as a tax collector under him would not be beyond my reach. Peter fumed. This is a humiliation. Dear, did you not just return it? Lyssa languidly remarked, at that moment truly resembling a youthful girl. If he humiliates you once, you ought to retaliate immediately. Moreover, I wish for you to remain in King's Landing, so we may meet often. A glimmer of determination flashed in Peter's eyes as he patted Lyssa's shoulder. Silly child, you are already carrying his heir. Once the child is born, your heart will surely be devoted entirely to that little one, leaving no room to remember me. How could that be, my dear? I swear my love for you surpasses all. Lyssa exclaimed in alarm. A vow. Promises are seldom trustworthy. You know that, Peter whispered softly in her ear. At this, Lyssa's complexion paled slightly. Hesitantly, she caressed her abdomen. But last time, my father forced me to drink from the elderflower, and the scholar said it may not be easy to conceive again. Then do not seek me out any longer. The man's face darkened, his words devoid of warmth. My dear, do not say such things. Am I not obedient enough for you? Lyssa gazed at the resolute expression on his face, and, biting her lip, declared with unwavering resolve. After all, both she and he were still young, the soil fertile, and the seeds excellent. There was no worry about planting them. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Duke Aelin remained unaware, holding his head high, pondering how to deal with the emissary from Braavos. This prime minister's hat is indeed a burden. Fortunately, his wife provided him with another, which he wore with great formality. Let it be said, do not bow your head, lest the green cap fall. Do not weep, for there is no comfort. Do not kneel, as the Sea King feels no shame. Chapter 53. The economic development of Dragonstone. Without delving into the intrigues of King's Landing, let us turn our attention to Dragonstone. The islands of Blackwater Bay, led by Dragonstone, are fervently embarking on infrastructure development. As ships laden with gold arrived, the the pirate crews of Littlefinger found themselves utterly outmatched by the House of Son. Compelled to engage in a fierce internal competition, they hesitated to initiate a price war, fearing that Dragonstone might refuse to honor their agreements, leading to potential losses. Instead, under the guidance of a particularly astute mind, they proposed a so-called door-to-door delivery service. With offshore and onshore pricing established, Jaehaerys promptly insisted on the most economical option. Although both parties had agreed to conduct trade in the Middle Seas, Son's repeated incursions saw their associates brazenly delivering directly to Dragonstone. This prompted Jaehaerys to act swiftly, marking the beginning of the pirates' internal strife at the Stairs Islands. As the pirates became embroiled in competition, Dragonstone worked tirelessly to transform their bounty into gold dragons, subsequently purchasing vast supplies from the mainland. Initially, the merchants of King's Landing and Seagull Town were discreet about their dealings. However, upon witnessing the first merchant who dared to capitalize on this opportunity amass great wealth, the sight of gold dragons being unloaded from ships became irresistible. Wealthy merchants and representatives of the lords began to host lavish banquets for Lucerys Valerion and Count Adrian Setgaber, treating them with utmost reverence, no longer viewing them as rebels. In a fleeting moment, the two became the most sought-after figures in certain regions of the Vale. As time progressed, an influx of merchants surged forth, eager to secure their share of Dragonstone's lucrative orders, bringing whatever goods were needed. With resources and personnel plentiful, Jaehaerys wasted no time in establishing large-scale conch farming facilities on Tide's Head Island and Crab Island. Drawing from Dragonstone's previous experience, the process was expedited, and production commenced swiftly, with expectations of harvesting the first batch of crimson dye by the same time the following year. Simultaneously, at Jaehaerys' suggestion, part of the royal fleet's warships were decommissioned. With evaluations conducted on their conditions, those deemed obsolete were dismantled. Vessels still in serviceable condition were repaired and allocated to the newly established Narrow Sea Deep Sea Fishing Company. Another idea proposed by Jaehaerys. Having endured various capital trials in Blue Star, he recognized the potential of a corporate structure and found no reason not to replicate it. The company was established with a total share capital of 10,000 gold dragons, available for subscription by lords, knights, and retainers, with any unsold shares open to the public. Jaehaerys refrained from divulging future prospects or painting grandiose visions. Those willing to invest were invited to contribute, while those unwilling found themselves excluded. Consequently, the majority held a skeptical view toward this nascent venture, which was entirely understandable. As a result, the Targaryen family secured an overwhelming majority of the shares, to the point of near privatization. However, a small fraction of shares was acquired by the household guards, fleet soldiers, and commoners, not as a result of coercive measures, but due to their recognition of the Targaryen family and Prince Jaehaerys. Upon learning this, Jaehaerys smiled knowingly, confident that those who invested would surely prosper. After careful evaluation, it was determined that approximately 10 decommissioned medium and small vessels could be refurbished for continued use, effectively infusing at least 30,000 gold dragons into the Deep Sea Fishing Company. Jaehaerys, adhering to the traditional practices of Blue Star, refrained from recalibrating the equity and maintained the original ratio, akin to providing shareholders with an advance on dividends. Those who had hesitated, who had retreated in doubt, found themselves lamenting their decisions, often lamenting to their spouses. With long hair and limited insight, they observed others prospering. And countless individuals regretted their missed opportunities, with many more regrets yet to follow. However, mere possession of ships was insufficient. Jaehaerys once again embraced the principle of voluntarism, recruiting workers for maritime operations within the fishing company, with their primary duty being fishing. The company provided accommodations and offered a fixed monthly salary of 5 silver deer, alongside bonuses at month's end based on the catch. This remuneration, while not particularly generous, represented a significantly reduced risk compared to venturing out to fish independently. The fishing village beneath Longshan witnessed the loss of several fishing boats each year, compelling their wives to enter the seafood markets to sustain their families, including hungry children and elderly relatives. Joining the fishing company now signified a stable source of income, ensuring that even in the event of maritime mishaps, their families would receive compensation. As for whether this fishing company could yield a bountiful catch, how much it could procure, or to whom it would sell the catch, such concerns were none of their business. Those were matters for the Wong family to contemplate. Soon, on a beautiful and sunny day, the freshly established fishing company set sail. 10 fishing vessels, a considerable fleet indeed, navigated the deep seas under the guidance of retired soldiers from the Wong family fleet and seasoned fishermen in search of schools of fish. Upon locating a school, they deployed the modified large trawl net. It had been noted that the Blackwater River annually brought in vast amounts of silt and nutrients, and the warm currents of the summer sea converged here, creating a colossal fishing ground stretching from Cape Marseille in the south to the Wuji Peninsula in the north. Typically inaccessible to ordinary coastal fishermen, the bounty here was often deemed unworthy of their efforts. For millennia, the richness of fish in these waters had reached astonishing levels. As the winch turned, the trawl net was gradually drawn up. The seasoned fishermen could hardly tear their gaze away. A tremendous catch of fish was ensnared, amounting to several tons in a single haul. The interior of the hold had been transformed into a vast storage space, and due to the cold weather, ample ice had been placed inside beforehand. The freshly caught fish were promptly frozen into solid masses. For more valuable catches, such as eel, tuna, and lobster, personnel were assigned to process them on-site, removing gills and entrails as necessary, and placing those requiring wooden barrels into them. Each individual aboard the vessel found their rightful place. As time passed, the fleet returned, laden with their catch. Upon docking and opening the hold, a wave of exhilaration washed over everyone. Ultimately, the scales revealed that the 10 vessels had collectively brought in over 100 tons of fish. After a moment of joy, people began to worry about the processing of their abundant catch. There was simply too much fish for the army to consume. However, Jaehaerys promptly arrived on the scene, directing individuals to toss shellfish and small fish into the conch breeding pool. The ravenous sea snails immediately commenced their feast. Despite it being winter, when their activity levels significantly decreased, one could only imagine the frenzy during the summer. Yet, the conchs could not possibly digest such a vast quantity of fish. Thus, the majority was transported by Jaehaerys to the fish processing plant located within Long Mountain. Here, the fish were sorted according to type, filleted, and transformed into dried fish, grilled fish slices, or canned fish. The internal temperature of Long Mountain facilitated rapid drying of the fish, which were then placed on iron plates and slowly roasted using geothermal heat, soon becoming delectable grilled fish slices. The process for canning fish was equally straightforward. Fish and brine were packed into clay pots, sealed with wooden stoppers and wax to prevent air from entering, enabling the fish to be preserved for extended periods. These primary processed fish products were then taken by merchants to be sold in the inland of Westeros, becoming culinary delights for both nobility and commoners alike. With the expansion of trade, this model swiftly extended to Tides Head Island, Crab Island, and even reached Crabclaw Peninsula, where the local nobility and most commoners benefited, leading everyone to ultimately become an admirer of House Targaryen. Unbeknownst to them, Dragonstone Island gradually infiltrated their economy, so that even if Robert were to issue a decree, some might choose to pay lip service instead. The most evident change was that many bankrupt farmers, artisans, and merchants no longer resorted to begging, fleeing, or borrowing at exorbitant interest rates. Instead, they flocked to the docks in search of job openings from Dragonstone Island, eager to work on Dragonstone or the other 2 islands. They understood that the islands of Blackwater Bay were always in dire need of laborers and fishermen. Once there, they would not only have their needs met, but could also accumulate wealth. Chapter 54. A storm approaches on this particular day. Jaehaerys was hosting a young man named Sizwe Wayshuey, whose lineage traced back to the bastards of the Targaryen and Valerian families. Your ship model is quite impressive. Have you considered crafting a smaller prototype for the sea? Jaehaerys inquired, holding a beautifully crafted ship model. The model measured 30 units in length and 10 in width, lacking portholes for oars, featuring 3 masts. The 2 forward masts bore square sails, while the rear mast held a triangular sail. Both the bow and stern were elevated, suitable for mounting catapults or large siege crossbows. Its design was more elongated than the existing royal warships, with a sleek hull and visible lateral resistance surfaces below the waterline, intended to combat the lateral impacts of waves and enhance the vessel's stability. Though Jaehaerys was not well versed in ship design, his prolonged time aboard vessels had afforded him some knowledge. Your Highness, this ship has yet to be constructed as a prototype, but I assure you it will meet your expectations, Sizwe declared with confidence. If this ship were built larger, how fast do you estimate it would run? Jaehaerys continued to query. In favorable winds, it is estimated that the vessel could achieve speeds twice that of the current warships. But what about against the wind? I have designed immense lateral and stern sails, allowing it to harness the wind and surpass the existing warships in speed. Jaehaerys remarked. A young man's confidence is admirable. This ship is evidently suited for long-distance voyages, a type he has encountered numerous times. Recently, with the expansion of trade, many ships have docked at the port of Dragonstone, including large whaling vessels from Iban Island, swan ships from the Summer Isles, and grand sailing ships from the free trade city-states. However, he could not discern any superiority of this model over the aforementioned vessels. In truth, the design was rather conventional and did not evoke a sense of awe. Shiza felt somewhat disheartened. This was the best design he could conceive, yet it was evidently insufficiently captivating. Alas, the hope of revitalizing the Weiwei water family had once again been dashed in his hands. If your skills permit, I would like to offer a small suggestion for modification and see if you can redesign it, Jaehaelys calmly proposed. Please, Your Highness, guide me. Shiza's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Consider this, and then this. Jaehaelys began to make arbitrary alterations on a piece of parchment with a quill, the resulting ship resembling a child's drawing. As Shiza listened, a glimmer of inspiration began to shine in his eyes, yet he simultaneously felt troubled. Although Jaehaelys' suggestions were innovative, they demanded excessively high standards for construction techniques and materials. With such a slender and low hull, would it not take on water with the waves? Moreover, the sails were excessively large. Undoubtedly, they would enhance speed, yet they also posed the risk of insufficient mast and crossbar strength. With strong winds, the mast could easily be snapped. Very well, these are my immature thoughts. Please ponder them further and see if you can swiftly produce a mature design proposal. Jaehaelys tossed down his quill, asserting, I am the client and merely state my requirements. If they cannot be met, that is acceptable. Just continue to refine it. If I could design it myself, what need would I have for you professionals? He had once loathed the arbitrary whims of clients. Yet now he found himself embodying the very persona he had despised. As for the design he proposed, it was not without foundation nor without inspiration, as it drew from the flying scissor ships of the maritime sovereign. However, this design philosophy was far too advanced for the present. He dared not speculate how much Shiza could assimilate, but as long as he could elevate the current ship speeds to more than double, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Friend, for the time being, you should refrain from your cultivation. Suddenly, the mysterious tree conveyed a thought. Oh, why is that? You are unaware, just moments ago, a celestial consciousness enveloped the entirety of Dragonstone. What? How come I did not sense it? You are on the verge of achieving the 3 flowers gathered at the crown, yet you could not perceive it, indicating the formidable prowess of the celestial being. The celestial beings are not idling away their time, idly scanning with their divine senses. Surely, something monumental is about to unfold. The only significant event on the horizon appears to be the impending birth of Daenerys. Could it be that an unprecedented storm is on the brink of emergence? Or is this tempest itself a consequence of her arrival? If the latter holds true, the power of the celestial beings is indeed terrifying, regardless of their intentions. To utilize a storm to obliterate the royal fleet of Dragonstone that they have painstakingly transformed is a fanciful notion. Summon Sir Tytos Velaryon for a private audience. Moments later, Sir Tytos arrived, revitalized and flourishing in what seems to be a second spring of his career, having ascended from the position of captain of the Maritime Guard to the commander of the fleet. Typically, this role is held by the Minister of Naval Affairs, currently the Naval Secretary. However, Count Larys Velaryon is preoccupied with pleasures and has disengaged from political matters. Moreover, the majority of the warships belonging to House Velaryon have been incorporated into the royal fleet, a fact attributed to the monetary contributions of Sir Tytos. Similarly, Sir Tytos has treated House Targaryen with equal consideration, and regarding the financial aspects, he has at least inflated the price by tenfold. Both families are left with merely a handful of patrol ships and small war vessels for self-defense, which has significantly diminished their influence within the naval department. Your Highness, where do you intend to strike next? Sir Tytos has become quite the warmonger, constantly expressing indignation at this and that, unbothered by the ridicule of others. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that in previous battles, the royal fleet of Dragonstone has achieved victories with minimal or almost no losses, garnering substantial rewards for the entire fleet. Coupled with the reformed system of merit-based rewards and promotions, even the most ordinary rowers can earn accolades through warfare. This has fostered a burgeoning spirit of martial enthusiasm throughout the royal fleet. Sir, do not be so extreme, Sir Tytos remarked. How can a person with such a penchant for peace like myself be surrounded by a throng of warriors always clamoring for battle? It is truly perplexing. The royal fleet's maintenance personnel previously reported to me that certain vessels have become infested with shipworms. If we do not promptly head to the freshwater estuary, the risk of leaks in the hulls will escalate. Thus, I have decided that you shall lead the royal fleet to anchor at the estuary of the Trident River, north of Crab's Claw Peninsula, for a period to effectively eradicate the shipworms and barnacles clinging to the hulls. Chapter 55, The Stitching Monster? What a coincidence! Your Highness, is it truly necessary to send them all? Moreover, since aligning with Sir Tytos, I often find myself bewildered. I would swear that if the latter were not a prince, but rather a smuggler, none could rival his brilliance. His thoughts are as wild as the wind, incomprehensible to anyone. Such matters are routine for a man who has drifted at sea for half his life. Why must the prince announce them with such gravity? There is no need to involve all the ships. It would be entirely superfluous. No, or rather, it would be akin to gilding the lily. The royal fleet has long adhered to stringent regulations regarding ship maintenance. Although these practices have waned in recent years, the mandate to anchor at the freshwater estuary for no less than a month each year has been scrupulously observed. After all, the gravest peril at sea lies in a rotting hull. The immense water pressure could swiftly obliterate the ship's bottom, and mere wooden barrels and a handful of pumps would prove utterly inadequate to expel the deluge of seawater that surged in, leaving only the option of abandoning the vessel to survive. Moreover, not all ships can dock simultaneously, as this would create a vulnerable period in defense. Should enemies invade Blackwater Bay during such a time, the fortress would be left to fend for itself in a passive defense. My lord, this is an imperative command from the kingdom. It must be executed. Jacaerys' expression was grave. Your Highness, as the supreme commander of the royal fleet, I am bound to follow the kingdom's directives, yet I am entitled to a reasonable explanation. Ah, very well. I had not intended to disclose this. Since you insist, I must divulge the truth. What? This is utterly absurd, Sir Tredemon exclaimed, astounded by Jacaerys' explanation. A storm of unprecedented magnitude is set to engulf Dragonstone Island, annihilating the entire royal fleet. Surely this is a jest. The fleet is docked securely in the sheltered harbor, which has recently been refurbished. What kind of storm could possibly lead to such devastation? The likes of which I have only heard in myth. Tales of Windspire Castle being established through countless confrontations with the storm god. How does the prince even know of this? Sensing Sir Tredemon's incredulity, Jacaerys resorted to his narrative surrounding the dream of dragons. A singular truth can illuminate all, regardless of its familiarity. If it serves its purpose, it is sufficient. I believe this must be a revelation from the dragon god. Before the fall of King's Landing, I dreamed of the city being engulfed by golden waves and my father's demise. The dragon god? Is that the deity of Valyria? Sir Tredemon pondered. Jacaerys refrained from revealing that this so-called dragon god was merely a guise he would adopt in the future, allowing him to eschew the traditional paths of worship while still creating a divine persona. Through this act of deification, he sought to comprehend the divine pathways of the world and validate his own beliefs in the process. Indeed, in terms of deification, the land of the flowers had fallen behind in the new era. Before his journey across realms, he had heard of a sect in the land of monkeys where deities coexisted harmoniously. Hugo, Shakespeare, Le Chrétien, and Son de Peo had all been enshrined. A delightful absurdity intertwined with solemnity, bridging east and west, transcending time, all paths converging into one. How ludicrous! For a fleeting moment, a fade brings joy, yet a lasting guise brings eternal delight. I know not how to explain it, but in my dream, a great dragon soared through the sky, and a commanding voice instructed me on the necessary actions to avert impending catastrophe. From the fall of King's Landing to the death of my father, it all resonates, Jacaerys asserted, his tone imbued with conviction. Sir Tredemon proceeded to describe the magnificent dragon. Yet he did not draw upon the traditional imagery of the dragons from the continent of Westeros. Instead, he conjured an image akin to that of a divine dragon from the land of the rising sun, a creature poised upon clouds, adorned with the head of a bull, the mane of a wolf, the antlers of a deer, the claws of an eagle, the serpentine body, dragon scales, and a fish tail, exhaling flames encircling a pearl of fire. This one breath encapsulated the sigils of several noble houses of Westeros: the dragon, stag, wolf, fish, eagle, and a variant of the sun emblem from House Martell. At first, Jaehaerys was taken aback, yet as the description unfolded, he too found himself somewhat bewildered. Not that he was fabricating tales, but truly, this was the form of the divine dragon from the land of flowers. Sir Tredemon smirked slightly, asking if Jaehaerys was inclined to disbelief. Jaehaerys spoke with conviction, sketching on parchment, albeit with a rather lamentable artistic skill. Did he believe it? It seemed as though this so-called dragon deity was a patchwork creature, a fusion of various house sigils into a new entity. Well, as long as His Highness the Prince was pleased. The two engaged in hushed discussions regarding the upcoming march and the coastal defenses of Dragonstone. Simultaneously, the fishing company ceased all distant oceanic endeavors. 10 fishing vessels donned the three-headed dragon banner once more, with personnel reallocated to install scorpions and other weaponry. Fortunately, The manpower on Dragonstone was sufficient. Otherwise, completing the installations within a short time frame would have proven arduous. Admittedly, the actual combat capability would undoubtedly be diminished. Yet such was the nature of circumstances. The Dragonstone fleet could set sail, but it was imperative that the duration of their operational pause remained concealed. 4. As a certain oceanic sovereign from a distant world once remarked, every beauty possesses a moment of vulnerability. It merely depends on whether one seizes the opportunity. For these fishing vessels, a phrase resonated. An old steed remains eager to run, tied to the saddle, yet yearning for the hook. Without waiting for the whip to crack, it leaps into the fray to seize the foe. They were to depart promptly, navigating closely along the coastline towards the estuary, for the impending tempest promised to be cataclysmic. In truth, Jaehaerys was unaware of the magnitude of the storm that heralded Daenerys' birth, yet the warnings from the wondrous tree instilled in him a sense of vigilance. In the presence of such a formidable celestial being, caution was indeed warranted. Once the fleet was arranged, Jaehaerys summoned William Darry, the commander of the Dragonstone garrison, and the leader of the inner guard, Ser Paerys Wheatley. They meticulously scrutinized each defensive blind spot of Dragonstone, particularly the various tunnels, passes, and gates, ensuring that logs, stones, and boiling oil were ready at hand. Additionally, they coordinated the packaging of the mint and seafood processing equipment. The terrestrial defenses represented the last line of desperate resort. Fortunately, the castle of Dragonstone was steep and formidable, having undergone 9 months of repairs, stockpiling, and the training of reinforcements, rendering it well provisioned with soldiers and supplies. Should news of the main fleet's rest and the tactical deception of the fishing vessels be divulged, any assailants seeking to breach Dragonstone would surely find themselves bloodied against its walls. What more was there to worry about? Supernatural powers, the celestial expert personally intervened, directly dismantling the defenses of Dragonstone Island. Wait a moment. If that were the case, how could I possibly resist? What is there to fear? Jaehaerys instantly felt a sense of relief. Chapter 56. Fire Control, Sword Technique. Before Jaehaerys lay a row of azure fruits, precisely 10 in number. Ever since he took on multiple roles, he had scarcely found the time to open blind boxes. Now that his divine flower had blossomed and his energy flower was nearing completion, he could finally open blind boxes without further ado. Not only did he find it tedious, but even those around him seemed to share the sentiment. After friendly and harmonious communication with Duobao, he finally learned how to open boxes externally. The spiritual energy was expended without the slightest waste, an experience remarkably smooth. A tenfold draw offered a chance to procure splendid items. This was the original phrase of Duobao's celestial roots, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the tone of a lottery salesman. Perhaps it was merely Jaehaerys' illusion. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. As a seasoned practitioner of fire by the age of 7 and a master of combat by 8, Jaehaerys was even more relentless with himself. So let it be. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Arrow piercing technique. Thank you. Overlord spear technique. Thank you. Thank you. Clang, 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 clang. Congratulations. You have acquired the fire control divine art. Of course, these sound effects were all self-added voiceovers in Jaehaerys' mind, aimed solely at enhancing the atmosphere and sense of ritual. After all, if one does not pursue a sense of ritual in life, even holidays would be spent without extravagance. And it is no wonder that no one reads one's writings. Not bad. From 10 fruits, he garnered 2 skills and an unknown divine art. The skills were evidently akin to mundane techniques resembling the Ape King's swordsmanship. He could examine them later. As for the divine art, it was indeed a first in a long while. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, and opened them again to reveal a spark of brilliance. The divine art was indeed formidable. Fire control is one of the Daoist's 72 earthly fiends techniques. With a hand gesture to invoke the fire avoidance technique, one remains unscathed by flames. Planting the golden lotus amidst the fire, one achieves immortality. Hooray! With the fire control technique, Mother need no longer worry about my fire-playing antics. Is this considered a joyous acquisition of the title The Unburnt? It is indeed powerful. Yet, I cannot help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. A practitioner of one of the Daoist's 72 earthly fiends techniques, is this all I receive? You might as well grant me a water-drinking technique. I could gulp down rivers and streams, then regurgitate it to flood armies. At that point, I could claim to be the reincarnation of the water child from the Calabash brothers. What use is fire control anyway? Well, let me say this. At least various flames cannot harm you anymore, can they? Duobao's wondrous tree replied sheepishly. Am I now in need of such a seemingly trivial divine art? When my enemies toss me into the flames, will I rely on my ability to remain unburnt to terrify them? Do not underestimate divine arts, alright? Mastering fire control to its utmost means that even without spiritual energy, one remains impervious to all flames. How impressive. Are you suggesting that I need not be cremated even after death? Jaehaerys was not easily deceived. What on earth is this? No. Today you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, you may as well vacate my body, and we shall part ways. The Daobao Miaoshu understands its own affairs. The Celestial Realm's blind boxes have never failed to disappoint in that regard. Very well, I shall grant you another yellow Dao fruit as compensation. Is that acceptable? These fruits, in truth, hold little value. After all, a torrential rain cannot nourish rootless grass, and the Daoist methods are too lenient to ferry those without fate. However, this statement is not absolute, particularly for a certain tree that thrives in the shelter of others, yet is remarkably replenished. As Jekylese increasingly alters the narrative, Daobao Miaoshu distinctly senses several divine consciousnesses gradually beginning to focus on Dragonstone Island. This is now within the sight of the players entering this world. At this moment, the landlord remains too immature. The disparity in their capabilities leaves them vulnerable, and I, as a tenant, live in constant trepidation. Having escaped the celestial realm, it is akin to commencing a new path of cultivation. The growth of spiritual roots and similar plants inherently demands more time than that of humans. At present, it is weaker than Jekylese. This impending storm may serve as a trial or perhaps a means of annihilation. Whether it is a test or eradication will depend on the abilities Jekylese demonstrates this time. It is akin to discovering a wild beehive in one's own garden. Some may choose to incinerate the wild bees entirely, while others might decide to nurture them until the honey is ready for harvest. Once evolved into killer bees, any nefarious intentions must be weighed carefully. Is that little bit of honey truly worth the risk? Ultimately, it all hinges on the balance of profit and loss. Even the celestial elites must contemplate whether it is worthwhile to expend great resources to eliminate a mere human immortal. Although the landlord is still not a human immortal, the practitioners in this world exhibit severe specialization, and their overall strength is undeniably inferior. Yet, in certain aspects, Jekylese is by no means lacking. Very well. Should I cleanse myself first? Jekylese inquired. Would that enhance the outcome? This, Daobao Miaoshu was at a loss for words. It had never heard of such a thing. After all, those who opened blind boxes previously were at least celestial beings, their bodies pure and untainted, thus not requiring cleansing. Shall we give it a try? It suggested. If we are to try, then let us do so. Jekylese commanded for water to be drawn for bathing and changing, and upon reaching the Flying Dragon Tower, they also needed to set up a ritual altar with offerings. There were no specific prayers, merely repeated invocations of blessings from the three purities and appeals for the Dao ancestor to manifest. Feeling that the preparations were sufficient, he placed the yellow Dao fruit between his hands and, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "Release." A rush of golden light erupted from his palms, illuminating the entire apex of the Flying Dragon Tower with a resplendent brilliance, nearly blinding Jekylese's titanium gold eyes. The sword technique of the 72 earthly fiends, Jekylese exclaimed. This swordsmanship differs significantly from mundane skills such as the Monkey King sword technique. It is a legitimate art of sword control, merging chi with the sword, wielding it through spirit and intention. Jaehaerys, though lacking in spiritual aura, has fortuitously reached the threshold required to wield a sword with divine intent. In an instant, the treasured tree of many jewels grasped the absurdity of the situation. Could the effects of the cleansing ritual be so potent? While this spell is not among the most practical of the 72 arts, its offensive power undoubtedly ranks within the top 3. Against beings beneath the earth immortal level, it is utterly invincible. Could it be that the celestial beings of your failed to produce exceptional artifacts simply due to their lack of purification? The treasured tree of many jewels seemed to have discovered the answer. If given the chance to return to the celestial realm, it would certainly have words for those deities. It turns out it was not my fault, but rather your own insincerity. Perhaps you should reflect upon yourselves and consider whether you have maintained your original intentions throughout the years of your ascension. This revelation bears more gravitas and lethality than mere probability. If Jaehaerys possessed a personal attributes panel, he would undoubtedly be classified as a high-damage, frail assassin-type hero. Contemplating this, the treasured tree realized that the foremost priority was survival. After all, it had endured over 50 chapters without a chance to shine, and today, it would unveil its prowess. Friend, I present you with a life-preserving artifact. Use it wisely. In a flash of brilliance, Jaehaerys donned a splendid suit of armor, radiant and resplendent, immediately distinguishing itself as extraordinary. Chapter 57, The Birth of the Storm. The armor was constructed of layered black golden scales, crowned with a helmet featuring a roaring dragon's head, adorned with two black, forked horns that arched backward and coiled at the nape, while two large tusks flanked the temples, completing the visage with a thick, beard-like face guard. The sinuous dragon's body extended from the back of the head down to the spine, with its arms spread wide to form shoulder and arm guards, ending in sharp claws. The armor continued to expand from the torso, creating a skirt and protective gear for the groin and shins. In everyday circumstances, this armor could be retracted to the dantian, nourished by one's own spiritual energy. When needed, a mere thought would summon it to the surface, establishing a formidable defense. This armor was named the Eastern Azure Dragon Armor, accompanied by methods for its refinement. Within the armor lay 81 prohibitive seals, and once fully refined, it could withstand attacks from the heavenly immortals. Naturally, given Jaehaerys' current low cultivation, achieving the full 81 seals was beyond reach. However, the armorer had thoughtfully divided these seals into several stages. The initial 9 seals could be successfully refined even by foundational cultivators. With the inherent defensive capabilities of the armor, it was certain that no earth immortal could breach its protection. Upon completing the refinement, Jaehaerys attempted to form a seal and shouted, "Protect!" in a dazzling display of light. The armor rapidly materialized, and in the mirror's reflection, a majestic divine dragon appeared, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Should his cultivation reach the requisite level and he fully refined the 81 seals, Jaehaerys could boldly declare before the heavenly immortal elders, "I beg for death." If only he could soften his tone just a little, he would seem less cowardly. 2 days later, when the horn of the Dragonstone fleet resounded, Jaehaerys understood that the predetermined day of departure had arrived. Dragonstone Keep swiftly sealed its gates, and everything proceeded according to plan. While 10 fishing vessels commenced their patrols in the surrounding waters, their aged hulls bearing burdens far beyond their years. Naturally, Jaehaerys would not send them to their doom. As long as they could return after making every effort to reach Dragonstone or elsewhere upon detecting the approaching storm, all crew members and soldiers would be rewarded handsomely. In recent days, Jaehaerys had not practiced, for the battle between man and nature was imminent, and he had to remain vigilant regarding Queen Lena's condition. Soon enough, at a certain moment, the queen was seized by excruciating abdominal pains, having given birth multiple times before. She instinctively knew that a new life was on the verge of arrival. All the scholars and midwives of Dragonstone had long been gathered in the keep by Jaehaerys, each a professional with abundant experience in childbirth. Viserys and Rhaenys prayed for their mother and grandmother within the sanctum, imploring the Virgin's blessing, while Jaehaerys anxiously awaited outside the birthing chamber, observing the midwives as they hurriedly brought in boiling water, bandages, and herbal ash. His heart grew increasingly restless. The wind outside intensified, and a tremendous rumble began to reverberate within the stone drum tower, a sound reminiscent of thunderous war drums echoing throughout the keep. In the distance, a massive storm was slowly taking shape. The black tempest had materialized, blotting out the sun. Had anyone soared high into the sky, they would have witnessed the birth of a colossal eye of the storm over the narrow sea. It was as if a deity had opened its eyes in wrath. With furious winds mingling with vengeful lightning, silver serpents of electricity painting a catastrophic tableau amidst torrential rain. The fierce gusts whipped up thousands of tons of seawater, forming towering white walls of water that surged toward Dragonstone, crashing against the stone walls, the keep, and the reefs, scattering shards like broken jade, reminiscent of 1,000 heaps of snow. At this very moment, in King's Landing, Varys recalled intelligence from days prior. "Your Majesty, we have received word from Count Redwine that the majority of the Dragonstone fleet has now ventured to the mouth of the Trident to rid their hulls of barnacles and shipworms. Only a few old vessels remain for defense and patrol. He inquires whether we should seize this opportunity to launch an attack on Dragonstone with the fleet from Dragonstone." Robert was immediately elated. Just as he was settling down for the night, the enemy had conveniently presented themselves with a pillow. What was there to wait for? For wildfires? What nonsense. After all this time, had Harren failed to resolve the issue? What use was he? Several alchemists from the guild had already perished in the process of their improvements. It seemed Harren was not entirely ineffectual. Never mind. It was best not to pursue his accountability any further. After all, Dragonstone was effectively severing its own arm. Whether or not wildfires provided assistance was of little consequence. Robb joyfully commanded Lord Redwine to lead the fleet from Dragonstone directly to Dragonstone Island. What? This old fellow Redwine claimed he could only dispatch half the warships, with the remainder needed to guard against the Ironborn at Dragonstone? Very well, very well. A fleet of 200 ships is scarcely distinguishable from 100. Varys found this peculiar. According to his little birds, the power on Dragonstone Island was currently held by Prince Jaehaerys, and given the prince's capabilities, such a blatant oversight should not have occurred. Surely, there must be some hidden scheme awaiting the Iron Throne. Thus, he cautiously suggested to Robb, but the king, clearly intoxicated by the prospect of imminent victory, was disinclined to heed the advice of a decrepit and unattractive eunuch. He was not like the mad King Aerys. Had Varys not possessed some utility, the king would have already severed the eunuch's head to placate the discontented nobles of King's Landing. Varys, feeling embittered, could only retreat in frustration, yet he remained perplexed, compelled to instruct his little birds to keep a vigilant eye on the happenings on the island. The anguished cries of Queen Rhaella in the birthing chamber grew increasingly louder. Jaehaerys subtly extended his consciousness within, finding the scene akin to his expectations. Rhaella's condition did not appear to be a difficult labor, but as an advanced maternal age. Her strength was waning. He discreetly infused a thread of spiritual energy into Queen Rhaella, invigorating her with a surge of newfound vitality. The wails of an infant soon filled the air, eliciting exhilaration from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Queen Rhaella, feeling a wave of relief, fainted, fortunately. With Jaehaerys' spiritual energy safeguarding her vital essence, as long as the midwives and scholars were not fools, they would undoubtedly know how to care for her. Outside, the tempest showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to intensify, with thunder rumbling ever more fiercely and bolts of lightning striking the fortress's towers. Soon enough, Jaehaerys observed smoke rising from the Sea Dragon Tower, clearly struck by lightning. He glanced at the newly born Dragon Queen, a flood of emotion washing over him. This little being would, in the original tale, become the mother of 3 great dragons and would battle fearsome foes like the Night King. Truly a daunting fate for her. However, in this life, you are fortunate. You shall not endure such suffering. Chapter 58. Overstepping boundaries, but that tempest outside, has it not overstepped its bounds? Is it merely the act of giving birth that warrants such a storm, such thunder and lightning? The raging winds outside surely exceeded a force of 15. With such ferocious gusts, Jaehaerys could scarcely imagine how the humble abodes of the fishermen and farmers at the foot of Dragonmount would withstand the onslaught. In his past life on Blue Star, he had personally endured numerous super typhoons. Witnessing cypress trees as thick as a bowl uprooted and phoenix trees that could be toppled as easily as one could say fall. Although he had already informed the villagers to seek refuge deeper within Dragonmount, there remained a portion of the elderly who were reluctant to abandon their homes. Standing by the window, he witnessed countless thatched cottages and wooden houses being torn asunder by the raging winds, planks, straw, and small dark figures swirling into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Curse it! After this tempest, I shall once again expend considerable human and material resources for disaster relief and the reconstruction of homes. Amidst the thick clouds, surges of spiritual energy emerged, not particularly potent, seemingly akin to foundational cultivation strength, yet inexplicably capable of stirring such formidable heavenly and earthly might. Were you a terrestrial or celestial immortal, I could not contend with you, and would have to hide away. But when did mere foundational cultivators dare to act with such impunity? Truly, one should not mistake my silence for acquiescence. He retrieved a double-curved dragonbone great bow from the arsenal, strung it without regard for the common wisdom of not shooting without arrows, and drew it back fully. Indeed, the force was substantial. With a few arrows in hand, he ascended directly to the pinnacle of the flying dragon tower, where the tempest of wind, rain, and thunder intensified. As if sensing the challenge posed by mortals below, the lightning began to converge with reckless abandon. Disciple Hygeia, I beseech the deities of the Thunder Realm. At some point, Jehilesai had already established a ritual altar, draped in yellow cloth. With incense burning, the altar opened, water summoned, flags raised, and decrees proclaimed. All in grand ceremonial fashion. At the altar, the tablet of the 9 heavens thunder god, Ingyuan Pu Huatian Zun, was centrally positioned, surrounded by the Thunder Department's true deities, including the general on the left and right, as well as Pang Lu, Go Bai, Ma Zhao, Wen Guan, Deng Exine, Zhang Tao, and other thunder gods, with offerings of 3 sacrificial animals, for fruits, incense, candles, and gold ingots prepared in abundance. With his feet firmly planted in the U-step and wielding a peachwood sword, he donned a robe with a cross collar, reaching to his calves, sleeveless with flowing sleeves, adorned with golden and silver threads depicting the majestic Luo Shao platform, the sun, moon, stars, bagua, pagodas, dragons, phoenixes, and cranes, moving like the wind. Each gesture exuded an ethereal aura, embodying the essence of a youthful Taoist priest. The reason spells are termed as such is due to their ability to communicate with the spirits of heaven and earth. Even though the Thunder Department's deities are not worshipped in the realm of ice and fire, the divine positions granted by the laws of the heavens still allow them to channel their divine power down upon the world. In an instant, all beings in the world of ice and fire heard a faint rumble of thunder. O trembling thunder, I command you, vanquish evil and purify the jade heavens. Swiftly, as per the decree, Gehelisai cast a talisman into the air, igniting spontaneously without wind, the flames racing towards an unknown destination, and in an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the nine heavens, striking the eye of the storm. The dark clouds concealing the storm's eye were swiftly dispersed, and Gehelisai's gaze was exceptionally keen. From afar, he spotted two creatures flailing in the sky, one with a bird's head and a human's body, and the other a human's head with a bird's body, entwined in a spiraling embrace, gathering winds and clouds. However, after the thunderbolt, they could not coalesce into a storm, fluttering about for a while without managing to summon clouds or thunder. What vile specters are these? In broad daylight, under the clear skies, how dare they engage in such indecent acts without clothing? Taste my arrows. Anger surged within Gehelisai, emboldening his resolve, with the two entities high above resembling the legendary undeveloped. How could he be afraid? He leaped from the window and swiftly ascended to the dome of the tower. The precious armor within his dantian automatically enveloped his entire being, wrapping him like a humanoid divine dragon, with remnants of lightning dancing between the armor plates. The blood from my tongue is the blood of my heart. I shall slay the wicked and drive away evil without mercy. He bit through his tongue, and a mouthful of bloodied saliva sprayed onto the arrowhead, emitting waves of flame-like crimson light. Drawing his bow, he released two arrows in quick succession, resembling meteors chasing the moon, infused with thunderous radiance, hurtling towards the monstrous beings above. The momentum was astounding. The two monsters, merely possessing foundational cultivation, dared not confront him directly despite their command over storms and thunder. They hastily sought refuge amidst the clouds. Ultimately, arrows are but arrows, lacking the guidance of missiles. The two creatures exchanged bewildered glances and, gathering a swirl of clouds, fled in panic. I can see at a glance that you are not human. If only I could shout, mighty heavenly dragon. Alas, I lack even a single dragon scale. Moreover, without this precious armor, he would have perished in an instant. Conducting the grand ritual had nearly drained all his vitality, and he was now merely relying on the armor to hold him together. Should those two monsters dare to turn back, they would be greeted with a bounty of human heads. Oh dear, my grand ritual awaits the reverent send-off of the celestial deities. He trembled as he stood, peering down. How exceedingly high it was. How did I allow my head to get so heated as to ascend here? Perhaps the atmosphere was fitting, as if he wished to put on a show for his comrades. You were told to keep a low profile, yet you turned around and hosted a grand ritual, nearly tearing the heavens apart, muttered Duobao with a hint of annoyance. Brother, while others row their boats with oars, you rely solely on the waves. Can we not take it easy? Isn't it that the vile spawn of demons have grown too arrogant? Jaehalis retorted indignantly. Even with Daenerys born, they still seek to stir up trouble. What? Do they not require a few lives as offerings to the heavens? Wait, is it truly an offering to the heavens? Or to themselves? Are they seeking blood from me? Duobao mused. They possessed certain divine attributes of this world. To him, divine attributes were nothing extraordinary. They merely represented a testament to the heavenly laws of a small world, akin to a celestial decree bestowed upon one from the heavenly realm. Genuine deities? That is far from the truth. Jaehalis exclaimed in disappointment, for they were grotesque in appearance, acting in eccentric ways, devoid of any celestial aura. It seemed even the king of light, Lareth, demanded sacrifices. They are not immortals, but gods, Duobao clarified. The path of immortals values the sanctity of life. Yet the path of gods is not so. The world often conflates immortals and gods, failing to realize that while the path of immortals transcends and liberates, the path of gods is fraught with malice, permitting even the most heinous to become divine. The gods of this world are far more ruthless and merciless than those of the greater realm. Those who refuse to obey may find their minds ensnared by divine power, inciting their own demise. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. All beings are but playthings in their hands. They resemble spectators in a lofty dogfighting arena, while all living beings are like dogs, eagerly scrambling for the bones tossed down in moments of pleasure. Yet facing calamities and plagues when displeased, leading to ruin and destruction. I, Jaehaerys, though unremarkable, wish to wield my sword and pose a question. By what right? Merely because you are deemed divine by fate? When I was not yet immortal, you were already gods. Should I attain immortality, even the divine can be vanquished. Chapter 59, The Faith of the Dragon God. The awe-inspiring and formidable spirits, heed my command. Eradicate the wicked and preserve the righteous. Slay without mercy. This is my path. The gods are devoid of justice. I am the twilight of the gods, and in a world devoid of righteousness, I am the blade that will eradicate it. Is this madness? I harbor no hatred towards the divine. I merely lament that the divine does not recognize my fervor. Am I driven to insanity? The multifarious treasure tree mutters to itself. This child has fallen prey to a grandiose delusion again. How many dishes has he consumed to be in such a state? Ultimately, Jaehaerys regained his composure, dismounted from the tower, and re-entered through the window. He exerted himself to complete the sacred offerings and the unfurling of the banners, but could sustain no longer. His protective armor disintegrated, transforming into a miniature suit floating within his energy reservoir. Achoo! Achoo! Upon awakening the next day, he found himself on the floor of the flying dragon tower, which turned quite chilly by nightfall, and felt a hint of discomfort. Ordinarily, minor ailments would not afflict him after establishing his foundation, yet yesterday's exertion had drained his spiritual energy. As he wandered the courtyard, he overheard the servants engaged in animated discussion. Have you heard? Yesterday was supposed to be a divine punishment, but suddenly a being appeared atop the flying dragon tower, driving away the deity and saving our Dragonstone Island. I have the most authority to speak on this. That was the divine friend of young Prince Jia. Just days ago, Prince Jia hosted a grand feast for them. Indeed, the sudden departure of Prince Jia's fleet must have been a divine oracle. Wow, a deity indeed. Should we not construct a temple in honor of this venerable being? Jaehaerys felt a stir within him. He summoned Long E, for the people's hearts could be swayed, and his incense avatar could now be donned. He had previously discussed with Duobao the current era of silence, even in this small world, where remnants of spiritual energy lingered. Nurturing his cultivation to the level of Earth Immortal was already the limit. Although the path of incense bore various issues and drawbacks, it remained a viable avenue to ascend to the heavens through mortal offerings. There was no reason to forsake it. Wishing to transcend the earthly realm, attaining celestial immortality was merely the beginning. Should concerns arise about becoming too entangled with this small world, one could employ the method of refining incense avatars, allowing them to bear the world's karmic entanglements while the true self transcends the material. Seizing the moment, he swiftly set to work. With the endorsement of Dragonstone Island's authority, a modest temple was soon erected at the dock, not grand in scale, but adorned with a plaque proclaiming it as the Dragon God Temple. This establishment bore a marked distinction from the sanctuaries of the seven gods. Within the temple stood but a single statue, depicting a figure entwined with peculiar creatures, a white stone effigy of the flower god dragon, standing majestically atop a pedestal sculpted with clouds and golden lotuses. The statue is intricately adorned with scale armor, a sword suspended at its waist, and long hair cascading like a waterfall, its eyes imbued with a deep purple hue. The features are distinctly Valyrian. Even more astonishing is the resemblance this statue bears to Jaehaerys, as if it were a vision of him matured. In front of the statue, an altar is set, with a gilded tablet at its center inscribed in Valyrian and the common tongue of Westeros, reading Dragon God. Before the altar, a small incense burner rests, while Jaehaerys has appointed an inner guard to temporarily assume the role of priest, instructing visitors on how to offer incense, burn paper, and make wishes. At the entrance of the temple, a vendor sells candles, yellow paper, and gold ingots. When someone inquires, "Who is this dragon god? What purpose does he serve?" the priest responds that this deity is the most ancient dragon god of Valyria. He governs the weather and the fortunes of mankind, safeguarding the realm in peace and prosperity. Those who navigate the seas are encouraged to come and pay their respects, to light incense. The offerings of candles and yellow paper are quite inexpensive, costing merely a few copper coins, and typically do not require elaborate worship. In times of need, one may simply murmur in their heart, "Dragon God, in your mercy, protect the world," or similar prayers. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. As the instigator of this reverence, Jaehaerys naturally takes the lead, kneeling humbly on the mat placed before the altar and bowing respectfully twice. A fragment of his consciousness has already been affixed to the statue through a technique of duplication. And with time, the accumulated incense offerings will allow him to ascend to the realm of the immortals. Therefore, this act is not merely self-worship. but a form of cultivation. With the prince's demonstration, some common folk begin to emulate the worship, and as they kneel, a stirring within their hearts occurs. The once solemn statue of the dragon god seems to radiate warmth and approachability. Ordinary citizens, after bowing and wishing for good health, astonishingly discover that their ailments have vanished. A miracle, truly a miracle. Many have knelt before the old gods, striking their heads until blood flows, yet received not a whisper of divine response. In contrast, the dragon god responds to every plea, drawing more people into the throng of worship. Jaehaerys chuckles quietly to himself. There are no miracles at play, merely his own spiritual energy at work healing them. Most of these individuals are likely confederates discreetly recruited by his guards at his behest, yet their afflictions are genuine, and their injuries real. If it were a deception, how could they perform so convincingly? As the incense and yellow paper burn, tendrils of spiritual energy entwine around the statue, continuously fortifying the fragment of Jaehaerys' consciousness. Although the offerings are not yet abundant, they suffice to sustain daily needs. Jaehaerys will also judiciously arrange for some fortunate believers based on their wishes, perpetually enhancing the dragon god's reputation for responsiveness, ensuring that as the number of sincere supplicants grows, the flow of spiritual power will burgeon, ultimately shaping a divine embodiment of incense. Two deities soaring above Dragonstone Island are, in fact, the descendants of the storm god and the goddess of wind, their lineage undeniably divine. Tasked by the storm god, they arrived at Dragonstone to harvest a bounty of offerings. Alas, their efforts yielded scant rewards, and they narrowly escaped being struck down by arrows. Such a loss was a grievous blow, and upon returning to the Cloud Palace, they could expect no favorable reception. Thus, after some deliberation, they resolved to meander through the surrounding seas, seeking out solitary fishermen to appease their master. At that moment, a grand fleet emerged from the south, and the two deities exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, industrious birds find plenty of worms. Days later, news arrived of the royal fleet's return, bearing tidings of the devastation wrought upon Redwind's fleet by the tempest. On Dragonstone, the faith in the dragon god surged to new heights. Surely, only a true deity could have foreseen such a storm and orchestrated the islanders' escape from peril. Even the soldiers of the royal fleet recounted how, shortly after departing Dragonstone, the storm had suddenly materialized. Had it not been for the dragon god's protection, they would have surely become the afternoon meal for the fish. Consequently, they too joined in the reverent worship of the dragon god. The throngs of worshippers caused incense and yellow paper offerings to fly off the shelves. Jaehaerys promptly arranged for the royal artisans to work overtime to meet the soaring demands of the faithful. From that day forth, the wishes of the people began to materialize, with some fervently claiming to have encountered the dragon god in dreams, though the deity seemed somewhat under the weather, sneezing incessantly. Many were skeptical of such claims, pondering how a divine being could possibly catch a cold. Chapter 60. The coronation of Layla. Of course, discussions and debates regarding the dragon god gradually intensified. In an era where life was exceedingly mundane, nothing could be more exhilarating than witnessing the birth of a deity. This sentiment spread to Tideshead Island, Crab Island, and Crabclaw Peninsula, where some began to harbor doubts. However, once temples dedicated to the dragon god began to rise, the miraculous nature of the deity became evident, igniting a fervor of devotion throughout Blackwater Bay. The renown of both the royal family and Prince Jaehaerys soared as well. Those favored by the divine and their families were the true kings of the mortal realm. Yet, these events are but a prelude to the unfolding tale. Deep within the underwater palace, a deity suddenly opened his crimson eyes, his blue lips parting in a faint motion. How intriguing, a newborn god, he mused. Liliane, you must personally visit Dragonstone. With the passing of the old king long ago, the Targaryen family on Dragonstone had seemingly abandoned any aspirations of sovereignty. Whispers circulated that they intended to relinquish the Iron Throne. After all, they no longer possessed dragons. Their remaining territory consisted solely of this modest island, with only a fraction of once loyal lords still pledging their fealty. Yet, who could have anticipated that under the banner of the dragon god, the Targaryens would boldly declare their imminent coronation? This announcement instantly uplifted the spirits of the people. In truth, many lords and nobles do not mind once again pledging their allegiance to the Targaryen family. However, if they dare not even proclaim themselves as kings, what reason do the people have to counsel loyalty to a feeble monarch and a fragile kingdom? Queen Rhaella and Jaehaerys certainly grasped this notion. Rather than engaging in a futile struggle for legitimacy, their primary objective in the first 60 chapters has been to ensure a firm foothold on Dragonstone Island. After all, if survival itself is unattainable, What merit is there in discussing coronation or reclaiming the Iron Throne? Such aspirations would be mere folly. Yet, the moment has now ripened. Dragonstone first seized the mint in White Harbor, trading gold with pirates, successfully alleviating the island's fiscal crisis, a trade that continues sporadically even now. The principal reason for this is that the price of pure gold from the stepstones has soared to 2 golden dragons per pound, depleting the stockpiles of most pirates. Under such circumstances, Dragonstone has profited immensely, raking in tens of millions of golden dragons, though a considerable sum has subsequently been expended. While it may be an exaggeration to claim the title of the wealthiest in Westeros, it is undoubtedly among the foremost in the realm, particularly among the vassals of Storm's End and the Riverlands. Subsequently, by instigating the war against the Storm's End, they shattered Robert's ambitions of constructing a fleet to annihilate Dragonstone. Finally, under the pretext of evading the storm, they intentionally transformed Dragonstone into a formidable trap, utilizing divine power to decisively vanquish half of the fleet from Greenstone Island. In recent days, fishing companies have resumed their primary trade, recovering numerous bloated corpses and belongings adorned with the purple grape emblem of House Redwine, substantiating the claims made by the populace. Presently, Robert can muster scarcely 100 ships from the remaining fleet of Greenstone Island and a few family fleets from Shield Islands. While there exists some threat to Dragonstone, it is far from significant. Moreover, Dragonstone continues to construct new warships, consistently enhancing the crossbows mounted with Thunderclap, signifying a distinct shift in the balance of power. Numerous noble families from various realms have discreetly dispatched envoys, expressing their readiness to switch allegiances should Dragonstone require it. As for their assertions of having already sewn banners depicting the three-headed dragon, they would only rally to the king's call. Harrys remained skeptical, doubting even a single punctuation mark of their claims. However, there exists a place where the Targaryen family has long been recognized, steadfastly refusing to pay taxes to the Iron Throne. This is the Crab's Claw Peninsula, situated in the northeastern part of the realm, jutting into the Narrow Sea, with Crab Bay to the north and Blackwater Bay to the south. Historically, Conqueror Aegon dispatched his wife, Visenya Targaryen, to pacify the Crab's Claw Peninsula. The lords, having heard of the fate of King Harren, promptly knelt in submission, and Queen Visenya accepted them as her direct vassals. Since then, the Crab's Claw Peninsula has remained steadfastly loyal to the Targaryen family. During the War of Usurpation, it was only the lords and knights from the Crab's Claw Peninsula who fought valiantly until the very end. However, after the tragic Battle of the Trident, where Rhaegar fell and the morale of the troops shattered, they ultimately surrendered. The peninsula, desolate and barren, is rife with swamps and pine forests. To the Iron Throne, it appears as a mere trifle, unpalatable yet regrettable to discard. Yet for Dragonstone, it represents an abundant source of soldiers and raw materials. When trade commenced between Dragonstone and the surrounding lords, the inhabitants of the Crab's Claw Peninsula were the first to respond. Today, it stands as the region with the closest trading ties to the islands of Blackwater Bay. Most lords and residents have prospered from their dealings with the islands, transforming what was once a desolate and impoverished land. In times of poverty, they were oblivious to the obligation of paying taxes to the Iron Throne. Now, with newfound wealth, they stand tall, having driven away the tax collectors dispatched by the Iron Throne, an act of sheer defiance. Recognizing the opportune moment, Harrys proposed that Queen Rhaella be crowned. This suggestion received unanimous approval from all subjects. As for why Aegon was not to be crowned, Rhaella, as the daughter of King Jaehaerys II and a senior relative to the two princes and the grandson, possessed an indisputable claim to the throne. Furthermore, while others may be unaware, the members of House Targaryen are certainly informed. The Aegon on the island is merely an impostor. How could he possibly be crowned? In the original narrative, Queen Rhaella passed away shortly after giving birth to Daenerys, and without knowledge of Aegon Targaryen's continued existence, the throne was rightfully passed to Viserys. However, now, after giving birth, Queen Rhaella is in robust health, appearing no older than 30 despite being in her 40s, fully capable of shouldering the responsibilities of a queen. If not her, then who else should inherit the throne? While outsiders remain ignorant, she had previously amended the laws of succession within the sacred halls of Dragonstone. The Lannisters may not have been vanquished, but as Jaehaerys counseled, without a rightful name, words lack authority. As the legitimate heirs of the Iron Throne, House Targaryen cannot allow the throne to remain vacant for long, lest it display their weakness before the world. How can the feeble win back the hearts of the people? This sentiment resonated deeply with all present. Thus, preparations for the coronation ceremony commenced with great urgency. On this day, Dragonstone released all its ravens. announcing to the lords of Westeros that Rhaella Targaryen would be formally crowned as the Queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, calling upon all subjects to send representatives to Dragonstone to pledge their fealty. This act directly challenged Robert across the sea. Yet, this move also placed the lords in a precarious position. One king possesses a legitimate claim by right, while the other, having forcibly seized the Iron Throne, has been crowned by the High Septon. This presents a formidable dilemma. With the news of the coronation, Jaehaerys dispatched envoys to Braavos, Pentos, and the Shadowlands of Ashai. Now that the treasury of Dragonstone was brimming, he sought to procure some dragon eggs from abroad, for they remained precious collectibles until they hatched. Chapter 61, Dragon Eggs and Whispers. Curse it! What a coincidence! Robert Baratheon was furious, lamenting that the kingship had to coincide with this critical moment, neither too early nor too late. He had just signed a contract with the envoy Humanuk Apua from the King of Braavos, an agreement to refinance old debts into new ones. The total of 2 million golden dragons of old debt principal had been repaid from the royal treasury's reserves. Yet, as soon as he turned around, the Targaryen family announced their coronation. What infuriated him further was that this contract, devised after Apua learned from past mistakes, eliminated all loopholes and bore the private seals of both parties. This meant that regardless of Robert's position on the Iron Throne, he was bound to repay a staggering debt of 3 million golden dragons, with a total of 5 million including principal and interest, of which 2 million had already been repaid. How outrageous! Honestly, at this moment, Robert felt that sitting on the Iron Throne was of no benefit. It was far from what he had envisioned during his rebellion. Everywhere he turned, he was met with obstacles, and nothing seemed to proceed smoothly. Now, his kingdom faced impending turmoil. Financial matters were secondary. The royal treasury still held some reserves. The crux of the issue was his helplessness regarding Dragonstone. He could not fathom why even the deities seemed to side with the Targaryen family, leading to the complete annihilation of the Redwyne fleet on their expedition to Dragonstone. Was this not a declaration to the world that he had been forsaken by the gods? Fortunately, after forming an alliance with House Lannister, his father-in-law Tywin Lannister promptly offered support. He indicated that the Westerlands could undertake the shipbuilding task. With a formidable fleet and the newly improved wildfire, the advantage would still lie with him. Robert acquiesced. There was no better alternative. The fleet of Dragonstone had firmly seized control of the Blackwater Bay's entrance. Were it not for the numerous trebuchets he had arranged atop the Red Keep, those vessels bearing the three-headed dragon banner would brazenly navigate the Blackwater River. My lord, the current predicament is that we cannot allow the Dragonstone fleet to remain so arrogant. We must devise a strategy to strike them fiercely and inflict pain. A minister advised him. Indeed, my loyal subject, your point is well made. As such, I entrust this matter to you, Robert declared with a sweeping gesture, exemplifying the art of delegation. Someone stood in a daze. Go, summon Varys. Robert commanded the King's Guard as he sat upon the Iron Throne. As the Battle of the Bliss Tower came to a close, King Robert, following the counsel of the Queen and Tywin, appointed Ser Bollistan Selmy as the captain of his King's Guard. The remaining 6 were Jaime Lannister, Boros Blunt, Viserys Austin, Mandon Moore, Meryn Trant, and Preston Greenfield. However, many believe this cohort of white-cloaked knights to be the most inept in history, with only the indomitable Bollistan truly possessing commendable skills. Yes, your majesty. A white-cloaked knight responded dutifully. Robert's gaze darkened. There was no alternative but to proceed as he had resolved. I am the envoy of the drowned god. I beseech the deities to grace this shore for a moment. After a gentle evening breeze, Jaehaerys received a mental transmission, distant yet distinctly clear. You see, this is all you're doing, isn't it? The voice of the treasured tree echoed in his mind. Mastering mental transmissions was no trivial feat. Jaehaerys had long since acquired this skill, and not only could he transmit thoughts, but he had also mastered the arts of mental division and prophetic dreams. However, the division of his consciousness had temporarily weakened his strength, though it would eventually restore itself. Judging by the intensity of the mental transmission, it was unlikely that the speaker was an immortal. At most, they were a suppressed mortal. Do not fear, charge forth, urged the treasured tree. You, with your thick brows and bright eyes, have begun to stray from the path. Jaehaerys replied, exasperated. He had just recovered from the grand ritual, and now faced the consequences of dividing his mind and falling ill. His strength could not possibly compare to its peak. It seems the sender of this transmission is not looking for a fight, is he? If it's a brawl, I shall not attend. I fear disgrace if I cannot win. And if I can, I dread the arrival of the tougher adversaries. Nevertheless, I must go. He readied his meteor sword, grasped his dual-curved dragonbone bow, and slung a quiver of arrows over his shoulder. More astonishingly, he selected a spear from the armory. Though these were mere mortal weapons, once donned, a fierce aura of iron and blood emanated from him. Let us go meet him, Jaehaerys thought, satisfied with his formidable appearance. Upon reaching the castle's exterior, he declined the company of the guards and mounted a steed, hastening towards the location of the transmission. As he neared the shore, where towering rocks obstructed his path, he gracefully dismounted, his feet landing softly. "Rock leap," he silently commanded. In an instant, he transformed into a faint shadow, weaving and leaping among the boulders along the shore. The rock leap, one of the 72 arts of the Taoist earthly evils, allowed for light-footed agility, reputedly enabling one to ascend through spirals as long as their cultivation kept pace. Of course, given Jaehaerys' current cultivation, spiraling into the heavens was beyond his ability. Yet when executed, his speed surpassed that of galloping horses, his form flickering like a ghost. A leap of 23 meters posed no challenge for him. With the advancement of his abilities, Jaehaerys found himself in a playful dispute with the treasured tree, insisting that he could no longer be placated with mere green Taoist fruits. At the very least, they should be of the yellow variety. Otherwise, he may find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, Daobao Miaoshu, with keen insight into the circumstances, ultimately acquiesced. Moreover, presenting a yellow Dao fruit or an even higher grade would not be considered premature enhancement. The bond between a person and a tree has long since evolved into a shared destiny, where mutual prosperity and adversity are intertwined. However, it appears that Jaehaerys has truly engaged in a confrontation with the earthly saboteur, as his recent endeavors have yielded only one of the 72 arts. He has already mastered the art of sword control through his primordial spirit, yet after the fragmentation of his consciousness, he is temporarily unable to wield sword control. Otherwise, he could simply stand astride his sword and soar through the skies, rendering the search for dragon eggs unnecessary. After all, the dragons of this world, lacking in both beauty and strength, are quite underwhelming. Aside from their ability to fly, breathe fire, and engage in close combat, they possess no other skills, which is somewhat intolerable. Reflecting on the several How to Train Your Dragon films I watched before my journey, the dragons therein exhibited a plethora of abilities such as toxic mist, invisibility, lightning, and feather projectiles, making them versatile mounts. One can only conclude that old Martin, while penning a song of ice and fire, did not fully expand his vision. No wonder the dragons in this realm have been reduced to mere eggs. Had they possessed even a fraction of the majesty and ferocity of our celestial dragon, the outcome would have been decidedly different. Although he has dispatched emissaries to Essos to procure dragon eggs, this does not imply that no eggs exist on the continent of Westeros. There are several locations where they might still be found. First, Dragonstone. Second, beneath the ruins of Summerhall. And third, the depths of the Narrow Sea. Since Jaehaerys arrived on Dragonstone, he has consistently deployed personnel to search for dragon eggs in Dragonstone, yet to no avail. It has been over 20 years since Summerhall was razed. One cannot ascertain whether the Lords of Storms have clandestinely excavated the site. As for the seabed of the Narrow Sea, it is certain that a dragon egg lies there. During the tumultuous era of the Blood Dragon's dance, Princess Rhaenyra's son, the future Viserys too, lost a dragon egg to the depths when his fleet was ambushed by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. However, searching for a single dragon egg in the vast ocean is, in this era, an unwise endeavor. Even in the realm of Blue Star, such a pursuit would be ill-advised. He has also instructed his inner guards to discreetly investigate Summerhall. As for the sea, the sea is where I was born. Chapter 62, The Taboo of Ice and Fire empowered by the Leap Rock Technique. Jaehaerys swiftly arrived at the designated location for communication. It was a small rocky beach, distanced from the dock and the bone snail breeding grounds, where human presence was rare. Under the moonlight, a figure stood upon the rocks, with long, pale green hair cascading behind. As soon as Jaehaerys set foot on the rocky shore, the figure suddenly turned. It was an individual adorned with a golden crown, their lush, seaweed-like pale green hair restrained beneath it, with a magnificent purple gem embedded in a hairpin securing their locks at the back, and pointed ears reminiscent of an elf. With silver-hued eyes and a regal nose, her cheeks adorned with delicate silver scales, she wore a dress woven from shimmering seaweed. However, the sleeves only extended to her elbows and above her waist, leaving much to the imagination. It was a tantalizing balance of concealment and exposure, revealing ample fair skin. Her waist was slender, showcasing a petite navel, yet it abruptly expanded into an enormous fish tail. The scales upon her tail were resplendent with vibrant colors, radiating the brilliance of gemstones under the moonlight. A mermaid. Jaehaerys' heart exclaimed. All right, enough of this novvet. Duo Bao Miaoshu thought her landlord to be rather unsophisticated. Mermaids, mermen. And the Jiao people refer to a humanoid race dwelling beneath the ocean, a sight not uncommon in the realm of the celestial. Jaehaerys recalled that the first skill from the yellow Dao fruit he possessed was bestowed by a goddess of the Jiao people in a miniature world. I am the Fish King under the command of the submerged deity. By the will of my god, I have come to pay homage to the newly arisen divine being. The affluent and generous mermaid spoke, her voice as soothing as gentle waves, imbued with an indescribable allure. Strangely, she communicated in the common tongue of Westeros. It seemed even in the underwater realm, one must acquire a foreign language. Jaehaerys mused, wondering if education beneath the sea was equally competitive. Oh, I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. If you have not mistaken your target, you must be seeking me, Jaehaerys remarked, absent-mindedly touching his nose. After all, he was the only practitioner on the island, though he certainly did not claim to be the master of Dragonstone. To his surprise, the Mermaid King giggled, covering her mouth, revealing a set of pearly teeth. The most disarming aspect was how her laughter, accompanied by a playful bite of her crimson lip, elevated her allure to unprecedented heights. Had such a captivating beauty spoken to him in a previous life, he would have surely blushed and shyly averted his gaze. Yet now he boldly surveyed her, his eyes sweeping over her sensitive areas like a searchlight. Having spent considerable time aboard, Jaehaerys had often heard sailors and soldiers boast about their romantic entanglements with mermaids, weaving tales of extraordinary interspecies love. Now that he beheld a living mermaid, he couldn't help but wonder how they achieved such encounters. There were no openings in that tale. Could it be that they emerged from the navel? Should anyone boast again, he would undoubtedly confer upon them the title of Fish Knight or Golden Needle Mushroom Knight. What? The Mermaid King was taken aback, immediately noticing Jaehaerys' eyes darting toward her grand tail, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. She had never had a partner since her birth, though her appearance suggested otherwise. She was not what one might presume. A flush crept across her cheeks and neck. With a swiftness, her tail submerged into the depths of the sea, denying Jaehaerys the opportunity to further investigate this scientific mystery. This is a gift from my deity to the new divine being. With a swift gesture from her hand, a flash of red light illuminated the air, revealing an object that materialized in the delicate grasp of Qianqian, a treasure that contained the universe within its confines. Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was the first time since his arrival in this realm that he witnessed such a storage artifact outside the legendary Dao Bao Miaoshu. The Mermaid King elegantly tossed the object towards him. Jaehaerys hastily caught it, embracing a golden sphere, roughly the size of a human head, which felt warm to the touch. Slightly heavier than stone. A dragon egg? Where did this artifact come from? A century ago, in the throat of the world. Oh, so it is that dragon egg. Jaehaerys never anticipated that the most improbable treasure would be the first to come into his possession. My deity implores me to convey a message to the nascent divine beings. The time for divine conflict has yet to arrive. I urge you not to overstep your bounds. Should you refuse, the Pantheon shall unite against you. Jaehaerys was utterly perplexed. What nonsense was this? Divine war? Very well, I shall take the effort to explain further. With the Mermaid King's elucidation, Jaehaerys began to grasp the situation. This saga of ice and fire boasted two high deities, the so-called celestial realm of the Dao Bao Miaoshu. It was populated by several mid-level gods, representing the terrestrial realm, and throngs of lower gods and their attendants, corresponding to the realms of human and ghostly immortals, as well as foundational cultivation. However, to the high deities, these attendants resembled mere servants. In this era of silence and lawlessness, the spiritual energy available for the deities to squander had dwindled significantly. Should disputes arise among the gods, reckless confrontations could lead to catastrophic upheavals, hastening the depletion and dissipation of spiritual essence. Thus, since the Dawn era, the two high deities have conspired to seal the spiritual energies of the world. They decreed that in the pursuit of harmony, civilization, beauty, and sustainable divine existence, the gods must refrain from direct conflict, should vast quantities of spiritual energy be wasted. The entire pantheon would rise in opposition. Yet, no matter how one conserves, the day of spiritual dissipation is inevitable, which heralds the final divine conflict, where grievances shall be avenged and enmities repaid. Furthermore, lower deities are strictly prohibited from directly intervening in mortal affairs. They may employ subordinates, representatives, or followers, but must not act directly. In essence, Jaehaerys, whose power was neither high nor low, found himself categorized as a weaker lower deity, necessitating reminders of the world's regulations. The crux of the matter is that while one may disregard the unwritten rules, when the time comes for others to act against you, they will ensure you understand the rationale behind their actions. Of course, the Mermaid King did not phrase it in such terms, but that was the underlying sentiment. Agreeing with her will afford you the advantage of delay, echoed the voice of Dao Bao Miaoshu. Indeed, I am a person who values principles. Respect begets respect. The Mermaid King recalled the earlier, unabashed gaze directed at her, which hardly conveyed respect. Yet, I have one more question. Does the demon dragon not disrupt the balance among the deities? What is a mere trifle to disrupt the rules? Is it not said that the dragon of magic is a creation born of blood and fire? It is simply a failed masterpiece, akin to the monstrous creatures lurking beneath the sea or the wights in the land of eternal winter. It is no wonder that in the television series, Drogon's flames could not harm the Night King in the slightest. The disparity in offense and defense is so great that dragon fire cannot penetrate his defenses at all. With this in mind, I find solace. J. Harry's nodded. Let me inquire further. Strictly speaking, does the embodiment of the divine not also represent a failed creation? If you remain silent, I must admit I hold a certain admiration for you. Chapter 63. Vivian Fisher. The Merfolk King cast a sorrowful glance at the boy. What troubles you regarding the embodiment of the divine? Are you unaware of the wisdom in maintaining silence? The ascension of divine status is notoriously arduous. She has been trapped at this level for decades, having heard of the unparalleled might of the High God, who recently defeated 2 deities under the banner of the Storm God. Might you be inclined to offer guidance to us, the failed embodiments of the divine? Guidance is a stretch, but you are at sea while I am on land. How shall we engage in a fierce battle? A trivial matter. The Merfolk King smiled, her beauty dazzling, radiating brilliance as her fishtail transformed into 2 elongated, elegant legs. But why the sudden change into a dress? There is no fundamental trust between people. Disappointing. This is merely a minor illusion. The Daoist tree asserted, my keen perception has already pierced through the fog and discovered the truth. Brother, might you teach me? J. Harry said, unabashed, the specifics of my legs matter not. I am simply eager to learn. Is that truly eagerness? I am almost embarrassed to point it out. In the end, J. Harry's was unable to fulfill his wish. The High God seems adept with the bow, spear, and sword. Shall we engage in a contest using these 3 weapons? How shall we compare bows? J. Harry's inquired. The Merfolk King retrieved an intricately carved fishbone bow and several fishbone arrows from her storage ring. She stood tall, significantly taller than J. Harry's, approximately 170 centimeters, with slender shoulders. Perhaps due to her racial heritage, her lower body was inherently long. Even after her transformation, her legs were strikingly graceful. Let the High God observe that on the boulder 100 meters away, there grows a piece of cold grass with 7 leaves. Each of us shall shoot 4 arrows, and the one who strikes the leaves without harming the stem shall be the victor. What say you? J. Harry's looked up and indeed saw a small blade of grass bravely pushing through the crevice of the rock, resembling a stubborn head of unparalleled intelligence. Very well, ladies first. With a flourish, the Merfolk King drew her fishbone bow, knocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew towards the junction of the grass leaves and stem, causing the leaves to fall while the stem remained unscathed. Excellent marksmanship, J. Harry's praised. Such skill with the bow far surpasses mine. He drew 4 arrows, releasing them all at once. Astonishingly, each one struck true. For one possessing the skill of arrow penetration, this was hardly a challenge. In the book Lizzie, The Questions of Tang, it is recorded that Ji Chong learned archery from Fei Wei. He suspended a louse with a strand of horsehair and gazed at it daily. After 3 years, the louse appeared as large as a wheel in his eyes. He drew his bow and shot it, piercing through the louse while the horsehair remained unbroken. This is against the rules. The Sea King exclaimed in anger. Who told you to shoot them all at once? Can't you shoot one at a time? Jaehaerys shrugged. Is there such a regulation? It seems not. Am I not allowed to take my fill? Just say whether I win or not. She huffed. Humph. This time, I concede victory to you. For our next contest, let us engage in swordsmanship, she murmured. Hee, whether it's swordsmanship or something lesser, you are still inexperienced. Jaehaerys retorted cheekily. Since acquiring the Yuan Gong sword technique, Jaehaerys had practiced diligently without fail, never daring to slacken his efforts. He focused on solidifying his foundation, engaging in practical drills almost daily with more than 3 skilled guards or knights, sometimes even more. The scene resembled one person being besieged by a multitude. His swordsmanship had already reached an extraordinary level. The Sea King then drew a fishbone sword, and perhaps due to the inability to forge iron in the underwater realm. Most of their weapons were crafted from various types of fish bones. This particular sword resembled the jaw of a sawfish from the Blue Planet, its rugged design adorned with sharp teeth. Jaehaerys unsheathed his meteor sword, feeling a twinge of guilt. He worried he might break the young lady's sword, leaving her in tears. However, once their swords clashed, Jaehaerys quickly dismissed his concerns. The bone sword, seemingly fragile, was indeed a treasure. It possessed a hardness rivaling that of steel, and the Sea King's swordsmanship was peculiar, mastering hooks, thrusts, slashes, and sweeps with unparalleled skill. Of course, the primary reason was the sword itself, with its serrated edge transforming into hooks and snares upon contact. If not for Jaehaerys' unwavering composure and solid foundation, he might have been disarmed in an instant. The two engaged in several rounds, both recognizing the other's formidable techniques. Jaehaerys' strong foundational skills and harmonious footwork suited close combat, while the Sea King's unorthodox swordplay, combined with her remarkable agility, allowed her to create distance with her long legs. He pursued while she retreated, and when he withdrew, she chased. For a time, they were evenly matched, unable to determine a clear victor. Stop. How about we call this round a draw? Jaehaerys suggested after parrying an attack. In truth, he felt he had the advantage, for the merfolk were ethereal beings of the sea, and their strength naturally diminished on land. Given another 10 rounds, he was confident he could defeat her, but what merit was there in an unworthy victory? All right. After a moment's contemplation, the Sea King agreed, though the boy appeared young. His swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. She reflected that at his age, she would have been no match for him. Let us forego long weapons. I prefer my spear for close combat, which allows for better execution, Jaehaerys declared, taking up his spear. The spear soon reached a length of 12 feet, which translates to approximately 366 meters. While the length posed no issue, the quality of this weapon paled in comparison to the esteemed firearms of the Blue Star flower-bearing nations. Oh, I hope you're not incapable with that lance, the Mermaid King teased with a playful smile, as she swiftly retrieved her bone sword and exchanged it for a gilded spear, its design extravagant and lavishly adorned. The shaft depicted palaces, mermaids, and marine life, embellished with pearls that transformed the spear into more of a decorative artifact than a weapon. Not capable, Jaehaerys retorted, visibly annoyed. I'm not jesting with you. Don't provoke me. I want to disclose that my prowess in the Overlord's spear technique comes from the true lineage of the Overlord himself. Throughout history, countless masters of spear techniques have emerged, yet the Overlord stands alone, unparalleled. Following the Overlord's self-sacrifice at the Battle of Geisha, he has been worshipped for centuries. His techniques enshrined for posterity. You question their strength? I merely fear that ordinary soldiers cannot withstand the unparalleled might of the Overlord. Jaehaerys positioned the spear firmly, gripping the tail end, a technique known as the spear concealing its tail, and, utilizing the strength of his core, he propelled the spear with a deft motion. The shaft undulated like a waking serpent, producing a series of creaking sounds as cracks appeared along its length, revealing its fragility. However, while the untrained may be entertained by the spectacle, the Mermaid King discerned the truth. She knew that in the art of spear play, she was likely outmatched. Yet, having already suffered a loss, she felt compelled to reclaim her honor. After all, her failure would tarnish the reputation of the underwater realm and bring shame upon her ancestors. As a divine attendant, she would not exploit her opponent's weaponry. Thus, she drew another spear from her storage ring, identical in form to the one she held, though far simpler in design. She tossed it to Jaehaerys, pointing its tip at him. This battle was unavoidable. However, the disparity in their spear techniques was even more pronounced than that of their swordplay. Despite the Mermaid King's considerable strength, it paled in comparison to Jaehaerys' valorous might. In less than 10 exchanges, Jaehaerys seized the opportunity during their weapons collision, exerting a sudden force that sent her ornate spear flying from her grasp. At that moment, her arms grew weary, her strength waned, and her magic faltered, reverting her to her elongated fish tail. Unsteady, she toppled onto the stones by the shore. Be careful, Jaehaerys exclaimed, propping her up with his spear under her armpit. This, however, earned him a scornful glare. The Mermaid King felt a surge of frustration, reflecting on how she had willingly offered him her spear, only to find herself falling. The elders of the sea had taught her that at such a moment, he should have swept in with strong arms to embrace her, rather than relying on his spear. What was he afraid of? Her seeking compensation. Humph, you clumsy fool. Farewell, she huffed, reclaiming her splendid spear without asking for another and leaping into the ocean. Wait, what is your name? Jaehaerys called after her. After a prolonged conversation, I realized I had not even inquired about her name. How rude of me. Lillian Fisher. Following a transmission of sound, the waves of the sea concealed the ripples, crashing against the rocky shore. Blood loss. I believe it's more akin to draining energy. Chapter 64. The Birth of the Dragon. Haha. My dear brother, I perceive your cleverness. Yet why do you seem so flustered at this critical juncture? The treasure tree mocked with full vigor, having never encountered such a resolute and unyielding individual. Naturally, if she were indeed the delicate sort, I would have embraced her immediately. But she is not. Jerry's boldly asserted, what if, in my moment of aiding her, she were to stab me? You certainly present a compelling argument. The treasure tree found itself at a loss for words, resigning to the fact that this child had developed not only a superiority complex, but also a persecution complex. Do you not harbor any other feelings for her? The merfolk are quite a celebrated race even among the myriad realms. Jerry's pondered, then admitted, I do. Speak. That storage ring of hers is rather impressive. Oh, Cupid, perhaps next time you should tether it with a steel wire. The red thread is utterly ineffective. The treasure tree sighed in exasperation. As a mere fire element Taoist, how could you not see the possibilities of establishing a family? Alas, do you not sense the vibrant life force within this dragon egg? Jerry's cradled the gem-like egg, its surface adorned with golden scales and white patterns, feeling as though it might hatch at any moment. This spirit pet is indeed on the verge of birth. It has been sustained by divine power for a century. The treasure tree contemplated, such low-tier spirit pets do not actively absorb spiritual energy before birth. Either their parents have infused sufficient energy into the egg at the time of laying, allowing natural hatching when the moment is ripe, or they have been imbued with energy through external means to complete the final transformation. This egg was retrieved from the sea, and it is said that water and fire are incompatible. Thus, at the moment it fell into the ocean, it must have been whisked away by the sea deity, nurtured by divine power. Otherwise, its life force would have long since extinguished. It can be said that this truly is a magnificent gift. You should promptly channel your own spiritual energy into it, nurturing it well, if possible. It would be best to infuse it with the energy of several Tao fruits over the next period. The treasure tree advised. Why? Have you not always deemed the dragons of this world to be lacking in strength? If they could acquire some abilities or divine powers from the Tao fruits before hatching, they might ascend to greater heights. The treasure tree elucidated, this is rather common in the celestial realm. Many celestial beings' mounts, aside from exotic beasts, include various divine birds. For instance, celestial cranes and phoenixes. Celestial beings often nourish the eggs of these rare birds with various precious materials before they hatch. This is not incorrect, for some celestial birds are indeed meant for the banquet table. Splendid. I hope that the hatching dragon not only breathes fire but also unleashes lightning, becomes impervious to weapons, and ideally possesses 3 heads, soaring 100,000 miles with a single flap of its wings. 9 heads, each representing a distinct capability, and upon severing one, 3 more emerge instantaneously. I summoned you to channel spiritual energy, and yet you are here making wishes? The Daobao miraculous tree was momentarily rendered speechless. 9 heads? Do you think this is the ancient ferocious beast Xiang Lu or the 9-headed bird? I wouldn't even dare to conceive such notions in my dreams. Ultimately, Jaehaerys complied dutifully, for any additional skill is still a boon, and thus, he requested the Daobao miraculous tree to assist him in selecting a Dao fruit. Ideally one that allows a beast to transcend into immortality, lest it be a mismatch in expertise. The Daobao miraculous tree pondered, indeed. There are non-human beings that have achieved immortality, and quite a number at that. It could discern the fruits it bore, and soon identified a suitable one. More would be of no benefit, and could even harm the spiritual pet. One would suffice. After some contemplation, Jaehaerys returned to the altar where the flying dragon tower resided, having become quite adept at the ritual of cleansing and preparation. Come, the deal is sealed. Commence. In truth, without personally absorbing the spiritual energy from the Dao fruit, one cannot fathom its essence. Thus they must await the hatching of the dragon egg. As Jaehaerys transferred the Dao fruit's energy, he also formed a contract spell under the guidance of the Daobao miraculous tree, embedding it within the shell. The advantage of this was to enable a mutual understanding with the spiritual pet. Although divine consciousness could achieve this, it merely allowed for one-way communication. Upon completing these tasks, they heard a cracking sound emanating from within the egg, the little dragon becoming restless, seemingly scratching with its claws, biting, and nudging with its horns. At last, a fissure appeared on the surface of the shell, followed by a pair of sharp dragon horns, and then the dragon's head. Is this the manner in which a giant dragon is born? Jaehaerys mused if this process was somewhat hasty. He glanced skyward. In the original tale, when Daenerys' 3 dragons hatched, a weeping comet graced the sky. Now, as my dragon emerges, why is the sky devoid of any phenomena? Is the disparity in treatment so stark? The newly hatched dragon, at this moment, was akin in size to a small kitten, much like Princess Rhaenys' little cat, named Balerion. However, upon departing from King's Landing, Balerion was scurrying within the Red Keep and did not manage to board the ship. Thus, Jaehaerys would not go to great lengths to seek it out, as managing 2 children had already proven quite challenging. The little dragon was adorned in a hue of reddish gold, with ivory-colored horns atop its head and bony ridges along its back, accompanied by irregular white stripes across its body, while its wing membranes exhibited a delicate pink. One might suggest that you have perhaps misordered the logic. The visage of the Daobao miraculous tree's little Groot materialized, as it playfully engaged with the newly born dragon. Perhaps the appearance of the red comet you mentioned was the very catalyst for the dragon's birth, rather than the other way around. Regarding the so-called divine war, does the weeping star signify the approach of the divine conflict, or perhaps that 2 celestial beings have unlocked the seal of spiritual energy? This remains uncertain, but regardless, your time is not abundant, Jaehaerys. Duo Bao Miaoshu seldom employs such a formal address, and the name Hijia has not graced his ears for far too long, although it has been concealed deep within his heart, refusing to fade away. I am Hijia, and I am also Jaehaerys Tonglian. Jaehaerys solemnly declared to Duo Bao Miaoshu. As if sensing his master's intent, the little dragon raised its slender, serpent-like head and hissed at Duo Bao Miaoshu, a faint wisp of smoke escaping its mouth. Look at this little creature, with its elongated neck, delicate wing membranes, and fragile scales. All weaknesses. Jaehaerys critiqued the newly hatched dragon, his demeanor resembling that of a parent assisting a child with homework. The little dragon, intimidated, shrank its neck and promptly folded its wings, adopting a compliant posture. Have a bit of patience. Even the celestial dragons of the 9 heavens began life as tiny mud loaches. Duo Bao Miaoshu reassured him. Wait, I remember when you signed the contract with me. You seem to have used the name Jaehaerys, right? Duo Bao Miaoshu suddenly realized, goodness, here I am, being so sincere. And you still intend to ensnare me with the contract? No way, absolutely not. This contract must include your former name, or I shall withhold the rent. Chapter 65, Accelerate. Further acceleration what? My son has been accepted as a disciple by the dragon god, with the potential to achieve divinity in the future? Queen Layla gazed at Jaehaerys in astonishment. Indeed, the dragon god visited me in a dream last night, instructing me to venture deep into Dragon Mountain to train under him. Jaehaerys now lied without a hint of hesitation, compounded by the hatching of the dragon Hyla, the name he had chosen for the golden female dragon. Jaehaerys covered his face. Ah, so it is Jaehaerys who rides the female dragon. He felt the profound malice from above. Whether it be a male or female dragon, the name must resonate beautifully. One must never resort to names like Little White Longworm or Bloodworm, as the leading figure of the new generation of dragons. Who else but his little golden dragon could bear the name Hyla? In defiance, the little claw instantly crushed the tiny hammer. Do you believe it? Though Queen Layla found it hard to accept at first, despite her deep reluctance, she ultimately resolved to let her child soar. Jaehaerys, too, had no choice. His divine consciousness had quietly reached the threshold of a lower deity, and he dared not openly defy the prohibitions under the gaze of the gods. Furthermore, there were only 3 or 4 dragon god temples on the 3 islands of Blackwater Bay, yet they thrived with fervent incense offerings. Once people tasted the sweet fruit of their wishes being fulfilled, they immediately became the most loyal devotees of the dragon god. The current rate of divine consciousness fragmentation could not keep pace with the accelerated cultivation speed bestowed by the incense offerings. The fullness of water leads to overflow. And as things reached their extremes, there was a premature tendency towards becoming a solar deity. Moreover, more dragon god temples were springing up like mushrooms after rain, and soon, the speed of incense-based divine cultivation would only accelerate further. Jaehaerys did not wish to become a lopsided deity. Should he attain divinity, he would be bound to coexist with this realm in life and death. It must be said that the fault lies with him, for he, in pursuit of testing the art of dream visitation, sent forth his spirit imbued with incense into Dragonstone Castle one fateful night. That night, many individuals experienced a shared dream, wherein the dragon god, with an authoritative tone, proclaimed them to be his most devoted followers. The dragon god resolved to bestow upon them great power. Consequently, on the following morning, Queen Riella, lacking any foundation in archery, stretched her limbs in the courtyard, drew a massive purple heart bow, and loosed an arrow that struck the very center of the target with astonishing precision. Meanwhile, Princess Rhaenys, having abruptly discarded her practice sword, seized a long sword nearly equal to her height, engaging in spirited combat practice with her mentor, Sir William, amidst the garden. As for Viserys, he brandished a spear, jabbing at the sky in a frenzy. When questioned about his peculiar antics, he replied that he was practicing his aim on flies, asserting that among all martial arts, the prowess of the spear was unparalleled, but the foremost task was to strike flies without breaking the window pane or leaving a trace upon the wall, ensuring that the incense remained unburnt despite the extinguishing of the flame. Even the cook within Dragonstone Castle wielded her cleaver with the grace of a swordsman, deftly slicing through meats and vegetables with an elegance that rivaled that of a squire trained for a decade. A stableman, armed with a spear, effortlessly bested a knight, who found himself utterly defenseless. Remarkably, just a day prior, these individuals had been entirely inexperienced in the art of weaponry. Now, the entirety of Dragonstone Castle was brimming with martial virtue, boasting dozens of newly minted archers and a considerable number of skilled swordsmen and spearmen, akin to an influx of hundreds of knights who had dedicated years to rigorous training. As the tale of the dream visitation spread, the incense offerings at the dragon god's temple flourished remarkably. Who among them did not harbor a yearning for strength? Who did not desire to seize glory upon the steed? Jaehaerys pondered that, now that the incense offerings had found their rhythm, his true self could not overly interfere with the affairs of mortals. Reflecting on his year-long sojourn, consumed by mundane responsibilities, he realized he had scarcely found time for earnest cultivation. This presented an opportune moment to ostensibly abide by the divine edicts, while secretly retreating to hasten his ascension to the realm of the immortals. Contemplating the future narrative, he noted that following the War of the Usurper, the only significant disturbance had been the Greyjoy Rebellion, which proved more bluster than substance. Whispers of shipbuilding in the Stormlands reached him, yet he was aware that the shipyards had been consistently besieged by the Ironborn. It was only logical. How could they allow another to slumber beside them while they lay vulnerable? The Ironborn, if not foolish, would surely recognize that should a formidable fleet arise in the Stormlands, it would not merely target Dragonstone. In the most recent foray, the Ironborn marauded along the Stormlands coast with their longships, seizing the moment while others were weary from vigilance, launching an assault on the shipbuilding dry docks, resulting in the deaths and abductions of numerous craftsmen. Although the soldiers of the Stormlands, under the command of Lord Tywin, had dealt considerable damage to the Ironborn, destroying several of their longships, the loss of craftsmen rendered the shipyards temporarily inactive, and Tywin expressed uncertainty about when the Ironborn might strike again. The Ironborn were nothing but ruffians and scoundrels of the sea, cunning and shrewd, yet adhering to the adage that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jaehaerys suggested to the Queen that she pen a letter to Balon Greyjoy, acknowledging him as the king of the Iron Islands, in exchange for a united front against the threats posed by Robert and his allies. Ultimately, the two parties verbally agreed upon the consensus that Westeros could only sustain 3 fleets, alongside mutual support in guarding the Sunset Sea and the Narrow Sea. The Ironborn are not reliable allies. Their treachery is as common as the tides. However, the allure of being crowned king and restoring the ancient ways proved too enticing. Thus, Balon Greyjoy ultimately entered the fray, fully aware that this moment presented the best opportunity for his quest for independence. To forego it would be to wait in vain for an uncertain future. Therefore, on the first day of 285, Balon Greyjoy declared himself king of the Iron Islands, crowned by the 3 drowned men of Naga beneath her ribs, as Talar placed a crown of driftwood upon his head. With his position firmly established, Balon demolished all the septs of the 7 and expelled the monks, proclaiming a return to the old ways. Subsequently, the Ironborn ravaged the coasts, their longships dotting the shores of the Westerlands, their haunting war song echoing across the land, dragonbone hulls slicing through endless waves, desolate peaks, lush plains. I am both shield and spear. The fallen do not perish, but shall rise again with greater fervor. The Ironborn's rebellion posed a significant threat to the lords of the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and the Reach, compelling the entire kingdom to shift its strategic focus westward to bolster defenses, a year later leading to the War of the 3 Kings. The instigator of it all expressed no remorse, for the insurrection of the Iron Islands was inevitable. Jaehaerys had merely hastened its arrival. Just as Robert Baratheon found himself beleaguered by 2 fleets from east and west, with no viable solutions at hand, Jaehaerys laid out his developmental plans for Dragonstone to Queen Rhaella, with the crux being the cultivation of the royal family's own strength. Reflecting upon the events of the War of the Usurper, one could argue ad infinitum, yet the root cause lay in the Targaryens' insufficient power to confront 7 adversaries at once. In Chapter 66, The Power of the Realm Belongs to One, Jaehaerys and Queen Rhaella discussed the reasons behind the Targaryens' expulsion from the Iron Throne. Undoubtedly, the absurd actions of King Aerys II were a primary factor, but more deeply, it was the overwhelming power of the Great Lords. With numerous vassals and formidable armies at their disposal, the crown's constraints upon the lesser lords were so minimal that the execution of royal decrees heavily relied on the intermediaries of the Great Lords. The Lord of Lords is not my lord. The vast majority of lesser lords would fight for their liege, not for the king seated upon the Iron Throne. This situation has long been entrenched, originating from the ascendance of the Andali military aristocracy. Before conquering Blackwater Bay, Aegon I, as a non-Andali outsider, had initially relied on the support of various lords, alongside his 3 dragons, to achieve unification. However, a rich history does not inherently signify advancement. Once certain powerful lords harbor inappropriate ambitions, the Iron Throne can only rally other lords to collectively suppress the rebellion. For instance, Prince Duncan Targaryen, known as Dragonfly, after becoming engaged to the daughter of Lord Leonor Valerion of Driftmark, encountered and fell in love with Ginny from Harrenhal, ultimately renouncing his claim to the throne to break off the engagement, which led to Lord Leonor's open rebellion. In the end, the reigning King Aegon V wed his young daughter, Princess Rhaella Targaryen, to Lord Leonor's eldest son, Prince Mondor Valerion, thereby quelling the insurrection. This Princess Rhaella would later become the grandmother of Robert Baratheon. The overwhelming power of the Great Lords posed a significant threat to the security of the Iron Throne, and the throne dared not arbitrarily diminish their influence, a quintessentially medieval dilemma. In the eyes of Jaehaerys, the so-called loyalty of the Great Lords provided little restraint. As vividly demonstrated during the War of the Usurper, Aerys too commanded Jon Arryn to surrender Robert and Eddard, while the charges against them appeared exaggerated. Arryn's outright refusal and subsequent rebellion were rather indefensible. Furthermore, King Aerys did not execute members of the Tully family, yet rebellion erupted over a mere marriage contract. The Targaryens, now ensconced on Dragonstone, though diminished in power, found themselves in an opportune moment to reinitiate their game. Without the constraints of the Great Lords, they could freely cultivate their own influence. During discussions, he expressed that future relations with the Lords of Westeros should focus on alliances, while simultaneously enhancing support for the common folk. Throughout the wars, numerous commoners had perished fighting for the Targaryen family, and Dragonstone still harbored thousands of the most loyal subjects. Dragonstone could very well regard these individuals as the foundation of their popular forces, training and nurturing them. Let us not dwell on bloodlines. After all, we all share a common intellect. Presently, among the 3 islands of Blackwater Bay, aside from Dragonstone, the other 2 have been significantly weakened. As Dragonstone's economy steadily infiltrates, akin to boiling frogs in warm water, by the time they realize what is happening, they will have already lost both the will and resources to resist, rendering them passive. Dragonstone has nurtured its troops for years, not merely to maintain the status quo, but surely to embark on a path of external expansion. Those who have rendered service could be granted titles of nobility, yet land would resolutely remain ungranted. Instead, officials would be dispatched to manage affairs, ultimately establishing a pattern of thought that could be further propagated. When resistance arises, the royal power alone would suffice to silence any dissenting voices. At that point, the king would truly be the sovereign ruler, wielding absolute power and authority. Queen Rhaella, persuaded by Jaehaerys, had never contemplated such matters. Constrained by the prevailing mindset of her era, the latter's ideas seemed utterly revolutionary, capable of overturning the established order. Subsequently, Jaehaerys elaborated on the future military strategic layout to Rhaella. There is no choice. The current concerns are overwhelmingly numerous. Jaehaerys cannot attend to every detail and can only propose a general direction. The specifics must be decided by Layla and her council of ministers. Whether he is passive or active, he must relinquish control. According to my son, the next objective is indeed Andalos, situated across the Narrow Sea. Andalos is the ancestral homeland of the Undulls, who were compelled to migrate to the continent of Westeros after being vanquished by the dragons of Valyria. This region predominantly comprises hilly terrain, yet it also possesses considerable plains near the coast. The people of Pentos refer to it as the Flatlands, rich in mineral resources and fertile soil, making it suitable for both agriculture and pasture. Most critically, this land has suffered relentless plundering by the Dothraki, and the people of Pentos have not established castles or military fortifications here. Instead, they often resort to bribing the Dothraki to deter their raids. Such a providential land has regrettably devolved into a grazing ground for the Dothraki, truly a tragic waste. Designating Andalos as the initial target is a desperate measure. Across the entirety of Westeros, Dragonstone possesses a formidable fleet, yet its infantry is woefully inadequate. Although Jaehaerys has conjured a cadre of skilled warriors through dreams, he has yet to uncover any exceptional military strategists. In warfare, whether in the age of cold steel or gunpowder, success does not stem from impulsively charging into battle. Thus, he can only consolidate his limited military theories in hopes of identifying a natural-born commander. Beyond the issue of leadership, the number of infantry is severely lacking. Dragonstone can muster at most 3,000 armed foot soldiers. This meager force cannot compete with even minor noble houses on the continent. Great lords like Tywin and the Tyrells can effortlessly summon 230,000 soldiers, while lesser houses such as the Freys, Hightowers, Florence, and Boltons can easily rally 1,000 to 2,000 knights and retainers, and arm 56,000 foot soldiers at will. Of course, Dragonstone is not incapable of hiring mercenary companies and free riders, but their combat capability and fighting spirit fall far short of Jaehaerys' aspirations. Moreover, their discipline is utterly lacking. After all, can a group of men fighting for money truly commit to the battlefield? If the enemy offers a better price, they may easily turn traitor at the last moment. Jaehaerys aims to forge a professional army that obeys commands, maintains strict discipline, and can secure victories, not a haphazard militia hastily summoned from the fields with makeshift spears. Currently, the Targaryen family possesses a dragon, yet Helaena is still too young to ride, and he must adhere to the gods' prohibitions, refraining from interfering in mortal conflicts until a solution presents itself. To continually enhance the military strength of House Targaryen, he must cast his gaze outward. One must select the ripest persimmons, and Andis epitomizes a perfectly soft and sweet fruit. Chapter 67, Retreat and Transformation. After entrusting the inner guards to Queen Layla and making the final arrangements, Jaehaerys bid farewell to everyone, embarking alone into the depths of Dragon Mountain, where he had fashioned a modest stone abode atop the summit. Before his departure, he advised all to seek guidance at the Dragon Temple in times of uncertainty, reminding them not to forget the divine protection that graced their own kin. Once he retreated, the pinnacle of Dragon Mountain was declared a forbidden zone. The residents of Dragonstone Island often beheld a golden dragon soaring majestically above, while the mountain resonated with the echoes of dragon roars and tiger growls. Occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning on serene, cloudless days, it was widely understood that Jaehaerys was receiving the teachings of the divine, and when he returned, he would undoubtedly descend like a sovereign. At the concealed beach at the foot of Dragon Mountain, many had fervently claimed to have heard mermaids serenading the evening with their melodious voices. As time flowed by, the economy of Dragonstone Island found its rhythm, bolstered by a substantial influx of gold dragons, professional fisheries, and a burgeoning foreign trade, all progressing in an orderly manner. The foreign trade economic system devised by Jaehaerys gradually began to flourish, with each transaction of vibrant purple wool, exquisite silk, dragon crystal jewels, and canned fish delicacies. Ships from numerous free trade city-states transported these precious textiles, ornaments, and provisions back to the continent of Essos. The worship of the dragon god gradually gained recognition among the free trade city-states. When the crew of the first ship, lost in a storm, knelt on deck to beseech the unseen dragon god for safe passage, their safe return planted a seed of reverence in the hearts of sailors, crew members, and pirates alike. They began to honor the dragon god aboard their vessels, with statues of varying sizes and materials, all believed to have been crafted by Prince Jaehaerys, a disciple of the dragon god. These statues proved to possess a semblance of the miraculous, leading even the most austere captains to permit such acts of veneration. Thus, a custom emerged wherein sailors would burn incense at the Dragon Temple before embarking, seeking tranquility, a ritual akin to the necessity of wielding a wand upon entering Hogwarts. The act of offering incense became a spiritual bridge for communion with the dragon god. Over time, a belief took root that the higher and more robust the incense burned, the more the dragon god would perceive their sincerity and fulfill their desires. Consequently, before the Dragon Temple, the incense burned ever higher, as if each individual wielded a mighty sword. Yet, no incense could exceed 3 feet, for the temple's priests had decreed that above this height, one might provoke the divine. The boundless creativity of humanity soon led to an array of aromatic offerings, evolving from sandalwood to agarwood, cypress, musk, ambergris, saffron, and an assortment of fragrant spices. Upon entering the Dragon God Temple, one is transported to a realm reminiscent of a spice market and a bustling kitchen, shrouded in a haze of smoke, almost rendering it unrecognizable to the deity Jaehaerys. The Dragon God, compelled to intervene once more through dreams, emphasized that only sandalwood, cypress, and other natural fragrances should be used for offerings. The excessive use of various spices not only squandered resources and wealth, but also yielded no additional benefits. Consequently, devotees began to innovate in the presentation of their incense offerings, creating various forms such as coil incense, stick incense, and tower incense. Some fervent believers even designed unique stamps to represent their households, producing curling wisps of smoke that formed their family emblems in the air. However, the dragon god lacked the energy to concern himself with the incessant efforts of people to please him. For an extended period, he devoted himself to fulfilling the desires of his followers. In his presence, all are treated equally, yet devotees must be cautious when making wishes, for the manner in which their requests are granted is often unpredictable. There was once a corpulent merchant who wished to lose 10 stones, 635 kilograms. He indeed lost the weight, but only due to a severe illness that left him unable to consume anything but liquid food. A beautiful lady, seeking a child, became pregnant but soon found her husband divorced her, as he had suffered a debilitating injury in his youth. Another wished for wealth, only to be struck by a cart on his way home, unexpectedly receiving a financial windfall. A request for an annual income of 5 golden dragons was granted, but the individual was dismissed from his position a year later due to laziness. The dragon god's method of granting wishes is efficient and straightforward. He merely fulfills them. And while his powers are remarkable, they are perhaps too literal. The specifics of how and where the wishes are realized fall outside his purview. Consequently, devotees learn to articulate their wishes with clarity and precision, employing the common tongue of the continent or accent-free Valyrian, ensuring their expressions were detailed and unambiguous. They approached their requests with the formality of a business contract, beginning with respectful language and concluding with gratitude. In the initial years of Jaehaerys' seclusion, Dragonstone and the Iron Islands collaborated closely, embodying a spirit of mutual support, which yielded commendable results, particularly as Blackwater Bay became a bastion for Dragonstone. However, Robert's faction was not devoid of ingenuity. They constructed 2 iron chain winch towers along the banks of the Blackwater River, harnessing the collective strength of the city's blacksmiths. They forged a colossal chain that could be raised to thwart any incursions by the Dragonstone fleet, with the use of wildfire for indiscriminate attacks on the river's surface. Invading ships would find themselves trapped, facing inevitable destruction. It was indeed a brilliant strategy. After careful consideration, Robert deemed the expenses manageable and entrusted the execution of this plan to the ingenious Ser Jettan, the mastermind behind the idea. Due to the timely provision of funds, Lord Robert issued orders that swiftly led to the construction of towering edifices along the banks of the Blackwater River. The tower on the northern bank stood resolutely beneath the cliffs of the Red Keep, while the southern bank was fortified to the extent that it seemed impenetrable. Unbeknownst to Jaehaerys, his fleet inadvertently facilitated the completion of the Blackwater Winch Tower, originally intended to be erected during the War of the Five Kings, a decade in advance. However, the fleet of Dragonstone was aware that a weakened army and a squandered navy made solitary incursions perilous. Thus, since the construction of the Winch Tower, they refrained from venturing deep into the Blackwater Bay. Even when tactical needs arose, their actions remained focused on harassing the shores rather than launching large-scale assaults. This harassment, in truth, translated into a recruitment drive, as locals, upon seeing ships adorned with the 3-headed dragon banner, eagerly enlisted, aspiring for a prosperous life on Dragonstone. No one bothered to notify the coastal guard dispatched by Robert. In shipbuilding, the crafty Wave, adhering to Jaehaerys' counsel, crafted a modified version of the monkey ship, enhancing the deck's height while reducing both the sail area and mast height. Although the speed fell short of expectations, it still surpassed the swift trading vessels of the Free Cities by more than double. This new class of vessel was dubbed the Wave Ship. To date, over 100 of these ships have been constructed, reducing the travel time across the narrow sea to Bravos and other Free Cities from 3 days to merely 1 in favorable winds. Such efficient and rapid vessels naturally caught the attention of the Dragonstone fleet. Under the command of Admiral Targaryen, the royal fleet replaced its aging ships with a substantial number of these new wave vessels, transforming them into a rapid response fleet and tax collectors. In the 3 years following Jaehaerys' retreat, the dragon Hela had grown sufficiently large for riding. Heeding Jaehaerys' telepathic instructions, Hela accepted Queen Rila upon its back and fought on her behalf. There was little choice. Its master was formidable. In its infancy, Hela had been terrified by the scrutiny of humans and trees alike, fearing they would turn it into a roasted delicacy. Before his seclusion, Jaehaerys had bound it through a magical contract, ensuring that it would not leave the confines of Dragonstone until it matured, for a small dragon, unprepared, could easily fall prey to a single arrow. Yet, a dragon's inherent nature craved the skies. Despite Jaehaerys' complaints, he could not bear to confine it within a cage. Hela, ever obedient, expressed its contentment, particularly relishing the kindness shown by its master's mother. Perhaps due to its time in the sea, Hela had developed a taste for fresh fish, leading Queen Rila to command the fishing company to procure only the finest, roasted to perfection for its enjoyment. With a dragon at their disposal, while their offensive capabilities might appear lacking, their defensive counterattacks became considerably easier. Thus, even as Robert reformed his royal fleet at Storm's End, he dared not confront the Dragonstone fleet head-on. There was no alternative. In the preceding years, during several fierce encounters, when both sides were deeply engaged in battle, Queen Layla would descend from the sunlit sky upon her golden dragon, unleashing torrents of flame that swiftly consumed Robert's vessels with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting devastating losses upon his fleet. On numerous occasions, the forces of Dragonstone Island might have been prepared to sacrifice 34 ships. Yet Robert's fleet would invariably be left with a staggering toll of over 100 vessels, a disproportionate exchange indeed. Eventually, even the illustrious and generous Lannister family hesitated to finance the shipbuilding endeavors of the Iron Throne. In the end, Jon Arryn proposed negotiations with Dragonstone to cease hostilities and safeguard the hard-won peace of the realm. A few years prior, Arryn had effortlessly persuaded Dorne to pledge allegiance to Robert without the loss of a single soldier, thereby quelling the flames of war and earning the admiration of the lords across Westeros. The anticipation surrounding his current initiative was palpable. Dragonstone was no longer the desolate land it once was. It thrived with commerce, abundant fishery resources, a flourishing textile industry, and a burgeoning shipbuilding and jewelry sector that garnered renown across both continents. Truly a land of golden opportunity. Although not officially acknowledged, it was widely understood that Dragonstone was evolving into the 10th free trade city of Valyria. The lords of Westeros were eager to engage in trade with Dragonstone, their eyes glimmering with desire for the islands of Blackwater Bay and the Crablands. For who could resist the allure of wealth? With the people's support, Duke Arryn was poised to embark on his mission, yet negotiations were bound to be arduous. Queen Layla adamantly demanded severe punishment for Jaime Lannister and Ser Gregor Clegane, insisting they don the garb of mourning, while Robert the usurper was to relinquish his claim to the throne. Naturally, Arryn could not acquiesce to these demands, who was unaware of the lengths to which Duke Tywin would go to prevent his beloved son from donning such garments, having lent the Iron Throne millions in low-interest loans over the years. As for the Mountain, during Arryn's last envoy to Dorne, not even the Prince of Dorne sought his head, making it all the less likely that Layla would. Just as it seemed that the journey to Dragonstone would yield nothing, unexpected fortune emerged. One day, after paying homage to the dragon god, Queen Layla astonishingly agreed to engage in commercial cooperation with the lords of the continent, excluding the Lannister family, and reached a tentative reconciliation with the Iron Throne, allowing for the exchange of envoys. This was the dawn of peace. Jon Arryn felt a swell of relief in his heart, realizing he was not merely a misguided idealist yearning for peace, but rather a participant in a mutual endeavor with shared aspirations. However, he may have overestimated the situation. Layla's willingness to pursue limited cooperation stemmed solely from the counsel of Jaehaerys. The man, residing amidst the mountains, remained informed, with every dragon god temple serving as his eyes and ears. Dragonstone, at present, was not lacking in wealth or manpower. What it lacked was an environment and time conducive to development, a strategy of trading time for space, of sacrificing small gains for larger schemes. Yet, what would the mutual exchange of envoys truly accomplish? Seizing the opportunity to sow discord in King's Landing, Queen Layla had already secretly commissioned the leader of the internal guards, Long E, to select elite agents and establish an intelligence network across the continent of Westeros. Queen Layla placed considerable trust in Long E and his spies. Since the seclusion of Jaehaerys, they had thwarted numerous assassination attempts and poisoning plots orchestrated by various factions, including the minor birds of the spider, and commercial spies from different realms, all of whom were under their vigilant surveillance. Now, the internal spies were spread throughout every significant city in Westeros: King's Landing, Lannisport, Storm's End, Riverrun, Winterfell, and Dorne. Among these, King's Landing represented the most critical node of the intelligence network. with reports detailing even the minutiae of King Robert's daily escapades, often landing on Queen Layla's desk by the following morning. However, the acquisition of intelligence from within the Red Keep was momentarily hindered, as Varys was diligently managing his affairs, and the Master of Whispers could not merely be a figurehead. Yet, the Spider was not one to shy away from collaboration. For instance, Prince Aegon of Dragonstone served as an excellent opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, in the shadows, both parties were not only aware of each other's existence, but had also initiated limited cooperative ventures. For example, a seemingly inconsequential individual had been utilizing the name of Prime Minister Duke Allen to frequent the Prime Minister's tower, amassing wealth and establishing multiple seafood markets. Similarly, a high-ranking member in golden robes was clandestinely accepting bribes, selling titles and offices without the king's knowledge. Moreover, Queen Layla was even aware that Robert had inquired about prices from the Faceless Men, intending to secure a favorable deal for the Targaryens of Dragonstone. However, the exorbitant prices raised doubts in Robert's mind, prompting him to reconsider. The children were a sensitive subject for Queen Layla. Presently, the Targaryens were reduced to a few scions on Dragonstone, with one still unaccounted for. In her fury, she briefly contemplated retaliating against the usurper's family with similar measures, but Longy persuaded her to refrain. Currently, Dragonstone Keep was impervious to intrusion, with the island's unique residency system preventing outsiders and laborers from approaching the fortress. Even the keep's cooks and stable hands were formidable warriors. Thus, the Faceless Men, no matter how adept at assassination, would find it a futile endeavor to infiltrate silently. After all, the internal guards excelled in the art of subterfuge. Secrets that one believed to be concealed would invariably become traceable under the scrutiny and interpretation of the discerning. Those unaware of the slightest hint could only await the final moment when their adversaries revealed their terrifying fangs and claws, at which point they would be seized by a sudden realization. Chapter 69. Retreat and Transformation in the 5th year of Jaehaerys' seclusion. The Iron Fleet was lured into a trap by Stannis Baratheon at the Isle of Tears in the west, resulting in the destruction of over 100 Ironborn longships and the loss of naval supremacy for the Iron Islands. 6 months later, the city of Pike fell, and Balon Greyjoy removed the wooden crown, kneeling before Robert Baratheon to pledge his fealty. The sole surviving son was adopted and held as a hostage by Duke Ed. In the 10th year of Jaehaerys' seclusion, the Iron Islands were subdued, and with the arrival of a prolonged summer, the populace, having restored their livelihoods, found Robert's ambitious desires rekindled for the flames of war against Dragonstone. However, the lords, who had profited considerably from their dealings with Dragonstone, vehemently opposed this notion. The Ironborn could be dealt with, for they were merely a band of brigands, but daring to assault the god of wealth would be intolerable. Ultimately, only the Lannister family from the Westerlands and their vassals responded. Yet even before the battle commenced, Queen Rhaella circled above King's Landing on her colossal dragon, a sight that cast a shadow over the city akin to the rebirth of the Black Reaper. The mere presence of the dragon, Hela, incited immediate dread among the citizens. This dragon and its rider were particularly cunning, always remaining beyond the range of scorpions and ballistae, never descending to unleash its fiery breath, merely soaring above, instilling fear. Numerous soldiers of the royal fleet would rather face execution than set foot on a ship. The terror invoked by a single dragon was indeed formidable. In 296, in the southern plains of Andalos, a rare gathering of opulent Pantos merchants took place amidst ivory and golden litters. These affluent merchants, stepping down from their palanquins atop the backs of slaves, were the true rulers of the city. Even the nominal Prince of Pantos was but a pawn at their whim. "Esteemed lords, I trust you have received the acquisition request from Dragonstone?" inquired one rotund merchant. "This land is fertile, yet we are utterly incapable of defending it. The gold sent annually to the cows is sufficient to negate our yields." As he spoke, the governors began to whisper among themselves. Pantos was wealthy yet weak. This was not contradictory, but rather indicative of its remoteness from paradise and proximity to Braavos and the Dothraki. Now, with Dragonstone rising on the horizon, they faced imminent peril. With fewer than 20 warships and a defending force of 1,000, they could not afford mercenaries. Nor could they renegotiate the peace treaty signed after their previous defeats against Braavos' formidable legions. This treaty had effectively dismantled the city-state's capacity for resistance. Though it still boasted towering walls and immense wealth, such assets could not guarantee safety in the face of swords. If Dragonstone desired to acquire land, then let them have it. Some merchants and governors began to clamor in agreement, for they could not afford to offend anyone. Indeed, Were it not for my family business here, I would have long sought to settle in Dragonstone. They possess dragons and the protection of the dragon god. No foe could prevail." The speaker, in silent contemplation, scoffed inwardly. While they calculated their profits, he had already spent considerable sums to secure permanent residency in Dragonstone. Proudly, he touched the dragon god statue around his neck. Remarkably, since the dragon god had guided his ships away from perilous waters, his fortunes had multiplied significantly, elevating him to a position of great importance among the governors of Pentos, with his wealth growing exponentially. All of this merely required him to speak on behalf of Dragonstone Island for the acquisition of the flatlands when necessary. This transaction is undoubtedly feasible. I concur. I have had my fill of those barbaric and greedy Dothraki. Another governor exclaimed, "Can you believe it? They come several times a year. They are more diligent than during the harvest." I agree. Seconded. I fully endorse this. Naturally, there were some dissenting voices, but they were few and quickly drowned out by the majority's clamor. Excellent. Let us extend a warm welcome to the esteemed guest from Dragonstone Island, Prince Viserys Targaryen. Amidst a chorus of applause, Viserys Targaryen, resembling the statue of the dragon god, made his entrance, embodying the pride of the Dragonstone royal family. Adorned in a shimmering silver silk robe, every visible inch was embellished with dragon glass, pearls, and gold, with a sword belt slung at his waist, featuring a long sword decorated with rubies and emeralds. The governors, on behalf of my mother, the legitimate queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Queen Riella, sent Viserys to express gratitude in a resonant and compelling tone, while clarifying that the purchase of the flatlands by Dragonstone Island was not intended to threaten anyone's safety. On the contrary, it aimed to liberate Pentos permanently from the disturbances of the Braavosi and Dothraki. Dragonstone Island comes bearing peace and riches. In essence, we claim this land for Dragonstone. Should others seek to attack you, we shall stand in your defense. Is Dragonstone Island truly this noble? The governors are not children. Such rhetoric is merely for show. The underlying motive is evidently to expand their power, a truth that is unmistakable. The flatlands, in legal terms, belong to the people of Pentos without dispute, but against overwhelming power, legalities hold little weight. As landowners, they hardly visit once a year, yielding minimal returns, while they must periodically pay tribute to the Dothraki as Khalasar. Of course, they profess that they are not afraid of the Dothraki. They simply consider it unwise to engage over such trifles. Those who have not faced a severe beating would never utter such cowardly words with such bravado. If one possesses the courage, why not rise and test it? They might find themselves facing grave consequences. Thus, if Dragonstone desires it, let them have it. As for the Targaryens and Dothraki, let them clash with Bravos. Apologies, but Pentos has no further involvement. Amidst the flattery, Viserys felt somewhat intoxicated. Even though his twin brother had not appeared for years, tales of him continued to circulate in the world. Viserys often felt he lived in his brother's shadow, sometimes wishing that the world had never known a figure like Aegon. Suddenly, the clear sound of jingling bells accompanied by tremors from the earth erupted. The governors of Pentos turned pale, disaster loomed. How could the Dothraki arrive so swiftly? In the distance, clouds of dust swirled as countless Dothraki cavalrymen, adorned in brightly painted leather vests, emerged from the swirling haze. They whistled, screeched, and shouted, their curved Arak blades glinting like crescent moons. As the vanguard encircled the onlookers, an endless tide of horsemen followed, their numbers seemingly infinite. Chapter 70. Drogo Ko before the throng of Dothraki riders. A towering figure with long braids cascading down his legs sat astride a magnificent red steed. It was Drogo Ko. Legend has it that this man had never known defeat in his life. His Khalasar was immensely powerful, boasting over 40,000 mounted warriors. A governor familiar with the newcomer whispered, Ko inquires, why do you lords gather in the lands of the Undals, not during the tribute season? Emerging from behind Drogo Ko, a rider, speaking in halting Valyrian, demanded, and who is this milkman? We are the servants of Viserys from the Seven Kingdoms, here to answer for our lord, came the reply. Ko did not ask you. The newcomer lashed out with a long whip, swinging his arm with force towards the servant. Stop, Viserys exclaimed, fury igniting within him. Is he not striking his own face? With no time to ponder, he drew a beautifully adorned sword, its blade flashing as it severed the whip. The exquisite whip, crafted from fine cowhide and silk thread, was reduced to a mere 3 feet, quivering momentarily on the ground before lying still in silence. The Dothraki drew their blades, many already knocking arrows, their aim unwavering. The men from Dragonstone also unsheathed their swords, raising shields to protect Viserys. The escort consisted of the elite guards from Dragonstone, Clad in black plate armor and chainmail, their movements steady and swift, drawing swords and raising shields in seamless unison, revealing their prowess as elite soldiers. Drogo Ko gestured with his hand and shouted in Dothraki, prompting the riders behind him to sheath their curved blades and lower their bows. Viserys exhaled a silent sigh of relief. If a conflict erupted, they would be at a severe disadvantage due to their numbers. Alas, had he possessed a dragon, even the mightiest of knights would not dare to lay a finger on him. We, Drogo Ko, declare that your swordsmanship is commendable. Should you defeat him, all of you shall live today. However, should you fail, you will all become his slaves. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Viserys' cheeks flushed with indignation. How dare this man be so insolent? Let us compete. My years of swordsmanship, honed over more than a decade, will easily surpass that of a mere barbarian chief. The crowd parted to form a circle for the duel, Viserys brandishing his sword while Drogo stood unarmed. Does he not intend to use a weapon? Someone queried. Ko responded. Against a milkman like you, he requires no weapon. You would do well to await your fate in the slave markets, where you shall be adored by all the noble women. Such arrogance. A path to his own demise. Viserys, seething with rage, laughed in disbelief. This man truly had no understanding of his impending doom. He fell silent, while Drogo pounded his chest with both hands, bellowing at his khalasar. As Drogo faced Viserys directly, the latter's long sword quivered, its tip suddenly glimmering like a constellation of cold stars, executing the white snake's tongue from the Monkey King's swordsmanship. The blade surged towards Drogo's throat, armpit, and chest. This was a probing maneuver combining both the real and the illusory. Should the enemy fail to discern the truth from the false, they would become flustered, allowing the practitioner to seamlessly transition from feint to lethal strike, ending the confrontation swiftly. Drogo's audacity to confront his opponent unarmed clearly indicated his profound insight and experience. He deftly sidestepped or retreated, easily evading several of Viserys' strikes, and provocatively waggled his finger at the prince. Viserys' eyes narrowed, despite his towering stature. Drogo was far from dull-witted, and his lack of armor granted him a swiftness unmatched by the knights he routinely sparred with. This does not bode well. Prince Viserys may not be a match for Drogo, Sir Lyz, the leader among the guards, remarked quietly. A veteran of the Red Keep, he had witnessed the prowess of legendary fighters like Dawn and the White Bull. Although Viserys' swordsmanship was commendable, it lacked the fluidity and integration of a true master. His movements were sluggish and rife with openings. His previous practice against heavily armored knights had afforded him an unfair advantage due to their encumbered mobility. Yet this man before him moved with the agility of a leopard. No matter how intricate Viserys' techniques, what use were they if he could not match Drogo's speed? He silently commanded his men that should Prince Viserys fall, they must hold off the Dothraki cavalry at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, to allow the prince a chance to escape. Sir Lyz shuddered at the thought of the Dragonstone prince being captured and sold into slavery in the Slaver's Bay. Such a disgrace would tarnish the reputation of Dragonstone, akin to a volcanic eruption or an earthquake. He resolved that such a fate must never come to pass, even if it cost them their lives. After more than 10 minutes, it became apparent to all that Drogo was toying with Viserys like a cat with a mouse. As the battle wore on, Viserys' strength began to wane, his strikes growing slower, while his opponent slipped away like an eel in water. The occasional powerful blows from Viserys were effortlessly deflected by Drogo's golden arm rings on his arms and legs. The force transmitted through the sword nearly caused Viserys to lose his grip. Outmatched in strength, speed, and skill, Viserys seemed destined for defeat. Yet how could he, a self-proclaimed true dragon, concede so easily? After a few more exchanges, fatigue set in, and he nearly lost his longsword. With a roar, Drogo sensed Viserys' weakness. Having tired of his playful antics, he shouted and evaded a diagonal slash from the prince. His hand, resembling an iron claw, lunged for Viserys' neck. But unexpectedly, Viserys' lips curled into a slight smirk, betraying no sign of panic. After his slash, he smoothly tucked the sword behind his back, transferring it to his left hand, while his right hand struck at Drogo's incoming grasp, and his left hand wielded the sword upwards. This was a treacherously cunning maneuver from the Monkey King's swordplay. The hidden blade. A collective gasp arose from the crowd as the blade struck, piercing the right brow of Xiaoga, blood gushing forth and staining half of his face. However, his left hand, though weak, prevented the long sword from piercing his eye, as it was obstructed by the brow ridge. Remarkably, Xiaoga seemed impervious to pain, his right hand still lunging for the throat of Viserys, embodying a fierce determination to exchange injury for death. Viserys felt as though his neck was ensnared in a noose. He had intended to slice downward with his sword in his left hand, but midway through, a powerful grip seized his wrist. Zhaoga's expression was one of ferocity. Feeling humiliated as he was, a hunter now pecked by the very prey he sought. No longer wishing to spare this milk wielder for sale, he resolved to repay his disgrace with blood. With a forceful motion, he disarmed Viserys. Reminiscent of the time he had snapped the claws of a Haraka, Dothraki for White Lion, bare-handed on the vast grass sea. As Zhaoga's right hand gained strength, he raised it high, his right eye clouded in crimson, and his brow bone throbbed painfully, pushing him to the brink of madness. Viserys' face darkened in terror as he struggled, grasping Zhaoga's hand, kicking and thrusting with his knee. Yet it was as if he faced the formidable walls of Dragonstone. His kicks were futile, his knee thrusts ineffectual. He resembled a chick caught in a cook's grasp, flapping helplessly with no recourse. The guards desperately attempted to rush in for a rescue, but were thwarted by Zhaoga's warriors. The clashing of blades, the sickening sounds of steel piercing flesh, and the clatter of shields against weapons reverberated incessantly. At that moment, a colossal shadow blotted out the sun, prompting everyone to look up. A fierce arrow descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Zhaoga's head. Splendid. The queen has arrived. Chapter 71. I am invincible in this world. The immense wing membranes stirred a tempest, rendering it difficult for those below to open their eyes. The majesty of the dragon caused the horses beneath their riders to whinny and recoil in fear. Even the finest steeds trembled at the sight of the great dragon, their legs quaking, some succumbing to panic. This instinctive reaction, rooted in ancient lineage, was an unavoidable response. Where the dragon's shadow fell, knights struggled to maintain control over their mounts, yet countless riders were unseated by their skittish horses. Those who fell, injured or with broken limbs, scrambled away from the encroaching shadow, creating a vast clearing in an instant. As great clouds of dust billowed, the dragon descended gracefully. Once the dust settled, the retreating Dothraki, having finally subdued their frightened steeds, gazed in awe at the colossal creature, larger than the two great bronze horses of Westeros. Its body was adorned with glimmering scales that shone like pure gold, each scale larger than a human head, densely packed with no gaps, embellished with delicate white patterns akin to exquisite jade set in gold. Atop its towering, regal head, a crown of alternating white and gold spines resembled a diadem, its elongated head and golden eyes gleaming like molten metal. Upon its back sat a tall, armored knight clad in resplendent golden scales, beneath which lay a pristine white lining. A hand and a half sword hung from his waist, while he grasped a massive double-curved bow in his hand, with a quiver suspended from the bony protrusions nearby. He wore a grand helm shaped like a dragon's head, the faceplate raised to reveal a gaunt yet determined visage, strikingly reminiscent of Viserys. Yet, his eyes bore no trace of emotion. As his gaze swept across the crowd, it felt as though they were sliced by blades. Prince Jaehaerys, Sir Lyse exclaimed, his voice tinged with shock. Though a decade had passed since their last encounter, the knight's likeness to Viserys evoked memories of that once glorious Targaryen twin. The battle below had long since ceased, and as arrows rained down, Drogo Ko hastily dodged, though ultimately a moment too late. An arrow pierced his right arm, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on Viserys' neck. As the latter fell, he collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, gasping for breath, with copious saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Viserys, my dear brother, why do you always appear in such a wretched state? Jaehaerys slid down the delicate pink membranes of Hela's wings, his boots adorned with tiny dragon scales. Each year, their mother sent someone to collect the shed scales of Hela, crafting them into undergarments and apparel, which were then delivered to Dragonstone. Yet, Viserys had never been afforded such luxury. The golden dragon-scaled greaves, knee guards, skirt armor, codpiece, chest plate, shoulder guards, and throat protection were all gazed upon by Viserys with envy as he looked up at his twin brother, a figure who had vanished for a decade, an insufferable individual. And just when it mattered most, he had once again outshone him. Viserys could not fathom why he, born from the same womb, was so unfortunate, having never won a battle, only to be saved by his loathsome sibling. If given a choice, he would rather allow his brother to rescue him. After all, life was precious and singular. His face reddened as he stole a glance at the barbarian chief, who stood with arms crossed and an expression of vigilance. The very man who had nearly taken his life moments ago. In a fit of rage and deep humiliation, a surge of power coursed through him. He seized the sword from the ground and lunged at the chief's heart. Despicable, shameless, lowly. The three blood-sworn guards of Drogo gasped in shock and fury, drawing their blades. Yet it was already too late. Just as Drogo Ko seemed destined to meet his end, the clash of swords echoed through the air. A slender, dark blade intercepted Viserys' long sword, adorned with silver filaments that shimmered like shooting stars against the night sky. To take advantage of another's misfortune is unbecoming of a prince. Jaehaerys admonished, halting Viserys' lethal thrust toward Drogo. With a gentle flick of his rapier, he deflected Viserys' sword away. When someone wrongs you, await until you hone your skills before retaliating. But he nearly killed me, Viserys protested, pointing his long sword at Drogo. Your skills are lacking, even after a decade apart and receiving the teachings of the dragon god. You remain as inept as ever, Jaehaerys remarked, shaking his head. His steps were unsteady and sluggish, revealing numerous flaws in his technique. Viserys, after receiving the dream message, clearly had not honed his fundamental skills. His prior practice with knights relied solely on his exquisite swordsmanship and the opponent's reluctance to strike with lethal intent. Should he find himself on the battlefield, it would take no more than 10 exchanges before he met his demise at the hands of another. It was high time someone made him aware of this truth, sparing him from his inflated self-regard. My brother Jaehaerys paused, recalling the days when he would simply call Viserys by name or refer to him as brother. Now, after 10 years of silence, the utterance felt awkward and strained. What enmity or grievance necessitated placing him in mortal peril? His gaze fixed upon Drogo, an icy intensity emanating from his purple eyes, which bore a more formidable weight than the molten gaze of a dragon. This stare conjured memories of a fierce white lion encountered in his youth on the vast grass plains, unlike the lion's cruel and malevolent gaze. The man before him regarded Drogo as one might regard a blade of grass, a tree, or a stone, cold and devoid of empathy, as if perceiving all things merely as flora and fauna. In a fervent shout, Drogo called out in Dothraki, but upon noticing the confusion on the other man's face, he swiftly turned and bellowed towards the rear, prompting a trembling translator to approach. He reiterated his words. Cal stated that he was unaware the wet nurse was your brother and would offer 100 fine horses as compensation. Who said the Dothraki were incapable of humility and negotiation? Was this not a reasonable proposition? Jaehaerys was pleased. He instructed the translator that a Targaryen does not endure blows without retaliating. Since Drogo was injured and unable to fight, he could send any of his warriors into the fray, and if they could withstand even a single strike, then all grievances would be absolved. The translator conveyed his message to Drogo Ko, who appeared skeptical. This man was no easy opponent, and he pondered deeply. Blood of my blood, allow me. 3 bloodsworn brothers eagerly volunteered, for apart from Drogo Ko, they possessed the most extensive combat experience. Kaholo, blood of my blood, you go, but be cautious. Drogo commanded in Dothraki. A stout, bald man clad in Dothraki painted leather emerged. Though not youthful, he exhibited no signs of aging as he moved. Kaholo watched Jaehaerys' every action with heightened vigilance. Jaehaerys smirked slightly, his demeanor relaxed and self-assured, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through a grove of ancient trees. A flash of black sword light flickered before swiftly returning to its sheath. Behold your frailty. Today, I grant you a reprieve. A crimson line traced from Kaholo's forehead as he incredulously glanced at the erect, curved blade in his hand. To his astonishment, it had been severed in two. The slender blade had not faltered for an instant, cutting through the curved sword while simultaneously wounding Kaholo. As the crowd's eyes momentarily deceived them, they remained unaware of how he had accomplished such a feat. This man was truly formidable. When Jaehaerys cast his gaze over the surrounding Dothraki knights, each retreated involuntarily a step back. The might of a single man wielding a sword had, astonishingly, intimidated thousands of cavalrymen. Finding the situation rather dull, Jaehaerys sighed, lamenting his unparalleled dominance in the realm of men. In Chapter 72, Surrender the Dragon Eggs, and You Shall Be Spared, Drogo observed the swift defeat of Koro. Feeling a deep-seated admiration, this man was vastly superior to him. The Dothraki revered strength, and Jaehaerys' effortless victory over Koro earned him the respect of all Dothraki. Drogo promptly declared that his Khalasar would no longer impose upon the lands of Undal. Furthermore, the failure of the Bloodrider was his own, and he took up Kahoro's shattered blade, severing his own braid that hung to his knees, presenting it with both hands. Jaehaerys nodded, recognizing Drogo's ability to both grasp and relinquish. He was indeed a character of worth. It was a pity that he met his demise in the original narrative. Yet in this life, he would likely have no entanglements with Daenerys, thus rendering a loss into a gain. The Dothraki came and went with haste, their whips cracking, leaving behind only a field of manure that would nourish the soil for the coming year. The governors experienced a roller coaster of emotions, exhilarated and terrified. Initially fearing they would be exterminated, they were unexpectedly rescued by Dragonstone amidst their peril. Otherwise, even if they sold the entirety of the flatlands, the gold they obtained would scarcely suffice for the ransom. Which one of you is Illyrio Mopatus? J. Harrys inquired with a genial demeanor. The governors turned their gazes toward a stout man with yellow-dyed beard, adorned with forked braids, pondering if this fellow had perhaps stepped in fortune's favor. Your Grace, that individual is indeed Illyrio Mopatus. He is unaware of your summons, the newcomer responded, carrying a hint of Bravosi accent, appearing rotund yet surprisingly light on his feet. You must be aware of the purpose of my summons. J. Harrys remarked with a semblance of a smile, recognizing that this man shared an alliance with Varys. The lines between friend and foe were blurred for the Targaryen family, with no news of the true Aegon reaching them. His fate remained shrouded in mystery. Your Grace, please elucidate. Illyrio inquired, puzzled. Dragon eggs. 10 years ago, you procured 3 dragon eggs from the Sea Lord of Bravos. Do not tell me that the merchant they referred to, who once served as a mercenary in Bravos and later wed the sister of the Prince of Pintos, is not you. Oh, I see now that this is what your Grace is inquiring about. Illyrio feigned gravitas, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, believing he had not revealed too much. The price is negotiable. Although Dragonstone is not affluent, we can afford the 3 dragon eggs, J. Harrys stated with confidence. Having remained vigilant of the shifting tides of circumstance through the divinations of his spirit during his years of seclusion. Even the intricacies of Balon Greyjoy's rebellion were clear to him, as Lillian Fisher had frequently shared intelligence with him during the initial years of his retreat. It has been quite some time since I last conversed with that enchanting mermaid. One day, she unexpectedly sent a message, declaring her intent to enter seclusion for cultivation. I remain unaware of her current status. Jacaerys has secluded himself for 9 years, successfully consolidating the 3 flowers atop his head, harmonizing the 5 energies within his chest, purging the remnants of darkness from his spirit, and achieving the status of a celestial being. However, in order to transcend the 3 disasters and 5 calamities and attain the fruit of an earth immortal, he was compelled to spend over a year transferring all his magical prowess and divine essence to his incense clone through intricate means. Another year was devoted to retaining a fragment of enlightenment within his physical form, after years of being nourished by spiritual energy. Even though his physical body currently lacks any trace of such vitality, its strength, reflexes, and muscular endurance have reached the pinnacle of mortal potential. Devoid of divine essence, he now stands as the avatar of the dragon god, or merely a fleshly puppet in the eyes of the deities. Even as he traverses the world, he wields nothing more than the strength of an ordinary mortal, not employing a single ounce of spiritual energy, thus ensuring he does not violate any divine prohibitions. Your Highness, those dragon eggs were obtained through my persuasive skills with Illyrio, and I do not wish to relinquish them so easily. Silence. The purely physical warrior Jacaerys, having shed the restraint and propriety of his cultivation, sought only to suppress all dissent with his formidable strength. He unsheathed his meteor blade and severed one of Illyrio's small braids, declaring, I am not here to negotiate. Do you understand? Surrender the dragon eggs, or face death. Illyrio felt the chill of the wind on his chin, cursing inwardly for the loss of his well-maintained beard. There was no time for lamentation, for he could clearly see the glint of coldness in Jacaerys' eyes. Your Highness, do not be angered. I am willing to offer them to you. Consider yourself fortunate. I care not for your relationship with Varys, nor do I wish to delve into any machinations you may harbor. I warn you, do not provoke me or the Targaryen family of Dragonstone. Awakening the wrath of sleeping dragons will only invite calamity upon yourselves. Your Highness, Illyrio exclaimed, his face pale with shock. Many were aware of his friendship with Varys, but the accusations of conspiracy were utterly unfounded. Initially, they had merely accepted orders and commissions, harboring no thoughts of overstepping their bounds. Now, with Dragonstone boasting its mighty dragons, their strength is formidable, and with the acquisition of the lands, a few years would suffice to render them even more powerful. Aligning with them might not be out of the question. However, this would require consultation with Varys, for he possesses greater experience in such matters. The dragon eggs are kept in my abode. Might your Highness accompany me? Very well. I doubt you can stir up any significant trouble. Jacaerys nodded. Your Highness, I urge you to reconsider. Our forces have yet to land, should they harbor ill intentions. Sir Lyz, the leader of the inner guard, softly cautioned, even if your Highness possesses extraordinary martial prowess, the world offers no protection against hidden daggers. As an inner guard, while I may not be well versed in the art of assassination, I have witnessed many of my colleagues uncovering the presence of numerous assassins dispatched by the Iron Throne. Some assassination techniques are beyond comprehension. Unprepared, Jaehaerys waved his hand, acknowledging that he possessed not a trace of spiritual power. Nevertheless, as a being of divine flesh, he remained impervious to toxins. Furthermore, how could he traverse the world in a mortal guise without any means of defense? The woman in the red robe, Melisandre, bore a magical gemstone. Yet she too was merely human, yet successfully immune to the deathly grip of the ancient scholar, Clyson. Around Jaehaerys' neck, beneath his garments, hung a masterfully carved statue of a dragon deity. Illyrio's abode was resplendent, with floors adorned in white marble and corridors flanked by intricately carved beams and gilded paintings. In the grand reception hall, colored stained glass depicted the fall of Valyria, while black lanterns on the walls continuously burned with oil. Your Grace, please rest for a moment. I shall have someone fetch the dragon eggs. Illyrio instructed a slave, who promptly scurried towards the rear of the estate. Moments later, 4 robust slaves arrived, carrying a cedarwood chest decorated in bronze. Upon opening it, Jaehaerys beheld 3 magnificent dragon eggs, resting serenely upon velvet and brocade. One was deep green, revealing bronze spots as his hand turned it. Another was pale ivory, adorned with golden stripes. The last was black, featuring dark red waves and swirls. Vermithrax, Regal, and Viserion. Jaehaerys silently recited their names, envisioning their new identities and stories. Are you ready to soar through the azure skies with me? As if sensing Jaehaerys' call, the vitality within the dragon eggs surged. Chapter 73, The Journey to the North, Part 1. Jaehaerys successfully acquired the dragon eggs, achieving his goal of intimidating the Dothraki and the people of Pentos, thus hitting 3 targets with 1 stone. He boarded the ship Hela, returning to Dragonstone with the exhilaration of a personal flight. A gentle breeze whisked him swiftly to his destination. Once the 3 dragon eggs were entrusted to Queen Riella, he found no inclination to linger over their hatching like a hen waiting for chicks. He had little further concern for the dragon eggs, likely descendants of the 3 dragon queens, each egg corresponding to one of them, a long-standing tradition of House Targaryen that had ceased a century after the dragon's disappearance. Hela had grown significantly, possessing unique abilities, and through years of alliances with the lords of the mainland, Dragonstone had established a unique political standing. In military terms, relying solely on a dragon to conquer all of Westeros was a delusion. The times had transformed. This was no longer the era of the conqueror Aegon, 3 centuries past. The unified continent of Westeros, with its 7 kingdoms united against external threats, boasted a military force exceeding 200,000. The number of ships was beyond count. While riding Hela could indeed vanquish any lord's army, how would he contend with foes approaching from all directions? A nuclear bomb possesses its greatest deterrent capacity while still in its silos. Thus, Jaehaerys must suppress his burgeoning ambitions and exploit the discord among the lords, seeking to divide and dismantle rather than consolidate them through his external influence. After 12 years of diligent governance, the continent exhibits a clear trend toward stability, and Robert has fortuitously found himself in a favorable epoch, as a prolonged summer ushers in peace and prosperity, securing his position upon the Iron Throne. Direct military confrontation has become untenable, according to Jaehaerys' reasoning. The most prudent course at this juncture would be to renounce any claim to the Iron Throne's inheritance and extricate himself completely from the fray. However, it is evident that he cannot relinquish this nominal claim to the Iron Throne. Without it, what justification would he have to intervene in the continental disputes? How could he navigate the murky waters? Fortunately, the narrative progresses swiftly, and as the new year approaches, it marks the onset of 297, the very moment when the original tale begins. In this lifetime, he has already ensured that the Kingsguard discreetly divulge certain information to the then-reigning King Robert, and it is likely that his demise is imminent. Now, he merely awaits the slow encroachment of the poisonous vines he has sown, destined to ensnare all in their grasp before delivering their venomous sting. Jaehaerys' purpose for emerging from his seclusion is not solely to incite turmoil. It is also to repay debts. Upon his departure from King's Landing, several individuals had extended their assistance, and now that he possesses the means, it is only fitting that he reciprocates. His first target will be the Wall in the north. According to the intelligence from the Kingsguard, a significant faction within the Red Keep has opted to don black attire, thus a visit to the Black Castle is inevitable. Furthermore, he intends to journey to Winterfell. Per the original narrative, Jon Snow, being the bastard son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, or perhaps a legitimate child, lacks the persuasive weight of the tome perused by Samwell Tarly and Gilly. Moreover, The Targaryen succession laws have been subtly altered, reaffirmed by Queen Rhaella through oaths and royal decrees, inscribed anew in the royal charter following her coronation, known only to herself and the Prime Minister. Consequently, whether it be the exiled Aegon or Jon Snow, the status and rights of bastards and legitimate offspring now equate, even if both are legitimate heirs. The perceived first in line to Queen Rhaella's throne has quietly transformed into Viserys. The legendary Jon Snow, one of the few protagonists to survive to the conclusion, cannot be overlooked by Jaehaerys before his expedition to the Wall. He has arranged for weapons, provisions, dried fish, canned goods, and will destine for the Wall to be prepared for shipment to Eastwatch. Additionally, he has organized the equestrian personnel on the flatlands of Andalos. These individuals were already recruited during his period of retreat. The initial batch of horses and trained knights has surpassed 1,000, having undergone extensive training on Dragonstone, Driftmark, and the Crab Isle. Furthermore, 3,000 reserve cavalry await their steeds, while over the years, Dragonstone has crafted thousands of pieces of armored horse gear and heavy armor, ready for their rightful owners to don as they march forth to conquer the realm. With the Queen's command, a fleet laden with provisions, weapons, timber, and stone set sail for the Andes Plains, now renamed as Fathairland, meaning the land of abundance. A governor was appointed as the chief officer for a provisional term of 3 years. He himself rode once more on the dragon Hela, heading straight for the north. In Winterfell, Count Yoren of the Vale was delivering his young son, Wymar Royce, to the castle, where the latter would accompany the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jon Stark, to the Wall. To this end, Count Yoren brought a multitude of supplies. He received a warm welcome from the Duke of the North, just as Ned raised a toast to the king when a thunderous roar echoed from afar. A massive dragon was approaching. Alarm! Soldiers' screams erupted from the towers. Duke Ned and his children hurried to the ramparts, where they beheld a golden dragon circling high above. "My Lord Ned, is this how you entertain your guests?" cried a silver-haired youth from the dragon's back. "The Northerners treat friends with fine wine and enemies with steel. I wonder if the Prince of Dragonstone has come as a friend or foe." Ned responded to the figure. "Surely as a friend." Jaehaerys replied with a hearty laugh, guiding Hela to land atop a charred and abandoned tower before sliding down its wing onto the castle walls. "Might I request the Duke's men to lower their crossbows? My little dragon may not fear these toothpicks, yet it despises being pointed at." Ned steadied himself and gestured for the soldiers to lower their weapons, though he did not dismiss them entirely. "Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, the legitimate son of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. As anticipated, my Lord Ned, this is indeed our first meeting. Prince, having journeyed so far, what brings you to our cold north?" Ned inquired, mindful that even in the midst of a long summer down south, the north remained frigid. He had heard of Dragonstone's recent ventures with various lords of the realm, yet he could scarcely fathom what might draw a prince to Winterfell, risking life and limb. "Surely not for that matter? My Lord Ned, could you not provide me with some sustenance first?" "The chill in the northern air is rather biting," Jaehaerys remarked with a smile. Ned considered this, nodding in agreement, and invited him into the hall, recognizing that some matters cannot simply be sidestepped. "These must be your children, my Lord Ned." Jaehaerys observed the 6 youngsters. "The tall one with red hair must be Robb, the brown-haired lad is Jon, and the 3 others, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, along with the young man in the distance who always bore a smirk, should be Theon Greyjoy." Indeed, upon Ned's introduction, Jaehaerys' assumptions proved correct. "And who might this lord and young master be?" Jaehaerys inquired, noticing additional guests. "This is Count Yoren Royce of the Vale and his son, Sir Wymar Royce," Ned replied, making the necessary introductions. "It turns out to be the illustrious Bronze Yora. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Jaehaerys wore a modest yet courteous smile, recognizing that this man was merely a minor character in the grand tapestry of events. However, his son, if I am not mistaken, must be the unfortunate lad who met his demise at the hands of the White Walkers. How intriguing. In Chapter 74, A Journey to the North, Part 2. As the wine was replenished and the festivities resumed, Jaehaerys caught sight of Catelyn Tully. He nodded in acknowledgement, which sufficed for a prince of his stature. Of course, he could have kissed her fingers, yet this woman, while somewhat dim-witted, was still infinitely more capable than her sister. According to intelligence gathered by the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, it appeared that Robert Arryn might not be Jon Arryn's biological child, given the stark differences in hair and eye color from both parents. Jon Arryn bore golden hair and blue eyes, while both Lisa Tully and the present Catelyn Tully showcased the typical Tully red hair and blue eyes. Yet, how could their offspring possess deep brown hair and green eyes? Ironically, Lisa's lover, the current master of coin, Peter Baelish, had deep brown hair and gray-green eyes. How utterly fascinating. One wonders if Jon Arryn, upon uncovering the hereditary traits of House Baratheon and realizing that Cersei's 3 children were not Robert's, ever contemplated the possibility that his own heir might also be the progeny of another? Nevertheless, whether he considered it or not, the benevolent prince would ensure that assistance arrived at the proper moment. It would be unjust for the honest to suffer unduly, raising a child who ultimately cost them their life. Truly, this is more tragic than the fate of Wu Dalong. Peter Baelish is far more ruthless than even Shimin Ching. Chaos is the ladder to ascend, and currently, Baelish's ability to voice such sentiments hinges on whether Jaehaerys is willing to provide that ladder, and whether he might withdraw it midway. With the unexpected guests present, the revelers were disinclined to indulge in the festivities. Jaehaerys, being the highest-ranking guest, naturally occupied the seat closest to the Duke and Duchess. Meanwhile, Jon Snow sat alone at the far end near the entrance, as if the banquet had no relation to him. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, the frequent scrutiny from Jaehaerys rendered him increasingly restless. Catelyn cast a glance between the two men, perceiving Jaehaerys' attention as an affront, feeling deeply unsettled that a bastard garnered more regard than the legitimate heir of the Duke. However, she maintained her composure and did not display her discomfort publicly. Soon, the banquet concluded, and Wyman Manderley was escorted away by Benjen Stark and his brothers of the Night's Watch, followed shortly by Bronze Yora's departure. Only Jaehaerys and the Stark family remained in the hall. Sansa gazed at the handsome prince, her heart racing uncontrollably. He was undeniably charming, his deep-set eyes resembling amethyst crystals, his fair complexion devoid of any hint of youthfulness. Especially when he smiled, it felt as if he were smiling just for her, and her heart nearly melted. As he rode upon the magnificent dragon, confronting an army of thousands with unwavering courage, he perfectly embodied the image of Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight that resided within her heart. By the gods above, such an exquisite man exists in this world. She whispered casually to her sister, yet her gaze never wavered from the prince. Ned instructed Catelyn to escort the children back to their chambers, but the little ones were reluctant to depart. After all, this was the first Dragon Knight in a century, who had not heard the tales of dragons and their riders from the old nurse's lips. Ultimately, Catelyn had to adopt the demeanor of the housekeeper to coax the children back, while Jon Snow lingered in the shadows, wishing he could slip away unnoticed. Were it not for the fear of Catelyn's disapproval, "My Lord Duke, I believe it would be prudent to allow Jon Snow to remain for our forthcoming discussion. After all, he ought to have the right to know, don't you think?" Jaehaerys sipped slowly from his silver-embossed goblet filled with summer red wine, his words unsettling in their calmness. In an instant, a jolt of realization struck Ned, Catelyn, and Jon. Ned clenched his fists, toppling the dishes and goblets before him, the crimson wine staining his gray tunic, evoking memories from over a decade past. Catelyn clutched her dress tightly, her inner rage boiling, turning her back on her husband. Her face was pale and contorted, haunted by a pain she could never reconcile. Was it the woman named Ashera? Yet what connection did this have with the Targaryens? She wished to stay but feared that the revelation would be a burden too great to bear. Drawing a deep breath, she commanded the children in a trembling yet stern voice to leave the hall and return to their chambers. Without casting a glance at Jon Snow, she exited the room. "Your Highness, do you possess any knowledge of what is transpiring?" Ned inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Ah, Lord Ned, I must say, Lord Holland Reed is indeed a remarkable sorcerer, but that is all there is to it," Jaehaerys replied leisurely. Ned gazed at Jaehaerys in disbelief, akin to observing a creature more terrifying than the dragons themselves. "I do not comprehend your words." He forced himself to remain composed. "Oh, are you certain you wish for me to elucidate further? 14 years ago, at the Tower of Joy." "Enough, enough," Ned interrupted loudly. Jon swore he had never seen his father in such a vulnerable state. He was always as unyielding as the cold ice and stone of the north, his stern countenance showcasing only the resilience of a northerner. "What was the Tower of Joy when I was born 14 years ago?" Jon pondered. "Jon, you may leave. I require a moment alone with His Highness," Ned commanded him. Jon, feeling helpless, pushed open the door and departed. He considered sneaking around to eavesdrop. Perhaps he could perch like Bran on a windowsill or rooftop, stealthily brushing aside the snow. After all, bastards never possessed any semblance of honor, did they? Yet, he lacked Bran's agility. "Hey, Jon," Bran called softly from the rooftop. "Don't you want to listen?" Jon was indeed curious, but he found himself even less inclined to let Bran know. Deep down, he felt he ought to escape, to avoid hearing any of their words. "I should accompany Uncle Benjen to the wall today, donning black attire, and pledge the oaths of the Night's Watch beneath the weirwood. Bran, you should leave too. Otherwise, I will punish you by forbidding you from climbing to the tower's top for a year. Ned's voice resonated once more. Bran shrugged and whispered to Jon, "You've messed it up." Then, like a monkey, he scampered back through the narrow window of his chamber. Now, save for the two enigmatic figures, no one knew what discussions unfolded within. Jon exhaled in relief. Jaehaerys observed a corner of the room with a bemused expression, muttering the word chameleon. Upon hearing this, Ned appeared struck by lightning, his face paling. After a moment, he turned to the prince. "Your Highness, do you understand the implications of this?" "Huh, Lord Ned. Do not overthink it. With Dragonstone in the forefront, his existence is hardly a concern. My purpose here is not to take him away, but merely to seek an answer that has perplexed me for quite some time. Now that I have discovered the answer, there is no need for further visits. Oh, by the way, you may not be aware, but Dragonstone has now embraced the Lord of Light. If possible, I hope you will not obstruct the servants of the Lord from spreading his faith in the north." Jaehaerys paused. "Also, this amulet of the Lord of Light is a gift I bestow upon Jon. I ask that you kindly deliver it to him." Jaehaerys extended an obsidian pendant towards Ned. "I may refrain from hindering your deity's propagation in the north, but Jon has been raised under my guidance. He venerates my gods and will never embrace yours. Your deities are nothing more than a bunch of lowly pretenders, surviving merely by the passage of time." Jaehaerys scoffed, inwardly dismissing the notion that he could easily vanquish them, though he refrained from voicing it. He pressed the amulet into Ned's hands, concluding the matter and preparing to depart that very night. Upon encountering Jon Snow, it finally dawned on him why a seemingly mediocre warrior like Holland Reed had survived the Battle of the Tower of Joy. He understood why Ned had claimed that had it not been for Reed's presence, he too would have fallen to the blades of the Kingsguard. The diminutive man from the swamp possessed unexpected abilities, capable of summoning the gods from the distant south, which indeed surprised him. Surely the old gods had paid a substantial price for their intervention. No wonder that later, Holland Reed never made an appearance. It is highly likely that he dared not leave Neck's End. Of course, had it not been for Jaehaerys attaining the status of a demigod, with a flicker of enlightenment within his essence, he might have been easily misled. This explains why, in the series, Melisandre only realized her grave error upon encountering Jon Snow. Beneath Jon Snow's unmistakably stark features lay the concealed Targaryen violet eyes, obscured by magic. Under the spell's influence, Jon's eye color gradually morphed into the brown typical of House Stark. As for why Ned sought out Lady Ashera Dayne to return her brother's sword, it was largely a ruse, for Lady Dayne also possessed the same brown hair and violet eyes. Jaehaerys was unwilling to delve deeper into why Ashera would choose death. He merely needed to confirm that Jon Snow was indeed Rhaegar's child. As for the rest, he preferred not to investigate further. Perhaps, in the past, Ashera had indeed succumbed to a Stark, but that Stark need not necessarily be Ned. He traversed the walls of Winterfell, leaping onto the back of the dragon, Syrax, as the mighty beast roared skyward, ascending into the clouds and heading northward. However, despite his departure, he left behind a myriad of troubles for the Stark family. Catelyn spent the night in restless wakefulness, awaiting her husband's explanation, but by dawn, he remained absent. Ultimately, the servants discovered Duke Ned kneeling in the Godswood after a night spent in prayer. Arya and Bran were joyfully engaged in a game of pretending to be dragon riders, while Sansa wore a dreamy expression, evidently still lost in her fantasies. Robb had gone to find Jon, with whom he shared a close bond. In the end, Catelyn could only sigh. Her heart harbored resentment towards her husband and that illegitimate child. Yet, from their conversation the previous day, it seemed her husband bore unspoken burdens, and that bastard held numerous unknown secrets. She feared that unearthing these secrets could bring catastrophic ruin upon the Starks and the Tully family alike. It was perhaps best to send him away soon, whether to the Wall, the Citadel, or Essos, anything to prevent further disturbance to their family. Jaehaerys soared over the gift atop his dragon, Syrax, as night fell and snow threatened, the heights becoming increasingly frigid. When he passed by Crownlands, he resolved to land and take a respite, for even with his robust constitution, prolonged flight at such altitudes was somewhat uncomfortable. Though impervious to the elements, who would not wish to survey the vast lands from a cloudless sky? Crownlands had long fallen into disrepair. It once hosted the benevolent Queen Alysanne and her dragon, Silverwing, who had made this place their temporary abode, prompting the townsfolk to paint the tower's battlements a radiant gold. In later years, wild raiders frequently beset this small town, causing the residents to gradually depart, leaving the area increasingly desolate. He allowed Hela the freedom to hunt at will. To the east of King's Road lay a series of majestic mountains, home to over 40 clans and countless wild buffalo, elk, and brown bears, providing Hela with a banquet of delectable sustenance. At dawn the next day, the well-fed dragon returned to her master, her nostrils exhaling sparks that ignited the wood pile before Jaehaerys. Over the crackling flames, he roasted a capercaillie, cutting the meat into thumb-sized morsels interspersed with truffles unearthed from the ground. As the flames licked the meat, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. With each bite, the rich flavor of the chicken mingled with the delicate scent of the truffles, an exquisite delight. How wonderful it would be if he could savor a roasted bear paw at that moment. In the north, brown bears were plentiful, and this season, as the snow had yet to fall, was the prime time for them to amass fat reserves. Alas, despite being at the source of the last river, the salmon that swam upstream to spawn never ventured this way. They congregated near the lonely mountain, drawing all the bears from miles around. He wiped his greasy hands, lamenting his lack of magical prowess. Even the simplest cleansing spell eluded him. How inconvenient. At that moment, high above, he could see a long white line in the distance, gradually rising higher. Under the sunlight, the Great Wall shimmered, a breathtaking sight. The wall was remarkably wide, estimated to accommodate 4 lanes of traffic in both directions. He refrained from recklessly riding his dragon onto the ramparts, for he had not come to be an unwelcome guest. Unlike his visit to Winterfell with Stark, he was merely there to provide support and settle debts. He was confident that the Wall's Night's Watch had received word from Dragonstone, a substantial shipment from a large merchant ship. Jaehaerys believed he would be met with warm welcomes from the Night's Watch at Black Castle. As the dragon landed on the open ground outside Black Castle, countless black-cloaked brothers of the Night's Watch poured forth from the fortress. From the towering walls, heads peeked over the edge, eager to catch a glimpse of the foreign spectacle. Seated high upon the dragon's back, Jaehaerys waved enthusiastically to them, akin to a king acknowledging his subjects, exuding a certain pomp. Brothers of the Night's Watch, your efforts are commendable. Thank you for your steadfast dedication in guarding the realm against formidable foes. Jaehaerys spoke with unwavering conviction, while the black-clad figures were moved to tears. By the gods, could those dragon scales be pure gold? They shine so brilliantly. General Jeor Mormont greeted all nobles willing to donate supplies with the utmost enthusiasm. Since joining the Night's Watch, his past affiliations were forgotten. Even though he once fought for the usurper during the Battle of the Trident, he held no animosity towards House Targaryen. He was merely serving his liege lord. Chapter 76, Journey to the North, Part 4. After exchanging a few cordial pleasantries, Jaehaerys articulated his purpose. When he fled from the Red Keep years ago, several gallant guards had selflessly aided his escape. Setting aside the deceased, many of those who survived were exiled to the Wall. The Night's Watch is a uniquely significant entity on the continent of Westeros. However, Jaehaerys' inner circle has yet to establish an intelligence network there. The North is already a harsh land, and life at the Wall is even more arduous. The inner circle believes that, aside from guarding against wildling incursions, there is little merit in expending effort elsewhere. This perspective is not without reason. For the Southerners, the so-called White Walkers, giants, and children of the forest are merely the stuff of legend. Jaehaerys felt he could guide the thoughts of the inner circle and the Queen's Council, but he must refrain from excessive interference, as long as it remains within reasonable bounds. His subordinates should possess their own strategies. He cannot bear the weight of all responsibilities alone, for such a role of stewardship is exhausting. Moreover, over the past decade, the inner circle has been performing admirably. The overall development of Dragonstone has been thriving, indicating that the Queen's ministers are dutiful in their responsibilities. Old Bear expressed his understanding, noting that gratitude and loyalty have always been esteemed virtues among knights. He instructed the officials to summon the guards of the Red Keep who had been exiled to the Wall during the War of Usurpation, particularly those dispatched by Tywin Lannister. Among the Night's Watch, some had already recognized Jaehaerys, and upon hearing Old Bear's command, they stepped forward. "Are you Ser Alazar Thorne? You are Ser Jaime Rylek?" Jaehaerys meticulously identified them. The survivors were scattered across the 3 fortresses of the Wall, and only a small portion stood before him now. When the gates of the Red Keep were opened by Jaime, many of the guards had chosen to fight to the death. Notable figures included the former commander of the Kingsguard, Manly Starkweather, and his eldest son and heir, Cyril Starkweather, along with Ser Darren Tunstall from Crow's Nest, the Elder Heart, who was shot dead by Lannister arrows, and the brothers Vicewater, who met their demise in the cellar. The deceased are long gone, while the living remain in sorrow. The Thorne, Rylek, and Derry families were once esteemed noble houses during the reign of Aerys II. Although Robert granted them clemency, he stripped them of vast estates and subjects, leaving these once prominent families reduced to third-tier status. The Starkweather family fared the worst. Currently, Countess Tanda holds the reins, with only 2 daughters surviving. The eldest, Ferris, married a man of lesser standing. Yet their union has been fraught with misfortune, as they have remained childless after many years. The younger daughter, the simple-minded Loras, is a timid and foolish individual who, at over 30, remains unmarried. According to reports from the inner circle, Countess Tanda has spent recent years seeking a suitable match for Loras, approaching figures such as Peter Baelish and Tyrion Lannister. Yet none from the right circles have deemed her worthy. She has become a source of ridicule in the realm. The Dairy family has faced similar misfortunes. For those who risked their lives for House Targaryen, their fate is indeed lamentable. Jaehaerys would not allow such loyalty to be diminished. The hardships imposed by Robert must be repaid. Dragonstone will restore their dignity. Alicia Thorne now serves as the new recruit instructor at Black Castle, while Jeremy Lannister is a renowned ranger of considerable repute. Jaehaerys embraced both men, having specifically selected several fine weapons and armor from the armory of Dragonstone, which he sent to Eastwatch, instructing the steward to personally deliver them to the former guards of the Red Keep. As for Ser Giamaram, the commander of the Night's Watch, it was their first encounter. From a few fleeting remarks, Jaehaerys discerned that this individual was indeed shrewd, yet at heart, he remained a northerner. He implored him to allow a modicum of space for himself and his 2 old acquaintances, and then discreetly inquired about their personal wishes. If possible, he wished to bring the former guards of the Red Keep back to Dragonstone from the Night's Watch. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in their eyes, but alas, it was but a fleeting moment. They shook their heads in unison, politely declining his proposal. As Jaehaerys had anticipated, not everyone in this world had forsaken the honor of knighthood and the loyalty to oaths. More than a decade ago, they had maintained their allegiance to the Targaryen family until the very end, and now, having sworn the oath of the Night's Watch, they would naturally uphold it as well. Perhaps they possessed their own flaws. Sir Thorne was known for his acerbic tongue, while Sir Lannister often exuded an air of superiority, appearing rather arrogant. But overall, they were good men. With the White Walkers poised to attack and the wildlings launching their offensive on the wall ahead of them, the future of the wall promised to be fraught with peril. Human strength has its limits, and Jaehaerys could not guarantee their safety. He certainly would not stand idly by while they marched to their doom. He gifted each a protective talisman as a token of his regard. He had an abundance of such items, although the materials were of little value. They had been sanctified through the blessings of a divine spark. While ineffective against the living, they bore some restraining effect on the undead and the White Walkers. Similarly, the weapons he provided were also consecrated. They appeared no different from ordinary arms, but would prove as effective against the undead as Valyrian steel when encountering wights and White Walkers. One should not underestimate the current significance of the divine spark, being a lower-tier deity, augmented by the full might and consciousness of its true form. It could easily challenge even mid-tier deities. Mid-tier deities are considered among the elite in this world, with only a couple of higher-tier deities existing. As for others, they would have to rely on fire or obsidian weaponry. Is it truly believed that consecration requires no exertion? Without applying some pressure, would these arrogant lords ever lower their noble heads or offer their sturdy knees in submission? During dinner, Ser Giamaram arranged for the steward to invite Jaehaerys to the banquet at Black Castle. It must be noted that the supplies at the wall were undeniably plentiful. Thanks to the stability of the realm and a decade of summer, the fiefs of the north had reaped abundant harvests, while the lands gifted by the wall, though sparsely populated, could still ensure adequate provisions given the limited forces stationed there. At the banquet, Old Xiong subtly expressed his desire to recruit soldiers from Dragonstone and other locations, to which Jaehaerys readily agreed. With the continued economic ascent of Dragonstone, many smugglers and tax evaders have faced penalties, thanks in part to the stringent measures implemented by former Admiral Tyder. The customs vessels and anti-smuggling ships of Dragonstone are all part of the swift and formidable Shija fleet, ensuring that no smuggling ship can evade their pursuit across the seas. Currently, the prisons of Dragonstone are overcrowded, filled with individuals who have, to varying degrees, been influenced by the faith of the dragon god. Rather than allowing them to atone through years of labor, it would be more beneficial to have them spread the teachings of the dragon god atop the wall, an efficient use of resources. Chapter 77. The Journey to the North, Part 5. The parties agreed upon the location and method for the handover, and the banquet was drawing to a close. Jaehaerys seized a moment to converse privately with Old Xiong. By the way, why did I not see your scholar at the dinner? Are you referring to Ser Eamon? He mentioned feeling unwell, perhaps to avoid meeting me, a descendant of the Dragon King, Jaehaerys remarked, stroking his slightly unruly beard. He harbored a keen curiosity about this wise elder who had voluntarily relinquished his claim to the throne. "I heard Old Xiong has a son?" Jaehaerys inquired casually. "My son." Old Xiong sighed as a crow flew overhead and landed on his shoulder. "A misfortune for our family." Following the incident, his sister Maggie had informed him of Ser Jorah Mormont's escape. "Were it not for my duty as a night's watchman, I would have ventured to Essos to retrieve this wayward son." Old Xiong's anger stemmed not from his son's involvement in the slave trade, but from his lack of responsibility. He lacked even the courage to own his mistakes. "I hear he is now serving as a mercenary between Pentos and Volantis. Should you need assistance, I would be willing to arrange something for you. However, rather than donning a black cloak or severing his head, I would prefer he serve Dragonstone, acting as a spy close to Daenerys. His ultimate goal would merely be a letter of pardon. If he demonstrates his worth, Dragonstone will certainly meet his demands. Of course, words alone will not suffice. I hope Old Xiong could pen a personal letter. I believe he is filled with regret for his actions and desperately seeks a chance for redemption. Besides you, who else could he trust more?" Old Xiong cast a meaningful glance at Jaehaerys. The child has grown and formed his own thoughts. I, as an old man, seem powerless. Old Xiong need not be modest. Indeed, one cannot force a cow to drink water. Yet what if that cow is parched and eager to return to the pasture? Very well. Rather than perishing anonymously like other mercenaries, it is far more honorable to meet one's end like a knight. However, he resolved that from this day forth, he would no longer act as a member of House Mormont. Ultimately, Old Bear made his decision. The Targaryen family, though appearing to be at a disadvantage, has an undisputed claim to the throne. People may expel them, yet they cannot deny this fact. Even the High Septon and the Conclave, along with the Citadel, must acknowledge this truth, which alone surpasses all other factions. Furthermore, with the presence of a dragon on Dragonstone, it is conceivable that more may come in the future. As long as the Targaryens possess dragons, it is only a matter of time before they reclaim the Iron Throne, a consensus held by many in private. Though usurpers may seize the Iron Throne by force, they must eventually relinquish it when confronted by dragons. In recent years, numerous lords from the Riverlands and Dorne have not fully adhered to the commands of King's Landing. Even some noble families have been exchanging glances with Dragonstone. Yet King's Landing dares not punish them lightly, which speaks volumes. In contrast, the newly appointed Master of Ships, Prince Stannis of Storm's End, asserts that rebellious lords must be punished. Otherwise, if they set a precedent, the Iron Throne's decrees may not even reach the walls of King's Landing. In plain terms, it is imperative to find an appropriate scapegoat to serve as an example, and Old Bear is reluctant to offer the entire Mormont family as a sacrifice to Robert's blade. Jorah, in the grand scheme of things, is insignificant when compared to the entirety of House Mormont. Old Bear is indeed a remarkable individual. Jaehaerys commended him, recognizing the old man as a shrewd strategist, meticulous in his dealings, truly deserving of the title of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Old Bear reassured, "Jorah is a talent. Even on Dragonstone, I have heard of his considerable reputation among mercenaries. Currently, Dragonstone is lacking in skilled individuals, and even if he enters our ranks as a commoner, he is bound to distinguish himself swiftly." Old Bear wished to exclaim, "Please, no?" Fame can be a double-edged sword, and he preferred to remain an unremarkable knight. Yet, given the circumstances, further words would be futile. Reluctantly, Old Bear accepted reality and promptly penned a letter, personally delivering it to Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys noted Old Bear's concerns, yet did he truly need to elaborate? The military of Dragonstone is not so easily recognized these days. Years ago, prior to the closing of their gates, Dragonstone sought out thousands of orphans and widows from the mainland, whose fathers and husbands perished in the war against the usurper, many of whom were the sons of knights and lords, possessing a semblance of military foundation. With the establishment of the Dragonstone Military Academy, systematic training in military theory and practical exercises was instituted for these orphans. The most capable among them have since risen to become junior officers within the Dragonstone army. Those lacking in ability have been supplanted by newer recruits with greater prowess over the years. It can be said that while the current forces of Dragonstone are modest in number, totaling a mere 10,000, no other army in this era surpasses them in organizational capability, execution, and combat awareness. In the prolonged struggle against the Iron Throne, having endured trials of blood and fire, the forces of Dragonstone underwent a profound transformation. Their unwavering combat awareness, adaptable tactics, and the capability to conduct multi-point assaults in small units deeply moved the military strategists across the continent of Westeros. Scholars noted that the army of Dragonstone was devoid of knights and largely without lords. It consisted primarily of commoners who, through a system known as ranks, supplanted the traditional leadership roles of knights in the military hierarchy. The chain of command was determined by rank, and should a higher-ranking officer fall in battle, the subordinate would automatically ascend to their position. Likewise, if a deputy were to perish, junior officers would be elevated accordingly. Only in the rare event that an entire unit's lower-ranking officials and higher soldiers were to be killed could their organizational capacity be entirely dismantled. Yet, even when faced with utter despair, this army would not passively relinquish their weapons or submit to surrender. They were not nobles. They were acutely aware that in the harsh realm of Westeros, where common soldiers were often regarded as expendable, their lives held little value as captives. Thus, even if all higher-ranking officers were lost, the soldiers, led by those with greater tenure, would resolutely fight to the death. The lords and knights with even a modicum of military knowledge were loath to engage such a force. They had heard tales of Astapor in the Slaver's Bay of Essos, renowned for its mass training of Unsullied, and some had witnessed the formidable bronze-helmeted Unsullied guardians accompanying wealthy merchants in the free trading city-states. However, compared to the army of Dragonstone, the Unsullied, despite their strength, lacked a certain spirit, resembling cold, emotionless killing machines. In stark contrast, the soldiers of Dragonstone exhibited discipline and valor, earning respect and instilling fear on the battlefield. In their daily lives, they would pay for goods rather than resort to plunder, engaging in haggling with small vendors for lower prices instead of raising their fists or drawing swords. They were vibrant young individuals, a charming band of lads. Chapter 78. The Journey to the North, Part 6. All men from the North, the West, or of iron blood claim they can take on 10 men from other lands. Yet they would not dare to direct such bravado towards the soldiers of Dragonstone. In Dragonstone and the other islands of Blackwater Bay, including Crab Isle, the Cape of Wrath, and even throughout Westeros, upon encountering soldiers adorned with the three-headed dragon sigil, even the most reckless troublemakers would find themselves silenced. In truth, these soldiers did not boast an extensive record of victories. Their most notable deeds included a skirmish with the soldiers of Storm's End, a small unit that eliminated a group of Lannister bodyguards at the doorstep of Lord Lake in the Vale, and a trio that sent a dozen members of House Aaron fleeing in Seagull Town, along with a minor engagement against a band of pirates in contested territories. Yet, inexplicably, a formidable reputation had emerged around them. As Jaehaerys departed, he took with him a handwritten letter from Old Bear, as he sought to cultivate alliances with the lords he was accustomed to, understanding that it was unwise to forge numerous enemies, especially regarding the Bear Island family. Jaehaerys held a particular fondness for the charming little bear girl featured in the series, which can be described as remarkably captivating. This affection naturally extended to the entire Mormont family. However, alongside this fondness, one must also acknowledge the presence of animosity. Having ventured into the north, he was not inclined to play the role of a mere benefactor. He mounted his dragon, Vagor, and soared towards the lonely mountain, harboring a long-standing grudge against a certain Flaying family. The Dreadfort, situated on the banks of the Weeping Water in the north, serves as the ancestral stronghold of House Bolton. Over the millennia, it has evolved into a formidable military fortress, meticulously renovated by generations of the Bolton lineage. As the principal vassals of Winterfell, the Boltons have maintained a tenuous peace with House Stark for merely a few centuries. Prior to this, the two families were entrenched in hostility, with some Bolton lords having donned the skins of their enemies, including those of the Starks, as capes. Roose Bolton, the current lord of the Dreadfort, commanded absolute authority within his domain, his words bearing the weight of law, unyielding and unquestioned. This morning, having just awakened from slumber, and before his beloved leeches could drain the impurities from his blood, he was abruptly startled by the sound of a tremendous explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of debris accompanied by flames engulfed the gates of the Dreadfort and its nearby walls and towers. Soon after, soldiers could be heard screaming in alarm of an enemy attack. He hastily donned his cloak. An enemy attack? From whence did this foe emerge? Was it from Castle Carhold, Winterfell, or perhaps the wildlings? A deafening wind howled through the courtyard, and with a thunderous crash, a colossal figure landed atop the castle keep. Roar, the dragon's roar, mingled with flames as molten as lava, reduced the remaining towers to mere ashes. Roose Bolton's pallid visage turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse. His expression darkened as he commanded his guards to swiftly gather the soldiers while instructing his maester to release ravens to Winterfell and King's Landing for aid. A dragon. In this day and age, which faction still wields a dragon? The answer was glaringly evident. He hoped his soldiers could drive away the dragon and prevent the forces from Dragonstone from advancing upon the ruins. He was acutely aware of the slim chances for success. Yet even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive. His eldest son had perished under mysterious circumstances the previous year, but fortunately, he still had an illegitimate son. Although he despised the idea of such a tainted lineage continuing, it was preferable to complete extinction. He hastily arranged for a servant to ensure that the bastard remained hidden within the secret passage leading through the sacred grove outside the castle, prepared for any unforeseen events. "Roose Bolton, why do you not come to meet me?" Jaehaerys' voice resonated powerfully, quelling the chaos within the castle. At that moment, Roose Bolton realized that the attacking force from Dragonstone consisted of merely one person and one dragon. What sort of strategy was this? Were they offering themselves as a sacrifice? It was well known that the Iron Throne had ostensibly ceased its pursuit of the remnants of House Targaryen, yet the clandestine conflicts had never truly abated. Upon this realization, his anger flared anew. Was this a sign of contempt? Did they not regard him as a worthy adversary? Even when the Empress Visenya alighted in Eagle's Nest, she harbored no intention of initiating hostilities. Much like a game of land cards, is it not a tad excessive to lead with a bomb? I, Lus Bolton, descendant of the Red Queen and Count of Terror Castle, have encountered this esteemed prince. Suppressing his ire, he stood in the courtyard, bowing towards the Dragon Knight atop the main keep. "Ah, so you are Lus Bolton," Jaehaerys remarked, picking at his teeth. Having finally secured a plump brown bear earlier that morning along the banks of the last river, though regrettably, the cooking had been rather flawed, leaving some remnants stuck between his teeth. "Might I inquire what brings your esteemed self to this humble abode? You are unaware?" Jaehaerys cast a glance at the man below. "Allow me to pose a question. Over a decade ago, did you not violate a bride within your territory and subsequently hang her husband? Your Highness, that is merely a rumor. Even if it were true, I fail to see how it serves as evidence for your campaign against me." Lus Bolton felt perplexed, convinced that this was merely an excuse from his adversary, seeking to exploit the matter to conceal some ulterior motive. "I will ask you but once, do you acknowledge it or not?" Jaehaerys regarded the castle with disdain as a steady stream of heavily armored knights began to converge upon the location. Nearby, soldiers raised their crossbows, longbows, and scorpions, their sights set upon him and Hela. How absurd! Lus Bolton paid no heed, gesturing for his archers to unleash their arrows, single-handedly breaching the gates and towers of his ancestral fortress, thereby declaring war without a word. Even should he slay a dragon and its rider on the spot, what could Dragonstone do to him? The youth, after all, was too young. He would gladly claim the corpses of dragons and the heads of Targaryen heirs. Whoosh! Clang! Clang! The dragon Hela shielded its eyes and neck with its wings. Unlike other dragons, Hela's wing membranes were fortified with a layer of thick scales, forming an immense shield when folded, protecting it from harm. Occasionally, arrows that slipped through the gaps were either repelled by its softly glowing scales or severed by Jaehaerys' longsword. Youth often relies on sheer audacity. Now that strength has been attained, recklessness will suffice. The archers under Lus Bolton's command felt as though they were shooting at an immense steel plate, utterly incapable of penetrating its defenses. Thankfully, they had scorpions and siege crossbows at their disposal, designed to combat siege shields and formations. A single bolt could shatter stone. Yet unexpectedly, Jaehaerys leapt down from the dragon, like a wisp of smoke, gliding through the air and landing directly beside the scorpions and siege crossbows situated along the fractured walls. With a series of sharp sounds, the scorpion crossbows and siege crossbowmen realized that the bowstrings before them had been severed cleanly in two, followed by an overwhelming torrent of dragon fire surging toward them. Chapter 79. The Journey to the North, Final Chapter. Lus Bolton knelt upon the ground, beseeching the forgiveness of Jaehaerys. Just 10 minutes prior, Jaehaerys, in all his invincible glory, had obliterated every scorpion crossbow and siege crossbow, commanding his dragon to incinerate the massive shields held aloft by the guards. It dawned upon him that the audacity of this man and dragon to approach his castle was not recklessness, but rather a profound understanding of their own might. Such an adversary left him utterly bereft of ideas on how to retaliate. Witnessing the once mighty elite soldiers who had reveled in tyranny, now reduced to mere corpses scattered across the ground, emanating the scent of charred flesh, even his cold-hearted disposition was tested, and he could scarcely suppress his nausea. The terrifying fortress had met its dread day, and an absurd notion suddenly gripped Lus Bolton. No, it was a reality. Your Highness, in your mercy. The circumstances outweighed his pride. He would not hesitate to bow and plead for his life, willing to offer up all his lands if only to survive. I ask you again, do you acknowledge the crimes of your past or not? Jaehaerys' voice echoed as if it descended from the heavens above. A wave of anguish washed over Lustburton as he recalled a fateful ride past a mill on the outskirts of the terrifying fortress. During a hunting expedition, he had slain a stag and, after partaking of its blood, encountered a remarkably handsome bride. Overcome by fervor, he deemed their secret union, conducted without his consent, an affront to his honor. Thus, he executed the groom, hanging him before the eyes of the crowd, claiming the right of the first night, his supposed privilege. I confess. Bitter regret filled his mouth. Are you aware that during the reign of King Jaehaerys I, the right of the first night was abolished? As a lord, you have trampled upon the laws of the realm and taken lives without remorse. I am guilty of treason against you. Recognizing Lustburton's admission of guilt, Jaehaerys promptly declared, according to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Let me think. Yes, I hereby sentence you to death. His words, delivered in a nonchalant tone, instilled terror in Lustburton's heart. Your Highness, I owe allegiance to the Iron Throne and Winterfell. Even if guilty, it is not for you to punish me. Lustburton shrieked, forsaking dignity in the face of death. Humph, indeed, how could the Duke of Winterfell punish you? And I am not a king. Jaehaerys expressed mild astonishment at Lustburton's cunning. Though he lacked the authority to penalize him directly, he had other means. Therefore, I propose a trial by combat. Jaehaerys proclaimed, before the dragon god whom I worship and the deities you revere, if you can defeat me, it shall signify that your life is not forfeit. Upon witnessing Jaehaerys' martial prowess, Lustburton hesitated to accept the challenge. Your Highness, my father is innocent. A voice interjected, belonging to a young man of considerable girth and full lips. And who might you be? I am Ram Snow, the son of Lust Bolton. Someone respond. Oh, you are the illegitimate child born of that raped bride. Jaehaerys openly expressed his disdain for the wretched creature. How dare such a despicable being appear before him? Ram's face flushed crimson. Never had anyone dared to call him a bastard to his face. Those who had spoken thus before had met a cruel demise at his hands. Yet, the individual before him was not to be trifled with. Had he not witnessed those who served his powerful father, the Earl, groveling in submission under his tyrannical presence? Thus, as his eyes darted, he retorted, my parents were in love. My father committed no act of rape. As for the death of that groom from years past, it was the work of others, not my father's doing. Cunning rhetoric. Jaehaerys waved his hand, and a dark light shot forth, aimed directly at Ram's mouth. Rams attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a resounding smack, it struck true upon his front teeth. Ah! Rams gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as two of his teeth fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the dark light turned out to be naught but a small stone. With his mouth swollen as if a fist had been lodged within, Ram's eyes burned even more fiercely, filled with bloodlust. He savagely licked the blood from his lips, swallowing it down as the crimson liquid continued to flow, reminiscent of a wolf's drool before a feast. Your Highness, since you pride yourself on being just, why not summon the parties involved from that year? Shouldn't my mother have the most authority to speak? Rams declared fiercely. Huh? Do you take me for a child of 3? What can your mother say? To survive, she must act according to your whims. Without witnesses, why do you condemn my father? Is it possible that the ghost of that deceased has come to accuse him? Is it truly so difficult to prove your father's guilt or innocence? Jaehaerys mocked. It is merely a matter of summoning spirits. Do you truly believe I am incapable? Jaehaerys connected with the deity around his neck, channeling a surge of power. If Rams emerged, then let his sins be punished alongside him. The spirit communication technique, one of the 72 Daoist arts, had become second nature to Jaehaerys after 10 years of seclusion. As he silently recited an incantation within his mind, a chilling wind began to stir, and shadowy figures gathered from all directions. They appeared emaciated, their faces ashen, revealing themselves to be the souls of those who had perished at the hands of Lust Bolton and his son over the years. The two men were struck with terror. What manner of sorcery was this? A divine intervention? No, it was the work of demons. Go forth, identify those who have wronged you. Let grievances be avenged. The haunting voices emanated from Jaehaerys, momentarily restoring the spirit's awareness. As they beheld their killers before them, the memories of their deaths replayed in their minds. And they shrieked in fury, lunging at Lust Bolton and his son. One by one, the souls plunged into their bodies, tearing at their translucent essences, until both men writhed in agony upon the ground, moaning and rolling in torment. At last, as the two souls breathed their last, they knelt before Jaehaerys in reverence and departed in contentment. It seemed that even those whose lives had been taken by others still harbored a semblance of kindness. Jaehaerys cast a mocking glance at the father and son lying on the ground. Lisa Bolton had not committed many sins, and in the eyes of the dead, he remained their lord. Thus they were content with having claimed a fragment of his essence. In contrast, Ramsay Snow had wrought countless atrocities, the toll of his malice innumerable, and his very soul had been torn asunder by the vengeful spirits. Life flickered within him, barely sustained, even if he clung to existence. His future would be one of madness, unable to perpetrate further evil, a fate truly deserved. Jaehaerys felt satisfaction. If even the spirits were willing to forgive Lisa Bolton, he would not stain his hands with further bloodshed. With the sins of this realm purged, he remounted his dragon, soaring into the winds, leaving behind a dilapidated castle and a chaotic throng of soldiers and servants. Chapter 80. The Unexpected Marriage Proposal. Son, you are already 20 years of age. It is time for you to settle down. Upon his return to Dragonstone, Jaehaerys was swiftly summoned by a guard dispatched by Riella, and her words brought forth memories of the anguish he had endured from past marriage pressures. Look at you, such a handsome young man. Had it not been for the dragon goddess' refusal to release you in previous years, I would have arranged your wedding long ago. Queen Riella grasped his hand, unwilling to let go. Pray tell, do you favor Rhaenys or Daenerys, or do you desire both? Viserys stood nearby, his eyes wide with disbelief. No. Intermarriage within House Targaryen was a tradition, yet neither he nor his brother had wedded. Was he to be so easily overlooked? How unfair. Although he held little affection for either girl, indeed, they seemed to reciprocate that lack. This was tradition, a custom that had endured for millennia. Could they not consider it from his perspective? Furthermore, Rhaenys and Daenerys behaved peculiarly. Whenever he wished to gently hold their hands, he was met with sharp rebuke. Yet now, upon learning they were to marry Jaehaerys, their faces flushed with shyness. Pray tell, shouldn't you wield a great sword of 40 meters and slay this insufferable ingratiata? Alas, was he truly the only sane member left in House Targaryen? Your Majesty, marrying within the family is not sanctioned by theology. Jaehaerys hesitated, genuinely having given little thought to matters of romance, especially concerning his underage sister and niece. In this modern age, such unions would surely lead to incarceration. And they are still young? Riella retorted. Ask them if they have begun their cycles. Have they not been flowing for years? Are you aspiring to follow the sanctified example of Baelor, locking them away in a maideness keep? Queen Riella was incensed. After all, she had finally glimpsed the hope of witnessing the prophesied prince, only to discover that such admirable lineage would not be perpetuated. Why engage in theological debates with me? Does he not proclaim his mastery over the Seven Kingdoms laws? How could he be oblivious to the exceptional statutes of House Targaryen? The bloodline of the dragon lords continues. Can this be deemed as incest? Ahem. Jaehaerys felt his face flush. Is Her Majesty truly so forthright in her remarks? You must provide me with an answer today. Either choose one or the other, or do not acknowledge me as your mother. As she spoke, Layla began to weep. Look at your brother. How many bastards has he fathered? Why are you so dense? You might as well infuriate me to death, and then I can join your father in the underworld. Oh dear, that is a bit much. Jaehaerys was speechless. He never expected that after over a decade as queen, Layla would resort to feigned tears. Aren't you a disciple of the dragon god? Let the dragon god decide. Seeing Jaehaerys hesitating, Layla, in her indignation, insisted on dragging him to the Dragon God Temple at Dragonstone. Indeed, the temple at the Dragonstone docks has undergone several expansions, accommodating numerous devotees. Additionally, for the royal family's rituals, another Dragon God Temple was constructed outside the Hall of the Seven, and whether the seven deities consented remains uncertain. At least they have not expressed any opposition. The multifarious tree now resides in the smaller Dragon God Temple at Dragonstone, initially reluctant. But upon hearing that his sustenance and lodging would be provided, he immediately consented. Jaehaerys pondered why the multifarious tree was reluctant to absorb spiritual energy. According to its cultivation experience, it should have swiftly returned to its peak. Regardless, ever since achieving the status of a celestial being, unless a higher level of Dao fruit is attained, its benefits to him have been minimal. To achieve the status of an earth immortal, one must navigate through the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. The 3 calamities being thunder, fire, and wind, and the 5 tribulations, also known as the 5 disasters, are blindness, deafness, speech impairment, madness, and obstruction. He has now mastered the earthly fiend techniques, also known as the 72 transformations, specifically devised by Daoist masters to evade the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Previously unknown, this knowledge is now invaluable. He intentionally shifts his cultivation to traverse the world as an ordinary mortal, preparing to endure the 5 tribulations in hopes of overcoming them swiftly. His current audacious demeanor is not his true nature. Rather, it is a manifestation of facing the tribulation of madness. The 5 tribulations do not follow a predetermined sequence, nor are they fixed combinations. They may arrive sequentially or in various combinations. The power of the heavenly Tao is formless and elusive. Practitioners can only passively accept it. Those who cannot endure are left with a fragment of their primordial spirit, destined to reincarnate or become ghost immortals. Upon arriving at the Dragon God Temple, the guards had already received word and cleared the area. After lighting an incense stick, Layla and Jaehaerys knelt on the cushions. She retrieved a ceremonial cup from the offering table, resembling a crescent moon, one side flat and the other curved, adorned with patterns of stars and moons. This feature distinguishes the Dragon God Temple from other sanctuaries, enhancing the interaction between the divine and the faithful. When a believer finds themselves at a crossroads, seeking divine guidance, they may consult the deities by casting a divination cup. A single flat and raised edge signifies the sacred cup, indicating agreement with the request. 2 raised edges denote the negative cup, suggesting a denial of the request, while 2 flat edges represent the laughing cup, indicating neutrality. A consecutive 3 casts resulting in the sacred cup confirm the deity's consent. Queen Layla, chanting incantations, cast her divination cup first to inquire whether the union of Jaehaerys and Rhaenys should be sanctioned, resulting in 3 sacred cups, much to her delight. She then asked about the union of Jaehaerys and Daenerys, which yielded 3 laughing cups. Jaehaerys remarked that this was beyond his control, lacking even a projection of his consciousness to manipulate the outcome. Perhaps even his consciousness deemed Daenerys too young for such matters. A slippery slope indeed. With divine affirmation in hand, Queen Layla regarded Jaehaerys with satisfaction, proclaiming that he would be able to consummate the marriage that very night. Jaehaerys replied, "But what preparations have been made for this wedding? Is it to be so simple and abrupt?" It became evident that the wedding traditions of House Targaryen were far less intricate than those customary across the continent, devoid of the elaborate rites of betrothal and auspicious dates. Moreover, the arrangements had quietly commenced long before Jaehaerys left Dragonstone for the north. In the Dragon God Temple, before the sanctum and Queen Layla, they adhered to the ancient Valyrian customs to complete the ceremony, ushered into their chamber amidst the merriment of the crowd. As they finally sat upon the marriage bed, Jaehaerys found himself bewildered. Was this truly how his first marriage would unfold? Gazing at his bride, adorned in a low-cut gown and shimmering jewels, he felt at a loss. Drawing from the flirtations learned in a past life, he playfully teased her, rendering her cheeks aflame and her throat parched. Thus, in a bid to quench her thirst, he uttered sweet nothings. With a slender waist, the flower heart unfurls. Dew-kissed peonies bloom, harmony in our embrace, tender fragrance and delicate grace, a blend of surprise and affection, and a warmth that ignites the senses. Chapter 81. The Death of Jon Arryn. Alas, Jaehaerys awoke late, lamenting, "The vices of wine and pleasure have ensnared me." He mournfully acknowledged that, having recently mastered a new martial skill, he had become engrossed in practice, unable to extricate himself. Yet, he soon savored the joy of a sovereign unencumbered by morning audiences. Fortunately, with remarkable willpower, Jaehaerys swiftly extricated himself from the allure of beauty and redirected his focus to the evolving political landscape of the continent. As the original narrative drew near, intelligence from the inner guard revealed that rumors had quietly reached the ears of Prime Minister Jon Arryn. The latter had commenced a covert investigation, though it was evident that the old Prime Minister and his associates could not keep their lips sealed. Soon, some would be compromised. Every move of the old Prime Minister was effortlessly discerned by his adversaries. Within the Red Keep, Cersei fumed to Jaime. "This old fool truly lacks appreciation. Let him be. He has no evidence whatsoever." Jaime languidly reclined in the chair, his gaze lingering on his sister's exquisite form, stirred by an involuntary impulse. He reached out to encircle Cersei's slender waist, heedless of her resistance, and gently pressed his lips against hers. "Have you lost your mind? If Robert sees us, he will surely kill us both," Cersei thought, contemplating the dire consequences. "If he were to witness this, I might as well fulfill his desire and become a regicide once more." She dismissed his reckless behavior, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The children must not be deprived of their claim to the throne. With a lack of enthusiasm, she swiftly extricated herself from her brother's embrace. "We must take the initiative. What do you propose?" Jaime inquired. "Shall I wield my sword and behead the old fool?" "Do not concern yourself with such matters. We must simply be cautious in our dealings from now on. Moreover, keep your distance from Joffrey and his entourage to avoid arousing Robert's suspicion." Jon Arryn sensed an impending storm. In King's Landing, several clandestine factions were either obstructing or assisting him in his investigation. He felt ensnared within a web spun by others. Yet the blood of the king must remain unsullied. when Prince Stannis Baratheon arrived, wielding the substantial tome The Lineage and Histories of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, which contained descriptions of many lords, ladies, and their offspring. Jon was initially perplexed. It was not until Stannis revealed that all descendants of House Baratheon bore raven-black hair that the implication struck him, even over 90 years prior. Maegor the Cruel had recorded the last union between the stag and the lion, resulting in a stillborn son with a head full of black hair. Regardless of whether a Lannister was a Baratheon or vice versa, their offspring invariably emerged with black locks, without exception. When gold meets ebony, submission is the only outcome. Memories flooded back to when he was in the Vale, recalling Robert's first illegitimate daughter, the name of whom had slipped his mind. Yet she too had seemingly possessed dark hair. Over the years, Robert had fathered numerous bastards, several of whom resided in King's Landing. Just days ago, he had witnessed a boy named Gendry at the smithy of Mod, who sported a shock of raven hair. "Sir, the boy in my brother's castle also has a head of black hair." Stannis's words reverberated in his mind, inducing a sense of dizziness. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do. He shuddered at the thought of Robert's wrath upon learning this revelation. He would not merely slap the queen twice. She and her 3 children would be sentenced to a secret execution. How could he not grasp Stannis's motive for disclosing such critical information? It was indeed an act of vengeance, a cruel reprisal against his brother, stemming from his resentment that the crown had not been bestowed upon him, but rather handed to their younger sibling. He himself had only received the ruins of Summerhall and a newly erected wooden fortress. Stannis despised his kingly brother for rendering him a laughingstock before the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. He clutched his throbbing head and called out, "Bring me a cup of wine." Lysa personally delivered to him a cup of sweet wine, a golden vintage from Dorne, exceptionally rare, rumored to have been sent by the newly promoted Chancellor of the Exchequer, Peter Baelish. When he had first appointed this young man as the tax collector in Seagull Town, he had not anticipated that the lad would prove to be exceptionally talented, increasing the town's tax revenue tenfold within a year. With capability, ambition, and insight, such a young individual deserved elevation, and within a mere few years, he had ascended to the esteemed position of Chancellor. "Is Robert not yet asleep?" he inquired gently of his wife. "Not yet. I have asked Maddie to keep him company," Lysa replied, her complexion pale. Jon Arryn sighed. Over the years, his wife had suffered several miscarriages, leaving her figure and appearance significantly altered, making her appear over a decade older than her actual age. After much difficulty, they finally had Robert, yet the gods had dealt them a cruel hand, as the boy suffered from epilepsy, frail and weak, still nursing at the age of 4. An eagle must learn to soar. He resolved to arrange for Robert to be fostered by Stannis. It was well known that Stannis was famed for his strength and resolve. Surely, their son would grow stronger in his care. He shared his thoughts with Lysa, only to be met with immediate rejection. "No one shall take my dear child from me," Lysa exclaimed, her voice nearly a roar, tears streaming down the lines of her face. "He is still so young. He cannot be away from his mother. Dear Lysa, Lord Stannis is strong and brave. Robert would flourish under his guidance." The former hand of the king attempted to make her understand, but she would not hear it. "Very well, bring me another cup of wine," Jon said, his throat parched, his head throbbing even more. At his words, Lysa wiped her tears and turned to pour the wine, this time a deep purple Dornish sweet wine, its viscous liquid clinging to the sides of the waxen goblet like congealed blood. The wine was indeed exquisite. Jon Arryn, though not a connoisseur, appreciated the sweet red wines of Dorne and the Arbor, beloved by the lords of the realm. The liquid flowed like blood upon his tongue, navigating the crevices of his aging mouth and nearly toothless gums, before being swallowed down his throat. "Lysa, call Robert over. It has been some time since I have truly looked at him." Jon Arryn felt himself becoming slightly inebriated. Engaged in secret visits and investigations, this elder felt somewhat overwhelmed. Yet the inheritance of his family was of paramount importance to him. When Robert was brought to him by a maid, the child gazed at his father with wide eyes. His pale green-gray iris is reminiscent of a frightened fawn. Jon Arryn observed his son, noting how he bore no resemblance to his own childhood. The color of his hair, the hue of his eyes, and the contours of his face began to resemble the shadow of another person entirely. Gradually, his articulation faltered, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. He extended his hands to examine his son closely, but the boy shrieked in terror, trembling violently, which sent Lysa into a panic, plunging the room into chaos. Jon collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Maester Cormont as he incessantly spoke, yet Jon could not hear him, his lips barely forming a few disjointed words. When news reached King Robert Baratheon, Jon lay in bed, a foul stench emanating from beneath him. As the old man had lost control of his bowels, "Your Majesty, the Chancellor must be suffering from a gastrointestinal ailment. I believe he requires a cleansing of his system and bloodletting," suggested Maester Cormont, who had been tirelessly attending to the situation throughout the night. Though he could not cure his lord, the condition had not worsened. "Maester Cormont, your intentions are noble, yet the Chancellor is far too advanced in years. Inducing vomiting may well prove fatal," remarked Ser Davos, stroking his long beard. "Nevertheless, allow me to assess the situation, Your Majesty. In my humble opinion, the Chancellor is at death's door. It may be more merciful to let him depart with dignity," the Grand Maester advised. Robert clasped the old man's hand tightly, feeling its intense heat. "Robert." Suddenly, Jon regained a semblance of consciousness, a surge of resilience coursing through him. He clutched Robert's hand with fervor, but once more, a sound of incontinence escaped him, his eyes widening in horror as his strength began to wane.